against a very, very, very undermanned Milwaukee team. Still a little bit of gripes you can have in the way that they won. You give up 37 in the second quarter. The game was kind of tight. I mean, it never felt like you were super nervous in that game, but there was never a situation in which the Nuggets were clearly pulling away. And that game feels like it should have been one of those that the bench comes in for the last 5 minutes and closes the game out. They empty out the bench. Didn't happen that way. But you get the win. Jokic in his first game back after missing 5 consecutively drops a 39-point triple-double. But I think what's more important, and this is, it's key. When we talk about the Avs, you look around at guys like Marty Necas, you look around at guys like Brock Nelson, you look at guys like Ryan Lindgren, and it's like, gosh, it just looks so much easier for them than it looked previously, right? You get put in the position of finding easier ways to put people in the right spots. Like the pass that Jokic had to Aaron Gordon underneath the hoop last night. For all of the highlight reel passes that he has, to hit a spin move and then casually flip it, no look over his right shoulder to the point where Brook Lopez is looking outside of the three-point line and not underneath the hoop because he doesn't know what just happened.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Well, you found one. He's here. He's been here. But that's the easy nature of basketball in which he provides. And I'll give you an example. Jokic has been out for 5 straight games. And there's a couple of people in particular that were really not looking the same. One would be Christian Braun. The other would be Michael Porter Jr. Christian Braun over the last 5 games, 9 points, 10, 15, 11, and 18. His rebounds, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Christian Braun last night had 19 points, 10 boards, 6 assists. And he attempted 15 shots, which was the most that he's had since March 9th, a few games before Joker left the lineup. Michael Porter Jr., whose struggles have been well documented over the course of this month, and he has really, really struggled. Joker comes back in the game last night. Porter, which has taken 18 and 16 shots over the last 2 games, made 7 in each of those. Took 9 shots last night and made 7 and was 6 of 8 from three-point range, the most three-pointers he's hit since February 28th. He finished with 23, 10, and 4. And 3 steals, by the way. But yes, this play right here, the no-look, over the shoulder, off the spin move, to a cutting Aaron Gordon at the bottom of the rim.
And look at this. So I have it up on Twitch and YouTube for everybody watching. And yeah, you see Aaron Gordon is there over in the corner a few feet away. And then Lopez is right here. That ball's what? About a foot or 2 feet over his head?
Yep.
So Jokic had to time Aaron Gordon cutting to the hoop and Lopez's location, and he's not even looking after he lets go of the ball. I mean, this
why
is just
would you?
This is just a masterclass right there. Because that's his last chance to look right there over his shoulder. Then he lets go of the ball and boom, sails perfectly on a dime. He is still, to this day, the best quarterback in all of Denver. My goodness.
Well, I'm telling you, man, when you have a guy that can do this, it just makes it so much easier for everybody. It's no secret. We all know. You play with Nikola Jokic, all of your numbers, efficiency-wise especially, skyrocket. You leave Joker, life's difficult. It's harder. take Jeremy Grant, for example. Jeremy Grant, when he was here, he was playing the Aaron Gordon role. It was cut to the rim. Joker's going to find you, probably get you an easy dunk, and then you got to knock down, a little carbonated water. Then you got to knock down a couple of shots throughout the course of the game. Jeremy Grant leaves. He goes to Detroit. Jeremy Grant's still successful. He put up a bunch of points, but he didn't do it as efficiently as he did here. That's what he provides. And everything just looks more right. Now, again, I'll tell you this. The end result, which was a 10-point victory in which you needed a couple of plays down the stretch of the fourth quarter in order to really put the game away, it felt like it was a 5-point game with a minute 44 left. And with about a minute left, Porter made what was essentially the dagger that put him up 8 for his 6th three-pointer of the game, and it was over. But here's what you had, which was different from some other nights and some other games. The game was close. You needed somebody to close, and Jokic just says, all right, fine, I'll make a bucket every time we go down the floor. How's that sound? And he did, because he is the best player in the world. It's what he does. I'm still kind of caught in this place. I would like to see better. I'm not going to complain about wins, though. I mean, I'm going to have a couple of nitpicky grimes about it, but a win's a win. And right now, it's just like you're getting to the nitty-gritty of the season. The Nuggets has now played, well, their record is now 46-82. Or 82, good Lord. 46-28. Had a dyslexic moment right there. So this is 8 games left in the season. And every single one of these wins is going to count towards where your final seeding is going to be. You're still a game and a half back of Houston for the 2 seed. You got 2 teams in the Lakers and the Grizzlies that are breathing down your neck. 1 game back for the 3 seed. You could jump anywhere feasibly from 2 to 5 in the next 8 games. Fall anywhere sort of in between that. The Lakers get the win last night with a last millisecond LeBron tip-in, but keep pace. At least the play-in feels it's out of the realm of possibility. What is very much possible is that you drop to the 5 seed and you start a playoff series on the road. That is a thing that could happen. And how much importance is it to get home court? I don't know. But it counts for at least a little bit, I think. So season ends today. Depending on what would happen in the play-in, let's just say the 7 and 8 move on. OKC would be playing Minnesota. Houston would be matched up with Golden State. You would get the Clippers, and the Lakers would get the Grizz. But that could very easily change in a number of different directions. The Clippers, Golden State, Minnesota are all within a half game of each other. Memphis, Lakers, you are all within a game of each other. So again, a lot can change here, but Jokic is just he's your pacifier. He's your blanket, your little baby blanket. He comes in, everything's a lot more comfortable and a lot more easy.
Your beautiful baby boy.
Exactly right. I mean, he finishes 16 of 25 from the field in a game that he hasn't played since when? What was his last game? It was March 15th.
I don't know if this is a stat that they track, but when was the last time that a player was listed as doubtful on the injury report and then came in and got a triple-double? That's what I want to know.
Here's the thing. He's probably not even 100%, and that's the only part of this. And I'm like, yeah, maybe you should have. My thought was you sit him out for this game, the next one, and then your next game after tomorrow's wouldn't be until Tuesday. And that would have felt like a good time to get back in. But I know this about Jokic. He was itching to get back. Jokic doesn't sit. He's the kind of guy, there's people who go to work and then they try and hide so they don't have to do anything. And then there's people that maybe they don't even like going to work, but they're just I'm here. So why don't I do it? I'm sure Jokic is one of those. I'm not in Sombor with my horses. I'm in Denver. When I'm in Denver, I play basketball. When I'm not in Denver and I'm in Serbia, I don't do basketball. At least not like this. So if I'm going to go to all these games, if I'm going to be doing workouts, then put me on the damn floor. And he does love basketball. Jokic loves basketball but hates his job. Does that make sense? That's what it feels like to me. There's places he'd rather be at times, but God, does he love basketball. And that's why I think that here's my question. For as much as Jokic has played, when has he ever been truly healthy? We just get this sense oh, you know what the great thing about Jokic is? Jokic is never hurt. I don't know if that's the case. I think Jokic is hurt pretty much every time he's on the floor. You will just never hear about it. Jokic plays through pain. And that's why, look, if he's not 100% here, let's say he's 90% now. Maybe 90% has been his total operating procedure for the last 3 years. I don't know. But for a guy who takes as much of a pounding as he does when he's in the paint all game, when he's getting his arms scratched up, when he's got all these other things happening, maybe 90% is his usual 100% feeling. Where there's always some sort of pain. It's fine. I can play through it. It's just a matter of Jokic being healthy enough when the postseason starts to be full impactful Joker, because that's going to be the only hope you have of doing anything real fun.
Brett, mini fact checker. I'm springing this on you. We got a question from Ross on the text line. He hears you crack a beverage every morning, and he said, "Are you LaCroix boys?" Brett, you're not even good enough for LaCroix. You had to go a few notches down.
Well, here's the thing. I love these things. They're just the Kroger 34-ounce bottles that they sell for $1 a piece. Got a little flavor to them. Gets me a little bit of that psst that I like in my sparkling water. I'm not like whatever his face is, that jacked up nerd.
Oh, Ashton Hall with his Saratoga water.
I'm not buying a $5 bottle of carbonated water. It's fine. I'll just take these dollars a bottle ones that last 3 hours. I'm with you. Thank you. So anyway, a lot to discuss with this game. Good to have Joker back. 303-504-0925. Avs in Kings tonight. But there's a lot that kind of went down yesterday. There's an over-under win total for the Broncos that I want to get to in a little bit. There is the announcement of the new head coach of CSU that I think was a no-brainer. There's a couple of clips from the LeBron conversation with Pat McAfee that I want to get to, because it's just hilarious to me that, okay, I'll set it up this way. LeBron says we need to respect all eras of basketball and immediately doesn't do what he preaches. So a lot to get to. Stick around. All right, so again, Nuggets win yesterday. Good to see Jokic back on the floor. All is right again when Jokic takes the floor for the Nuggets. So we're going to continue our drop tournament today. So we're going to do 2 different regions, and here's how it's going to work today. So this will all start at 7 o'clock. We're going to group these things together. So we're currently in the round of 32. We're going to pit 4 of these teams next to each other. And the overall winner is going to move on to our Elite 8. Instead of going through these each round again, we're going to bulk them together, trim the fat, and get to the main events.
We're basically doing a knockout stage. It's like the World Cup. Instead of matchups of 2 drops, it's going to be 8 groups of 4.
And I like this better. Like we're gonna smash these things all in. We'll have some good matchups, and then we'll move on to the Elite 8 after this. But that'll be today and tomorrow. So we'll get a couple of regions out of the way today before we move on to tomorrow's. Now, few things. Number 1, ESPN has set their NFL win totals, and last year, before the season started, it was at 5.5, and I thought that sounded about right. Like half the time, when you look at where the Broncos were at last year before the season started, it felt like they were going to have a struggle. I don't know anyone who could have truly predicted, unless you were if you were wearing what I think was rose-colored glasses, if you were to take an objective look at the Broncos, it would have been really hard to see the season that they had last season. You had a rookie quarterback without a whole bunch of top-end talent. You know, even the guys that ended up being great players last year, I don't think you could have seen Zach Allen having the season he had, or Benito having the season he had. Like Surtain, sure, but outside of him, there was a whole bunch of question marks. And still a lot of things they had to improve on. But the one thing I knew heading into the season last year was that their defensive line was their strength. And that proved to be the case. But to have that win total at 5.5, push that all the way to 10 wins and a playoff appearance last year is incredibly impressive. So this year, heading into the season, the Broncos win total is set at 9.5. And I think that's perfect. There's, to me, 2 things that can happen this upcoming season. The Broncos can either get slightly better, where I think the cap on them is probably at 11 wins, and that's only because there's a great unknown if your quarterback is going to hit a second-year wall or make a second-year jump. The things that you have done to try and improve the offense as of now is you got better at tight end, but everything else is the same or worse. And I don't mean that in a total negative way, but the wide receiving group's the same. It's Sutton, it's Mims, it's Franklin, it's Vele. Your running back room is worse than it was last year because you lost Javonte and nobody else was brought in. So now that room looks like Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet, Blake Watson, like, not ideal. And I think that's going to be rectified after the draft. But reality of where they're at now is just that. Now, the one thing that they did do, and this is where you knock on wood, if healthy, this defense is a monster. Like an absolute bear to deal with. If you get a healthy Hufanga and a healthy Greenlaw, that immediately takes what was already the 3rd best defense in the NFL to probably the best, if those guys are healthy and everybody stays healthy. You still have that behemoth of a rotation on the D-line. followed by a lot better linebacking play, followed by a playmaking safety when your secondary was already at least okay. I mean, pretty good. I mean, Surtain shuts down one side of the field. Riley Moss, for the most part last year, was great. And Brandon Jones was good. Now you just paired him with an even better guy next to him. But here becomes the problem. Broncos, who finished with 10 wins last year, get a little bit tougher schedule in doing that. They also, and the one thing that I've pointed out with them that I think we need to keep in mind, in their 10 wins, they had 8 games in which they were favorites. They won all of them. Just football-wise, that doesn't typically happen. You usually have a clunker or two and you lose to a team that you shouldn't. Most teams have those, year in, year out. The question becomes, can you take the games in which you aren't favorites and can you do something with that? And for a team that just made the postseason last year, I think the next step would be just what we're discussing. You go into a game as an underdog, you find a way to push that forward. Get a few more wins against teams that you shouldn't. Challenge some of the top teams in the league. When they face the elites of the NFL, when they face the teams that we all considered, kind of like Super Bowl contending teams, outside of the Chiefs, you lost by 31 to the Ravens. You lost by 24 to the Bills. You had that loss that ends up being a 7-point loss to the Chargers early in the season. That was 23-0 before a couple of garbage touchdowns towards the end of the game. So it's, can you improve on that mark? Because they've taken care of business against the teams they're supposed to be better than. They've done that. Now, a move they made yesterday, they brought back fullback Michael Burton on a 1-year deal. I don't really know the purpose of Michael Burton. It doesn't feel like he's used all that much in the running game because you don't run the ball all that much. I don't like how he gets touches, and it's nothing against him. I want the ball in the hands of playmakers. I want, if there's a 3rd and 1, it's not a fullback trap. It's you have a running back you can trust to get you a yard. So I'm fine with it if they use him how he's supposed to be used, which is block. But they just didn't run the ball enough last year to make it worthwhile, I guess we'll say. But I think that 9.5 number is perfect. It's exactly what you should be looking for. Now, moving forward. I caught a little bit of this LeBron conversation yesterday with Pat McAfee. And do we have the audio I was looking for, Nelly? If not, I can vamp here.
Yeah, I'm listening through it.
Oh, because
there's a couple F-bombs. You know what? Listening to the as much as I despise the hashtag, I love puns. So the hashtag LeBronversation makes me want to throw up in my mouth, but it's very clever. So shout out Pat McAfee. Listening to the LeBronversation, you know how LeBron came off in this interview was like a 12-year-old boy who joined a Call of Duty lobby for the first time and learned the F-bomb.
Yes.
And then he just wanted to say it like he just got a hall pass to say S and B and F, and he's just getting his money's worth.
Well, let me tell you something. LeBron, in listening to this, it's exactly what I expected. Like, exactly. It's a lot of me in here, along with why don't we, me, I, us get respect? Talking about this era of basketball. And it makes you want to roll your eyes for about an hour straight. But this is the dumbest thing that we do, especially in hoops. Like, nobody really compares eras of the NFL because they're so different. It's impossible. Like, was Johnny Unitas a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes? Like, how the hell would you even know? It was like a completely different sport back when Unitas played. So it's stupid to do the era comparisons and stuff like that, but we do it constantly in basketball. Constantly. And there's an obsession with who's top 10 all time and who's the best player of this era and how would this guy stack up against these guys if they had to play it this time. It's so dumb. But it dominates the conversation of the sport. So LeBron was talking about eras. And he's talking about how stupid it was that this era of basketball doesn't get any respect. But then he goes on and disrespects another era. So let's go ahead and listen.
You trying to tell me Giannis wouldn't be able to play an NBA game in the 70s?
I think handshake. He wouldn't be able to do it.
Giannis,
neither would you. Neither would you.
Giannis Antetokounmpo would have 250 points in a game in the 70s. 250.
Is that Kuzi? When was Kuzi playing?
Kuzi's 50s.
Dude, Kuzi's locking up Giannis, brother.
He's saying 70s, not 50s.
And that's no disrespect. Like, it's no disrespect. But, like, seriously, like,
You pause that for a
Kyrie
second?
Irving.
What do you mean that's no disrespect? Hey, no disrespect, but this guy I know, he put up like 250 points on you in a game. You guys were scrubs. No disrespect. What do you mean?
What is this Goodfellas version of LeBron? Hey, ma, I be dunking on these fools in the 60s.
Whenever somebody
Forget
says no
about it.
disrespect,
Oh.
there's an immediate sort of Goodfellas Rodney Dangerfield accent that goes in my head. You know, it's Jon Stewart had a joke like this where he said, "I'm not saying your mother's a whore. I'm just saying she sleeps with people for money. That's all I'm saying." Like, it's the
There you
same
go.
thing that LeBron's doing here. It's like no disrespect because every era deserves their own great respect, including ours. By the way, if Giannis played in your era, he would have 5 million points. Just saying. All right, continue.
Kyrie Irving. Like,
They would have called him a witch. They would have called him a witch.
No, they would have told Kyrie, you're not. You know how they used to tell Lou Alcindor at the time that he couldn't dunk in high school games?
Yeah.
They would have told Kyrie, you're not allowed to dribble anymore. That's what they would have told him. Dribbling is outruled.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is why it's so stupid. So stupid. I just, for the life of me, will never understand why we continue to do this over and over again. Compare eras. Who's better than who? Can we really give Jokic a fourth MVP? Because then he's going to be compared to this guy and this. Well, maybe he deserves to be. I'll never understand it. By the way, you want a fun stat? So we all kind of know this. This is before last night. But here's a couple of on-floor and off-floor numbers, which we know that Jokic dominates. So Jokic, when he's on the floor for the Nuggets, they are plus 9.9 in point differential. So let's just call it 10. They're 10 points better than their opponent when Jokic is on the floor. When Jokic is off the floor, the Nuggets are 8.6 points worse. Nobody out of this list of elite players that I'm seeing in front of me, it's a group of 12. So it's Jokic, Shea, Giannis, Curry, LeBron, Tatum, Mitchell, Ant, Durant, all these different guys. Nobody is over 4 points worse with them off the floor. No one. The next closest is Kevin Durant. When he's off the floor for the Phoenix Suns, they're 3.8 points worse. But here's the interesting number. I'm just curious what you guys think of this. There's one guy in this elite group. So again, I'm going to give you the names. Jokic, Shea, Giannis, Tatum, LeBron, Curry, Mitchell, Ant, Durant, Brunson, Harden, Ja. That's the group of guys I'm talking about. There's one player in this group that when he is on the floor, their team is worse. When LeBron is on the floor for the Lakers, they are negative 2.2 points when he's on. When he's off, they're plus 4.2. And I don't know how that makes sense at all. Now, you want to do just the MVP comparison? So I told you, Jokic is a plus 10 when he's on the floor. The Nuggets are a minus 8.5 when he's off. Shea is a plus 16.8 when he's on the floor, which is way higher than Jokic and way higher than really anybody else on this list. But his team is also plus 4.4 when he's off. They're 4.5 points better than their opponent when he's off the floor, too, which speaks to the depth that they have. And we've seen this firsthand in the games that Jokic has missed over the past 5 games. It just looks way more difficult for them to find an easy bucket. You know, that's the thing. Jokic yesterday, now that he was back, when they needed a bucket late, Jokic got a bucket, and it looked easy. If they ever needed a bucket in the games that he was out, the amount of times that I noticed, it was so incredibly hard for the Nuggets to get a bucket when they had to, as opposed to their opponent, which it looked easy for. Even last night, in a game in which Giannis and Dame were out for the Bucks, it still looked pretty easy for the Bucks to get on the board. Now, you have the ability with Jokic to outscore teams like that, and that's what happened last night. But it still gives you a little bit of pause for when the postseason hits and you're playing against better opponents where maybe you can't put up 130 points a night. What are you going to do? Got to get stops. Now, again, first game back for Jokic, so take that for what it is. Just saying.
But by the way, Brett, going back to our previous conversation, talking about players across different eras and guys who would have given Giannis fits even if he played in the 60s. Years ago, I went on a date with this girl, and I mentioned to her that I worked in sports radio. And then casually, she just goes, "Oh, you ever heard of Nate Thurmond?" I go, "Yeah, are you kidding me? He's an all-time great center. Of course I've heard of him. He's a Warriors legend." And she goes, "Oh, that's cool. My mom dated him in high school. He's a nice
Really?
guy." Like, wow, way to just drop that on me.
And no kidding.
That's a nice card to have in your pocket. That's a good 2 truths and a lie you keep in your pocket.
That is a good one, yeah. So look, we'll jump back to this game a little bit later. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. All right. Just a couple of things here. Did you see this? Pretty great. There's a tight end by the name of Pharaoh Brown in the NFL. Pharaoh Brown just signed with the Miami Dolphins this offseason. When he was asked what attracted him to the Miami Dolphins, his quote is, "Beggars can't be choosers," which is a hell of a line for you being introduced to a new team. Like, you got to fake it. You got to fake like you're excited. What attracted you to the Dolphins? I had to tell you, just a world-class organization, and I would love to catch footballs from Tua. I think he's an amazing quarterback. You got to fake it. You can't just be like, well, what else was I going to do? Sit at home? Beggars can't be choosers. But it kind of reminds me. Congratulations, everybody. We've made it. Happy opening day in the MLB. Now, the Rockies won't have their first game until tomorrow. So we'll get more of a breakdown with that with Christian. Is it Christian Says from DNVR?
Yeah, says. I'll let you know by tomorrow when we have him on.
But excited to talk to him, get a preview of the Rocky season, see what he thinks, as their first game is tomorrow. But baseball starts today. And so maybe, if you jump on with, I don't know, the Circus Sportsbook, you can do so. Maybe you're looking at just the over-under win totals on the year. Those are always fun, just to take a little bit of a look at and see what people are working with. So, the Rockies are projected to win. And I'm going to confirm this with Circa real quick, so give me one moment. But if we're just talking about regular season wins, what's everybody expected to do? There's a couple of teams that I want to keep an eye on. And the Rockies, I've told people I'd make a bet with them. The Rockies over-under is 59. I don't think the Rockies are losing 100 games this year. I think they're going to be better than that. As long as their pitching staff stays quasi-healthy, I think they're going to be better. Too much young talent. But if you think that's bad, the Rockies are 59, which is the second worst in the league. The worst.
Can I guess?
Go ahead.
Is it the Chicago White Sox?
Of course it's the Chicago White Sox.
Good. I was going to say, I hope all is still the same.
They have an over-under of 53.5. That number, by the way, 53.5. It's a record. It's the lowest season win total set by any sports book over the past 35 years. At the same time, that 53.5, Nelly, is 12.5 more wins than they got last year. So how much lower could you really set the bar?
Yeah, I don't think you want to go over under 30 wins.
Yeah.
How bad do you really want the White Sox to be? But actually, Brett, I dug up some audio. Last year, this was the White Sox and the Rockies chatting with each other at the end of their seasons, just talking about how it all went.
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
And it was. It totally was. But we'll get a bigger breakdown with the MLB stuff because the Rockies don't play till tomorrow. But if you're looking at the schedule today, what I love about opening day is everything's like in the middle of the afternoon. So you go home on your lunch break. You can flip on the TV. You can find a couple of games out there. You can have the Yankees and Brewers at 1 o'clock. Just going to be baseball all day, and we're in the full swing of things now because we got end of NBA season, end of hockey season. I mean, heading into the postseason, but the end of the regular season's heading into the postseason. MLB just starting. Sweet 16 starts tonight as well, which, general question for you guys. So the NCAA tournament is back. The matchups today at 5 o'clock is BYU and Bama. At 5:40, Maryland and Florida. At 7:40, it's Arizona and Duke. And at 8:10, it's Arkansas and Texas Tech. How much interest do you have in this? I've been told forever when it comes to college football and the tournament that, yeah, these upsets, these little Cinderella stories are fun, but then, you get late into the tournament and it's like, well, these guys just aren't as good as the Blue Bloods. I want the Blue Bloods to move on. You've gotten a full tournament of that. Arkansas is a 10 seed. That's the lowest seed that you got for the rest of the tourney. Is a 10. The next lowest seed that you're going to find is a 6, which is Ole Miss and BYU. I think that this makes it boring. Yes, you get to see, quote, the stars of college basketball, but there is something about when you get somebody who's a 13 seed in the Sweet 16, it's an immediate sort of at least draw. Man, can they continue this? How much farther can they go? Like, there's a lot of that. But even Arkansas, who's the only double-digit seed left in this, the only seed lower than a 6 left in this, they're coached by Coach Cal. It's not like it's some sort of Cinderella story. You have one of the most prolific coaches in recent memory in that sport, maybe ever. And I don't think, look, I was just on the golf course with 3 of my friends yesterday. Not a single one mentioned the NCAA tournament. Not a single one. And these are like pretty big sports dudes. And they're all kind of like, yeah. Huh. You know what one of them actually said? After the round got done? He did discuss college athletics. He said, oh, my team just got a 5-star recruit talking about football. That was the interest level. This guy's a Bama fan. His basketball team is playing tonight. Did not care.
I'm with you. There hasn't been much, I'm with you. Because there hasn't been much madness. I mean, for March Madness, there's been an upset or two, but the madness has not been very maddening. And yeah, it's just looking at the schools. You know how I know the Sweet 16 isn't as compelling? I know every school that's in it.
Yeah.
There's no High Point. There's no USMBC, Go Golden Retrievers. There's no freaking Furman.
Yeah, there's no team that you're like, where is that school located?
Exactly. I know. That's a great point. I know the location of every school in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
It's trash. There should be a school that I have no idea if it's in North Carolina, South Carolina, Missouri. It's just not the same.
Like, the reason why the appeal of the tournament is what it is for the upsets. Yes, the buzzer beaters are part of it. Those are always fun, but it's for the upsets. If it's why conference tournament time isn't all that crazy as far as people like getting caught up in a tizzy over it. It's because those are pretty evenly matched teams that you know and the conferences you know and all that, but this is supposed to be about the 14 seed pulling the upset, and we haven't had that for like a couple years, it feels like. And now you get to this point where everybody says, hey, the Blue Bloods are better because they're better at basketball and it's a more entertaining watch, and I just disagree. And I think that applies to football, too.
Did you see that graphic where it showed the starting 5 for each team and the schools that the players were at a year ago? They're all different. I think the only one that was the same was Purdue. I think they had the same starting 5, but every other school, they'd come from somewhere else. It's the transfer portal. You don't know who's going to play on your team year to year. I mean, when are you going to have another case like Virginia, where Virginia becomes the first team in the history of college basketball to be a 1 seed that loses to a 16 seed? The next year, the same roster of dudes wins the entire championship. That's March Madness right there. That's a story. When is that going to happen again in the transfer portal, NIL era?
It'll be tough. It'll certainly be tough. But if that is your thing, those games are tonight, along with the opening to the MLB season. So a lot to get to today. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Also have that YouTube simulcast as well, as we are live on YouTube 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every weekday, along with that Altitude Daily that you can catch every day if you subscribe to Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Can also watch the show on Altitude Television. So many ways to consume this product. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Jokic hands it off over to Porter. Porter back over to Jokic and a three. Nope, head fake on the three. No look pass. Dog, two hands, Aaron Gordon. What a dish by Nikola Jokic. Jokic has it at the logo. Jokic goes to the left hand. Throws out top to Murray. Murray head fake, 2 dribbles and a floater. Good! Triple-double Nikola Jokic with 37 points. More importantly, Denver leads it by 10. 3 seconds left to go, 2-1, and there's the horn. Nuggets get up by as many as 15 points. They hang on to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. A 39-point triple-double for Jokic and the 7th career double-double by Christian Brown. Denver 127, Milwaukee 117.
You got your old pacifier back, your old trusty blankie. Nikola Jokic plays last night, and things looked easier on the offensive side. Now, still, in a game without Giannis, a game without Dame Lillard, I think that pretty close, but you get the win. You keep pace in the Western Conference, and Jokic drops a 39-point triple-double in his return to the lineup. Wasn't going to be perfect, I suppose, after him missing almost a week and a half, but you get the dub. I don't know. Vic, how did you feel after the game?
Pretty good. I think it's amazing that Nikola Jokic has been able to do what he's done playing off one foot. He acknowledged after the game that his ankle has been worse than expected, and he had to jump off his right foot for that dunk early in the game, he told me, and he said it's better now. It feels really good, but it's not all the way there yet. He's playing on one bad wheel.
Is he just acknowledging that it's not going to be better before the season ends
Pretty
no matter
much.
what?
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty much. With this kind of injury, it just keeps coming back, right? It's one of those things where you just got to lay off it for a while. But he looked rejuvenated, and then I could tell there was a moment in the game, if you guys go back and look at it, where I think he may have reoccurred a bit, and he winced.
Come on, man. Come on.
What's that?
So come on, man. I don't want to hear that, man.
Well, he still finished with 37, 10, and 10 off one wheel.
39.
I'm sorry, 39, 10, and 10. All right, I'm going to give you guys an injury, or I'm going to list something. You applied the player to the Nuggets starting 5. Here we go. You ready? Ankle.
Joker.
Ankle.
Murray.
No, that would be Christian Brown.
Oh.
Hamstring.
Murray.
No, that's MPJ. Calf.
Aaron Gordon.
Assorted.
Murray.
Yeah.
Assorted?
That's what they've got. Yeah.
Well, because
what does assorted mean? Like a
assorted
smorgasbord?
injuries.
You say no. I saw Jamal Murray's ankle last week go sideways.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
and so you said ankle. I saw his ankle go like this.
You're not wrong.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like that. See.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not wrong.
Right.
But I'm just saying that's what they're dealing with, and if they can get those calmed down for the playoffs, this is an 8-game stretch right now where you just wonder how hard you have to push with those things lingering. How hard do you push through that stuff to get a top seed? Or do you just rest everybody?
Well, here's the situation that you face. You're a game and a half back at the 2 seed. You're like, hey, we could grab that. You can get the 2 seed. You're also a game back at the 5. And that's also available. Because if you missed it yesterday, LeBron and the Lakers played Indiana. LeBron back in the lineup, and he gets a last, tenth of a second tip in for the Lakers to beat them. So them and Memphis both a game behind you. I want to get to something else with Jokic a little bit later in the show about maybe he's been dealing with stuff like this for years, and maybe his 100% is really just always 85% healthy, perhaps. But there is something to this, and we all know it. Jokic makes his teammates better, yeah. It's very clear, though, on the night that he comes back, that Christian Brown looks like Christian Brown again, and MPJ shoots 6 of 8 from 3.
Isn't that a coincidence?
Isn't that funny? Like Christian Brown, I know that our focus has been MPJ because he's been taking a lot of shots and missing a lot, and this is what he does. MPJ can go 6 of 8 in a game that Jokic isn't in, but it just certainly makes it easier for him. The one that I noticed was Christian Brown looked explosive again, where he was kind of just lost in the shuffle, it felt like, in the 5 games that Jokic was missing.
Well, because the floor opens up.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, when Joker's in there, the concentration is on Joker. And fast breaks open up, lanes open up, shooting alleys open up. The game opens up for these guys. And this isn't rocket science. MPJ is more open when Joker's on the floor. Christian Brown has more opportunities when Joker's on the floor. Now, the key is to keep Joker on the floor near 100%.
Yeah.
I still contend he's operating at 85%. He's not there yet.
But there's no reason. I know this about Joker. Joker's the kind of guy, I was trying to make this analogy earlier, and this is more like when I was a teenager and I was working at Walgreens. There's a couple of guys that were around my age.
How many Walgreens stories do you possibly have?
Well, this is going to make sense.
These are the guys who are going to rob you, and you said forget.
No.
Just so you know, I am pro Walgreens.
I'm a big Walgreens.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, I am too. Don't get me wrong, but
I'm a big Walgreens over CVS.
I put on the blue vest. I don't know what to tell you, Moj. I put on the blue vest when I was a kid.
I would love to do it.
Okay, I mean, be honest. Walgreens or CVS?
Walgreens, so much better.
100%.
So much better. I will say CVS pharmacies tend to operate a little bit faster if you need something from the pharmacy, but everything else about Walgreens, I'm in. I love how they just have a junk aisle. They just throw things in there like, I don't know, $3. Get these teddy bears out of here along with this athletic tape.
Yeah. They discount their gum.
Big
2
fan.
for $1.
But what I was going to get at was there was other kids around my age that Moj, they would show up and I don't know, we're making $8 an hour or something like that. And these kids would just go sit in the storage room somewhere, hide, take a 50-minute poop. And then there's other people that's like, I'm here. I'm going to work. And Jokic strikes me as the guy like, I'm not in Sombor. I'm in Denver. So I'm just going to play basketball, okay? If this thing isn't going to get better than what it is now, and it's something I'm going to have to deal with in a week anyway, then let's play basketball. Why not?
That's what it felt like last night to me, that he finally just said, you know what? I'm tired of sitting around. It may not feel 100%, but I'm tired of looking at these guys. I want to be.
I'm at the arena every night.
I'm here. I've got a haircut. I drove here. I used gas to get here. I might as well play.
You know, the way it was explained to me, do you ever have those chronic injuries? At our age, we're dealing with every day.
Right, here it comes.
That they hurt, but they don't necessarily get worse. There's only a level they get to, but they always hurt. You can always feel it. That's what it's like for him. He feels it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The rest, just let it calm down a little bit more, the nerves. But it's not going to go away anytime soon.
How do you fix it?
I don't know. Immense rest, I guess.
You don't have to. Do you have to get in there, or can you just chill?
I don't know the answer to that.
I thought you were a doctor.
Well, until I got my hands in there, I wouldn't know the answer. I would have to get my hands in there.
You fix it by off-season. Whatever the fix is, it comes in the off-season. It's not going to come now. Whether it's a procedure or whether it's rest, he's not getting a procedure, and he's not getting rest before the end of the postseason.
Right.
So, whatever. I mean,
it just sucks that you have to battle for a top 4 seed, because if you had some cushion, right? If you don't lose to the Bulls twice and the Wizards twice, if you have some cushion, think about that. That's 4 games with 8 to play. You would have an opportunity to rest some guys. But now you want home court. You're hankering for home court. You can't do it.
Yeah, well, it's just still so dang tight. I mean, it really is. I was talking to the Bear last night, too. We'll get into this coming up. The Dallas Stars won again last night.
We'll get into talking to the Bear.
No. But she goes, why do the Avs have to play Dallas? So what's the way it's set up? Well, what about the Nuggets? I said, well, it's just 1 through 8. Well, that's dumb. Why is the NHL do? I said, I know. I'll get into that in a little bit. But you want home court, and it's not getting any easier. Excuse me. The Nuggets, the Lakers, and Memphis, and I guess I'll include Houston in that, but there's only 8 games left, so you run out of time. Houston 9-1 in their last 10. They're 1 loss to the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this thing could jumble around, Vic, in the final 8 games easily.
A ton, yeah.
I mean, Memphis could vault to the number 3 spot. You could drop all the way to 5. I don't think you're going to 6. You're not going Clippertown, but you understand what I'm saying. You could be on the road.
Vic, am I allowed, and I don't feel this way this morning. I guess I kind of do. I'm a little bit peeved, I guess, that no Giannis, no Damian Lillard in that game was never really out of reach for the Bucks. They were always kind of there. You know, there's a minute and a half left, and it's a 5-point game. You needed like a dagger 3 from Porter to close it. You needed Jokic to basically decide, I'm scoring every possession here until the game ends.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you yesterday about Brook Lopez? Do you recall what I said?
He's big.
Yeah, he's big. But I said I always just go, and they got Brook Lopez.
Yeah, and Brook Lopez, and I told you he's a good player.
Yeah, and then Brook Lopez always seems to have one of these games against the Nuggets.
It's because he's good. He's a good player.
Hey, that question you pose, I asked Michael Malone. I asked two of the assistant coaches. I asked Nikola Jokic. I asked Peyton Watson. I asked everybody associated with the Nuggets. Why is it that this team, when it faces an opponent missing star players, why can't it throw the knockout punch? And the answer back is always the same. You know, in the NBA, the guy behind the guy is also very good, and they see it as an opportunity, and they increase their work ethic and their level of intensity, and sometimes it's even harder.
Okay, I get that, but they also aren't Giannis.
I'm just telling you what the response is. I'm telling you asked the question.
I
asked the
understand.
question. That's the response.
I'm just saying, like, you can take the biggest try-hard out there. He's not going to try hard enough to be Giannis Antetokounmpo.
But you know what it tells you?
Pat Connaughton was trying pretty hard last night.
But you know what it tells you? Maybe more of that game is try hard than we think.
Maybe.
The pass that everybody talks about. Everybody was talking about last night. The pass.
That's not try hard. That's just wizardry.
No, understood.
Yeah.
But the pass to AG for the dunk on the baseline. I love the shot. I don't know who shot it, who the camera guy is, down the court. But watching Lopez flash, to the sideline and the ball's just whizzing by him and he has no clue, that was a pretty good shot. I don't know who the camera guy was, Vic. Was it Brownie? I don't know who. Was it Steve Brown?
I'm not sure who was seated baseline.
Where do you get the balls to hit somebody with a spin move, and mid-spin you just flip it?
You reverse it.
You flip it blind over your right shoulder.
Watch Lopez. Now watch Brook Lopez.
Well, stop right here. Stop right there. Hold it. Okay. At that juncture there, all right, he sees Aaron Gordon. It's not in the picture yet.
Yeah.
He sees Aaron Gordon flash down the baseline. He's coming down the baseline. So most people would just stop and then throw Aaron Gordon a lob, a dunk, whatever. But Joker's so good at this. He's done this so many times. I mean, thousands of times, that he decided, I'm going to add some flair to this.
Hang on, Nelly. Add some flair to it. But, Vic, there's not a window right now. In 0.2 of a second, there's going to be. And he knows that. But how do you even begin to be like, I'm going to put it here, past this guy's ear, when there's not currently a lane to throw the basketball at the moment?
I don't look at windows.
Because that guy there, Lopez, is either going to try to double Joker when he drives, or he's waiting for his man. Remember, he's guarding another man that's to the right of him. So he can't let that guy go. So he's sort of frozen there, and Joker knows it. This all happens in milliseconds.
He's moving because he thinks that Joker's going to do that, like dribble, penetrate, and then kick out for a three, so he's going to jump outside.
Yes.
So hit play, Nelly. And then you find this. He flipped it just over his head.
Look at Lopez's face at this point right there. So the ball is directly over Lopez's head at this point.
Lopez.
It's orbiting his brain. Lopez is looking to the perimeter like, what happened? Where are we? Where am I?
Which way did he go, George?
So hang on. Currently in this shot, Jokic has made a pass. There are three people in the shot, one tucked just behind Jokic that's barely visible.
Okay.
All three have their back to the basketball.
The pixelation of this, by the way, is we don't have very good def because Joker doesn't have a face now. It's smeared like he's in some sort of Matrix movie. This guy in the baseline doesn't look human, and Lopez has one eye really high and one eye is low.
Yeah.
Like, you know what this is?
No.
This is Steph Curry making a three and turning before the ball goes in.
Yes, it is. All right, continue, Nelly. So then, right on the money. Pause it again.
Now Lopez is looking toward the sideline.
Right. Still confused on where the ball is. It's Brook Lopez. He's like, wait a minute. He's looking at his guy. He doesn't have the basketball. He's looking around. He's like, where is it? And then it's Gordon with the flush.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
You know, that kind of connection and synergy that the Nuggets possess on the offensive end, and it's fun to watch, right? I wish they had that same connection on the defensive end. Because we talk all the time about defense. It's want to, it's try hard, it's hustle, it's just moving. A lot of it is also communication. And one thing I noticed yesterday, listening in on the huddles and them talking to each other, there are some communication breakdowns that occur that are very basic, very basic. You know, one guy's got to rotate over. The reason you see so many wide open threes for the Nuggets, wide open threes for the opposing teams, they're just not rotating quickly enough. They're not recognizing the rotations.
Yeah. No, that's right.
See, when he says communication breakdown, what's the first thing that pops in your head?
Difficulty talking to each other.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Some movie or song for you.
Yeah, that's also true. It's a two-headed monster for me personally. I see what you're saying, Vic, because the rotations are a little bit late. Again, when I'm talking about the game 2 games ago, where guys are getting back on defense, but they're not communicating, and there's a blow by, and you're like, no, whose guy was it? Was that your guy or was that my guy? No, I had my guy. Well, no, you didn't have your guy. I had my that kind of thing, and it can get frustrating, and that's why the Bucks put up 117 without Giannis and without Dame. I also think, Brett, of the very first Led Zeppelin album.
Okay.
Doesn't anybody else think about that?
Not really.
I'm the only one listening to this program when you say communication breakdown.
Yeah, we got to take a break. Man, we have to take a break. See, your music habits are getting me yelled at by our program director.
And they're getting out of hand.
Yesterday.
Moser, let's just go straight to the. You're getting out of hand with this.
So I'm getting people in trouble.
So I was yelled at for our break times because
we're missing our breaks
because at the end.
Everything that's ever mentioned on this show, you have to make a music reference about.
So here's what we're going to do. We come back. There's a new sort of wrinkle to our drop tournament, by the way, which is continuing today. We're in the round of 32. I got a new wrinkle. We're going to bulk these up. It's group play. Group play of the drop tournament next.
Guys, there are a few things in life that are more wonderful than intimacy. But if you're suffering from any form of erectile dysfunction and that harms your intimacy, it can have devastating effects on your relationship. Do yourself a favor. If that's you, if you're dealing with any of that, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, well, they're going to last you a long time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. It's successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Guys are getting themselves fixed. Schedule a consult today. Initial visit, only $99. Includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free, but it's going to work, and you're going to fix yourself, and you're going to be a lot happier. They've got an expert staff. You could be back in business immediately. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
right, we'll get to the drop tournament in a second, but some breaking news here. The Philadelphia Flyers, they have relieved Torts of his duties. Tortorella, again, on the market, which I'm sure he'll get picked up again because that's what happens with Torts. He goes to a job, he gets fired from the job, he gets picked up by somebody else to only have that happen again.
That guy's had a lot of jobs.
Now, how many has he had?
He's had a bunch of jobs. He's 66 years old. Do you think he's still going to get another job or look for another job? He did win a Stanley Cup championship with the Tampa Bay Lightning.
So he was Tampa, New York, Vancouver for a year, Columbus, and now Philly.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting, too, because if you talk to Eric Johnson, who didn't play a lot in Philadelphia this year, right? The Torts wanted to bring him back because he's a great guy in the room. He can mentor the young defensemen and so on and so forth. They're trying to grow young guys. And Torts had a bit of a meltdown after the latest loss. They gave up 7 goals in back-to-back games, and he essentially he let it out like, what's the point? Why am I even here? That kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And so, naturally, they let him go. But Eric Johnson really enjoyed playing for John Tortorella. He's an old-school type of coach. He's a no-nonsense kind of guy. I think that he probably lets his emotions get the best of him sometimes. But he, if you ask Eric Johnson, he really enjoyed playing for him, that he was a good coach, smart guy, and, maybe that's what it takes. You need a veteran kind of player to play for Torts, and young guys just don't get it. I mean, they had a problem earlier this year with Matt by Mitchkov, their prize rookie, got scratched, and there were problems. Did he really want to play for Torts and all this kind of thing? And there you go.
Well, he's going to have a job immediately in broadcasting if he wants to, right?
Oh, absolutely. He
Yeah.
can do whatever he wants, yeah. And he'll be very popular.
So here's how it's going to work. A little bit different with the drop tournament this year. What we're going to do, we're going to spend today in the Vic and Moser regions. So we're in the round of 32.
Oh, I forgot we were doing this.
We're going to do a World Cup-style group play. So we're going to pit 4 of these drops against each other. Cut the fat, get straight to the Elite Eight after
Okay,
this.
sounds good.
So the first 4 that we have banked together will be in the Vic region to start. It's going to be a 1 seed, a 9 seed, a 12 seed, and a 4. So let's start with the 1 seed in the Vic region. What is that, Nelly?
Then you got the opposing reliever, Black Torch, crying about the ball. I called him Black Torch. I know his name. When Black Horse, what's his name? Black House?
I think it's Fairbanks.
Still one of my
Such a
favorites.
that was a great day.
So
That was a great day.
That is one of the 4. The next of the 4 is the 9 seed in the Vic region, which is
Babe
Here's
Ruth
what I
hit.
think about your stat, Moj.
Oh, God.
Doesn't sound like you got anything in there, dude. Sounds like you're just
Oh,
blowing
man,
your
I've been
brains
blowing
out. You had no snot. You may have had polyps, but you had no snot.
also in the same grouping here is the 12 seed, which is
If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas.
And by the way, if you listen at the end, you can hear a guy in the background going, I'll take it. I tried to boost the audio here.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Well, hey, you remember, Kaner, you were there. I gave those underwear away in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was. It was quick. And then the final of the group stage of this, God, this is tough, is the 4 seed of the region, which is
And you know Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
So all 4 of those will be up at Brett Kane Radio. You choose the best of the 4. That moves on to the Elite Eight.
I think the attachment of Gabriel's actual voice in response to that makes it elite.
It is good. Yeah. All of those are good. So we'll have that up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter shortly. Now, guys, we've made it. It's MLB opening day today. Not for the Rocks, but for a lot of the MLB, it's opening
Can you
day.
help me understand why the Rocks and
I don't
Rays
know.
are the only teams not playing?
Nope. Don't get it at all. Don't understand it.
You're a reporter. Can you ask the question to somebody that may have the answer?
Don't have all that much interest in the answer. It's just, it's not happening. Okay, so they don't play today.
You don't care about the why?
I mean, I don't really care why. They just aren't.
Cool, Carl.
So their first game is going to be tomorrow, but for most of the MLB, it starts today, which always leads me to, opening day of any season. I like to just kind of peruse and see what teams over-under win totals for the season are. So the Rockies,
you enjoy that, do you? That's like a hobby of yours?
Yeah, I just like to see
okay.
where teams stack up, who they think is going to be good, who's not. So even though the Rockies don't play today, if you guys had to guess, the Rockies over-under win total on Circus Sports is what?
I would say 62.
Let's see. So I would say their over-under is 60.
It's 59.
Oh, my God.
They have it at 59.
You're kidding.
I do think that's low. I would bet the over.
That feels low to me, and I'm not trying to be.
I don't think they're losing 100 games again this year.
I think if their pitching staff stays healthy, that alone will help them.
That's it. Like, they got Marquez back. They got Senza back. They got Freeland. They got Gomber's on the IL for now. But
who's worse than that? Is there anybody worse than that?
There is.
It's got to be like, I don't know. Is it Miami, or what do they call themselves now? Miami?
You having trouble saying Miami?
No, but I always want to say Florida Marlins. I always want to say California Angels, but
it is not them. They are at 61.
What are the A's at?
The Oakland A's.
Well, they're really just the A's, Sacramento A's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're the Las Vegas Athletics of Sacramento.
They're at 73.
It's got to be like the White Sox.
The Chicago White Sox are not only the lowest over-under win total in the MLB this season, they're the lowest over-under win total in MLB history.
Speaking of the White Sox, looks like they can't be seen in the Chicago market. Same stuff that was going on here for years.
Did you hear what I said about them, though? It's the lowest over-under win total in the history of the MLB before a season starts.
It can't be, because when the Mets were an expansion team, they stunk.
It's in the last 35 years, and they've been keeping track of this.
Okay, then I get that.
It's 53.5.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
By the way, that number, 53.5, is 12.5 better than their win total to end of the season last year.
Wow.
So imagine being an odds maker, and you had a team that won 41 games last season. Where the hell do you begin to put a win total at that you feel comfortable with?
Moj.
Like, as bad as 53.5 is, you're saying they're improving by 12.5 wins.
Moj, if you can name 3 members of the Chicago White Sox.
I cannot. Don't even waste your time. I cannot, nor do I care.
All right, baseball guy?
I couldn't do it. That's how bad Chicago is.
I couldn't care less, and I could not do that, no.
I know you couldn't care less. I'm just...
Well, I'll tell you what. If you go down the White Sox roster, I will say, oh, I know that guy.
Okay,
but I don't know that they're there right now.
Ozzie Keane is no longer associated with the team.
He hasn't been for some time.
I know, but he's an analyst. He was an analyst doing games.
He's an analyst on their TV network.
Okay.
But yes, Vic, he is not part of the roster anymore. Has not been for a while.
He's not in the infield anymore. Okay, he's not there. All right. That eliminates that person. Is Bo Jackson part of the roster anymore?
No, he is not.
Okay. All right. So he's not there.
The only guy that I just looked it up. The only guy I really recognize is Mike Clevenger.
Yeah?
Brooks Baldwin is on that team.
I just want to give you guys a number real quick.
Oh, my God, do they suck.
They're leading. No. Moser's right about this.
They suck.
Their leading hitter last year in batting average was Andrew Vaughn, their first baseman. He hit 246.
Oh, my God.
That was their leader in batting average, was 246.
Got to be kidding me. That's gross. What are you doing?
That's the number.
What are you doing?
This is a bad baseball team, dude. This is a bad... How many people do you think they'll have at the ballpark today for opening day for the White Sox?
Are they at home?
Yes. You think they'll sell it out?
I think there's a nostalgia and a tradition to opening day that even if you hate your team, you probably get out there to the ballpark.
Oh, I know Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah, Andrew Benintendi's on there. He hit 229 last year.
That's pretty good.
Is it?
No, it's not. Hey, when I lived in Chicago is when first of all,
We've been over this, by the way. The White Sox are the team that you want to root for. That's the blue-collar group. I don't want those hoity-toity Cubs fans.
No,
Those guys,
understood.
different breed.
100%
White Sox fans
agree
rule.
with you.
When I lived there, they were ushering in the new ballpark and tearing down old Comiskey. They were making the transition from one to the other. And they blew it, Vic, because the first of the new old ballparks was Camden Yards, right? That in Baltimore. That was the first of the old school but brand new ballparks. The White Sox just put up just a nah.
Not only did they put it up,
they put up just a stadium. I mean, they didn't. There was no thought process. Hey, why don't we get creative? Because Baltimore did, and obviously every ballpark since. Almost every ballpark, maybe not Cincinnati, but almost every ballpark has really kind of copied that, including Coors Field, obviously.
when they built New Comiskey, because I was in South Bend at the time when we go to baseball games, New Comiskey goes straight up in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like you're watching from the Sears Tower.
It was a junk ballpark the day the paint dried. I feel bad for them. They stink.
Just to let you guys, how's this for a stat? If they get to that 53.5 win total, let's just call it 54, which would be a 13-win improvement from their previous season. So they would finish the year 54 and 108, I think is what it would be. There would be 3 basketball teams this year, minimum, that would beat them in wins for a season.
Crazy. You know, I like to do this with baseball rosters because, again, we harken back to rosters of the 80s where we can name and identify so many players. I just want to identify. Tell me, have you ever heard of Josh Rojas?
No.
Have you heard of Jacob Amaya, the projected starting shortstop?
Yes.
You heard? You
Yes.
have? Okay.
I can't say that I have.
How about Miguel Vargas?
No.
Nope.
Michael Taylor? Michael A. Taylor.
Yes.
You heard of him?
No, I know Michael J. Taylor.
Luis Robert Jr.
Yeah, Luis Robert Jr. He's
Okay.
okay.
Corey Lee.
No.
Cam Booser.
No.
Mm-mm.
They're awful, though.
Your mom.
Yeah.
No, dude, I don't know these
It's with
guys.
a J, though. J-O-E-R. Your
mom.
Junior. Your mom, Junior.
Yes.
M-A-H-M, right? M-A-H-M. Your mom.
Yes. Mom.
Jorvit Mom, Jr.
By the way.
No, dude, I don't know these guys. They're terrible.
So it's opening day today for everybody except, I guess, the Rockies and the Rays. Whatever. Here's the other thing. CSU, who lost their head coach, Nico Medved, goes up north, and he takes the gig at Minnesota. And the question was, hey, CSU's had a pretty good run, couple of straight tournament appearances, got to win this year, like all that different stuff, right? What are they going to do? And I thought this was what they did yesterday was the most obvious thing to do. They promoted Ollie Farokhmanesh, and he is now the brand new head coach of the CSU Rams, which I think makes all the sense in the world.
That was a perfect hire.
Yep.
It's a great promotion. The guy's been there for 7 years. He's been around the program. He helped recruit a lot of those players. He helped develop a lot of those players. Hell, Nick Clifford credits Farokhmanesh for his development. He said when he got to CSU, his jumper was broke, and Ali Farokhmanesh helped fix it. So, yeah, that makes total sense.
I love it because he's the kind of look when you have a program that is continuing to rise, and you have somebody that's been sitting right there and has been a huge part of, as Vic said, the recruiting effort and knows the ins and outs of how they want to play, the style that makes them successful. It makes all the sense in the world. Promote that guy. Not to mention, I've seen interviews with him. He seems like a great dude just to be around, first of all. Obviously, he's got the cachet of being one of those darlings of the NCAA tournament, which that also continues tonight, by the way, which I want to get to in a little bit.
God, isn't it crazy how the tournament sort of takes a turn? That opening week, you're all excited, everything's into it, and then it's like, oh yeah, the tournament's still being played.
I think there's a bigger thing that surrounds it. That look, I'll introduce it now. We can talk about it more in a second. But what makes the tournament the tournament? What makes this event something that everybody's into?
Cinderella be invited to the party. And there's
the
nothing
lowest seed that's in this tournament is a 10 seed.
Yeah.
who is coached by John Calipari.
There's nothing there. I could not agree with you more. They've basically zoned out the Cinderella, and this is where we live now. This is how we live. They're gone.
I remember like over a decade ago, was it George Mason that made like the Elite Eight or something like that in a random year? It was a while back.
Every year it's somebody.
Well, not this year, and not really last year either.
Could have been CSU.
Could have been. But whenever you get to this point where there's still like some Cinderellas left, people are like, oh, yeah, that's really cute. It made for a fun couple of days. But you know what? I want to see the elites go against each other. It's like,
But
do you really?
But think about how much more interest level we would have in the tournament
Exactly.
if one of the local teams, I mean, if CSU were still alive, we'd be talking about the tournament every day for a lot, right?
But the local thing is easy. I'm saying, Vic, if you want to just grab the casual fan this deep into the tournament, once you get to the Sweet 16 and beyond, there's got to be some sort of like, hey, whether you think the team's good to watch or not, if you had a 14th seed, that to me is must-watch television tonight if they're playing in the Sweet 16.
Well, I mean, you want to see them continue on. You want to see them get as far as they possibly can. Can they get to the Elite Eight? I mean, that's pretty gripping, I think. But there's none of that going on right now.
Yeah. It's just kind of like, oh, it's Duke and Bama and all these 1s and 2s and 3s and 4 seeds. And it's like, all right. It's the same way I feel about the college football playoff. Like, people complain about why the hell would we let, who was the team from that won the ACC last year? Who was it? Who won the ACC in football last year?
I don't know. Boston College? No, who was it?
Okay,
it was the team
Florida
that just
State.
got to the conference.
Clemson?
The blue.
Oh, no, it was
Help me. SMU. Good
SMU,
Lord.
God.
SMU made, and they're like, why do I have to watch SMU play in this? And to me, I'm like, because it's part of the fun is to see if a team like that can stack up or not. That's what this is about. It's why we love the tournament. It's the same thing. And when those teams get eliminated and it's kind of same old, I get bored with it. Maybe it's just me. Again, we can get back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line back after this. All right, I got a question going back to Jokic for a second. Jokic has played in, I don't know, like 94% of his games over the last 5 years or some crazy number like that. So when he misses an extended stretch of time as he has this past week and a half, it's noticeable, more noticeable than most other players in the league.
By the way, that's the longest stretch of games in a row he's ever missed.
Right. And he has been the beacon of health and consistency and just being on the floor. My question's been this. Maybe he hasn't been healthy. Maybe he's just been playing for years. And I think there's probably something to that. I don't think there's ever a time in the middle of a season in which Jokic is feeling like totally great. Mm-hmm. But he's going to play. And he's always been that way.
He takes a lot of abuse during the game. You see it, right? But when he had that dunk in the first quarter, all right, and he jumped off his other leg, his good leg, I'll be honest, when's the last time you saw him get up like that in traffic?
Not very often.
Not so much.
He looked rejuvenated. He did.
But it reminds me of a couple of things here. And it's something that kind of hit me when I was listening to MPJ in the postgame when he said this.
During the stretch that certain guys have been out, there's definitely been games where I probably should not have played due to just little, a hamstring tightness or, an ankle. But especially when there's some guys out, I think it's important that if you can be out there, to try to be out there. I think some of those games I did struggle a little bit, not being 100%. But I think it's important just to, when you can play. Everyone's banged up at this point in the season. And it's our job to take care of our bodies. But I think that I'm looking forward to this 3 days off and, feel really good going into the playoffs.
The guy that has always been tagged as your biggest concern about how many games he's going to miss has become your most consistent player within the lineup in MPJ. And he said that he has played through injury, and maybe that has something to do with his inconsistency this past month shooting the basketball. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the point to me is, that all stems from Joker. What he just said there is Joker. Vic, imagine MPJ is going through the exact same thing, the exact same sort of hamstring tightness, ankle problems, and he plays for the Clippers. He's not playing through those injuries when he plays for the Clippers. He's sitting because that's sort of what their group does.
But see, Nikola Jokic is good enough to play on one bad wheel. He's good enough on one bad wheel to give you triple-double-like numbers and still dominate games offensively. Where it hurts him, and you saw some of it again last night, and this is an issue that the entire team needs to address. He can be attacked in the pick and roll pretty easily when he's on one bad wheel.
Yeah.
Because he just can't jump off one side of his body. He can't jump off that side. It's hard enough as it is. But to attack Nikola in the pick and roll, they have to figure something out there because teams are pick and rolling the Nuggets to death.
Mm-hmm. Getting them out of position, that'll lead to some outside kicks for a three. It'll lead to a whole bunch of different things. Their defense is just, again, I don't want to harp on the defense over and over again just because I think it is what it is.
It's not going to change. We keep wondering about that.
Yeah,
we keep saying, when are they going to hone in? When are they going to focus? Well, there are 8 games left. It's done. I mean, it is. If you're going to win, if the Nuggets are going to win in the playoffs, they're going to have to outscore teams. They have to score 128 points.
Yeah.
I think it'll make for entertaining basketball. It may be frustrating basketball at times, but I think it's going to be entertaining. Hey, Vic, what was going on at the free throw line last night?
They just missed freebies. It was one of those nights. They just missed free throws that could have cost them, but
thank God it didn't, but they shot like what?
Yeah, let's see. I've got the
50%. It felt like they shot
13 of 22. They missed 9. They shot 59% from the free throw line.
Yay.
You know what's crazy about last night? Just go back to defense. If I told you that the Nuggets hit 16 threes, 16 of 37 for 3, that's 43%. You're thinking to yourself, okay, they blew out that opponent because that's a good number.
Pretty good number.
Nuggets.
Yep.
It's a good number. But guess what? Milwaukee also shot 16 of 37.
Yeah. This is going to have to be their MO, and it does make me nervous. If your strategy to win in the postseason for really any sport is we're going to outscore you, you're playing with fire.
Why do I have this? I've got this piece of me that still is hoping, maybe not thinking, but I'm hoping, Vic, that they're going to ratchet things up defensively when the postseason rolls around. That, yes, that switch will be flipped. The script will be flipped. Everything will be flipped.
Because that's the hope.
What and I guess I'm resting on that hope.
Yeah.
I don't want to think that they have to put up $130 per night to win in the postseason. I'm hoping that when these guys who have been there, done that, this group of veterans says, all right, let's go, then they're going to go. That's what I'm hoping.
So tomorrow night.
And, that's just whistling by the graveyard because I know it's not going to happen. I know it's not.
Well, you could get opposing teams that maybe get a little bit tighter in the postseason and miss some shots, but I don't think it's going to be because the Nuggets just have an extra gear to their defense that we haven't seen all year.
So tomorrow night, the Nuggets are going to be hosting the Utah Jazz. I want you guys to consider something, all right? First of all, the Utah Jazz have lost 13 of 14 games. 13 of 14. Chew on that. They've got the worst record in the Western Conference. Chew on that. They play the night before. They're playing Houston tonight. And then they have to travel to play Denver tomorrow night. So it'll be the second game of a back-to-back. Chew on that.
Yeah, it's three things we're chewing on right now.
They want to lose. They want to lose. You still chewing? If there's ever a game that should feel like a layup, it should be that game. Until you consider this.
Oh, God, here we go.
The one team they beat after losing 13 of 14, the one team they beat, the Washington Wizards is the team they beat.
The Wizards?
The Wizards.
They beat the Wizards.
And guess what the Wizards did this year? They've beaten the Nuggets twice. So
that's a lot of transitive property stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. At the end of the day, I don't know what to do with that game. Should I be ultra confident?
Yes.
Should I be scared?
If there's one game you should be ultra confident in, it's the one where the team doesn't even want to win that you're playing against.
Who says the Wizards wanted to win?
Yeah.
Everybody's got a face. What kills me is these teams that come in like Utah. I saw Pat Connaughton last night, your former Notre Dame Fighting Irish guy, Vic. And, yeah, he's an NBA player. You know Walker Kessler, the former Memphis guy?
I like Walker Kessler.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Have you seen his face?
It's a big face.
It's a big face.
It's a square face. How do I describe his face?
Big and square. You nailed it.
He's got a big, it almost looks like.
Yeah.
It's almost like
a
Conehead. Like a Lego face.
Lego's good. Yeah, Lego's good. Hey. Yep, he's got a lot of that.
Hey, speaking of faces, Vic, you're the only one that's part of this show that has been, I guess, honored and captured in paint or any sort of medium, right? Mm-hmm. Sculpture or whatever. Did you see Kylian Mbappe? I think that you and Kylian Mbappe, you guys are probably related somehow. Did you see?
Get that off.
Okay.
Do not get that off.
Off.
Get that on. Get that on.
So, Brett, have you ever been to a wax museum?
No.
Okay. Well, Madame Tussauds, you've heard of Madame Tussauds, right?
Yeah, I would never go to that.
In London.
Stupid.
It's a wax museum. Well, they did a wax figure of Kylian Mbappe, and it looks exactly like him. I mean, it's the dude, right?
You know what? Walker Kessler looks like the treasurer of a Southern fraternity.
Yeah.
His face. Anyway, so they unveil Kylian Mbappe's wax figure, and all I could think of, his reaction was, that would be Vic's reaction. You ready for it? He says this, wow, they've got the new France jersey, even the new boots. That's me. I love it. It's amazing. I'm so handsome. Oh, my God. You got That's him. He says, I'm so handsome. I'm so handsome.
Wait. I don't understand. Does he have his arm around the wax figure?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like he has his arm around himself.
Hey, let me tell you guys something. If you guys go to a wax figure museum, you're a loser. Okay? I don't understand the point of these things.
All right. Straw poll. Straw poll.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Get in on the text line, 303-504-0925. Now, I've never been, but if that's your gig, then that's your gig. I would never call somebody who wanted to go look at wax figures a loser because it's really kind of a museum.
Of what?
Of somebody
Of
that looks
people.
like a celebrity.
Like, if you wanted to see the statue of David, I get that. That's artwork that's lasted hundreds of years, and it's like that makes sense to me. You know what doesn't make sense? That looks like Elton John. Sweet.
303-504-0925. If you go to a wax museum, yes or no, are you a loser?
Yeah.
I think that's a bit harsh. Anyway,
It
Vic,
might be.
I know we got to get to break here, but I couldn't help but think of you, Vic, where you said, I'm so handsome.
I don't know what you're talking about. You took us on a ride there.
No, I did not. That's exactly what you said about your painting. You said it looks so good, it looks exactly like me. Look at my abs, I look great.
I'm very important.
Honey, do you want to go to the museum and see something that looks like Bruno Mars? Who cares?
I saw one in Italy walking down the street that looked exactly like Mike Tyson and exactly like Mother Teresa. That was in Rome, Jack.
Did somebody say, give me $30 and I'll show you more of these?
No, I just was walking. I didn't go in. I just saw them on the outside through the window.
I'm right on this. I'm correct.
Right.
We'll get to more of the drop tournament coming up here in just a second. Again, the group stage of this, along with some audio that I think you guys are going to very much
If you go
enjoy.
to a wax museum, you're a loser. That's
Moral
man.
of the show today. Back after this. I just figured out why in my head I can't get past the wax museum thing. It's like people who would wait in line to take a picture with a cardboard cutout to me. It's the same thing. Put your arm around it. You're like, hey, look at it. It's like I'm taking a picture with Elvis, but I'm not.
The who? The her.
Anyway.
We got a text here, Vic.
Was calling people who go to wax museum losers a step too far? Maybe. But it's the way I feel. I have a few other words.
Here's one, Vic, from the 6303. I went to one in Vegas. I felt like a loser. I agree with Brett.
I went to one in L.A. on Hollywood Boulevard or whatever they call that, where the Hollywood squares are, the stars.
Oh, that's another ridiculous
the Walk of
Fame? I've been to L.A. once when we went on the Chargers
We
game
remember.
thing.
You thought the Rocky Mountains were sitting perched right over the L.A. skyline.
And Jesse's been there multiple times. I was just kind of trusting Jesse to take me to the right spots. And it was the kind of LA trip I wanted. I got to ride
all the touristy stuff.
I got to ride a bike on the beach, went to Venice Beach, hit up a couple of breweries, hit up a couple of restaurants.
You got to go walk around Pasadena, eat a round table pizza.
We went to the observatory, which I thought was cool.
Yeah.
I like that. That was it. If he said, oh, by the way, next step, I'm going to take you on the Walk of Fame and be like, yeah, you can do that by yourself.
Hey,
I'm not going to do that.
Speaking of whack jobs, remember when Moser wanted to go to the tar pits for some reason?
Oh, yeah, that was another one, Moser. Like, you said tar pits. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, sign me up. Let's check out some tar.
I'm the only one who likes to get knowledge on this show. I'm the only one who wants to increase my depth.
Because not a day goes by where I don't awake and say, I got to give me some tar.
It ain't about the tar, you dip. It's about the animals and about the history. It's about the saber-toothed cats that are gone.
That's fine.
Mammoth.
No, that beach was totally cool with
fine.
me.
Sounds
Totally
good.
cool. All right, let's get to our next round of the drop tournament here real quick as we continue in the Vic region. Remember, this is group stage today. So we're pitting 4 against each other, and you choose the best one. So our last matchup here in the Vic region is going to be a 6, a 3, a 7, and a 2. So starting with the 6 seed, the 6 seed is?
I'm an old man without a prostate who sat in a gym with my brother rebounding. I don't care about those. Stop it.
I don't know what's funnier, that Vic said he yelled, I'm an old man without a prostate, or that he was so angry because somebody said, Dude Perfect did that in 5 shots, and you get mad about Dude Perfect.
Yeah, I get unreasonably mad about Dude Perfect. I'm anti-Dude Perfect.
I am too, actually. Those guys have jumped the shark. Enough. That goes against a 3 seed, which is?
I got to pick the gelato cart. That was exciting.
That's just a classic.
Also, I got a cappuccino guy. He's serving coffee, so that's pretty cool.
I don't know why I got to pick the gelato cart. Is so funny to me, but it is. I don't know.
Well, that's cousin Mike and his wedding that was scheduled at the exact same time as CU-CSU.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still married, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Going on a good 6 months.
Okay, because I would figure that if you schedule your wedding on the CU-CSU date at the exact same time, you got to be divorced within 6 months. You have to be.
Well, another one in this group of 4 is the 7 seed, which is?
I got to wish my baby boy a happy birthday today. It's his birthday, and I promised I'd wish him a happy birthday, okay? My beautiful baby boy, who's now 26 years old.
And then finally, the 2 seed, which is?
When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
So all those will be up at Break Kane Radio on Twitter shortly. Before we get to some hockey stuff, Moj, I got some audio I would like to play. And it's just, speaking of hilarious, I didn't watch this because I wasn't going to subject myself to whatever the hell this hour was. But you guys remember the LeBron versation from yesterday on the Pat McAfee show that they were hyping up? So in the middle of this, they start talking about what basketball always becomes about, which is, oh, yeah, well, how would this guy rank if he played in 1990? Oh, yeah, would Jordan be able to play in 1960? It's always about this. And LeBron, attempting to be a voice of reason maybe in this conversation, says, you know what, guys? Stop comparing eras and give every era of basketball their respect. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Respect every respect every era of basketball. And right after he said that, he said,
You trying to tell me Giannis wouldn't be able to play an NBA game in the 70s?
Handshake. He wouldn't be able to do it.
Giannis,
Yeah, neither would you. Neither would you.
Giannis Antetokounmpo would have 250 points in a game in the 70s. 250.
Is that Kuzi? When was Kuzi playing?
Kuzi's 50s.
Dude, Kuzi's
Like,
locking up Giannis, brother.
He's saying 70s, not 50s.
And that's no disrespect. Like, it's no disrespect, but like, seriously.
Yes, it is. I think what I just heard was disrespect.
no, that's respecting eras, of course.
I mean, respect every era, but you know what? The 70s sucked. I mean, come on, dude.
Let me see you go to the hole against Moses Malone and see what happens.
Oh, my God, dude. You go to the hole. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Let me see you try that thing where you go the full distance of the court and try to dunk on people. Try that against Moses Malone when the rules were much more liberal back then and see what happens to your face.
Can I give what I believe is the correct answer here? Is that LeBron would be fine. And if Moses played in 2020, he'd also be fine. And they'd both be really good players.
Training regimen changes. Everything changes. You know, you're right. The generational arguments are dumb because today's athletes are very, very arrogant. They think we're better than everybody. Yesterday's athletes are the same way. No, you're not as good. But guess what? If you ask LeBron 50 years from now, if I took one of the NBA players 50 years from now, put him back in the league today, would they dominate you guys?
Oh, no, not at all. No,
Isn't that advancement, right?
Time, yeah.
Isn't that advancement 50 years from now? Isn't that the same damn thing?
Sure. Yeah.
Listen, we've all
It's the
seen
same thing
it.
in baseball. If I put Aaron Judge on the field in 1895 with Pebbly Jack, he's Pebbly jacking 85 home runs a year.
Len Dawson.
I mean,
I'm sure he is. Hey, Vic.
How do you conflict yourself so quickly? Yeah, you don't judge generations. By the way, Giannis would have 250 points.
Respect every era, but in fairness, if I played in 1974, I'm a god amongst men. It's just the truth.
Listen, Vic,
I
how many
respect
times
them.
did we see? Let's go into the 80s now. This is where Vic Lombardi cut his teeth on NBA basketball. How many, throughout the entire decade, let's say 1981 through 1990, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many guys were clothesline going to the hole?
I mean, this happened in the 90s, but do you remember the incident where Isaiah Thomas was in Utah and he took an elbow to the face from Karl Malone and he had 47 stitches up his face?
Yep.
And he got up.
Brett, guys would clothesline guys. I mean, literally, exactly what you're thinking. I mean, these guys were mean. Bob Lanier, guys like Bob McAdoo, these are old school guys, but they were mean, man. They were mean players. Yeah. And they would actually hurt you on purpose.
Yeah.
So it's a different era.
There's an old line
Could
that says, no blood, no foul. Where did that come from?
Could Dr. J play today? Absolutely he could.
And he would score 250 points a game.
Yeah, Pete Maravich, I mean, come on, man. Hey, by the way, I just saw, what was that stat? That the most 30-point games in the 1980s, you know who was number one? Alex English.
Alex English led
271 30-point games in the 80s, man. Could he play? Could Alex English play today? You're damn right he could.
Well, which goes back to my original argument, and it really ticks me off. Remember when the NBA came up with its top 75 players for its 75th anniversary? Remember that?
Yes.
And Anthony Davis made that list. And I just are you kidding me? That's so stupid. Go back and look. I'm not sure. Did Alex English make that list? All Alex English did was lead the entire league in scoring in the decade of the 80s. A decade. An entire decade where you lead the entire league. This is a decade that produced Larry Bird. Julius Erving played in the 80s. Magic Johnson played in the 80s. Kareem played in the 80s. And Alex English trumped them all.
No, I don't think he's on this.
No, Alex English is not on there. The only
that is so embarrassing.
Think about that for a second.
That's just so
Think about
it's
that.
so embarrassing.
Anthony
for the league.
Davis is on a list of the top 75 players of all time, and a guy who led the NBA for an entire decade is not. How is that possible? That just goes to show you how we live in the present. We don't respect the history of the game.
Are you cool with Dame? Dame was 75.
No, he shouldn't be on the list either.
Nope.
No. Hell no. No way. No chance. There's no chance Damian Lillard is one of the top 75 players in the history of the league. No.
Brett, when you set that up and then you played that clip, the lack of self-awareness to me is just so off the charts. It's almost incomprehensible. You've got to respect. Listen, it doesn't matter. Jordan, me, Kareem.
I mean, think about that. If Alex English played for the Knicks and he was the leading scorer of the 80s,
oh my
how
God.
soon? He'd be top 20.
They'd have a statue outside of Madison Square Garden for him. It's unbelievable. I mean, you respect every era, all right? We can't compare it. But, I mean, look, if Giannis is in the 70s, those guys pretty much suck.
I respect all movies from all eras.
Yeah. By the way,
but if you don't count, if you can't talk and you don't have color, then you're not a movie.
Good get by McAfee to get LeBron on, and I did watch a good portion of that yesterday. I thought it was very interesting, very intriguing to hear them go deep like that on issues and topics. And LeBron, I thought, handled himself pretty well, except for a couple of those foibles. I do have to ask you this. He was asked about the Stephen A. Smith standoff that occurred. Remember when somebody captured that?
Yeah.
And Stephen A. Smith has since responded by saying if LeBron had touched him, he would have thrown. And you laugh when you hear stuff like that. What side are you? Are you team LeBron or team Stephen A. here?
I'm not team anybody.
But I mean,
okay, well, how about this, Vic? I'm team if Stephen A. even cocked a fist back, he would be thrown like Derrick Henry into the crust of the earth and pounded into a pile of rubble.
But did you hear what he had to say? Listen, I can't believe I'm talking about this because I
really
wanted to go.
don't give a
Yeah, I'm straight up JJ Redick on this. What Stephen A. said last week. Now he came back. Remember how he kowtowed and like, hey, I've got no problem with this. He says when talking about his son, I was talking about LeBron. He says, by the way, if he had put his hands on me, I would have clocked him. It would have been on, right? I mean, I'm like you guys are such phony. You're such phonies, man.
But which side are you on?
I'm not on any. I'm on the side. I don't care about either one of them.
No. Don't play. We're not doing this.
Okay, if I had to be on the side,
if you had to make a decision to defend
I would be on Stephen A. Smith's side.
Okay, Brett, which side are you on?
Because LeBron is the one who put his son in this situation. That's why.
Well, I agree that Stephen A. wasn't making fun of Bronny. He was making fun of LeBron.
Yes. I think LeBron sparked this whole mess for no reason. Stephen A. Smith went off on you, LeBron, not on your son, pretty much. You for putting your son in a position where he was going to get criticism no matter what. And LeBron didn't like it. And LeBron doesn't like to be punked. And that's ridiculous. So I'm on
nobody likes to be punked. But if you put yourself in a position to be punked, is that not on you?
I'm on Team Stephen A. from the source of the matter, right? The source of the conflict. And he was exactly right. He can criticize LeBron for that. It's not, he didn't cross any lines. That wasn't personal. That was, hey, dude, your Nepo baby got in the league because you're here. We all see it. You put him in a bad situation. That's on you.
I am pleading
with
LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this.
Okay, I agree with Stephen A. However, don't make the claim that you're going to throw on somebody that's 6'9", 250.
Exactly.
That would just look at you and you're 60 years old. Stop that.
Can I tell you guys something right now?
It's just so ridiculous.
I want you guys to understand this. If I felt disrespect coming from Vladimir Klitschko, he's going to get some of this. You understand?
Yes.
He's going to catch two right to the jaw.
Yes.
Hey, who do you think I am? I was thinking about this the other. If I disrespected like Hastings or Tyler Polumbus, and we went toe to toe, I would run and call my mom so fast. I would turn.
They couldn't catch you. I don't think either one could catch you.
I would call my mother.
Yeah,
on speed dial.
Pretty much. Yeah.
What's that going to do for you?
Have you met my mom? She'll beat your ass.
Hey, dude. The all-time shoe boomerang. The all-time
weapons, yeah.
She's got the variety of weapons. The wooden spoon.
So she
hold on, the ladle, Vic. The ladle.
She throws a 95-mile-an-hour slider with that thing.
So your mom, if it really got down to it, she's got a bandolier with wooden spoons and clogs that are in there. Got it.
Well, flips. I mean,
Flips.
a boomerang flip, dude, it'll take you out.
Avs and Kings tonight. Want to break a little bit of that game down with what to expect in this game. 8 o'clock again, by the way. 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, that's because it's on ESPN. We're not doing the game tonight on Altitude
How
Television.
many days off do you get, dude? My God.
I think I only have one more. I think it's the Vegas game. You know, I haven't done a game against Vegas in quite a long time.
I'm sure. We'll get to it next.
The month of madness is coming to an end. That's physically the month. But the madness of the deals at Silterhart Motors at Broomfield right now are continuing on, and they are awesome. Amazing deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there on the lot. Certified pre-owned means something. That ride is exceptional. If you're looking for a new ride for the spring and the summer, gosh, it's so warm outside yesterday. Going to be great today. Maybe you want the top off, sunroof, something like that. Now's the time to get it. Trust me. Shop online at sthmotors.com. Greg Larson and his crew are going to take care of you. Get to Silterhart Motors at Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield. Check it all out. See exactly what I'm talking about. They have tons of cars in captivity waiting for you. sthmotors.com at Silterhart. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Well, the 91 points that the Avs have so far would be good for second in the entire Eastern Conference, but they don't play in the East, they play in the West, and they play in a division which features 5 teams right now that could make the postseason and likely will. Tonight,
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's a lot of
Is
fun.
that the way you want it? Do you want it to be that tough? How would you, if you have your druthers, your preference, how would you like it?
Well, here's
You
what's...
wanna-
Go ahead, Vic.
You want to run away with it. I mean, the Nuggets faced it last year. Remember the division? The top 3 teams in the division were the top 3 teams in the Western Conference. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And I think at the end of the day, the fatigue of making that battling that, I think it caught up to them. So I don't like that. I would rather you just lap the field in your division.
Here's the good news. There's teams that had games in hand on you that virtually doesn't exist anymore, like Moser. Minnesota's lost 2 in a row. I think they're firmly in the rear view now. There's only a few games left.
If I had
and it would
my
take
way.
a collapse by the Avs to move out of that 3 and back into a wild card spot.
Right.
Now,
my question to you is this, real quick though, Vic. Why does the National Hockey League care so much about division wins and the NBA doesn't? The NBA couldn't care less about winning your division to get you a top seed.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Listen, Oklahoma
It's
City.
a tiebreaker. It's a tiebreaker.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
if the Nuggets and Lakers finished with the exact same record, they went 2-2 against each other. If they finished with the exact same record, the Lakers would have the tiebreaker based on the fact they won their division.
Okay. Well, I look at the National Hockey League right now, Brett. Sorry to stop you there. Right now, if I had my way, 1 through 16, which I would really enjoy. I mean, we're still worried about travel. I get that.
1 through 16?
Yeah, just open it up.
Open it up.
You're
1 through
talking about
16.
Not even conferences.
Screw it.
Okay.
If I had my way, the Avalanche would be hosting the Minnesota Wild in round 1 right this second, which I like because I think the Avs would smoke them. That's me. And again, you're talking about Minnie getting the rearview mirror. I hope that's the case. They've lost 2 in a row. They're 4-5-1 in their last 10. Avs are playing great hockey. I hope that would be the case. But the Avs would be a 5 seed overall in the league. A 5 seed right now, the Avs would be. And right now they're a 4 seed in their own damn conference.
Yeah.
A 3 seed in their own damn division. I mean, it's just, it's
Well,
listen,
fix your playoffs. Fix your playoffs.
Yeah, I'm a little bit whiny about it, Vic. I fully admit that.
Why are the GMs and the presidents and the government agencies of the NHL, why are they so tied to this playoff format?
I don't know. Gary Bettman is absolutely enthralled with it. The commissioner will not give it up. He said last week that he loves it.
Yep.
I don't love it. He loves it.
But it's about keeping pace. The Kings are no slouches. They got 89 points on the year, just 2 back of you. So this will be a tough one tonight, not to mention, as much as I just said, Mose,
dude,
like putting Minnesota in the rear view, I also think that Dallas is going to be almost impossible to catch, too. Got a game in hand on you, and they're up 5.
Yeah.
They were up 4-0 last
You're
night
stuck.
at Edmonton. They won last night at Edmonton. Jason Robertson had a hat trick. They had a 4-0 lead after 2 in Edmonton. Now, the Oilers scored 3 to come back. Their third goal was at the 18:35 mark of the third period, so there was only $1:25 left in the game, obviously. Wiped it out, did the Dallas Stars, and they won again. Do you realize the Los Angeles Kings coming into tonight, they have points in 20 of their last 24 games.
Wow.
They have 4 regulation losses in the last 24 games. They're 9-1 in their last 10. It's a good hockey club.
Making a push.
And guess who is getting the job done between the pipes for them?
Darcy.
Yeah, Vic, you rode with him on the fire truck. Darcy Kemper's playing well
He wanted
for them.
to fight last week, and they wouldn't let him fight.
Well, that was this week. A couple days ago.
Oh.
Yeah, it should be a really good game tonight with 2 teams that are super hot right now. What I'm always curious about, by the way, is if the Avs didn't have the injuries that they suffered early in the season, then what does their point total look like? If they didn't have to battle for virtually like 50 games to start the year with an inconsistent lineup where it was just a mishmash and a island of misfit toys the entire year, then where are they at points-wise? It would tough to be a lot better than what they're at right now, but I think it obviously would be. I don't know what they'd be at.
This is a hell of a matchup tonight. I mean, the Kings are playing really good hockey.
By the way, I was chatting with Nathan McKinnon at the Nuggets game last night. Nate goes to a lot of Nuggets games. So we're talking about his team and his play. And
there were a lot of people at that Nuggets. I saw Jeremy Bloom on the post game.
Yeah.
I saw Jake Plummer on with you on the post game. What were you doing wearing a cowboy hat, by the way?
Dude, that's a repeat. That was like from weeks ago.
Oh.
Jeez.
That's my bad.
Boomer.
I don't. I just had the channel on. I walked by. I really couldn't tell. My bad.
What were you doing working for Channel 4?
Okay, Boomer.
How was the news last night?
Anyway, so I'm talking.
I saw you on Channel 4 yesterday. What were you doing for that?
Talking to Nathan McKinnon, I said, dude, that goal you scored where you just sort of stopped. He goes, you don't understand how tired I was. I was so exhausted. I just wanted to get off the ice.
Too tired to celebrate?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I understand
Yeah.
how tired he was. You could see it in his body language. He scores the goal, he just stands there. Even before he scored the goal, he couldn't move.
No, he probably wanted to
sleep. If that puck went anywhere but right to his tape, he's not moving. He's just, you know what I mean? There's nothing happening.
Isn't that crazy, Gator? I mean, because we haven't played hockey. That's a 2-minute spurt. How long was that shift? How long was that shift?
$1:53 for him.
1 minute.
It only ended a minute 53 because he scored.
And by the way, there was no stoppage.
Right.
The only time that he ever really got a rest is when he's gliding to the bench, and he's not even gliding, but he's going to get a new stick from Donnie White and then come on back into the zone. It's crazy. I mean,
it's a minute 53 of it's 100% exertion, except for that gliding part to get a stick, where you're going as hard as you can. He just wanted to lay down at that point.
I know. What if he did? Just lay down, scored a goal like a cat hits a ball. Like,
yeah. Screw it. Yeah. Hey, Brian texts in. He says, hey, people only whine about the playoff situation in the NHL when they don't win their division, LOL. So that tells me that he's a fan of some other team, right? Overall, listen, the Avalanche, they're on a collision course with the Dallas Stars, and you're probably starting in Dallas. Dallas won't slow down. They've won 3 in a row. They've got a 5-point lead on you with a game in hand. All you can really do if you're the Avs is just take care of your own business, get over 100 points and so on. But no matter what happens in that first round, can the Avs win starting on the road in Dallas? You're damn right they can. All they need to do is win one game. They get the home ice advantage back. No problem.
Yeah,
but Vic, I will say this. If the Avs beat the Stars in round number 1, I'm going to be still angry for the Dallas Stars fans because they shouldn't have to play the Colorado. I just told you it's 2 of the 5 best teams in the league right now. 2 of the 5 best teams point-wise in the National Hockey League, and even better than that because of what they've done at the deadline. And one of them is going to be knocked out in the first round. That's BS.
Here's the major disadvantage.
That's terrible.
To having a series like that, and you can make the argument that's what happened to Minnesota last year in the NBA second round. When you have a series that with 2 teams just dogfighting, the exertion required to win that series could hurt you in the following series.
Sure. I mean, no playoff series is easy. Even when the Avs were going 16-4,
I don't know, dude. The Western Finals were pretty easy. They swept that. Isn't that amazing? Both the Nuggets and the Avs in their Western Finals just said, we're good.
Well, it was still hard. I mean,
I know, but still, we got it. 4-0.
Cogliano's broke his hand all up and everything. I mean, it was still a mess, and it was still maximum exertion against the Edmonton Oilers in that Western Conference Final, but they won in 4. But I mean, it was still difficult. I mean, think about the St. Louis Blues series. You won in 6 games to advance on to the Western Conference Final. It's the Darren Helm goal, dude, with 6 seconds. It's like, 4 seconds left, 6 seconds left is what it was to win the series. I mean, if that goes to overtime and the Blues win, right? A lucky bounce off a tailpipe, all of a sudden you're back home for Game 7 and then anything can happen. It's still very difficult. I just laid it out for you. I don't think it's right. Who thinks that that's right? That 2 of the top 5 teams in the league
you're not
have to play
it,
each
though,
other.
Moj.
I know, but who thinks it's right? I don't. I personally don't.
No, I think that's silly. I've maintained this, though, that I think in sports, winning divisions or something like that, if you want to make that count for something, I'm totally cool with that. But the matchup that you have, that you're talking about, that doesn't make sense. Like in the NFL, the one that we were discussing, was it last week, where there was a proposal to change based on record, not by division, on who gets home playoff games and stuff like that and where seeding is. And I was cool with it because I'm like, if you want to make winning the division matter, I'm fine with that. But having two of the best teams match up immediately to start a playoff thing is really ridiculous. Really dumb.
It would be equivalent to this. It would be equivalent to...
Because you would think that builds anticipation, right? For the better teams as the playoffs go on.
Just the way I'm saying it, you have two of the top 5 teams in the NHL. One of them is going to be eliminated. It would be the equivalent of having Kansas City and Buffalo play in Wild Card Weekend, and somebody's knocked out in the NFL.
Yeah.
But if you go 3 through 5, just the league rankings last year, it'd be Philly and Buffalo in the first round, and one of them is gone. So, I mean, would that make any sense to you whatsoever?
Do they do that?
It's stupid.
To try and not have a divisional matchup for like a conference final? Is that their way of trying to like avoid that as best they can?
No, because we've had divisional matchups for conference finals in the past in the National Hockey
I
League.
know,
but
and what's so wrong with that?
The damn Avalanche beat the Blues. Well, they weren't in the same division at that time. In 2001, they weren't in the same division. But I mean, it's you've had it. But my point is, the league wants rivalry. They're all about this rivalry thing. So yeah, let's get these teams inside the division.
It's division rival night. Yeah, I mean
the league is they're really hyped up. After they came back from the lockout, the lost season, you realize you played your division rivals like 8 times per year.
Did you know?
It was just bizarre.
Did you know in the 2020 season you played your division rival 900 times in a row that season? You guys remember
don't
that?
answer this question out loud. Don't answer.
Actually,
just think it real quick. Don't answer because the whole rivalry thing is so misconstrued because I think everybody might have a different rival. Right now, if you had to identify the Avs' chief rival, the biggest rival, the one that gets your blood boiling, don't blurt this out. All right, don't blurt it out. Have the image in your mind. Who is the one despicable opponent that you always want to beat, that you can't stand? Who is the rival of the Avalanche right now? Go ahead, Brett, you first.
No, let Mose go first.
All right, Mose, go
first.
Well, Minnesota's inside the division, but I don't.
All right, that's it. That's it. Don't stop talking.
Okay, well, I want them to.
Stop talking.
I don't like Vegas. Vegas.
Well, then answer Vegas. Why did you say Minnesota? It's Vegas. I said the same thing. It's the first thing that comes to mind. It's Vegas. It's the horn. It's the PA announcer. It's all the song and dance in Mark Stone's face. It's all of it. It's Vegas.
No.
Do you realize, Brett?
It's different for me.
Brett, do you realize the speaker system?
Oh, I hate Vegas. There's plenty of teams I hate. No, not for me. You can't tell me who I hate the most.
All right, who is it?
The St. Louis Blues and Jordy Bennington,
you're so
dumb. They can get wrecked.
It's just you're dumb. See, you're dumb.
Wrecked.
You lose your rights.
What do you mean?
Nelly, take his rights away. He loses his rights to identify a rival.
Just a couple short years ago, one of the
Avs lost your rights today.
Just a couple short years ago, one of the Avs players needed a police escort to get on the ice. I think that's a pretty heavy rival in my book.
You just lost your rights.
But I'll say this.
Do they need police escorts in Vegas? Didn't think so.
The PA system in that arena in Vegas, it makes me have to pee.
The answer is Vegas. And anybody who thinks otherwise,
do you understand?
You're not paying attention.
Where the speakers are positioned and then flowing out toward the press box, the sound waves penetrate your body. They make you have to urinate. Do you understand that?
Yeah, well.
And then when the guy is screaming, I mean, literally screaming, and his voice makes me have to urinate, I don't like it.
The look of Jordan Bennington makes me want to do things,
Connor, if you're listening right now, you call in. Connor, you let me know.
And
we'll call in.
If it's not Vegas, Dallas would be second in my book.
I was going to say Dallas is coming in hot and heavy on the text line.
It's not Minnesota. It's not. I know every one of you. It's not. It's not Minnesota. It just doesn't feel like it. St. Louis is far-fetched. It's stupid.
No, it's not. It's not stupid.
It's stupid.
If you go to that arena and you're up with me and you have a couple of beers in you, you will pee yourself.
Okay.
It's not fun. It's unpleasant. The whole thing's unpleasant.
I mean, you got Mark Stone's face.
I got Jordan Bennington's face.
Nah, dude.
Bennington is far worse than Mark Stone. I will not hear another argument against it. Not another one. Shut your mouth. I'm right.
I've been to games in St. Louis. I've been to games in St. Louis. I've been to Avs games, playoff games. I've felt it. I've seen it. I understand it. I know it.
At Binnington's
It
face.
is nothing like the scene in Vegas.
Well, hey,
it's not even close.
Let's get another voice here. I believe this is a huge super fan of the show who wants to weigh in. Caller, what's your name there?
Yeah, sorry. First time, long time. It's Alex or Raj.
Hey,
fellas.
buddy. How are you?
In what world do none of you choose the Dallas Stars as the main rival for this hockey team with Mikko Rantanen, Matt Duchene, a double overtime ousting from last year? They come into Ball Arena, they scream the word star 17 times during the anthem, and Dallas doesn't come out of your mind?
It's
What is
Raj.
happening?
I said it was right behind
annoying.
Vegas.
It's really annoying, Raj, but I think what you're talking about, I think once this first round series is complete, then I think that then you're correct. As of right this second, I don't feel that way. Not right this second. But following this series, I fully expect with Duchene and Mikko over there and the Stars and the heavy metal and all that stuff, I fully expect you to be correct in about a month.
The green that they have on those uniforms is the most hateful green in all of sports.
Raj, you make a great point, and I don't dismiss it. I just there's some affinity for the something about Vegas in my brain that just clicks. Dallas is certainly right there. By the way, you're really good. You should do your own radio show.
Monday through Friday, 10 to noon, right after you guys get on.
You're on your way in?
I am. I'm sitting in traffic on 25.
All right, cool. Get on in here.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Raj.
Bye, buddy.
Get off the damn sports radio.
Yeah, it's not important to your family. Get it together. All right.
It's a loser situation.
More of the drop tournament to get to in just a second. Again.
Who is that woman? We got to
Well,
find
she
out
was
who
going to
she
take
is.
him for $2 million in a divorce.
That's
she did
true.
say that.
Yeah.
Kings and Avs tonight, 8 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this. All right. Let's continue in the Moser region of the drop tournament as we are doing a group stage for this. So we're going to bulk these things in 4. The winner's going to go directly to the Elite 8 of our drop tournament. So in the Moser region, we have a 1 seed, an 8 seed, a 5 seed, and a 4 seed all going against each other. The 1 seed is
the true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy here. See,
I mean, just insane growl.
See,
that freaks me. I vomit-inducing is what that is.
How did that come out of my body?
It's so loud.
This is a great question. How does the sound wave escape your body? See, I mean, I understand like orifices and whatnot, but how does that come out of my tummy? How can you hear it?
I'm gonna tell you, your stomach's going, hey, what are you doing? You're jamming me with all these freaking burritos, ribs. You're swallowing the juice from that Copenhagen. I mean, ease up a little bit.
You sound like all of that is a problem. Hey, but my body's like, hey, I'd like some ribs. Okay, you got it, baby.
I like this bit from Vic, though, where he went like full Brady Bunch and he looked up at the camera. It looked like he was looking at Nelly above him or something. That also in this grouping is an 8 seed, which is
Cannon was in overtime. Feliz Navidad. Baby. Feliz Navidad. Feels good to win, doesn't it, Mose?
Also in this is a 5 seed, which is...
This is Calvin DeHaan, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What that thing do?
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 Outstanding. Just a wide array of Avalanche players saying what that thing do.
This one, by the way,
one of those is Gabe.
This was Jonathan Drew, and he really put some spin on it.
What that thing do?
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
Oh, he did.
Way to go, Drew. That sounds awesome.
And then finally a 4 seed, which is...
Every jackwagon is going, yay, Skeens! Skeens! Screw you! It's like a daily occurrence. Oh, you wiped your own butt. Great. Standing ovation.
What was that about?
That was about the Cardinals fans giving Paul Skeens a standing ovation for going, 6 1/3 scoreless innings at the Cardinals stadium?
How self-demeaning. That is the biggest self-own in the history of baseball. God, I mean, those people are pathetic. Hey, St. Louis Cardinals fans, you are pathetic. Everybody who was at the ballpark that day who gave Skeens a standing ovation for 6 2/3 scoreless, you're pathetic losers. Yay, Skeens!
Skeens has been named the starting pitcher.
Dude, a guy comes into your ballpark and mows you down, and you give him a standing ovation, you suck. You are self-owning like ain't nobody ever did before. It's an embarrassment to the entire sport.
Okay. See, he just hears Skeens and he goes on it again.
Well, no, I like Paul Skeens. Don't get me wrong. I think Cardinals fans are insufferable jerks.
Happy opening to the MLB
Welcome
season,
to Major League Baseball season.
I prefer the demon living inside your body over that version of Moser.
Whatever. We'll have those up shortly. By the way,
can you imagine? Can you imagine that though?
I just got a couple of quick things here before we get back to the
Somebody
Nuggets.
comes in here and loads up a Hattie on you inside your building, and Avalanche fans give him a standing ovation. Oh, for God's sake. I mean, that would be so embarrassing. Oh, you wiped your own butt. It wasn't like he threw standing ovation. Nelly, it wasn't like he threw a no-no or anything. He's just some rookie who mowed you down for 6 2/3.
I don't know if this is true or not, but a texter says this, and does this change your mind at all? It was because his grandma died the day before.
Yeah, 5 big booms on your grandma's head. Hey, sorry about your grandma dying. We'll give you a standing O. I mean, come on, man. God, that makes me so mad. I'm so mad about that. Do they not have any self-reflection? Do they not know how silly they look?
By the way, I was just to throw back to something else from yesterday.
5 big booms on your grandma dying.
Still the most.
Hey, I'm sorry about the nursing home, huh? 5 big booms. Jesus Lord. I hate people sometimes.
I was playing yesterday with me and 3 of my buddies.
Well, I know Casey was there and Paul was there. Who else?
Dave.
How'd you play?
Oh, so Dave showed up?
1 over on the front, 43 on the back, 80. Played okay.
Not bad.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
So one of these guys, he just had surgery on his hand that went all the way to like his forearm. So he's just like starting to play again. And another buddy was on the course. He goes, "Let me see your hand." And he goes, "Jesus, you're a slow healer."
That's awesome.
Hey, we forgot to ask for the responses. Did anybody say that to anybody else? Text in, please, 303-504-0925. If you pulled that on somebody yesterday.
God, you're a slow healer.
So I'm interviewing Joker.
You call him a slow healer.
I'm interviewing Joker
reaction?
after the game last night, and I said, hey, geez, you're a slow healer. How do you think that would have gone off?
It is such an insult, but it's not, but it is. By the way, just a couple of quick things here. So the Dolphins signed this new tight end. His name is Pharaoh Brown. So he's been a sort of journeyman backup.
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah. They asked him the question that you ask a lot of guys who are new to a team. I'm sure the same thing will be asked to Evan Ingram and everybody else that's a new Bronco this year, which is, hey, you were a pretty big name free agent. What made you choose the Broncos? Well, he was asked that about the Dolphins. What made you choose the Dolphins? And what's the canned answer that you get? Hey, class organization, always been really good.
Innovative coach who can give me, the offense looks great.
Tua throws a perfect
Tua.
ball. Like that's. Here was Pharaoh Brown's response. Quote, "Beggars can't be choosers," is what he said.
Sounds like Vic at the Holy Family High School dance.
What made you choose the Miami Dolphins? Well, to be honest with you, beggars can't be choosers. It was just kind of what was left, and yeah.
God, it is that is an unbelievably great, honest quote from Pharaoh Brown. He's like, let's kind of, it was the best of the pickings. Nobody
What
else.
did Jake Cave say when he was signed by the Rockies?
It is what it is. Yeah. It is what it is.
No, he was traded.
You excited to be a Rocky? I mean,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. I just,
was
I'm
great.
playing baseball. This would be Moj. Are you going to skate today?
No, I'm not. We're not doing the game.
I didn't know if you still went to skate or not. Well, next time you go to skate and you see Landeskog, say, "God, you're a slow healer." Just say that to him. It's been 3 years, dude. How have you not healed?
I would never, ever do that. Hey, I didn't watch the third episode yesterday of Clean Sheet. I've got to check that out.
I didn't see it either.
By the way, do you know where Jake Cave is right now?
Is he playing for the Guardians?
He's playing for the Doosan Bears.
Oh, he's not even in the Bigs.
He's in Korea. He's in South Korea.
Oh, guys, did you guys see the news today? Dario Saric, according to several reports, he signed a pre-agreement to play for Dubai BC next season. So he's got a 2-year deal with the Nuggets. His option. And his option, according to these reports, is to leave town.
Well, if he's not
Are they still on the hook?
No.
No, though, he'll opt out of his contract.
Yeah, you opt out of the contract, you go sign with the team, or you get to play. He wants to play.
I don't see any problem with that whatsoever, do you?
No, not one bit. It's actually the worst case scenario would have been he opt in, you come back, and he doesn't play. And then you're tied to a contract that is useless because he's not playing.
What a disaster.
That's on me. Can I raise my hand?
Like, what a mess.
Who was the biggest proponent of signing Dario Saric on this show?
You.
My hand is up.
Mm-hmm.
Who kept pounding the table for Dario Saric on this show?
You.
Who said it'd be a perfect fit for the way they play, it'd be a perfect fit all around?
You.
Somewhere between those praiseworthy comments and the season starting, did he forget how to play basketball? I don't know. I remember watching him play saying, God, this guy would be great here. What happened?
To be honest, Vic, I don't know because I haven't seen him play.
But do you guys acknowledge, Moj, please acknowledge that you've seen him play like at Golden State. You've seen him play elsewhere.
I've seen
and
him
you're
play.
like, yeah, this guy's.
I've seen him play effective basketball.
Yeah,
yes.
please tell me. I'm not the only one thinking that. My hand is raised. I take full ownership of this.
I'm not sure that he can't play effective basketball still in some regard, Vic. It's just not in this system. It's not going to work.
What
for
happened?
him. I don't know.
How do you go from?
I don't know.
I remember watching him play in a game at Golden State last year. I remember it specifically like yesterday. And I'm like, he played with the second unit of Golden State, and he came in, and he was like, wow, he's carving up the Nuggets inside, outside, hitting threes, making great. I'm like, God, this guy would be great in the Joker system. And then he comes here. It's like he forgot how to play.
Yeah, the best laid plans of mice and men, Vic. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't work.
So, one thing I guess is clear. He enjoyed their Dubai trip in the preseason. I guess that's clear.
At that point, I don't think he was thinking of a career after Denver. At that point, he hadn't had the opportunity to show his wares here for the Nuggets.
Yeah, it's just so weird.
So crazy. Doesn't even get off the bench.
Okay, well, at least you get some cash back. That's
well,
nice.
You open up a roster spot. Open up a roster spot. I mean, it's not that much. It's not like you're going to make a big deal here, but
you know what, Vic? That was the big deal of the offseason. That was the only money you could spend. That was the big deal.
That and Russ.
Which was a vet minimum.
And Russ has an option year too.
Gosh, I think that Russell really likes it here, though. And why wouldn't he? He's getting, 25, 30 minutes a game. He's the sixth starter on the team.
He's not making much. Will he be the kind of guy after the season saying, see, look at my numbers? I mean, those numbers are more valuable than what I'm making. He might say, I'm going to open myself up. Anybody want some of this?
Okay, well, I know that a lot of times when I say something like this, Vic, you can kind of roll your eyes because I know money is important to people. But for where Russ is at in his career, he's made a ton of money. He just doesn't have a championship. Mm-hmm. I think he fits on this team, and they're close. So I think that would have to factor for something. Wouldn't you? Like, he could get more money elsewhere, but I don't know. We can get back to this in a second. Want to jump back to the Nuggets. But let's get keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
8 o'clock tonight, national television, ESPN, Avs and Kings, but you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mo.
Very, very interesting matchup tonight. The Kings are 9-1-0 in their last 10. The Avs are 8-1-1. And we think, God, the Avs have been red hot. Well, the Kings have been hotter. The Avs in their last 10 have been scoring a little bit more, but the Kings have been giving up less. More than half a goal a game less. Here's the key. In their last 22 contests that they have a power play goal, the LA Kings are 16-5-1. You want to shut them down? Two things. Stay out of the box. And if you do take a penalty, you kill that Ma. And number two, you pour it on Darcy. Hardcore. Find your legs and pour it on Darcy, and you will win. By the way, you're a favorite going into tonight.
Keys to the game brought to you by brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. We have Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, who joins us next. Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Are joined every Thursday at 9 o'clock by Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. Leggy, first of all, how you doing this morning?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing good.
You look refreshed.
I'm always refreshed.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I've smelled you out at training camp, but nonetheless, you look really good.
That's a Mose problem. I'm in a constant state of refreshment.
Well, Leggy, before we get to anything else, I know the Broncos re-signed Michael Burton, all that stuff, but I got a question to ask you, and it was something that I was thinking about. So they enter last year at this point in the calendar. Most sports books had them at 5.5 wins for the season, which obviously they almost doubled that number. This year they head into, as of today, at 9.5 wins. And I was thinking about it this way. The Broncos won 10 last year. They were 8-0 in games that they were favored, and they were 2-7 in games that they weren't. And to me, this comes down to one big question that is unanswerable at the moment, but I want your thoughts. Second-year quarterback Bo Nix. Does this mean he's going to make a jump in year 2? Or is there the potential for that wall, like it seems like C.J. Stroud found in year 2 of his career?
Well, I think for a rookie quarterback, unlike other positions on the field, for a quarterback, year 2 can be tougher because the one thing NFL coaches are better at than college coaches, and some of it is just the time they have. They don't have to recruit, they don't have to do all this other stuff. But NFL coaches essentially take you apart from the year before, and they find all of the things you don't like, and they make you do those things as much as possible. So that will be Bo Nix's challenge this year. And part of me thinks, the Broncos, obviously, Sean Payton's been around the league a long time. They know this. And I think that's why initially in free agency, I think some people outside of Denver were surprised they went defense so hard because they know it probably be, at least initially, the first half of the season could be a little rougher for Bo Nix in terms of dealing what defenses are giving him. And that will be his adjustment, the defense's reaction. And we could see it at the end of the season a little bit too, as people got more and more data on him. So that will be his challenge, like every quarterback, is responding to the new things you're getting, because defensive coordinators think you don't like it very much if we do this. So that's his challenge. And I think that's when I look at last year, they feasted on a bad division, the NFC South, and they really struggled to beat, the good teams, as it were.
Right.
They had Kansas City on the ropes, other than the blocked field goal. I thought that was their best game against somebody, very good.
Yeah.
And I think that's their issue overall.
So you're saying basically, okay, well, now he's a big boy. He's playing big boy football, and he's going to see big boy defense trying to mess him up type of stuff.
Yeah, Mose. I mean, they all see it. I mean, just look at all of the quarterbacks. Mahomes is such an anomaly, but most, Justin Herbert, most of your guys who had really good or played a lot as rookies do have that little area in their second year where they're finding, a lot of things in front of them defensively that they don't like very much, because again, people spent weeks and months taking their game apart and seeing what they really don't like to do.
I heard you say. Why am I hearing myself?
Hang on. Try this again. Go ahead, Vic.
I heard you say something with the afternoon boys, Andy and Nate, and I thought it was fascinating, and you made such a great point. I want you to say it again. A lot of people wondering if the Broncos would exercise number 20 on a running back, right? A running back in the first round, a need. But your point was, well, have they shown the ability to give a running back enough carries, enough work to spend a first-round pick on a running back? Can you expand on that point? Because it made total sense when I heard it the first time.
Yeah, no, it's a miracle. It made total sense. But, you know, I think, Vic, all I was saying was, you know, we heard so often last year from the head coach, from everybody, run game's important, going to get people involved, you know, going to do this and that. And, you know, I believe that they know the role of the run game. But if you're going to use the 20th pick of the draft on a running back, you better use them like the Eagles use Saquon Barkley. I mean, he better be involved with everything. Otherwise, you left really good players on the board who would have bigger roles on your team. And to me, if the Broncos can, and, you know, if Genty is by some miracle of miracles available at 20, that's a running back worth the 20th pick of the draft. But you better use them like you took them with the 20th pick of the draft. That's my only question with them is if you're going to do it, commit to it and, you know, involve them in the passing game. Do whatever you need to do to involve that player, because I think it would be silly to use a pick at 20 and a running back and then give them 9 carries a game and, you know, and 18 snaps. To me, that's not value in the first round. You want to do that in the third or the fourth, that's great. That's a productive player. The 20th pick should be on a player you're going to use and have a role for. I mean, Sean Payton talks about the vision of players. Whoever you take at 20, I think your vision is he plays an awful lot.
Jeff Lakewell, ESPN.com with us. I know that everybody, especially when you're picking later in the first round, like in the 20s, as the Broncos are, it's a best player available. And that is mostly true. But if the best player is a quarterback, they aren't taking one of those. What positions do you think are on their minds for 20? Like, is a wide receiver still in play at 20?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I think a wide receiver would be in play. I think, you know, if one of the best corners was in play, you jump there. I mean, you jump at positions. Like, you can never have enough corners. We saw last year, Riley Moss gets hurt, and suddenly it's very difficult for them to play defense the way they want to. So, you know, corner to me is always a position you're hunting. Defensive line is very deep in this draft. I'll tell you the quirk of picking 20 this year, and you guys have heard me say this, but, you know, there are never 32 first-round grades in any draft ever. And this year, the issue is this draft is strong in rounds 2 through 4, 2 through 5. In the first round, I've spoken to people with some teams that only have 14, 15 first-round grades. That's not a lot. You know, usually you're in the high teens, low 20s for a good first round. So if the Broncos don't have any first-round grades left on the board as the picks go to 16, 17, 18, there's a good chance they try to move out. But usually at 20, you're going to have 1 or 2 guys you still have graded in the first round still on the board because, you know, everybody doesn't agree on what the first round picks are. So they're right on that edge of, will there really be a player they have a first round grade on still there?
Russ, thoughts?
Well, you know, he's in the 1-year deal zone, and I think the Giants.
I mean, he found a gig, Jeff. Give him credit. He found a gig.
I know it's popular just to say the guy can't play football here in this town, but he played pretty well for the Steelers last year. He's in the middle tier of quarterbacks in the league, and that, you know, the Giants have a regime that's like in trouble. You know, you got a head coach that's in trouble. You got a GM that's in trouble. I think it's really hard for those guys to draft a rookie quarterback for the next regime, you know, after they get fired. So I think everybody's trying to make everybody happy in New York. You give a coaching staff on the ropes a veteran quarterback option or two, which they have, and if it looks like you should take the quarterback at 3, you still do it, and you tell those veterans to help them out. And both Winston and Wilson are good at helping young players. I mean, Russell handled himself here with Stidham great, and everybody I know in Pittsburgh says he handled himself when he wasn't starting last year, handled himself very well. So I know it's a popular, pinata to swing at here, but the guy can still play some football. He holds the ball too long sometimes, but he still plays better than a lot of other guys starting.
That's one of the things that we were talking about the other day was, do you think that the move of Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston takes a quarterback off the board for the Giants at 3?
No chance they take Shedeur, Jeff. No chance.
What's that?
I say no chance they take Shedeur at 3.
Well, I mean, logically, you're looking at what they've done. And again, you've got a regime, a football regime there that isn't going to be excited to set the table for the next group with a franchise quarterback prospect while they're getting bounced. They're trying to hang on. And I think that's the toughest part in the NFL is if you're not, in the sort of the right timing to take a quarterback. I mean, how good is that for Shedeur if they take him? Anyway, you got a regime in trouble. I mean, it's just not a great situation to make him a good player. I mean, but, my opinion is nothing you do should ever preclude you from taking the best player that's looking at you, on draft day. And does it eliminate them taking him? I don't think so, but logically you would say, why would you do that? And I don't think that would be awesome for Shedeur Sanders either. This coach and this GM aren't even the guys you're going to move forward with because, how invested are they going to be in making you a great player down the road when they're just worried about right now?
Where do you see, we're in your draft, and I know you haven't formulated the final version yet, but how far do you see Shedeur falling?
Well, I'm going to have the quarterbacks lower than most people do anyway, because I put them where they belong and where they're graded. But I don't think this notion he's not one of the 2 best quarterback prospects in this draft is just is silly. I don't even entertain it. He's got, like all players, he's got things the NFL is worried about, but I don't think you should go much past 6 or 7 in my book. If somebody's asleep at the wheel, if you're, I don't think he'll be in my top 6 or 7 players, but he's getting drafted in the top 6 or 7 slots.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com. He joins us every single Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Before we get to a break, I want the last portion of this drop tournament in the Moser region to get up on Twitter. Get the votes in.
Mm-hmm.
So our final 4 in the Moser region is an 11 seed, a 3, a 7, and a 2. This one also looks great. First, the 11 seed, Nelly, is...
I like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
I would like to solve.
Okay.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah, that's it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Dude, that's
sausage.
It's so funny.
That goes up against a 3 seed, which is...
Now he's just being an ass. Suck it, Feinbaum, you suckhole.
Right.
Pardon my language. I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. But he can't.
Also a 7 seed, which is...
the late, great Dave Jackson, NHL official. Now, he's not dead. He lives here in Denver.
I love that. Just kill a man to not kill a man. And then finally, the 2 seed.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Parker Kelly.
I love it. So have all that up at Brett Kane Radio shortly. You vote what moves on to the Elite 8 in our group stage.
I was watching a video the other day of, was it Tony Amani? I think it was Tony Amati in his young career with Chicago, and he had a foul mouth. And it's just a super long clip of him being foul all the time, right?
Yeah.
And then he was having a conversation I saw in front of the bench with Dave Jackson. I'm like, hey, that's Dave. And Dave's like, blankety blank, you blank blank. Like, it was awesome. Really good.
So he wasn't dead?
No, he was,
okay,
he was
good.
very much refereeing in the National Hockey League.
All right, back after this.
It's going to be hot today. It's going to be beautiful. I mean, so beautiful that this would be a good time to test your AC system. Is it ready to go for the summer? This is sort of a precursor to what you're going to expect come summertime. House warms up, sometimes too warm. AC doesn't work. You don't want to go there. That's the worst case scenario. That's why AAA Home Services has a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. Keep things cool before they get hot. Schedule an appointment today. $49 to tune up that AC. Schedule at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Vic, the Nuggets got their pacifier back yesterday. It's always easier when Jokic is on the floor, and it's very obvious for a couple of different people. So Jokic comes back after 5 games off, 39-point triple-double, ho-hum, it's what he does. But also, Michael Porter Jr. goes 6 of 8 from 3, and Christian Brown looks like the impactful Christian Brown again.
You know, the interesting part about the Nuggets, and I brought this up yesterday, the starting unit of Porter, Gordon, Brown, Joker, and Jamal. They've only played 21 games together. 21. That's amazing, considering how far along they are in the season. And last night almost didn't count because AG got into foul trouble early. He only played 18 minutes in that game.
Yeah.
So I think they need these last 8. I think it's very important, vital for that starting unit to find some synergy.
Yeah.
They haven't been that good. They're only like 2 or 3 games above 500 as a starting unit. Those 5. And that's their core. That's what they're going to go into the playoffs. Those guys are going to get a lot of playing time. If you had to guess right now, by the way, 8 games left, what's your playoff rotation?
Oh, baby. How
Starting
deep is
5.
it going to go?
Russ.
Yeah. What are we looking at? How?
I'm asking.
Starting 5, Russ,
Okay.
P. Watt.
That's 7.
I don't think Strother's coming back after the injury.
I don't think so either. I don't know that you
Maybe
go
a
much
little
beyond
DJ?
that.
Little
yeah,
DJ?
a little DJ, a little. Do you play? Do you play? Jalen Pickett seemingly has been reliable in the
I think
minutes
he's
that he
gonna
gets.
disappear in the
Yeah, he
postseason.
probably will. I'm just saying.
Will Zeke see some?
Yeah, do you
will
play
Zeke play?
Zeke at all? You had Vlatko out there the other night.
No.
Okay.
Okay. That means that's a
so hold
7-man
that.
rotation.
Hold that question. Hold it. Hold it. Put one hand up. Put it in hand. Hold it. Okay, you got that. Think of the top teams in the NBA. We are sitting here trying to find 7, 8 to get in this rotation. Not many teams have that issue. Most teams is like you have an array of guys to choose from, right?
Can I ask you a question about that?
Correct.
So yes, but hang on a second. You just asked this to Jeff Legwold a second ago. You were talking about running backs of the Broncos. You're like, if you take one at 20, would he even use him enough to justify it, right? That was the overall question regarding Sean Payton. If the Nuggets had the rotation, the roster that OKC had, does Malone go 10 deep? Or is he just more comfortable with like an 8-guy rotation in the regular season? Is this like a coaching thing? Or is this he doesn't feel like he has the horses? Because here's what's funny, Vic. These guys don't play. And then they have to play out of necessity. And then they look all right.
Yeah.
And then they play a little bit more.
I think it's a little bit of both, and I think you make a valid point.
I'll bet that somebody's going to get minutes that we don't expect out of necessity, and we're going to go, wow, okay, they went 8 deep, maybe even 9 deep. I'll bet that's the case. Somebody's going to play that we don't expect, whether it's Pickett or whether it's DJ, massive minutes, Joker gets in foul trouble. Something's going to happen in that regard.
Like if Zeke was on OKC's roster,
Would he play?
I think Zeke gets minutes.
Well, I mean, you make a point. Isaiah Hartenstein's on that roster. He plays.
We'd be
He didn't
saying,
play
oh my
much here.
gosh, look how deep OKC is, right? They just rotate 10 guys.
So that's like it's kind of chicken or the egg thing, but you know, like Dario Saric. He was just playing last year.
Well, that's
and now
why
he hasn't gotten off the bench.
That's why I think at the end of the day, the silver lining in Joker being hurt is you have to play some of these guys. You're forced to play them.
But Vic, when it gets to the nitty gritty and it gets to, you know, nut cutting time or whatever you want to call the postseason where it's do or die.
Whoa.
Hey, you were talking about Ginsu knives earlier this year. But it gets to that point. Does Malone is he just not comfortable again with it? And it's just like, we're going to ride these dogs.
I would argue
Tom Thibodeau does that. Thibodeau plays his guys like 41 minutes a night.
But I think even Malone recognized at the end of the season, he acknowledged that players were tired and fatigued. If you had a do-over, if you had a mulligan in Game 7 against Minnesota, late third, early fourth, those dudes looked tired. They played extra minutes. Would you go to your bench and tell Peyton Watson, maybe tell DJ, hey, give me 3 hard minutes of defense. Just go crazy. Would you do that, or would you stick with your...
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I would. I just don't know if Malone will. I'm not even saying that my approach would be the right approach. Maybe it's
It
a
may not.
disaster.
I mean, those guys could come in and give up.
Yeah, maybe.
You never know. We don't know the answer till we see it.
But it's what's funny is we come off last year and we're like, God, they just looked tired at the end of Game 7. And it's like, all right, we got to get these guys some rest. Jamal and Joker are playing more minutes this year than they have any year of their career. Now, I know that Joker sat out a few games here as of late, which should probably keep him a little bit more fresh heading in the postseason. But bottom line is Joker's playing 36 minutes a night. He's never done that before. It's the most ever. And so that's where I'm just wondering. I don't know if it's so much a depth problem in that do they not have players who can give you 10 minutes a night? Or is there just a refusal to even see?
I am in such a – I can't even believe that I'm saying this, but I'm in such a wait-and-see mode that I don't even know what else to do. I don't know what else to do until they lock up who they're going to play and when Game 1 is going to be and where it's going to be, and then see what the hell they roll out with, Vic. Right? I mean, I truly do not know.
Okay, well, we can.
This right now is the most unpredictable Nuggets team of the last 5 years by a mile.
Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. We got Luke who's on the phone. Let's hear from Luke. Go ahead, buddy. Hello, Luke.
What's up? What's up, boys?
What's up?
I want to talk, first of all, Vic, I love the point that you just made about the Timberwolves series last year, because in the late third, early fourth, the starters were getting destroyed. And it made me so upset because it's like you can put in bench players and they can get destroyed and the starters can get some rest and actually be effective at the end of the fourth, or you can keep those guys out there, still let Minnesota go on like an 18-4 run, and then everybody's exhausted for the end of the game.
Yeah.
One thing that I think can be a little bit of a blessing in disguise, and I know that this doesn't necessarily mean that Malone is going to treat it like this. Over the last couple of weeks, we have seen at different times a complete bench unit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at least when we won the chip in 2022, we weren't staggering our starters nearly as much during the regular season.
No,
now,
but they did in the postseason. They did in the postseason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I fully expect them to stagger in the postseason. Mm-hmm. One thing that has made me upset, though, in the regular season is that when you're constantly staggering Jamal or MPJ or somebody with the bench unit, it doesn't let the bench unit develop their own identity and see how those guys can play together. And it also puts so much more pressure on the starter that then when they're playing with the starting unit overall is less effective.
So, Luke, you'd rather see sort of a tag team. You'd rather see the starting unit come off in droves and then a bunch of backup guys.
A line shift, if you will.
Yeah, like OKC does it.
Exactly. What I want to see for the rest of the regular season is more rest for the starters altogether and more playing time for the starters altogether, and let more guys play off the bench to see if there's a specific role that they can play in the postseason. Because I don't see why there's any reason why Najee can't give you 8 minutes a game and try to lock down a 4 and make a couple mid-range jumpers.
Hey, Luke.
I don't know why.
Luke, time's running out, brother. Dude, time is...
Yeah, Luke, thank you for the
Thanks
call.
for the call. How much... and I don't necessarily disagree with him, Vic.
I do agree with him.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with him, but you got 8 games left, and you're trying to secure a playoff spot.
Yeah, I don't think you can experiment at this point. You got home court on the line.
Yeah, I
you
don't know that there's...
5.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any sort of room for dilly-dally at this point.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with you, Luke, but I think this is a conversation we should have had in January, perhaps.
I don't think you do a full line change sort of thing. You got to keep doing what you've been doing, which is staggering your starters, and you know what? Fine, whatever. But what I'm telling you is, I see no issue with you. You're really telling me you don't trust Zeke Najee to play 8 minutes for you in a postseason game? Like 8? Just give somebody a few extra blows on the bench? It's going to be that bad that you can't risk it? I don't buy that. Zeke Najee's not a bad player. He's not. We've seen it. He's totally capable, and he's a good defender, actually, which is something that you need on this team, is somebody to go crazy on defense. And he's done that. I mean, Vic, I don't know if you can break it down like this, but blocks per minute for Zeke has to be pretty high. I mean, he gets in people's faces.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm not asking Zeke to play 22 minutes in a postseason game. That's not his role. That's like a Russell Westbrook role. His role should just be, I need 8 minutes from you of the most intense 8 minutes you can give this basketball team in a postseason game,
dude,
and then we should be good.
It's postseason basketball. They should be intense anyway.
But I'm just saying, like, you can trust him for that.
Okay, well, then do it. Then if you can trust him, then do it. And Zeke, if you want to
do you guys disagree?
No. But I'm saying, let me say to Zeke. Let me talk to Zeke specifically. Zeke, if you want to be trusted and you are given the minutes, do it. Play your butt completely off.
And is it fair for me to say this, Vic? What you would be asking Zeke to do in a postseason game, which is go out there and play intense defense, is easier than what you would ask Julian Strother to do, which is you need to take shots and make shots in a few minutes. Because that can be on and off. You can bring defensive intensity every game, though.
Well, we saw it in that Golden State game where they employed a lot of what Luke just mentioned. They brought in, subs that weren't used to playing, and they brought them together, and they played hard and played good, right?
Yeah.
We saw that. But I don't think you can experiment with 8 games to go. I mean, that conversation, that's something that we could have done earlier in the season. Right now, you got to get a top 4 seed. Are we on the same page here?
Yes, but it's been such a difficult season. I mean, it's been it's been a grind. You've had so many injuries to deal with, guys in and out of the lineup and so on and so forth. I mean, I just think you get a taste of the experimentation from here to there, but your main goal is to try to win, right? So you're going to play your guys. I think you're caught between a rock and a hard place at this point, which is why I say, hey, when I find out who they're playing, when I find out where game 1 is, when I watch the Nuggets warm up, and then when I watch the ball go in the air for that first game, then I'll know.
Okay,
then I'll be like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Okay, what do you got? Because until then, I have no clue.
Using Luke's logic, and I don't entirely disagree with him. Okay, but you're playing Utah tomorrow night. Last I checked, Utah's not good. Last place in the Western Conference. They've lost 13 of 14.
I'm going to get my thesaurus out.
They're playing tonight, which would make tomorrow night's game in Denver the second game of a back-to-back for them. They don't have 3 of their top players. Clarkson's out. Markkanen's out. John Collins is out. It's Utah. This should be a W, however you slice it. It should. But we've said that before. And then the Wizards happen twice.
Utah, give me 2.
So let's just take it for what it's worth. It's Utah. What if I told you went with the starters, 1 starter stuck around, but then you brought in Peyton, Russell, DeAndre, and Zeke all at the same time? That's all right. Your turn. Go. 5 minutes. Hard.
Okay. What are you asking?
Would you invite that?
Was more.
Yeah. Sure.
It felt like that was more of a declarative statement than
No,
anything
I
else.
said, is that what you're looking for? Is
Yes.
what I'm saying.
I would. That's what I would look
I
for.
don't even know if I'm looking for it. I'm just saying I wouldn't be against it.
And what I'm trying to tell you is that I think once we get to the postseason, it's going to be a guessing game anyway. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I think that Michael Malone is not going to have – he's going to have data at his disposal about his guys. But it's also going to be, I think, what you're shorthanded. You don't have a deep bench. What can work?
I can tell you this, too. NBA players, and I hear this a lot, they're rhythm players. A lot of them don't like being subbed early. A lot of them like staying in there and extend. Like, Joker has his rhythm. If you told Nikola Jokic, all right, you're out now 7 minutes into the game as opposed to playing the entire first quarter, how do you think he'd respond?
They'd hate it.
He'd hate it.
The Utah Jazz are what, Vic?
They're a basketball team located in the Northwest Division and in Salt Lake City.
Okay, but as a basketball team, they're what? They're bad.
Ass.
Right? Awful.
They're trash.
Okay. So here are the strongest matches. Let's go through the particulars, okay? Appalling, atrocious, depressing, dire, disgusting, distressing, frightful, ghastly, gruesome. All those fit, right?
Like a good gruesome.
How about these weak matches? I kind of like the weak matches better. Are they abominable?
Sure.
Okay.
They're the worst team in the Western Conference. That would qualify as abominable.
Are they grody?
Grody's good. Grody.
Hey, Vic. Hello, 1986. Vic, the Jazz are grody. Grungy. Repulsive. Stinking. Synthetic.
All right. Thank you, Moser.
And unsightly.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Of the remaining games that the Nuggets face. This is the last game you have to possibly experiment, but someone will tell you you can't experiment against any NBA team. Think about this. You got Utah, followed by, and this is the remaining schedule, Minnesota. Have fun with that one. All right? Minnesota, you haven't beaten them yet.
Okay.
San Antonio, and you might think, oh, boy, San Antonio. That ain't going to be a gimme. Golden State at Golden State next Friday. I'm going to that game, by the way. Indiana.
I'll alert the newspapers.
Sacramento in Sacktown. They're going to be clawing and scratching. Memphis, which will be a huge game for playoff position. And then the final is at Houston. The final two games on the slate this year, I'm going to predict it right now. Write it down, all of you.
You can write this down.
Houston,
Hell, record this.
The penultimate and the final game of the season, Memphis-Houston, Friday, Sunday, will determine anywhere between 2 seed and 5 seed. Those two games.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Eat that.
Why are you going to Golden State?
I got one more road trip left, and that's what I'm going to.
It's an in and out. Why are you going?
Because I only do in and outs. Because I don't like long road trips. Because I do a radio show. I'm not rude like you. I don't take off for a week. I go in. I go out. That's why.
It's my other job, dude. It's what I do.
It's funny he said, I go in, I go out, and then his feed cut out immediately when he said out. I go in, I go, ah.
What do you mean it went out? I'm right here.
You went out.
You were robotic for a second.
Yeah, you're.
Well, tell Nelly. Tell Nelly not.
It's not Nelly. It's you. It's you and your Adelio setup is what it is.
I got a state of the art setup here. You've seen it and you know it. Turn me on.
Anywho, get the results of our drop tournament, the group stage, to see who moves on to the Elite Eight. College basketball continues today. What? Why do you keep pointing?
What is his deal right now? You've got a deal. I don't know what your deal is. You got so serious for the past 15 minutes about these Denver Nuggets. You're so serious about this.
Because it's not
it's like
time
you're
for
playing things out
tomfoolery.
over.
You see, you're tomfoolery guy. There are 8 games left. This is serious.
What's this guy's deal?
This is what I do. This is what I do. Sports. I don't do thesaurus lessons.
Did you say thesaurus one more time?
Thesaurus.
I think he invented a new dinosaur.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, it sounded like a dinosaur. You seen that thesaurus? All right.
Big horns and big feet.
Results
big
of the
tail.
drop tournament and fact checker next. All right. Get the results of the drop tournament in a second, Moj. The Avs take on the Kings tonight, 8 o'clock, and right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the return of a red-hot Darcy Kemper, by the way.
I think this is a game that both teams will look at, both teams want. I mean, the LA Kings, you're still trying to catch Dallas, right? Actually, you're trying to play your game, and if you happen to catch Dallas, it's a carrot that's out there, then good. But the Stars aren't losing at all. They're continuing to win games. They're not giving you much of an opportunity to catch them. But for the Los Angeles Kings, they're 5 points behind Vegas with a game in hand. So they need every point they can get to win their dang division, win the Pacific. It's a big deal for them. I think it's a great measuring stick game for both these clubs. Avs 8-1-1 in their last 10 games. The Kings 9-1-0 in their last 10 games. So it should be a hell of a game tonight.
Before we get to a ton of things that we need to wrap up at the end of the show.
And by the way, real quick, the Kings are winning they beat Carolina 7-2. They beat Boston 7-2. Beat the Rangers 3-1.
Need to ask you guys a question. Because when I was out playing yesterday, I saw a guy who was he turned on his sprinklers. He was making sure they were all operating. It feels too early for the sprinklers, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's
too early.
Is it not a little too early, Vic? You're a yard guy. Is it not a little too early for
early for the sprinklers?
Well, I was just thinking about this the other day, though. I never plant flowers before Mother's Day because we can still have a freeze and kill them. I get Kathy Saban saying, "Hey, don't forget to go outside with bags tonight and cover your flowers in case it gets down to 20."
Not doing that. Not doing the sprinklers either. Too early.
When do we do sprinklers, Vic? Help me.
I've
only lived in Colorado for 30 years. I think I'd have it down by now.
When I see my neighbors trying to flex and get their green going, that's when I turn mine on.
I had a neighbor, dude. You know what he would do? And this is a flex, and he knew it too. He had a great lawn, but he wouldn't turn his sprinklers on. No, he had the hose out there in March doing the old.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either.
He's standing out in his yard with a cigar.
Who in the hell has time to sit out there with the hose all day?
He's a retired guy.
What are you, my grandpa?
He had a cigar in one hand and he had his hose in the other, and he's getting his lawn up to speed. And I'm like, man, I don't have time.
I'm not living like it's 1947. Okay, I'm not hand watering my lawn.
Oh my God. Okay, first worlder. Jesus.
That is pretty arrogant of you, man.
What do you mean? I have the ability to do it. No, you're right. How about this? I'm going to make dinner tonight. I'm going to build a fire in my backyard, and then I'll make the steak. How's that sound? Oh, what? First world. Do you use a grill? Yeah, I do.
Moj, do you remember those, and I don't know what you call them, there's so many different things you can put at the end of a hose now to water. I don't know what your go-to is. Do you guys have the trigger gun one?
If you want to know, bend over and I'll show you.
The best one, though, if you wanted to water, is the one that sort of fanned out and it did the
cone?
Separate streams. No, it was just like a yellow and it fanned out. It looked like the end of a broom, and then you had streams everywhere.
That was a pretty good one. I agree. Yeah.
You know
now you have the jet. You've got the cone.
You've got the shower, the mist.
You've got the mist. You've got the whole dang thing, right?
Like a good mist.
And I'm watering my tomato plant, and I turn it on, and then it's on jet, and I'm like, oh no, sorry, tomato, I got to go over the shower.
You have to apologize. If you get that jet on unknowingly and you hit something with it, you got to apologize.
Yeah, bro, you know what I did the other day? I was power washing the garage for the first time forever.
Oh, dude, I have not done. I mean, I have a power washer, but I've not been bold enough yet to break it out.
I love the power
washer.
You feel so strong.
Oh yeah, you feel like a stud.
Yeah. So I got a little bold with it. I'm like, okay. And there was some stuff on the walls in the garage.
Oh no.
And I went to, dude, it just cut right through the paint. I mean, I got scars all over my garage now. Just like cut right through it.
You know, my TV was a little bit dirty. I decided to power wash the screen on the TV.
Well, if it'll take the chrome off a trailer hitch, then it'll take the paint off your garage, bro.
You like to wear your sandals, Moj? I mean, fair warning right now. You better not power wash with your sandals. You will take a toe off.
Absolutely. But do you know what we're talking about here? Do you have any idea what a power
He doesn't have a clue.
You don't have any idea, do you?
I have no idea. Get back under that
Look
cow.
at you, loser. I got a hose.
I worked 2 years detailing cars. I know more about power washing than either of you two
I don't
bozos.
think you do.
2 years. 2 years detailing cars.
You get back under Bessie and go to work. Leave the power washing.
See, I'm not
to
like
the
you
pros.
white-collar guys. Like, I worked Walgreens. I worked at car shops. That's what I did. I worked on a construction site.
Bro, until you worked at a deli and the old ladies come up and say, I need the turkey thinner, sliced thinner, you ain't worked.
Yeah.
Say, no, ma'am. I don't think you need it sliced thinner.
And I worked at a daycare. Not quite blue-collar, but you know what? Difficult. Anyway, a couple things here.
I've always wanted. I don't want to get into it.
What?
I was
What
a
would have
janitor
drawn
in my
you?
own high school, and I was in high school.
White collar.
I worked at McDonald's.
You know what? I worked at Burger King for 2 days until they insisted I wear that stupid thing over my hair, and I said no.
Yeah.
Well, judging by the pictures of you as a kid, Vic, it would really throw off your look.
I ain't wearing that stupid thing on my head.
Yeah.
Freak.
The glasses that were 15 inches in front of your face. That was fine.
The hairnet really clashed with his Coke bottle glasses.
You have to draw a line somewhere. This is America. You're not going to stifle my hair.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
Listen, here's Tyler. I'm a local sprinkler guy. Please go turn on your sprinklers this week so they freeze and we get more business. See, that's mean.
Too early. Told you.
Too early.
Let's get results of our group stage of the drop tournament, please. Starting in the Vic region. So here's what we had. These are 4 matchups between these different drops that whoever wins is going to go on to the Elite 8. So we're streamlining the process and cutting the fat. So the 4 that were matched up together were Vic, confusing Peter Fairbank's name with Black Torch. It was Vic blowing his nose, nothing comes out, and Moser says you're blowing your brains out. Vic saying if you don't take the underwear, you can't get the gas. And Gabe Landeskog brings all the milkshakes to the yard. The winner with 51% of the vote is...
And you know Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
Our first member of the Elite 8, Gabe Landeskog. Of course it's Gabe. Of course. He wins everything. The next matchup, I'm an old man without a prostate. I got to pick the gelato cart. Happy birthday to my beautiful baby boy, who's 26 years old, and wins the World Cup, Vic. It's in America. The winner with 36% of the vote is...
I'm an old man without a prostate who sat at the gym with my brother rebounding. I don't care about those... Stop it.
I completely disagree. I don't know what happened to the World Cup one. It was one of my favorites, and they just blew it. They blew it.
I thought so, too. I thought in America was the proper response.
Can we just play it just real quick?
When's the World Cup, Vic? Is it in America?
When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
Our next one. Oh, God. We're having another one of these, Nelly, where we got a dead heat. No, never mind. That's second place. Moser's stomach growl. Feliz Navidad. What That Thing Do. And Moser's Paul Skeens rant. The winner,
tough one,
with 38% of the vote is...
This is Calvin DeHaan, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What that thing do?
What that thing do?
What that thing do?
What that thing do? What that thing do? What that thing do?
I do like it. I wanted Moser's stomach growl.
So I would have voted for the growl. It's more authentic.
But What That Thing Do moves on our final matchup.
I can't believe the Skeens rant is in there, man.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. Suck it, Feinbaum. The late, great Dave Jackson, who's not dead. And butter my butt and call me a biscuit. The winner with 49% of the vote.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
Again.
Parker Kelly.
No.
Late, great Dave Jackson, or treat yourself around a sausage.
The
very
voters
tough
are...
replay.
I don't know what you guys do for a living, voters, but you're so wrong on this.
I will say this. Parker Kelly did tell me that his old man loved that. His old man...
Butter my butt and call me a biscuit?
Next
Yeah.
time Kelly scores, his old man wants me to do it again.
Oh, well, you know what, Moj? Tell him he's welcome on behalf of myself and Vic, because you didn't want to do it. And we forced you into it.
We
and
had
again,
to push you. We had to peer pressure you into that.
As is our role on the show, all of us together, we're supposed to elevate our teammates. We've elevated our teammate, and you just refuse to accept it sometimes. I don't know why.
Moser, if you want to switch it up, next time he scores a goal, you could also say,
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Oh, you know what? I may do that. I made Nelly good call.
Please do that. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
So good. That would be so good.
All right. So a couple other things. Nelly, we need results of the poll question here. I forget what the poll question was from earlier in the show. It was what?
It was, if you go to a wax museum, does that automatically make you a loser?
Yeah. What's the results?
Let me bring it up here because I had to throw it out to the people. Last time I checked, it was like 2/3 agreed with you. This is classic me stalling so I can find it. And here we go. 58% say yes, you're a total loser.
Total loser. Yeah, total loser goes to a wax museum.
That's just such a needless
Moj.
shot. I've never been to a wax museum, but it's a needless shot.
Moj, look at this picture of me and Mario Andretti together. It's not the real guy. It's just a thing that was there. How stupid would that be?
I don't know, dude. I don't know what attracts people to wax museums. It doesn't attract me. I don't want to go to a wax museum. But it was just a weird slam by you. It started because Kylian Mbappe, the outstanding soccer player for Team France, and I think, PSG.
It's all right. Just continue.
Anyway, they have a wax figure of him in London, Madame Tussauds, and he said it's handsome. I love it. It's so handsome.
I love myself.
That's basically the first person I thought of, exactly what Vic said when he got the painting of himself.
Yep. Yes, he did.
It looks just like me. Look at my abs. I look so good.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
If you need to find a synonym for a word, there's a book that has those. What is it called? Tell me.
A thesaurus.
You guys are both wrong. Vic gave us the proper pronunciation earlier.
I don't do thesaurus lessons.
Can I hear that one more time?
I don't do thesaurus lessons.
Where'd you pull a Z out of that? How did you get a Z in there?
It's the Italian dialect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course.
By the way, somebody said he worked at a Sicilian deli and that old Italian ladies are really mean.
Well, let me tell you something. Until you've cut meat for an Italian lady,
yeah,
they want that sucker thin, man. It ain't easy.
I'll bet.
All right, then.
That didn't sound
they want the thin meat, okay?
Yeah.
Whatever floats
I'm
your boat.
sure they do, yeah. Easier to handle in their old age.
Okay. That's over the top. Stop that.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great Thursday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Denver gets win 46 on the season. A game and a half back of the Houston Rockets for the 2 seed in the West. Nikola Jokic comes back after nearly a 2-week absence, drops a 39-point triple-double.
How good does it feel to have the swaggiest music drops on the station? Maybe in the entire market, maybe in the entire universe.
Little Big X with plug? Are you kidding me?
With KJ Granderson
dropping, buzzing,
just dropping some beats, man.
Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. That is Coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Welcome in to the morning sprint. Good win against a C- D+ version of the Milwaukee Bucks. They had nobody playing, like absolutely nobody playing. No Portis, no Giannis, no Lillard, and you should have won this game by 10.
They had nobody playing, but the Denver Nuggets had somebody playing.
That safety blanket is everything.
And oh, by the way, it really did feel like Nikola Jokic hadn't played in 7 months, because even those 6 games that he missed, him coming back and being on that floor, the impact that he makes, the pass that he made to Aaron Gordon that's my favorite pass that I've seen in my lifetime.
It's a career highlight reel pass.
Unbelievable. And just the overall, you could tell Nikola Jokic, maybe it was good for him to start healing up. Clearly he's been banged up, but he looked good. He looked fresh. And more importantly, he looked mentally fresh. And that's I think that's a net positive for this Nugget team.
Have you thought that he's been anguishing?
No.
All year?
No, it's just almost, I feel like as a fan, there's a little bit of taking Nikola Jokic for granted. Can we all, as we're driving around in our cars and listening on our Alexas, can we all admit that?
I have done my very best not to do that, because I know that the time with Jokic is fleeting, and there is a good chance, just look at the landscape of the league. There's a good chance that in your lifetime, you will never see the best player in the NBA on your team here in Denver ever again. You will die before you get the next best player in the NBA.
And I think
that's what the numbers show.
We all say that we're going to appreciate it at all times, but it's different to actually appreciate it at all times.
The way that I have found myself appreciating it more is through hatred of the MVP race. Because the rest of the league is going, well, he's done it before. He's won 3 straight times. It's Shai's turn. And I'm not trying to knock Shai Gilgeous-Alexander down. Like, he's leading the league in scoring by like 360 points.
Great player,
his team
great
is
athlete.
great.
Yeah.
His team's great without him, but his team is even better with him on the floor. I'm not hating on him, but the reason why he is running away seemingly in the narrative right now at the MVP is because people are tired of Joker. That's what has fueled my I'm not taking this stuff for granted. I'm enjoying this every single time out.
But last night was a great reminder to all of us just how good Nikola Jokic is. How clutch he is at the end of games. And last night was on full display again. The game got a little bit too close for comfort yet again against a team where you should wipe off the face of the earth. But you know what? At this point, just continue to make the proper strides toward the postseason to play good basketball and be in the best possible headspace. And let's stop evaluating, you and I've already talked about this many times, stop evaluating the aspects of what it ends up looking like and just move on and see what we got in the postseason.
Okay, so I'll ask you the same question that I did yesterday about the Avs. Do results matter to you over the next 8 games?
They do. They do, especially with the Denver Nuggets being in a position where it is wedged up pretty good between teams 2 through 5.
You trail Houston by a game and a half right now.
So you totally can take the 2 seed.
And you still see Houston one more time, final game of the year. There's a chance that could really matter.
Yeah. I would like for that to matter. Just as from a coach's perspective, wouldn't you like for there to be a bonus playoff game in terms of a tune-up for how sharp you need to be for that to potentially be the final game of the regular season or the beginning of the postseason?
I wouldn't hate it at all, right? Because you've got a couple of games coming up against layups, right? Utah on Friday is as scheduled a win as there is in the season, right? Like the Jazz are missing 3 legit starters on a team that only has 16 wins this year.
I'm not really buying
be
scheduled wins anymore, though.
Second leg of a back-to-back. They're missing Markkanen, Collins, Clarkson.
I'm not buying scheduled wins for the Nuggets, and I'm not buying scheduled wins for the entirety of the NBA, unless the team's name is the Oklahoma City Thunder, in which they win all the scheduled wins. Am I right about that?
No, I agree. That's
like
the only team.
The Lakers are playing with their food here and there, and they got Luka Doncic and LeBron James. I mean, they ended up winning a game in the buzzer beater of LeBron James.
A little tip in.
Yeah, a little tip in there.
It was a very anticlimactic buzzer beater.
Oh, yeah, because I saw it on Twitter.
People
and I'm like,
are
this
nuts.
is going to be incredible. Like, wait, where's the buzzer
like,
beater?
Oh, that's it? That's the buzzer beater?
I mean, I guess it counts. Yeah,
I also saw something. He has now had a buzzer beater to beat the Pacers in 3 separate decades.
You like getting nailed by the king?
That's what the Pacers say. They get nailed
He had
by
a
the
buzzer
king.
beater to beat him in like 2009, had a buzzer beater to beat him in like 2015 or 2016, and then does it in 2025.
One fortnight every decade. It's exactly what the Pacers get from getting nailed by the king.
He's doing this all in the middle of going on a media tour and going on the McAfee show, and Stephen A. Smith is having to come on his show and say, I don't wear tighty whities and I want to sock LeBron in the face.
That's right, I said it.
He's calling Brian Windhorst a fat loser who thinks he's his friend.
Were they like high school teammates or something along those lines?
Windhorst was like the first guy that reported on LeBron.
So there's no...
And he followed him.
But there is no actual connection tangibly to their childhood. Because I had read that somewhere.
Brian Windhorst went to St. Vincent, St. Mary.
And it was
that's
like,
where
I think
that's
where
the origin story
was
started.
He not a manager, like an equipment manager for St. Vincent, St. Mary's?
Yeah, something along those lines,
So LeBron
But he followed him from high school and then was the Cleveland beat reporter starting in probably 2004 is my guess. He was the Cavs beat reporter, and then he basically parlayed that into his job at ESPN right now.
Right now, after last night, I responded to the morning show. I don't know if you listened to the morning show yesterday. Brett Kane started talking about Texas Roadhouse, the restaurant, and how incredible it is, and it's almost recession-proof. So I took the family last night to
Is
Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse isn't the one that they clip off your tie, right?
I don't know.
That's Trail Dust.
No, just Texas Roadhouse is a big national chain.
I had never been up until like a month ago, ever.
Oh, you went to a Texas Roadhouse?
Yeah.
They give you the bread and like sweet butter that tastes like dessert.
The cinnamon
on the front
sugar
end.
butter?
So if anybody thinks that advertising on radio isn't effective, I am living proof that Brett Kane talking yesterday about Texas Roadhouse, our entire family went last night and it was phenomenal. The problem is that right now I feel like Brian Windhorst because I ate my face off in peanuts, in bread with cinnamony, sugary butter, and then a nice little sirloin steak with all the fixins, all the trims.
So, again, I am not a Texas Roadhouse regular. My wife was floored when I had told her I had never been to one. And she was like, we're going tonight.
Well, you know why, Raj, is Texas Roadhouse is for us blue-collar people.
Oh, my God.
Us people that work with the hands, man.
Don't do that.
I work with my hands. I work in radio, and I coach football. You
it's
can
not
tell
like
I
I've
am
never
a
been to like
blue-collar
I've
son
been
of a
to
gun,
an Outback.
man.
I enjoy myself a bloomin' onion.
Outback is very high end. And that is not recession-proof. Those prices, they resemble what's going on in our economy.
I'm in a different ballpark now, a different tax bracket because I'm eating
last
at
night,
Outback.
I got unlimited bread, I got unlimited peanuts, and I got a dang Wednesday special of sirloin steak, 8 ounces, with 2 sides for $15? You can't get a McDonald's Happy Meal for that these days.
But what I learned is that, Texas Roadhouse, not Trail Dust.
And Texas Roadhouse, just for the record, Mark Moser texted you and I and said, I'm bleeping starving listening to this.
It would be so good right now.
Oh, I could go back. I could go double Windhorst.
So I didn't realize they just had pre-COVID, I'm assuming, they had the Five Guys thing of just free pocketing peanuts all over the place, and now you have to have little plastic bags.
That's
and
what
I
Texas
feel
Roadhouse
it
did.
feels cheap. There's a what's the bar up at CSU? Lucky Joe's at CSU.
There's a lot of bars
Lucky
in Fort
Joe's.
Collins.
Lucky Joe's used to have, you walked in and
Is that still there?
yeah, that place is great. That was like the best college bar at CSU for my count is Lucky Joe's. You can go to the rec room and lose your mind, but
Opening soon.
so you would just walk through the door and there is a literal barrel of free-handed peanuts, and you just chomp on peanuts, have a couple of Lone Star beers, and then go home. And what I would end up doing is I'd have a bunch of peanuts in my back pocket, and then I'd, eventually fall asleep, not under my own volition, if you catch my drift.
So maybe have one too many beers?
Maybe have 6 beer.
Just one beers times 6?
As our friends up north would say it, 5 or 6 beer. And then I'd wake up the next morning and I'd have peanut shells shattered all over my bed. You can't do those things.
You what?
You got to be responsible. Nuggets, big win, 127-117. We got tonight. The LA Kings come to town 8 p.m.
Tonight.
7:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. The LA Kings, that is a very good hockey team.
And that is the team of my youth. I grew up watching on Prime Ticket, Southern California. My dad was coaching at USC. Watched those LA Kings, and I got to watch some really good hockey back in the day. Granato, Gretzky,
Robitaille,
Luke Robitaille,
early Rob Blake.
So good, man.
Good hockey teams there. Avs and Kings tonight, you can hear it on 92.5. Before we get into that, and on the other side, Mina Kimes had something really nice to say about the Broncos offseason.
George Payton glazing going on?
I don't hate it.
I'm here for it.
Let's hear what she has to say next.
Last night,
Outback.
I got unlimited bread, I got unlimited peanuts, and I got a dang Wednesday special of sirloin steak, 8 ounces with 2 sides for $15? You can't get a McDonald's Happy Meal for that these days.
Oh, KJ, you don't miss, do you? You don't miss. I am starving for some Texas Roadhouse, though.
Whether you think it's low standard of food or not, as one of our Shop Moser texters said, it still hits the spot, man.
Recession proof is right. That place is always packed. We mentioned Mina Kimes was talking about the Denver Broncos and what they've done over the offseason. Is their roster ready for a 9.5 over-under? We'll get into the over-unders in a little bit on KJ's NFL notes, but this is what Mina had to say.
What do you have for the Denver Broncos?
Man, that roster's good all of a sudden. Denver's one of those teams.
I only have 2 needs. I had the exact same reaction. I was like, damn, okay.
Yeah, like there's some teams where you go through and I'm doing these notes and I'm like, man, there's a lot of needs. And it's putting down lots of different positions. There are other teams where when you get to like the second or the third need, I'm writing question marks at the end of them. Like, I mean, is it a need? Kind of. Denver could use another wide receiver. They could use a running back, but I don't think it's necessarily like a desperation need. It's a couple of little skill position players.
What I love about the Broncos and the position that they're in is they can now draft from really not a place of desperation. So I did my needs before free agency, just for my own usage, not for the pod. And then I go back after free agency and they addressed so many of their needs, like linebacker, tight end. They were one of my free agency winners. I absolutely loved their signings, some of the players that they added on both sides of the ball, frankly.
It is a great time to be a Denver Bronco fan because George Payton, Sean Payton, and the build of this roster has been done incrementally, incredibly well. I'm talking incredibly well. Positional needs. I can't name one outside of running back and tight end that is just glaring. Because I believe that you're in the top half of the National Football League and probably top quarter of the National Football League in dang near every position. Offensive line. Top 5. You are as a unit.
It stays healthy. It's veteran laden. Those guys have been
they're big, they're good. Physical.
They've been good.
They're built. You know what they are built to do that Sean Payton hasn't tapped into? They're built to run the freaking football. This offensive line can run the rock because they're big, they're bruisers. These are not solely pass protecting offensive linemen. Look at Ben Powers, you look at Mike McGlinchey, Garrett Bowles, certainly the belly, and Luke Wattenberg. Those 5 guys, they like to be white-knuckled and going forward. And they're built to do it. And I do think that the one glaring positional need is running back. And it's a cheap one to get.
Yeah, it's a free one to get. It's free. You get to draft it this year.
Did you see, Raj, any of the clips from Pro Day yesterday in beautiful Boise, Idaho, of Ashton Genty?
I didn't, but I know you did.
That guy's build is different than anything I've ever seen at the
Genty's
position. I've never seen somebody look the way he does.
Explain it.
He is a ball of massive muscle, 0 body fat on him. When you watch his ability to run in and out of bags and do some of those positional drills that he was asked to do, he didn't do the 40, all that. I just think that Ashton Genty is as good as it gets. In fact, I just saw, and I sent it out here this morning on our show thread, that Ashton Genty is being rumored to be the cleanest and most thorough, no-brainer prospect in this draft class because of the off the field, the way he takes care of his body, his overall availability over the course of his 3 years toting the rock at Boise State, his durability. The guy is an incredibly clean.
More so than Travis Hunter? Because Travis Hunter checks every one of those boxes that you just talked about.
I agree with that.
Eats clean, is a gym rat.
Doesn't partake in all of the nightly activities.
Is, by all accounts, a brilliant student, at least from his time at CU.
It was a 4.0 student.
So Travis Hunter, I feel like, is the other guy. Hunter feels can't miss.
I believe both those dudes are can't miss. And I actually thought that both of them were highly worthy of being a Heisman Trophy winner. I did. And I think both of them are highly worthy of being a top 5 selection in this year's NFL draft.
You also tweeted out yesterday.
Hunter, give him the Heisman now.
A large contingent of Broncos staff.
The biggest one, and I don't know exactly who was all there. I do know this. Your running back coach for the Denver Broncos was in the building. And there were only about 5 or 6 running backs coaches. That tells me something. That tells me that there is significant interest in being boots on the ground for a player that, if he indeed does slide at all past the 10th pick in the draft.
Right, because you're not getting into the top 10.
You shouldn't either. You should not move mountains to get in the top 10 because of what that would be giving up. And I think there are still, while there are not a ton of needs for the Broncos overall in their roster, I do think that you want to have picks to address running back, tight end, and wide receiver depth in this year's draft class.
So before the offseason, let's go back to what Kimes and Sam Morton were saying in that clip. Prior to the offseason, what were your main holes on this roster? Prior to free agency.
I was scared about interior defensive line. Who'd you go out and sign? You got your guy extended, DJ Williams. So you feel better about that. It's concerned about linebacker.
DJ Jones.
Concerned about linebacker. What do? Dre Greenlaw.
You feel better about it?
Very much so.
Were you concerned about safety?
Very.
Really?
Because I think a really good defense is built down the middle. And I think that I feel like the safety position was good, not great. I thought Brandon Jones was fantastic.
Is it now great?
I think it's arguably the best safety trio in pro football. And then if you throw a developing JL Skinner at 6'4", that rangy, long athlete at the safety position in his development, potentially coming into year 3, year 4, I think he'd be year 3, if I'm not mistaken. I think that the safety position is phenomenal.
All right, top 3 positions of need: defensive line or interior defensive line, linebacker, safety. Check, check, check.
Yep.
Next positions of need.
Well, I mean, I started on the defensive side of the ball, so I apologize.
That's fine.
If we're getting a little unhinged. I thought the number one position of need for this team was a 1A, 1B situation between running back 1A, tight end 1B.
How do you feel about it after Evan Ingram's signing?
Good.
But not complete.
Incomplete. Because the tight end position, I don't know that Evan Ingram is the long-term solution by any stretch of the imagination. He's longer in the tooth. He's got some recent injury history, and the same could be said about Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga at their linebacker and safety positions, respectively. But I do think that Evan Ingram, he addresses an immediate need for now, for 2025. And if he stays healthy, then shoot, you might have a top 7 talent as a receiving tight end in the National Football League. But I still think you need the future of the tight end position. And boy, would it be good to hit on that somehow, some way in this draft. And I'm starting to wonder, after yesterday's performance at LSU Pro Day, does Mason Taylor, does he factor into pick 20, tight end? He tied at Pro Day with running the fastest 40 of any tight end in this draft class from the combine. Ran in the mid 4.6 range. I got into it a little bit on Twitter with Daniel Jeremiah. It was a friendly back and forth where I said with the Broncos' third round pick, they will select Mason Taylor. He goes, if they get to the third round, if Mason Taylor gets to the third round, the NFL is very, very flawed in its evaluation.
Taylor is mocked right now to be a top half of round 2 pick.
Is he, from a fit standpoint, freak athlete, incredibly intelligent, great bloodlines, son of freak show defensive end Jason Taylor.
And honestly, guys, that matters. It does.
It does.
It doesn't mean, it does not by any stretch mean that you will be a success. But if you have all of those intangibles and you also have the skill set to go alongside it, like genes matter, man. Like you hear Vic talk about every single morning. Genetics are out of control. It matters. But you think there's a reason why like Jackson Holliday has been the number one overall prospect in baseball for all these years? You think there's a reason why Vlad Guerrero Jr. may very well win the AL MVP this year?
Go back to Prince Fielder.
Yep. Cecil's kid.
I used to like calling him Cecil.
Cecil.
Genes do matter, Raj.
Genes matter.
They do. And I like this Mason Taylor. Getting fired up about him. And actually, you know what? I think Mason Taylor would be a really good complimentary and almost developmental piece right behind Evan Ingram. Because I think there's a lot of similarities in their game. And I think there's similarities in how Sean Payton likes to use the tight end position, which is more, think Jimmy Graham, than say traditional tight end. Even Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce's a little bit, he's always been a little bit slower, but a really good physical presence as a receiving tight end. I think of Evan Ingram and Mason Taylor as explosive athletes. Long athletes.
I don't
Jimmy
know if
Graham
I want him
athletes.
at 20, though.
I don't know.
Because if you take him at 20, you know what that screams to me? You are drafting based off of, we haven't fixed this yet, so let's go get that player. And for most people who go over drafts and prospects for a living, they will tell you that's the wrong way to draft.
If you take Colston Loveland at pick 20,
you and I have kind of moved away from him.
You would feel better about. I'm wondering, and I asked the question Daniel Jeremiah. He did not answer me on Twitter last night. Why is it assumed that Colston Loveland is going to go higher than Mason Taylor, tight end from LSU? Why is it assumed? I didn't love the optics of him showing up with a big old surgically repaired shoulder at combine interviews.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I don't actually think he's as good of a fit for Sean Payton's style. I think Colston Loveland's a really good Jim Harbaugh tight end. Beat the hell out of you at the line of scrimmage and then potentially release and make some plays down the field as a viable pass catching tight end. But he's a bit of a bruiser. I don't know if that's what Sean Payton's trying to establish. I mean, I'll say this. I like that guy. I want that guy. I'll take him right down the road here to parochial school in Highlands Ranch. I want the guy that's a bruiser.
When he's like 22 years old, of course you would.
I'm saying the equivalent, Raj. Gosh.
Who's the kid from Little League Baseball? Danny
Almani.
Danny Almani.
Great pitcher, man. He was like 27 years old.
Freaking 18-year-old playing against 12-year-olds. I am 12. That's what you do for Colston. Hey, buddy, come here. I am 16. All 6'8", 255 pounds of me. Your team would be unbeatable.
Oh, man. Gosh, you imagine.
Just firing a 22-year-old to come in, go clean shaven, and play with the rest of your fellas. It'd be my favorite thing ever. If that's the case, and you are reaching, and that would be a reach. It would be a reach from where he is projected to be picked for Mason Taylor. Again, the tight end out of LSU. He is projected to be a mid to top half of the second round pick. Selecting him at 20 is a reach. And the draft is a game that is all about value. And if we're talking about value, all this screams to me is if you're not ready to select somebody at 20 that is meant to be there, trade back. If you want to use number 32 on him, like let's say you trade back or you trade back into the first round, you want that extra fifth year on a player, I'm okay with that. That's where I think you can go ahead and you can reach a little bit, but not at 20. I'd rather you get your extra second round picks so that you can not only fill the unknown, the incomplete is what you called it, right? It's not a check mark for tight end right now. It's an incomplete. So you can turn that incomplete into a check with tight end and turn the circle, the hole at running back. That is the main spot.
It's a huge void.
There's nothing there. That's a black hole.
It is rife with role players. Right?
You can you can address both of those needs in the second round so long as you trade out of the first. And I'm okay with that. But for a team that is, again, projected
is the draft rich enough?
In tight end and running backs, that's what everyone said this year.
No. Is it rich enough in the first round up through pick 20 to get much value from a draft capital perspective to move back?
I think there's going to be a few edge rushers that are around pick 20.
The beautiful thing, and probably offensive tackles.
Okay.
And you don't have a need at either position.
No, I think you need to select an offensive tackle somewhere in the middle rounds this year to start developing a swing guy, and then maybe next year with your first or second pick, you take the heir apparent to Garrett
I think
Bowles.
you kind of have that with Alec Palczewski, because you signed Matthew Pert as the swing tackle that did it this year, and Alec Palczewski also did it himself. He's young, he's cost controlled. Matthew Pert is obviously longer in the tooth, has done this longer, has more experience, and he's more of your bridge swing tackle. But I think Palczewski has proven to be a really good swing tackle. Is Quinn Bailey still a part of this? I don't even know what his contract situation is. Obviously out of sight, out of mind, unfortunately, after his injury during training camp.
I don't see Quinn Bailey on the roster. I think he's gone. Quinn Bailey.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, he's
is he
free
gone?
agent. Yep.
He hasn't
Free
signed
agent.
with anyone, but he's not on the depth chart. Quinn's not there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you're selecting an offensive tackle in the first or the second round this year. I think that would make fans kind of get up in arms. But sure, there's a possibility that there's tackles there that teams want. I look at edge rushers because teams that are sitting behind you, the 12 teams that are sitting behind you, are contending teams. And what do contending teams love? They love luxury edge rushers. And there's going to be a possibility that you could see someone fall in love with James Pierce, or maybe Michael Williams falls from Georgia. Maybe Shamar Stewart falls out of A&M, and he could be available. Any one of those three players are available.
I think you and I are the answer to the question of will there be is it rich enough to be able to get some quality extra picks in the second and third rounds moving out of 20?
I think so.
The answer is probably yes. And it's going to live in two areas that you don't have a desperate need, and that's edge rusher and offensive tackle. And I think there's going to be a run on those two positions between picks 12 and 25. And because of that, I believe you're going to be able to move out to your. I think you bring up a great point.
I just don't. I
was actually asking the question. If you get to the second and third round, and you get a haul in the second and third round that consists of any combination of Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, Mason Taylor, Harold Fannin Jr., you'd feel pretty good about this draft, in my opinion. If you get two of those guys, Terrence Ferguson, there's a good group. So a good group of running backs and good group of tight ends that I think can be highly impactful for this offense and for Bo Nix this season. And I think they can live between the second and fourth rounds.
Take us wherever you guys go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Avs and Kings tonight on 92.5, 7:30 p.m. pregame show. Had a text come in. It was asking about how you can listen to the Avs when the Nuggets and the Avs play on the same night. So if you hear the Nuggets on 92.5 and the Avs are playing at the very same time, you can go over to our sister station, AM 950, and you'd be able to hear the Avs play-by-play with Connor McGahey there. Same thing. If you hear the Avs on 92.5 and the Nuggets are playing at the same time, head over to AM 950. If you have the mobile app, it's really easy. You just go into the mobile app, you go into the menu, and you click stations, and then you can select either 92.5 or 950 from the station. So if you did not know, now you know. The more you know. Coach, Raj, KJ hanging out with you guys up until noon. It's opening day, by the way. It's like one of the best sports days of the year.
Oh, man. And of course, the Colorado Rockies aren't actually opening on opening day, because what would be more Rocky than that? Here we are.
Well, they're not playing because they open up against the Tampa Bay Rays. And Tampa, if you guys didn't know, Tampa is not playing at Tropicana Field. The sarcophagus, as Moj lovingly refers to it all the time. The hurricane ripped it to shreds.
Destroyed it.
And they're going to be renovating it for the entirety of the year. So now what Tampa is doing is they're taking over George Steinbrenner Field, which is the spring training home of the New York Yankees.
You ever found it ironic that the decision to build an indoor professional sports facility for football or baseball, field sports, if you will, is to protect you from the environment?
Yes.
From the elements, if you will.
Yes.
The Rays, I don't know if they chose to build that facility. I don't know if they inherited the facility. It's a piece of crap. It's awful.
Yeah, it's garbage.
But you play in an indoor environment to protect you from the elements, yet the elements have made it so you can't play in the stadium. That makes no sense to me.
I mean, Mother Nature, when she feels like giving it to you, she's going to give it to you.
Yeah, but if that had been a very solidly built outdoor Major League Baseball structure, they would be playing in it right now. It's because it was a canvas roof. Did you watch the images of the hurricane ripping that roof off?
That's tatters, man.
That's why the facility is not functional, is because of what happened to the crap roof that it has. You'd be playing opening day today. The Rockies would be playing the Tampa Bay Tampa Bay Rays in some. You should have a beautiful outdoor stadium that looks out over the bay.
In Tampa?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Why would you not
That place
do that?
is gorgeous. Tampa's awesome.
And you play in a dark, dingy, crappy facility that if you get 120 mile an hour winds, you just kiss the next season goodbye. Oh, by the way, Tampa sees a lot of 120 plus mile an hour winds in hurricane season. Just so stupid.
Imagine trying to hit a baseball with like an 80 mile an hour gust coming back at you from center field.
Oh, man.
Yeah, opening day. The Rockies will not play until tomorrow. I believe around like 2 p.m. or something is when they start off. 2:10 is when they start off, but everybody else throughout the rest of the league is playing today. Those games starting off in just a couple of hours.
How are you feeling about your Mets?
Vibe check. I think they're going to be a good team this year. I think the NL East is the very best division in baseball this year. The Phillies are unbelievable. The Braves are going to be healthy this year. They're getting Spencer Strider back. That is a miserable division to play in. I think it's going to be an awesome NL East race this year. The NL West, unfortunately, I think it's the Dodgers, no one else's. Blake Snell could very well win his third Cy Young this year because of who he's playing with. He's going to have 5 or 6 runs of support every time he goes out there. And I know like pitcher wins don't matter all that much anymore, but he is a guy that pitches to low contact, still has a high strikeout rate, left side of the mound, man. That's a hell of a pitcher.
Yeah, just don't count out my hometown favorite San Francisco Giants this year in the NL West. Buster Posey now righting the ship.
Happy birthday, by the way, Buster Posey.
Buster Posey
turns 38 today.
Who takes over as the president of baseball operations, really the general manager, very hands-on with a lot of the decision-making.
The Giants are not winning the NL West.
Hey, man, don't sleep on my Giants.
I'm not sleeping on the Giants, but they're not winning the NL West. They could very well make the playoffs. I think that's a thing.
Did you see how
the Dodgers could win 120 games this year?
Did you see how good the Giants were in spring training? First place in the Arizona League. That means everything.
You want a cookie?
You mean
Can I get you a trophy?
You mean the Dodgers' $790 billion of payroll didn't play all 9 innings of every what they play? They're in the Cactus League too, aren't they? Are they Grapefruit? They used to go to Florida. I can't remember.
Nah, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, who cares? I hate the Dodgers.
All I know is that money talks in baseball right now.
It really
they've
does.
got all the money.
Did you see the Chicago White Sox, what they're predicted to do this year?
Their over-under is... Are they 58 wins? 56
52 and a
wins?
half.
52 now? Yeah, that's a bad baseball team. That's the question. Can the White Sox lose 130? And can the Dodgers win 117, right? Because the record's 116 with the Mariners back in Ichiro's first year. Those will be the two big questions from a team standpoint.
White Sox are actually 54 and a half heading into the 2025 season.
And they lost their best player. Like, it's Garrett Crochet's a Red Sox now.
I hate to say it, but hammer the under. 54 and a half.
Yeah, it's a bad team. It's a bad team. I got my MVPs this year. I think Bobby Witt gets it done with Kansas City. I think that's a player that is as complete as there is in baseball. He's going to steal a bunch of bags. He has 35, 40 home run pop in his bat on any given day. I think Ellie De La Cruz has a chance to win an NL MVP this year. Like, if it's not going to be Shohei, and it's probably going to be Shohei, I want to see Ellie De La Cruz go 40-40.
What's the word? Have you followed along with how much Shohei's going to pitch?
I don't know if he's going to pitch this year.
I thought he was back in.
Is he back in completely pitching?
I mean, he was throwing pens.
Okay, all right.
In spring training, I saw him.
I mean, if he's pitching and he hits like he did last year, he runs away with the MVP. It's not even a conversation because he does things that no one else in the world can do. But I'm not going to be the chalky guy and choose Shohei to win MVP. I don't want to do that. My AL Cy Young, I think Garrett Crochet gets it done moving over from Chicago to Boston. He's got a better team. I think he's going to rack up the wins. He is a menace. My NL Cy Young, I think it's Paul Skeens. Talk about chalk. That guy is my favorite player to watch in baseball right now. I think Skeens runs away with it. Jared Jones is a little bit injured right now with Pittsburgh. I don't know how often he's going to pitch. So if Pittsburgh is going to be any way, shape, or form relevant this year, it's because Paul Skeens is going to pitch a whole bunch of innings and maybe strike out 275 guys this year. My AL Rookie of the Year, Jacob Wilson, the shortstop out of Oakland. My NL Rookie of the Year, I like Matt Shaw out of Chicago, the middle infielder. Either that or if Andrew Painter, the big, I think he's a southpaw from Philadelphia. If Philly goes on a run and wins the NL East this year, I think Andrew Painter has a chance to win the NL Rookie of the Year.
Raj, I think you're giving Nate Kreckman and Brett Kane a significant run for their money for biggest baseball nerd on the Altitude Sports Radio line.
No, it's Nate.
Dude,
Nate makes me
you're
look like
impressing right now.
Nate makes me look like I've never watched baseball in my life.
Yeah,
But that's who I got. That's who I think.
Nate will get seriously into the weeds of the analytics of baseball.
That is the game now. The game. It's
You're
just
out
a
there
mathematics
You're out
game.
there pretty good with your predictions. I'm impressed.
I'll give you division winners. I can give you that right now too.
So NL West Giants continue.
NL West Giants. I think you're an idiot
San
if you
Francisco
choose
Giants.
anyone else. man.
Continue, please.
Sorry, the Dodgers. Don't you gaslight me right now. What's
Buster
the term?
Posey,
Gaslight.
baby.
That's the Dodgers. They're running away with it. They're
All I
going
know is when Buster
115,
Posey is
120 games.
intimately involved with the San Francisco Giants franchise, they just rip off 3 World Series over the course of 5 years.
AL West. Texas Rangers. I think they've got a chance to get back.
Boch is going back. He's bringing him back.
He's going to bring him back.
They sucked last year.
Yeah, but they were, a year away from being
following
the
the year.
World Series
Yeah.
champion.
It
Jacob
always-
deGrom's back and healthy. So I got the Rangers win the AL West. The AL Central, I've got the Twins getting it done.
Woo! You hear about the Twinkies right now?
No.
They're up for sale right now. They're selling. But they're coming with, you buy that franchise for billions of dollars, you're inheriting $425 million of debt.
Oh.
Yeah.
What a great way to pay off your debts. That's awesome. That's a get out of jail free card. That's unbelievable. Imagine having that asset.
Make money to pay off debt.
Yes.
It's so good.
Oh, you have to pony up $1.8 billion to buy my team? Psych! It's 2.2. Have fun. I've got the Cincinnati Reds. Like, if Ellie De La Cruz is going to win MVP, the Reds are making the playoffs, and they're going to win the Central. So I got the Reds win the Central. AL East, I've got Baltimore, although it's probably going to be the Yankees, but I just love Baltimore's offense. They're young. They're fun. Who's going to pitch for them? I have no idea, but I like Baltimore. That is, for my money, it's the most fun team to watch in baseball. And then the NL East, I don't want to do this to myself. Like, you guys know me. I'm a diehard Met fan, born and bred. I had no choice in the matter. I want to say the Mets, but I'm not going to because I'm going to emotionally hedge. Braves get it done. A healthy Braves team wins the NL East.
Uh-oh, KJ rooting on some southern fried baseball over there.
Man, I love the Atlanta Braves when we're not talking about the Yankees, man.
Those are my picks for the Major League season. It's opening day. On the other side, we'll get you guys ready for a big matchup tonight. The Avs and the LA Kings. We were talking about what you want to see for the rest of the year from the Nuggets, right? Results matter for the Nuggets. I said that the results matter or don't matter for the Avalanche moving on out because you're going to see the Dallas Stars in round one. That is who you're playing on the road. I'm going to change my tune a little bit when it comes to teams like LA. I need to see something tonight.
is like they see what I see, what you guys see, like that we've got like the belief in where we can go as a team has grown since the deadline, right? For obvious reasons. And we had a similar vibe in 2022. Like that was a serious team. Now they like to have fun and they like to, enjoy the game and enjoy each other and all that. But when it came to our approach to the games, like it was high standard all the time, developing good habits that we felt like could help us win the whole thing, right? And they accomplished that.
Jared Bednar on with the morning show, as he is every single Wednesday morning, talking about the similarities between this team, Coach, and the 2022 championship team. And while I said yesterday that when I think about the Avs, I go, the results don't matter as much to me over the course of their next 10 games before they end the season on April 13th, and the NHL playoffs are slotted to start, I think, on the 19th, which is weird that the Avs will have like 6 days off in between playoff or regular season playoff games. I don't necessarily love that. The LA Kings are a team that is rounding into form, that is elite away from crypto.com arena, or sorry, at home at crypto.com, and not so much on the other side. They have won 10 of their last 11 games. Their only loss was a 3-1 loss on the road at the Minnesota Wild. And Darcy Kemper could be in the conversation for some Vezina votes. He's not going to win the Vezina, but he's playing very, very well. LA is a team that's always given the Avs some fits. They play with a lot of pace. They hit everything that moves. And for some reason, they just don't match up well against the LA Kings. And that's the reason why I want to see a result tonight.
When's the last time these two teams played? They have not played in the recent iteration of the Avs.
They have not played since all of the changes have been made. The last time they played was, if I'm correct, Wednesday, November 13th.
Wow. That's a long time ago.
The Avs had a 4-2 win. I don't think they've played since. I'm almost positive they haven't. They have not.
We were still watching regular season college football.
It's a team that I always go into a game against and I go, I don't love the matchup for Colorado. And the reason why I want to see a result is because I'm not always going to love the matchup in the postseason. We know how much of a gauntlet the West playoffs are going to be. Like, if you look at the NHL standings right now, it's insane what the Central Division is doing. Right now, there are, if the playoffs started tomorrow, 5 teams in the Central Division make the playoffs.
The Blues are scorching hot.
Scorching hot. They can't lose hockey games right now. It's nuts. It's insane.
7 wins in a row. Regulation wins.
They're 8-1-1. They're 2 points behind the Wild. Like, the Wild are about to be caught. Like, the Wild aren't careful. They have to
2
go
points.
see Winnipeg.
Yep. St. Louis is a mere win and a Wild loss away from being tied.
And I need Minnesota to figure it the hell out, right? Because, like, I don't care about the Minnesota Wild. What I care about is the hardest possible first-round matchup for the Winnipeg Jets. Winnipeg will trounce Minnesota. That'll be a 4 or 5 game series at the very most. St. Louis, man, what they're doing, and Jordan Binnington is turning it around. Like, it's not quite 2019 with what they did from last place to first place and winning a cup, but Montgomery's got them doing something right. And I want to see St. Louis have to go against Winnipeg and force them to sweat a little bit. Stretch that into 6 games.
What's the percentage now that the Avs are locked into a first-round matchup with Dallas?
Are you asking my feel or what the actual percentage is?
Your feel. I want the Rajanomics.
100%.
They're playing?
You're going to Dallas to play in round 1.
There's nothing you can do about it.
I don't think there's anything you can do about it. You have 10 games remaining. You have 5 points to make up on Dallas. And the Avs are hot. They're 8-1-1 their last 10. They've won 3 straight. Dallas can't find a way to lose either. They're 6-2-2.
If you were to get to the second spot right now, who would you play?
Dallas. You're playing Dallas no matter what. It just matters whether or not you're playing Dallas in Dallas or you're playing Dallas here in Colorado. So the way that the bracket sets up right now is Winnipeg is going to be the number 1 seed in the West. They will play the second wild card team. So as
there's only 2 total wild card teams.
Correct. The second wild card team
so
right now is
the
St.
Central
Louis.
Division will have 3 shoe-in representatives, and it would be, without question, it would be the Jets, Stars, Avs.
Correct.
The Pacific Division, Vegas, Kings, Oilers, which is wild that the Kings have taken over Edmonton.
Edmonton has been playing without Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl for the last week and a half.
And then you're looking right now as the 2 wild cards in the Western Conference are Minnesota, St. Louis. Correct?
5 Central teams, 3 Pacific teams. I don't believe in Vancouver. Calgary's on the outside looking in.
Why haven't Vancouver been able to figure it out after the trade deadline?
They haven't been able to figure it out in the last half decade, man. I've been high on that team ever since day one when Spring and I started doing the post-game show. I've loved what they put together. They had a great young core. They just couldn't figure it out. I don't know what it is. Elias Pettersson isn't worth $9.5 million, or I think he's making way more than that, actually. He's not worth his money.
Why wouldn't you just take all the teams that make it? So it'd be 8 teams from the West and just do a reseeding, essentially.
Great question, Coach.
And then in that case, Winnipeg would be 1 seed, Dallas 2 seed, Vegas 3 seed, Avs 4 seed.
Great question. Don't know why they ever moved away. The reason why they moved away is because after the lockout, they wanted division rivalries to be forced upon fans because at that time you were playing 6 to 8 games against your division rivals every year. And because the league lost so much money from the lockout, and the NHL is a gate-driven league, when you have multiple games against the same opponent, they saw an attrition of ticket sales throughout the season. Does that make sense? So they went, we're going to make big-time rivalries, so every single time that a division opponent comes to your building, people want to go see the team that they hate the most.
A couple out-of-division teams to list right here. Do you feel a sense of rivalry with these teams? Vegas.
Yes.
Kings.
Not at all.
Oilers.
Not really, because you waxed them in the West Final.
Vancouver?
No.
Calgary?
Nope.
Anaheim?
Not at all.
Seattle?
No.
Yep.
Because they're irrelevant. It
So
hurts.
do you-
That first round exit hurts, but
you
they're
feel
not a
a
rival.
traditional rival with Dallas?
I think I called into the morning show and yelled at these guys, or yelled at the guys in the morning, because they were talking about who's the Avs' biggest rival right now. And out of all 3 of their mouths, the first thing that didn't happen, the Dallas Stars are the biggest rival that the Avs have. And I don't think it's particularly close. Don't get me wrong. I hate the Vegas Golden Knights. I think you have a heavy rival in the Winnipeg Jets. But I also think Winnipeg hates you more than you hate them. Feels big brother, little brother to me. The Dallas Stars have Matt Duchene, Mikko Rantanen. You have never, on your way to a cup, gone through the Dallas Stars. They have the ugliest green in all of sports.
Are you talking about the neon? The neon
The
one?
neon green is even more offensive than the victory green that they call, which, by the way, what have you won in the last 2 decades, Dallas?
Well, then
Show me your last cup. Hasn't happened in this millennia.
So how is it the biggest rivalry then to you, Raj? For a team that's won multiple cups in this millennia, and you are just glazing Dallas right now.
I'm not glazing. I'm saying they're your biggest rival. They are
Based off what?
Because
of last year's exit?
Last year's exit, the 2 players that you had that were cornerstone franchise players that left your team and now play for them, and Mikko still has work to do, but Matt Duchene is a multiple 30 goal scorer with the Dallas Stars in the middle of his 30s. They're hateable because Jamie Benn is the most punchable face in the league.
More punchable than Jordan Bennington?
No, he's right up there. Their fan base floods Ball Arena and screams the word star 17 times during the national anthem. Screw you.
I thought Texas was all about football.
No, the Dallas Stars are without a doubt your biggest rival. They are. That is your biggest rival. And then there's other ones that you can hate. Vegas is probably number 2 for me. Winnipeg number 3. Mini number 4. St. Louis, if you see him in the postseason, that'll get my blood boiling a little bit. But Minnesota's irrelevant. Has always been irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Is the Colorado Avalanche versus Utah Hockey Club rivalry going to be similar to the rivalry that the University of Colorado had versus the University of Utah that never was a rivalry. They made a fictitious rivalry trophy and nobody could name what it was.
Utah's building the right things. It could be. Where rivalries are born or where? They're born in the playoffs. That's the reason why the Red Wings and the Avs hated each other so much. Because you played each other in the playoffs constantly. And the road to a cup in the late 90s and the early 2000s in the Western Conference ran through Colorado or Detroit. That's the reason why it turned into the greatest rivalry in my lifetime in the sport of hockey. Dallas is your number one rival, man. And you are guaranteed to go play them. Sure, things can happen, but you're not making up 5 points on them. Minnesota's not making up 6 points on you.
Are the Caps for real?
Yeah.
When's Ovi going to do it?
I don't think, I've told you, I don't think he does it this season. I think he sits on 893 or 894 at the end of the year. At least that's what I'm hoping for, because I want to look forward to something on October 7th of next year when the season restarts. I feel like it'd be anticlimactic if he beats it and he gets to 896, and then we look forward to 4 kind of meaningless goals to get him up to 900. 889? I think he's at 889.
I thought he's at it. This might be dated. It says 886.
No, he's not at 886 right now. He's got more than that. How slow is your internet over there? What is happening?
I don't know.
I'm
March
looking for you for the answer. What's going on?
March 27th of 2025 says with 35 goals in 54 games to give him a total of 886. And that's today, right? March 27th. It's an ESPN.com article.
I think he's got more than that. I'm almost positive he has more than that.
Scoring record's 894.
894.
And that would put him 8 away?
I think he's got more than that. I'm almost positive he's 6 away. I'm going to let you figure this out. You're the one who's trying to figure out stats on the fly right now. What's going on? I'll give you the 4-minute break to figure this one out. NFL Notes is next.
Oh, no.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. But before we get to that, Coach, what did you learn about Alexander Ovechkin in the break?
You were right, Raj. It is 5 goals away from Alexander Ovechkin tying the all-time record for most goals scored in a career, and 6 to break it.
ESPN is just lying to you, man.
Yeah, it was. KJ was mad. He was yelling at ESPN when he came into the studio.
Sons of guns.
He said, man, ESPN's trying to make you look like you have no credibility. I said, I've lost my credibility long ago.
KJ, what's first?
Good for you, bud. The Denver Broncos have begun the process of receiving their over-under totals heading into the 2025 season. First up is ESPN, who sets the Broncos over-under total at 9.5 wins this season. That comes after a 5.5 win total from last year that was set by ESPN as far as over-under. Guys, the Broncos won 10 last year, so how optimistic are we that the Broncos can surpass 9.5 wins this year?
And the fact that I went under a year ago and the Broncos surprised me and surprised all of us, and it was a really good thing for everybody involved in Denver sports and radio and TV and all the things, I'm going to go under again. Because I want the Denver Broncos to surprise us again.
I'll take the over 9.5. 10 wins gets you into the playoffs. I don't believe that the Broncos will fall out of the playoff field this year. I think it's over, but I think you're sweating this one out up until the end.
I do too. And you see that the Chargers are at 10.5.
I don't understand that. I don't get that. Is it just because of Justin Herbert?
Well, they also just swept you in this past season. The Denver Broncos were swept by the LA Chargers.
But do you see it being that big of a... It's not a big delta, I guess. It's one game. It feels like nationally that the Chargers are given way more respect than Denver is.
Yeah, I think probably just the proven nature of Justin Herbert's a little bit... I mean, I don't know.
He hasn't proven anything.
You're right. He's proven that he consistently puts up good numbers.
Like, I'm in love with his talent, but he hasn't proven anything in terms of like winning anything meaningful.
Critical.
Is it the Harbaugh thing? Because like if you look at Harbaugh, you go, oh, there's a winner, but like Sean Payton's got a ring and Harbaugh doesn't.
Maybe it's commitment to running the football.
That could be it.
And stopping the run.
It'll get a little bit tougher. Like the road is tougher than it was last year. You host the Jags, the Titans, the Cowboys, the Giants. I think you should win 3 of those 4 games, if not all 4 of those games.
It's a pretty bad.
It depends what you think about the Cowboys.
We already know that Russell Wilson has already declared himself ineligible for the return to Empower Field as a starting quarterback for the New York Football Giants.
So while those 4 teams are nice and easy at home, like it feels like you should win 3 of 4, if not 4 of 4 against those teams.
The road games aren't so sexy.
The road games, you go to Houston, woof. To Indy, very winnable. To Philly, woof.
Yeah.
And to Washington,
woof, woof.
So, like, if you look at those 8 games, if you come out 500, what do you got to do?
You got to do what you did last year and find a way to beat the Chiefs once.
Beat the Chiefs once, sweep the Raiders, split with the Chargers.
Split with the Chargers.
That is your recipe to 10 wins right there. That's how you do it.
Raiders aren't going to be nearly as easy to sweep. Pete Carroll's a different entity than AP. Trust me.
What's next, KJ?
Young and hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
Don't forget, Coach Gino's not writing back. NFL draft analyst Todd McShay has been one of many to question whether the New York Giants would draft Shedeur Sanders or someone else with the number 3 overall pick. Well, Todd speaks out about what signing Russell Wilson actually means for what the Giants could do at number 3 overall.
It's not a coincidence that Russell Wilson was signed within hours, not days, hours, that they're all there in South Florida for the workout for Cam Ward and for Miami's Pro Day. It means that they know that the Tennessee Titans aren't moving out of that number one spot. Maybe there's increased information or an increased level of concern if you're the Giants, if you do want Shedeur, if you do think he's worth the number 3 overall pick, that both these quarterbacks are going to be gone at number 3. Then you're sitting there at number 3, and you've got the wonderful choice between, it's still a difficult choice, between Abdul Carter, pass rusher, and Travis Hunter, the wide receiver cornerback. Third possibility is that Shedeur is available at number 3. The Giants just don't want him. This is the option that I would recommend to Joe and Brian. Shedeur is there at 3. He's a really good player. He's got a chance to develop into a really good starter in the NFL. But if you're going to do what's best for this organization and you have a head coach who can develop quarterbacks, there's a couple other guys that the grades aren't that far off on, and I can do it with Abdul Carter or with Travis Hunter.
So Todd McShay is essentially saying that he's reading the tea leaves based off of the Giants making the decision to bring in both Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson. They've secured their belief that number 1, Cam Ward, is off the board. He is gone. He's going to Tennessee. And that's why the odds are minus 1,600 for Cam Ward to be the number 1 overall pick from the Tennessee Titans. I do believe that the New York Giants would make a mistake in not drafting Shedeur Sanders. But I do think that the New York Giants will pass up on Shedeur Sanders. The question I'm starting to wonder, Cleveland Browns, are they going to take Shedeur Sanders at 2?
No.
Who's playing quarterback for them?
I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't know if they want their quarterback this year. I think
Is Deshaun Watson still like even a viable option?
No, he's hurt. He hurt himself again. Didn't he pop his Achilles again?
Yeah, he retore it in
January. He's done. He can't play this year. Yeah, he's not playing.
Who else they got?
Kenny.
Oh, Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
They got
I honestly think that Cleveland doesn't care.
Let me stir it with my good hand.
I think Cleveland goes with Travis Hunter, or they go with Abdul Carter.
Precious
and they go quarterback next year.
Are those your potatoes?
You sicko.
Let me stir it with your good hand. Kenny Pickett. He's got the little hand.
They're so weird. Yeah, I don't think they go quarterback there. It still feels as though Shedeur is going to fall to the Giants to me. You were talking about it yesterday. If he doesn't go 1, 2, or 3, he's a Raider. He's a Raider. No one else is going to draft him. If he doesn't go 1, 2, or 3, Shedeur is in Vegas.
If the Raiders don't pick him, then it gets real interesting.
And then he tumbles. If the Raiders don't pick him, he either tumbles, he either gets selected by Indy.
We talked about the 49ers.
The Niners are really interesting at 12.
Yep. Was it 11 or 12?
I think they're at 12 this year. I don't pull it back.
Speaking of where everybody
they're
is,
at 11.
is selecting.
Sorry, 11. Cowboys are at 12.
Speaking of where everybody's selecting, we talked during the break. Something that has me really excited about draft weekend. It's the Denver Broncos are selecting Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, we just realized that. They have the Philly pick this year from the Okwebunam trade. So you get the final one.
Alberto.
You get to
the gift that keeps on giving, Clark. I love it.
KJ, what's next?
Young and hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
Well, the Titans are still trying to figure out whether they're going to draft Cam Ward or not. The Browns are dealing with, do they draft Abdul Carter or do they hop into Dak Prescott sweepstakes in regards to reports? And then the Giants are being the Giants, of course. Well, with all of those moving parts, Adam Schefter went on NFL Live yesterday to kind of set the record straight in regards to what specifically the Browns and Giants are looking to do. And will the Titans decide to stay put?
We've also heard the Titans general manager, Mike Borgonzi, say that he's open to anything. And so he's going to be listening to phone calls. It doesn't mean that the Giants will be able to make it up to one. But I expect the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants both to make calls. And let's see if there's a team that can come up with an offer that the Titans can't pass up. Yes, the Titans absolutely do like Cam Ward. Yes, they're ready to take him. But these teams have 1 month to try to change Tennessee's mind and make an offer compelling enough to move Tennessee, which has a ton of holes on its roster, off the number 1 pick.
Huh. So we were just told by Todd McShay that it's a done deal. The Tennessee Titans are taking Cam Ward.
I think it's pretty done.
I don't know, man. If there's one person that's really connected in the circles of general managers, head coaches, and owners in the National Football League and the media, it is Adam Schefter.
Ward 1, Carter 2, Sanders 3.
It's going to New York. So it
Hunter
will.
4.
So you will get in New York Shedeur Sanders, Jameis Famous Winston.
Unless
Crab
there's
Claw.
reports that come out that they hate him, that they just don't think he's there.
And then you'll have Mr. Unlimited himself, all in the same quarterback room.
So the Broncos host the Giants, right? Who would you rather see be playing quarterback in that game? If the Giants select Shedeur, do you want to see Russ come into Mile High, or do you want to see Shedeur coming into Mile High?
Don't forget third option.
Nah, there's not a third option. It would be those two. Come on.
Jameis
Come on.
Winston?
It would be those two. He just
threw for 600 freaking yards against you.
Jameis is a distant third in terms of what you would want to see. Think with your fan brain right now. Jameis is a distant third. Right?
That was the most uncomfortable game of the Broncos season.
Yeah, it was unhinged.
Although he gives you 14 points too.
But from a narrative standpoint, it's Russ or Shedeur. You got to pick one. Who do you want to see in white and blue and a touch of red?
God, that's hard. So who do I want to see as somebody that's trying to beat the brakes off the Giants?
No. They will be playing for the Giants.
No, I'm saying if I'm a Broncos fan and you're asking the question.
I have no parameters. You can look at it any way that you want.
From an entertainment perspective?
Yes.
Fudge, that's still hard, man. I mean, that's a tough. Both guys are really, it'd be a really interesting storyline. Shedeur returning back to Colorado to play against the Denver Broncos, or Russell Wilson returning back to Denver to play against his former team that they're still paying the piper, at least with regards to his salary cap hit.
I think Shedeur is the more intriguing game because I feel like I've moved past the Russ thing.
I feel like if the Broncos want to win that game and guarantee a victory, I think you probably want Russell Wilson playing quarterback. And the reason for that, I think there's going to be so much negativity surrounding the New York Giants if they start Russell Wilson to begin the season and continue as the starter. And it's going to be the end of Joe Shane. It's going to be the end of Brian Daboll. What Shedeur Sanders would represent, even in a game against the Broncos, is hope for that franchise.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Young and hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
The real answer, Coach, there is Tommy DeVito. Travis Hunter has another NFL player in his corner who is intrigued to see him play both ways in the NFL. Packers running back Josh Jacobs encourages whatever team that drafts Travis, give him a shot to play both ways, because what he could do financially could absolutely make crazy history for non-quarterbacks who are able to do it.
If he is able to do it, though, he going to have to be the highest paid player all the time.
True. Travis Hunter coming in, wanting to play two-way. You think that's realistic?
I think you give him. I think he earned the right to you give him a chance to at least see.
Yeah.
I think he earned that. You feel me? Like, do I think that it's possible? Like, I don't know. It's possible.
Yeah.
It ain't never been done for real on a like
every play,
full time.
Yeah.
But like, I say give him a chance. Let him see if he can do it. On me.
I think bro gonna make plays, bro. 16 games.
Yeah.
That's all different, though.
Yeah, it is. It will all depend on his body. Because who you know do that, bro? Nobody ever. It's never been done. Like, you have people to take a little few, you know what I'm saying? Like, he really gonna change, like...
Yeah, he gonna change, yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? But I think he, like I said, I think he earned the right to be able to at least see.
Okay. I agree with Josh Jacobs in a couple of ways here. He has earned the right to see if he can do it both ways. If he is successful at playing both wide receiver and corner, he will not even sniff being the highest paid player in NFL history. Won't even sniff it. He won't come
Raj,
anywhere close
if he's
to it.
dominant.
Not even close.
If he's dominant in both positions.
Not even close.
And he makes it through year 3. I do believe he'll be.
Not even close.
Why not?
Because there are quarterbacks in this league. And you've already seen it in another league.
So you don't believe that you end up paying him
No,
as
you
a
don't
twofer.
pay him double. You do pay him, but you don't pay him double.
You don't give him a corner salary
No.
plus a wide receiver salary.
No, they won't do
Why
that
not?
because we've already seen it happen in a league that doesn't have a salary cap. We're already watching this happen with Shohei Ohtani. You can make the argument that Shohei on a $700 million deal over the course of 10 years is underpaid. You can make that argument because look at the Mike Trout number, look at the Juan Soto number, and if you look at the highest paid pitchers in the league right now, let's go down to the Corbin Burns deal at $210 million. You can make the argument that Shohei Ohtani as a pure hitter is worth the Juan Soto contract in and of itself. And then you would have to add on a $200 to $250 million starting pitcher contract. He didn't get that money in Major League Baseball, and there's no salary cap. He wouldn't even sniff it. He'd be paid a lot of money, don't get me wrong. He'd probably be the highest paid wide receiver of all time, but highest paid player, no shot. Quarterbacks exist. You're not playing the same game.
Shohei Ohtani has resumed his pitching program with an eye on the long-term prognosis of doing it.
Like you can make the argument that Shohei was worth $500 million as a hitter over the course of 10 years and $250 to $300 million over the course of 10 years as a starter. And he didn't get all of that. He got a bunch of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not $700 million. Like
You just said that
it's very nice.
You could argue he's underpaid.
Oh yeah, you can.
That's insane.
Based on the numbers, you can argue it. And that's the reason why I don't think there's any chance that, like, even if Travis is successful at playing both ways, that he will find a way to outpace. So, like, 5 years from now, what's a starting quarterback going to be making in the league? Like, who resets the market when Travis's rookie deal is up?
It'll be Mahomes will reset it again, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Unless he does the Tom Brady thing and goes, I'm cool with being top 10, just put a great team around me. But, like, the biggest cap hit this year or contract average. How's that? We'll go contract average for quarterbacks. $60 million is Dak right now. 5 years from now, is a quarterback making 80? That world probably exists. You're gonna pay Travis more than that? I don't think so. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Colorado, what is good? I'll tell you what's good is the sports day today. Combination of Sweet 16 basketball, opening day of Major League Baseball, all but your Colorado Rockies are opening up the season today against tomorrow against the Tampa Bay Rays. But even with football season over, all the things that are going on right now, you need to download the Colorado edition of Circa Sports, the betting app, because it has it all. It's got tight money line splits, high betting limits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. And whether you're looking for futures, could be on a little bit of Masters coming up. Stay tuned on that. Continuation of the Sweet 16 into the Elite 8, and next week being Final Four and NCAA championships. Props on your favorite players, Major League Baseball, think about that, and more. Circa Sports has you covered. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you feel 100% or do you feel just good enough?
I feel much better than I thought. I don't want to say percentage or stuff, but I feel much better than I thought it's going to be. So, yes. I still feel a little bit, but it's much less how it was before.
Joker speaking after the Nuggets win last night, a triple-double, 39 points in 38 minutes for the three-time MVP, 15 of 25 shooting. Also, like one of the best passes we've ever seen him dish in his career. It defies logic what that guy does with a basketball. The other player that impressed, and he has been up and down. We talked about the roller coaster season that the Nuggets have had. The roller coaster season and existence that is, well, it's Michael Porter Jr., right? He is consistent in terms of the ability to play night in, night out. Hasn't missed a start, hasn't missed a game all year.
It was ironic that we talked with Dempsey yesterday on the NBA Baseline segment that we get weekly with Demps about that very discussion, that the most available players this season have been Christian Braun and Michael Porter Jr. Those two guys have been a model of consistency. So it was really interesting to hear what he had to say about that.
Right. Model of consistency from being in the game. And I think that Porter's ability to consistently rebound has been nice this year. But from a pure scoring standpoint, he continues to frustrate. Last night was not the case there, but there may have been something underlying that has been the reason for his recent struggles prior to last night's game.
During the stretch that certain guys have been out, there's definitely been games where I probably should not have played due to just little, a hamstring tightness or, an ankle. But especially when there's some guys out, I think it's important that if you can be out there, to try to be out there. I think some of those games I did struggle a little bit, not being 100%. But I think it's important just to, when you can play. Everyone's banged up at this point in the season, and it's our job to take care of our bodies. But I think that I'm looking forward to this 3 days off and, feel really good going into the playoffs.
Michael Porter Jr. in his career, he's had averages of 9.3 as a rookie, 19, which is his all-time, it was his second year, 9.9, 17.4, 16.7 last year, and now all the way back up to 18.2 a game. One thing that hasn't been talked about enough is not only has Michael Porter Jr. been available this season, he also started 81 regular season games a year ago. So it's going to be 2 years in a row where he is the most relied upon, consistently available player on the Denver Nuggets starting five.
And honestly, going back to the 22-23 season when he played 62 games, that feels like a solid baseline for him. Even somewhere in that low to mid 60s. But over the past couple of years, yeah, he's been there night in and night out. He just needs to find a way to be consistent from beyond the arc for this team to have a chance in the postseason. Like, do I need you to go 6 of 8 like you did last night? No. But you can't have the 1 of 10. Like, if he goes 1 of 10 in the playoffs, you lose that basketball game. Unless Joker drops a 35-point triple-double and Jamal Murray goes off for, 34 of his own. That's the only way that you can counterbalance that. But if he goes 1 of 10, you're losing most of those basketball
Ironically, Michael Porter Jr. is averaging fewer 3-point attempts per game than he did in the 2 previous seasons, where he was 7.3 and 6.8 per game.
So that's interesting too, right? Like we've heard Michael Malone talk about needing to get guys more shots. And the 3 guys that should have, without a doubt, the most shots on your team in order are Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr.
And what is different about this season, if you look at this being the lowest volume shooting of MPJ's career, what's different about this season in terms of somebody who takes volume of shots himself, that is new to this chemistry of this team? It's Russell Westbrook. And I do feel like so many of the positive things that come with Russell Westbrook, we've talked about the turnovers ad nauseum, but there are times where some of his 3-point shooting, it feels like for whatever reason, it feels like a turnover when it comes off his hand. Some of those shots need to be in Michael Porter.
Yeah, there was one of them particularly a couple of games ago against Chicago when Chicago was nailing. I think they hit like 4 or 5 threes in the last 8 minutes or something of that game, and there was a bench side, wasn't quite a corner 3 from Russ that it left his hands, and I went, well, what are we doing here? And it bricked.
Next question.
That is the big question going into the postseason is how do you address the bench? How do you address the rotation?
Russ wants to win it. He wants to win a ring, right?
Yeah. That's why he's here.
Then Russ needs to continue to do what he does from a leadership standpoint, a presence on the court standpoint, overall aggression, defensive chaos, and penetrating the basketball. Still very good. Can be very good. Not as good as he once was. He doesn't get the calls like he used to when he was just bulldozing his way into the key.
Felt like there was a little bit more control back when he was
a slight bit more.
Yeah.
But he also has to be very understanding that he is not one of the three most important scorers in this basketball team and needs to yield that to the guys that need their volume to get in the rhythm that they need in the postseason.
So, 18 minutes a game from him?
Yep.
In the playoffs? Are you cool with that?
18, and then I think there's a plus minus 8 minutes on that based off of how impactful he is in terms of being an agitator defensively.
So you'll have to see that early in the second quarter.
And then I think on the -8 of the plus -8 would be, are you turning the ball over and are you chucking up a bunch of bricks? Are you launching it from downtown for your legacy, or are you doing the best thing for this basketball team? And that's one thing that a coach controls, playing time.
When Julian Strawther comes back, do you expect him to factor into playoff rotation? Gives you nothing on the defensive side, where Russ does give you defense, but he can stripe
from beyond the arc.
And he doesn't feel like when the ball's in his hands, it doesn't feel like it's in danger. I'll put it that way. As compared to if Russ is running your second unit as your primary ball handler, there are days where you go, I don't know where this basketball's going.
Julian Strawther from behind the arc is shooting just shy of 36%. That's a benefit for you.
He's got the boom or bust thing with him. Like Julian can go 1 of 8,
with Porter.
Right.
That's a lot of 3-point shooters
And what did
that way.
What did Dem say? Dem said, they're not a bad 3-point shooting team. They are
not
statistically.
They're not a high volume.
And he went, if you can get to 10 to 12 made threes per game out of this team, then I feel happy on average. He goes, if you can get it up to 15, then you start scoring in the 125 plus, 130 plus range, and a team that is very deficient on the defensive side of the court becomes a team that can win games. So that's the reason why, I'm not confident that Michael Malone is going to throw Julian Strawther back into a heavy minutes rotation in the postseason, but that is my argument to make sure he's part of it. If you've realized that you can't win games based off defense, maybe that's part of what the next 8 games are about. It's figuring out, can you guys flip the switch? Can you play defense like you did 2 years ago when you won a championship, where you weren't elite, but you were very much a problem? Can you flip it? And if you can't flip it, then you got to put guys in who can score and who can score consistently and won't turn the basketball over to do the one thing that Michael Malone has harped on all season long, which is kill you in transition.
Denver Nuggets are averaging 12.2 3-pointers made per game this season. I think that being north of that benchmark for this team is going to be, to your point, it's going to be the reason why you win games in the postseason. If you're above that 12 3-pointers made, that means that you are getting the ball in the right people's hands that are putting the shots up with the volume needed. And if you're greater than that number, I don't see you losing that many games. Defense has to tighten up, though. Absolutely does.
Avs and Kings tonight, 8 p.m. puck drop. Just after that, 7:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. Avs will take on the LA Kings, currently sitting in the 2 seed in the Pacific.
Anything more 80s and 90s than a Kings logo and jersey?
They're so good.
But very 80s, 90s.
So 80s and 90s,
just
but
good,
such a good logo.
Retro vibes.
It's got that shiny metallic to it. Feels a little raised off the front of the crest. I love that jersey combo. They did a great job. When they play in the chrome helmets, it makes me want to vomit, but everything else is wonderful. Be a really good game. Ovi, 5 shy of tying Wayne Gretzky, 6 shy of passing him. They play tonight against the Minnesota Wild. So if you're not watching Avs hockey, watch that. Maybe see some history be gained upon. But that'll do it for us. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. We will talk to you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Last night, I got unlimited bread, I got unlimited peanuts, and I got a dang Wednesday special of sirloin steak, 8 ounces, with 2 sides for $15? You can't get a McDonald's Happy Meal for that these days.
I have a feeling today's show is going to go off the rails.
Really?
Yeah.
You're sweating.
Oh, I know. It's not a good start.
You are
sweating.
Did you have a heart attack, or did you ride your bike in?
Well,
This is only about 1.5 miles.
yeah, it's not far. It's just the last quarter miles uphill. And
You're running late,
I've got
so you
an
gotta
no, I wasn't really running late, but I've got an electronic shifter, which is cool.
Yeah.
But you
so
gotta
Kim could shift it from home, like if she wants to mess with you.
Yeah. No. You got to plug it in to charge it, which is no big deal. And I just have not plugged it in a long time. I have never in 2 years run out of a charge until today. And I'm like,
So you're not being able to
change
downshift to
gears.
make it easier to go up the hill.
I'm on a 1-gear bike right now.
Oh.
Yeah. And this is
Did
what
you
I
bring your charger with you?
No. It's in the garage. So I'm staring down the barrel of one hell of a ride home. This is what I look like going downhill.
Oh, it's downhill here.
To here, it's mostly downhill, except for the last quarter mile, which is a little bit of a push uphill. And that's what gets me kind of sweaty. But I'm in 1 gear, and it ain't the right gear. So
Did you look and see how you could maybe? Is there any way you could charge it? Is there any other thing you could plug it in?
If somebody were to go back to my house and that's the only way to do it, and I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have to suck it up and
Don't we need a universal? Everything's electric now. Can we just have one
I
universal
bet you
charge for
could
everything?
find a charger around here that will fit into that thing.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's a very special sort of, customized sort of thingamajiggy. That's my electronics breakdown. So,
but I feel like you've looked
Hey,
exactly
hold on.
like that the last 3 days that you've.
So
been here.
what have we
Yeah.
learned though
Yeah,
in
maybe.
the time working together? As a kid, he had a boat. He's
Yeah.
got an uncle with clay courts. and
Yeah.
he has
Electronic shifters.
He has an electronic shifter on a bicycle.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what an electronic shifter does,
It's-
and I'm a cyclist.
It shifts it electronically.
Do I have an electronic shifter and I just don't know it?
You may. Well, you'd know because if you
no,
don't
I've
charge
never.
it.
I mean, in
So there's
in
no way
4
to
years, I've never
manually
charged
shift
it.
now once
No.
the charge. That is the dumbest design.
No, that really is the
That's-
dumbest.
that's
what
a
I'm
design
trying. What is the
flaw.
point of it? Like,
Oh,
why do you
Hey,
need
Marlo
it?
had his starter, I guess, went out on his car. You know, all the new cars got a push button.
Yeah.
Well, once it goes out, take it to the shop because
No, there's a
you
little
can't
trick.
put it. Well,
There's a
he
little
didn't.
trick.
He didn't know what it was.
You got to pull the key out of the fob and to hold the key next to the starter button, and it'll still start.
But not if the starter button's not working.
Yeah. Well, it's actually the starter, not the key fob.
I think it was a start. No, he thought it was a fob. He said everything worked, lit up.
Do you remember what I said about the show at the very beginning?
Yeah, it's off the rails. That's because we got too much electronics. I was going to get into women driving and stuff, so I'm glad I'm staying away from that.
Women driving. We got something going on
The
there.
conclusion that old men and all women are just bad drivers.
Well, what are you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. I'm getting some sweat in my eyes right now. Sorry, I got to clear
Starting
that
to
out.
sting.
What happened with your women? Tell us. All right. Hold on.
Sorry,
Let's-
I can't drive the show today.
I can't see.
My eyes are stinging.
Right. All right. Give us
Well,
your.
you know you got a good workout.
Give us your. No, it wasn't even that good of a workout. It was like it's nothing. Really, seriously,
But
it's
going home
pathetic.
will be.
Well, going home is gonna. I'm gonna earn it going home. No doubt about that one. What's your women driving? So, 1 minute for your
no.
women driving.
You know what I've learned after heading out of the ball arena this year, and it's been kind of bothering me for a little bit.
What's that?
I wish women would, and it's mostly women, and it ain't all just women. But I just
That's just your qualifier, so you don't get in trouble.
Yeah,
Qualifiers.
Like, hey, women, I'm
Right.
not taking a shot at you
No,
right
right.
now.
Mr.
I'm just talking about
my
women.
misogynist take of the day.
Exactly. Here we go.
There's guys do it too.
Just not
But
as many.
it just
No,
seems like
clearly.
it's the majority.
Yeah.
When I go up there and I see it's happening, I go, woman, and I pull up, yeah, woman.
Okay.
It's when it's traffic. Getting out of sporting events are busy.
Yeah.
It's go one, let one in, one in.
Oh
one
yeah.
out.
The
Let one-
alternate.
Man, I 2 games in a row now. I'm going to go. Person goes. Okay,
Yeah.
I figure I'm going to go. And this person
Mhm.
happened to be female.
Just what a coincidence.
2 games in a row.
Could have easily been a guy.
I mean,
though.
pulls up and almost rear ends the car in front of him, so they won't let me in. I'm like, what happened to the one goes, one in, one goes, one in, one goes, one in?
What'd you
So you called women
No.
selfish? You
What'd
called
you-
Those 2 women I saw in the last 2 weeks are very selfish drivers.
Yeah.
Did you lay on the horn, or what'd you do?
Here's where old guys suck.
Okay.
Want to tell me where old guys suck?
I mean, this did delay your commute home by about 13 seconds.
No, no, about 20 minutes. Here's how old guys drive.
Scott is peering his head around like
you're on Twitch,
like a slow chicken, sort of
Yep.
in the yard, as if it's like a chicken having a seizure.
Gaze.
Yeah,
Dude, they're looking at everything.
Sure.
Like I'm following this guy. Like,
Yeah.
I had to drop my daughter off at a friend's house today, and it's back here, so I had to come the back busy way to get over here.
Dance party at the friend's house? No, just drop off. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, I had to go through traffic. But
Yeah.
sure enough, got behind two cars, both guys, and it's just older guys. And listen, and I don't want to speak for everybody. When you're 65 and your hair's jet black, but it's a bad jet black.
Why you
it's
gotta
like-
be ripping
it's
on?
like-
Why you ripping
it's
on
like-
Gary Kubiak?
It's not like God's natural color black. I mean, it's like
Hey, you know the day I knew Mike Shanahan was actually retired?
Bottle black.
When I saw him like 6 months, just like maybe 6 months went by, and he was whiter than you. And I was like, yep, he's retired.
How much conversation did Kubiak and Shanahan have about hair dyeing over the years? They must
I
have had,
never even paid attention to Gary, but I knew Gary
Really?
when he was young.
Gary's never looked bad to me. It never
Yeah.
looked like it was like horribly dyed.
I'm just saying there was nary a gray hair on that
But-
man.
But I'm just saying, so it was one of those guys that probably looked a little older than me when I got up beside him.
Yeah.
When I had to go around him as he was just looking around. Like it's buildings. I mean, and he wasn't turning in to go anywhere. He was just, and God bless him.
He's being careful.
And to anybody who can go through life and really smell
Yeah.
the roses,
Look
and
around
take your
a lot.
time.
Yeah, especially
look
at
look
lights.
at that. There's
Yeah.
there's a red robin. Isn't that cool?
Spring
I'm
is
talking about
here.
the restaurant too. I'm not even talking about the bird. It's not spring. It's just the red robin. It's there tomorrow too,
That's
right?
great.
By the way, good advice on the text line that I was thinking, but I was trying to figure out if it could be different because it's electronic for some reason. Just manually put it in a neutral gear before you get on your bike.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a problem.
No, I'm saying for the way home.
Yeah, I don't know even how to shift it at this point.
No,
I'll
don't
take the
shift
chain,
it.
pull the chain
You
back around.
manually put the chain where it should be.
Oh, yeah, that's
Grease your
actually a good
fingers
idea.
up.
I could do that. No, I know how to do that. I could do that, I suppose.
Might make it easier.
Yeah, but I might as well get a workout in at some point today, so I'll just make it
Yeah,
happen.
but dude,
it's not a bad idea though. That's actually a good idea.
Greatest idea from a kid who actually got to experience the one gear bike.
Yeah, I had
all
one.
of a sudden
Yeah,
at
I
10
had it.
speed, which now I guess they've got 30 speeds or whatever. I don't even know.
And beach cruisers still rock though.
But dude, you're riding that one chain bike and you're going to your buddy's house on the weekends. It's
Yeah.
5-6 miles away.
Ooh,
And you're like,
that could be tough.
and then you'll go, oh wait, you do this, and my feet pedal faster, but it's not as hard going up this. Oh, this is kind of cool, and I'm still moving.
We found out last night Michael Porter Jr. has been dealing with a hamstring issue. Did you know that?
He told us.
He did. It was not listed as a hamstring issue.
Said he
but
should have been sitting out some games.
He was quick to let everybody know.
Was that a bit of a Russell Wilson?
It was not.
Was that a bit of a, hey, I had a shoulder issue the whole season?
It's not what he said it since it was before the All-Star break.
Well, he missed 2 games before the All-Star break.
That's right. He got 30 points, 3 games in a row, and then he missed a couple.
And now it's healed.
And no, I don't think so.
I know.
Yeah, but he was quick to say how that was throwing him off. So I'm not okay.
Well,
It's good
I
to
told you.
know.
Well, it's got to be healed because it didn't throw him off last night.
I played with a professional golf caddy, and he said the one thing you did, your biggest responsibility as a caddy, it's never the player's fault. It's the wind. It's the I forgot to clean the grooves. It's the
I gave you the wrong club.
I gave you the wrong distance.
Yeah.
Oh, the sand was chunky. But whatever you did, it was never their fault. And I think some athletes are strung that way.
Meanwhile, we find out from Jokic that he couldn't put any pressure on his left leg, couldn't push off. He really was in a bad spot. Like, just walking for him must have been incredibly difficult. So I believe Michael Porter Jr. and I believe Nicole.
Oh, they're all banged up. There's no question about it. They're all banged up. They've all got something that's affected them right now. I do find it a little bit interesting that you come out with that after a good game. Whatever. Holy cow, by the way. sickest pass of the year.
It's
So
unbelievable.
I missed all of this. I watched the first, missed all the second. I tuned back in on the third after I got out of my car. Like probably within 10 seconds, I saw that pass, and I'm just like, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
Magic trick. Lopez is still going the wrong
Lopez
direction.
is going out to the 3-point line.
Which when you see the far end
It's
camera
unbelievable.
shot of it, and you see Lopez turn his head and go like he's going to the corner.
Well, if Lopez doesn't move, I think the basketball would hit his shoulder. But the way Jokic saw it, I mean, it's
He
like
actually flinched. Lopez, the ball's coming at above his head. Watch him flinch. He flinches just for a second.
It really does literally go over the top of his head.
Don't you think it would just have hit him in the noggin?
Watch him
Well,
flinch. See
no,
him flinch
but all he'd have to do is
He
stick his
flinched
hand
for a
up 6
second.
inches.
It'd have been close.
He flinched for a second, though. Watch. He flinched.
Yeah, he does.
I'll tell you what's going on too. AG he is not healthy. He got a break that I thought he was going to take a monster jam, and he missed a layup.
Yeah,
like
slow-rolled it.
the way he eased up on that play, I thought they might have blown the whistle.
I did too.
And then he just missed the layup, and there was no whistle, and Malone put him on the bench, and he didn't really play all that much. He said there was foul trouble, and there was early.
He had 2 fouls in the first 3 minutes. Then he came in 30 seconds in the second quarter, got his third foul. So he sat down for 21 of the 24.
He did, but he didn't go back in the game later on either. And 3 fouls in the fourth quarter is no big deal.
No.
So he ain't right. So he ain't right. Michael Porter Jr. is dealing with the hamstring injury. Sucked, man. You got to give that so much rest till it really feels 100%.
Hamstrings and calves are both very the same.
You got no feeling in Jokic's left leg, and he said he wasn't necessarily 100%, but he felt way better. So, and we'll get to the sound from the game as we go out throughout the day too. So
but
you got to beat up crew here.
Well, if he doesn't have
a little difference when he plays
with Yoke,
no kidding.
Well, of course.
If he doesn't have feeling in his leg, that's bothersome. Because I'm sure you've been down this. We've all had injuries, right? But when you start losing feeling, that's impingements. That's surgery.
Well,
nerve
that's
damage,
what they said was impingement.
Right. I mean, but that's generally speaking stuff that doesn't go away with just physical therapy. And I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's having an off-season surgery here.
I won't share the conversation, but one of the games I'm sidelined, so I'm in the locker room, and I heard a trainer talking with him. And when I heard the conversation the trainer had with him, all these idiots at ESPN and everywhere else going, "Oh, well, they just rest." No. He's messed up. First of all, I think it's against his nature to miss games.
Yeah. He was. We were asking him about. Boy, he was late too. Oh my God.
Well, you know what?
I don't know what he was doing last night. But
I'll tell you exactly what he's doing.
I'm exhausted.
Well, he probably's got to get the treatment on the ankle. But as I'm walking down there after we finally close out, do the interview on the court, bada boom, bada bing. So now I got to pack up, get everything going. Now I'm going to go try to make sure and kind of got to hurry to catch Malone.
Yeah.
Joker's sprinting down the back hallway.
What?
Chasing his daughter.
Oh, okay. That's cute.
He's playing with his daughter after the game.
Did you see what he was wearing to the game yesterday?
I did not.
He looked like an Easter egg.
Really?
He had yellow pants and like a white sweater. He looked like a giant Easter bunny or something.
But he looked good.
I'm just saying,
that outfit.
You got straight up yellow pants. I mean, how many of us have straight up just yellow pants?
Now, if he'd had my blue shoes on,
he would look like a superhero. Okay, we'll dig into all of it. I promise the show is going off the rails. Probably a good day to talk about Stephen A. Smith fighting LeBron James. That's coming up, which is fantastic. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. But that being said,
The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has dealt with thousands of men throughout the past decade. So while every situation is different, there's some common practices that will get you going in the direction that you need to go, okay? All you have to do is set up an appointment. Their success rates, well over 90%, and ED can become a thing of the past. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've been serving the Front Range for a decade. Here's what you do. You contact them. The initial visit's only $99. You get that consult, the T and PSA test. If advised, the test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. But like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after the appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Susie on the text line. Here's Susie. I thought at first, Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I thought at first that Joker's pants were wild, but I can see he can really pull off anything. Maybe he's welcoming spring. Maybe his wife forgot to dress him. Good show as always. Susie. Susie, if you're enjoying this part of the show, my God, we
Katie
got
was
you.
in a bright yellow dress. It's like the sign of spring. Yeah, it's a sign of spring now.
Okay.
And NBA players literally just pull the curtains off the wall and turn it into clothes. That's all they do. And somehow it works for them.
I just saw Yoke and he came in and I did not know what he was wearing coming into the game. And, it's taking 10 hours.
Dan put a picture. Because
I'll show you.
Now, he put some pretty good clothes, on camera, though.
All right. That's just, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, and they're short. They're the European cut. Dude,
no socks.
It looks clean.
Oh, no doubt. He pulls it off.
Dude,
he looks great.
That's on fleek.
Well, I mean,
look at the shoes.
Hey, I'm not saying it looks bad.
Borderline toe shoes right there, Scott.
Borderline.
Yeah.
Borderline.
The yellow pants, man.
You ever putting those on again?
Yeah, I almost wore them today. And then I had to go over and I didn't know if I was going to have to go into this other people's house or anything. And I didn't, it's one thing to be made fun of by you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I actually may have or may not have ordered another pair.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a toe.
What? You ordered another pair?
They're actually thinner.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the ones that I'm thinking of are super thin. Those were like sneakers.
These are like trail running. When
was the last time you trail ran?
Well, it's because I got bad feet.
Yeah, okay. That's why you haven't trail
so
ran?
if your feet felt better, you'd be running the hell out of those trails.
I'd be doing some running if my feet didn't hurt.
On trails.
Trail mill.
Trail mill.
Trail mill.
Trail mix.
I'd be hitting that trail mill all the time.
Crush that trail mix.
Yeah. I don't know.
Have either one of you ever done trail running?
No, I don't run. That's one thing I've never gotten into in my life.
Yeah.
It just hurts my body. I can't do it.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm not even making fun of trail running because that's what I went to because the pavement just killed me. And so all I've done when I've run, which is less and less and less, but running does kill you, man. It does. I have such a love-hate relationship with that whole thing. But running on the trails is actually really cool.
See?
But again, it's more of a crunchy, hippie, vibey sort of thing that I'm just trying to picture you're wearing the shoes.
Or if you're a little older and the pavement hurts your feet.
Now, I'm not talking about just taking your dog for a walk on a trail. Anybody does that. That's not a big deal.
You don't.
No, I don't have a dog.
Exactly.
It's hard to walk a cat.
Well, I got all my buddies, and they do a lot of hiking. In fact, my one buddy went on spring break with his kids and grandkids, and they've been a Moab for a week.
I'm sorry, where?
Moab.
Never give up. Don't stop
You're
trying.
you're really close.
How do you say it?
Just try again.
It's M-O-A-B.
You got to drop one letter.
It's M-O-A-B. That's correct.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
But you added
Moab.
There you go.
What
Moab.
I said? Did I put the H in it?
Yep,
Oh, you sure were.
I'm from Kansas.
Do you just randomly put H's in it?
Yeah.
M-O-A-B. Moab.
Like say the word W-H-I-T? White.
Here is MPJ.
Yeah, I think during the stretch that certain guys have been out, there's definitely been games where I probably should not have played due to just little, a hamstring tightness or, an ankle. But especially when there's some guys out, I think it's important that if you can be out there, to try to be out there. I think some of those games I did struggle a little bit, not being 100%. But I think it's important just to, when you can play. Everyone's banged up at this point in the season, and it's our job to take care of our bodies. But I think that I'm looking forward to this 3-day off, 3 days off, and feel really good going into the playoffs.
Well, never mind the 3 days off. Just take Friday off too if this is an issue. Why are you playing if this is an issue?
Because
hey, you ain't no good. If this is the reason, stop playing. They're better off without you. Seriously. Come on, man. You're minus 22. You're 1 for 10. I asked him last night, does it impact your offense or your defense more? He didn't really have an answer for that one, but I don't want to be a jerk.
No, and I'm not trying to be a jerk either, but did you not just play pretty good? Did you not just have a hell of a game?
He had a good first half.
It was really interesting, correct. Like, he was really on in the first half. You realize he had 20 points in the first half, and then his next bucket was like with less than a minute to go in the game.
Yeah, but he also didn't miss a bucket in the second, right?
No, he was 1 for 3.
Or first one of those quarters.
The first quarter, he was perfect.
Yeah.
He was 5 of 7 from 3. I think in the first half, something like that. He was great.
He might have been 5 of 5 at half. He missed. I think. He missed a couple.
Okay.
One in the third, one in the fourth, and then made that big one. It was a big one.
It was a big one.
But yeah, he.
Well, don't play. Time off. I don't know what to say here.
Problem is, I think you got too many guys in that situation right now. I mean, you got.
Well, you do got to manage a little bit, right? So you try to pick and choose who's going to be sitting out. But one thing you can say about Michael Porter Jr., you can be frustrated with his consistency on the basketball court, but his availability has not been a question for years now. I mean, he plays ball.
He's in a weird space right now. He's in a weird space. I don't know. He's just got to. He needs to be more smiles or I don't know, something.
Jamal.
Something's going on with him.
Well, listen, I said this when they won the championship, and I meant it sincerely then, and you could really tell the year before when he was out. Nikola Jokic is by far the best player on this team and, best player in the world. I mean, this guy is just stupid good. But the heartbeat of this team is Murray. And I thought Murray again came out last night, was just kind of blasé.
He was mediocre Murray last night.
Yeah,
but he's been super Murray recently, but he was mediocre Murray.
But the energy when he's super Murray, they need if they're going to go deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They have to have super energy Murray and not just kind of hanging around Murray.
I think what happened, first of all, Nicole is back. They start out great. And you're like, we're going to win easy. No playing in the fourth quarter. And then the second quarter was like, they just stopped. And you look up, and you're like, can you believe this game is tied?
Again, the bench.
What are we doing? And then we're tied going in the fourth quarter. It's like to the Milwaukee Bucks who were playing with kids that look like they're in middle school. Who's that little white guard guy? Lose that dude.
Northern Iowa, the same place the new CSU coach is from, and he's the leading scorer, all-time leading scorer in Northern Iowa.
Okay.
Northern Iowa has pretty good athletics, though.
All right. Well, that's who
they got a good football team, too.
They were a tiny little team last night out on that court.
Shoot, though.
All right. Whatever, man.
Would you say
you got to blow those guys off the
Milwaukee
court.
Or Denver has better shooters?
Well, probably Milwaukee, I guess, but so what?
Denver shot pretty well last night.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's much of a team.
I think it's the energy.
What was Doc getting all upset about, too?
Who? He thought that Green, the kid you're talking about, got bumped by Peyton Watson. The kid tried to dribble into him and then kind of fell down, but he thought that Watson bumped him. He was trying to get a technical.
No kidding.
And the officials weren't going to let him have one?
That's weird. He was doing everything to get a technical.
Yeah.
Like, give it to him.
And they wouldn't give it to him.
It was very odd.
That's either a deep respect they have for Doc, or maybe they're just used to him exploding. But he went out and after him. You knew he was trying to get a technical.
How about when they did a switch and Green was like on Jokic for one play there? It was like, well, that ain't going to go well for him. And it didn't.
Easy layup.
But they won by 10. They took care of business. Here's Joke talking about his injury.
Do you feel 100% or do you feel just good enough?
I feel much better than I thought. I don't want to say percentage or stuff, but I feel much better than I thought it's going to be. So, yes. I still feel a little bit, but it's much less how it was before.
Much. You got 5 months.
Well, that's got to be the equivalent of at least 79%.
Like that second layup he had. Remember that spin? The guy tripped him. Green tripped him.
Yeah.
Or Porter Jr. tripped him. And he limped out of that. And I went, oh, boy. Here we go.
He ain't 100% too. This is brutal here, these last few games. I can't wait for it to be over. They're going to get a week off. Did you see how the stupid Lakers won yesterday?
Tip in at the end.
That'd been nice to get a little separation there.
The last 2 years, the starting five, and it's kind of a luxury, played 48 games together and 41 games together. This starting unit this year's got 21. And I think therein lies a little bit of the problem. Now, it also just about, you talk about Tyler, it seems like injuries always even out eventually, but if you're getting your starters playing 48 games together and 41 games together over half, and now you ain't even going to get to 30 this year.
Mm-hmm.
It probably changes how you are.
Not ideal.
We'll dig back into the Nuggets here in a little bit. We'll preview the Avs going against the Kings tonight. Kings are a good team. That should be an 8 p.m.
Don't sit down.
I'm in trouble today.
Because you're going to ride that bike.
I got a one-gear bike home. I'm already, a little saucy from Jokic. I'm in trouble. Tonight might be a rough one. You may have to play without me tonight.
But do you agree?
My hammy's acting up right now.
Listen, I think Murray's the key to this team, will be the key to this team. He's the heart and soul of this team, just like I think Nichushkin's the key of that team. All the good people around him, I think that Nichushkin is the absolute key to that team winning the cup.
Here's my hot take. The Nuggets are going to go 4-4 in their final 8 games, and they're going to be the number 3 seed in the West. And let's just hope to God they're not playing Minnesota. Clippers are there now. They switched with Golden State. You see that? Golden State is now in the play-in, and there's the Clippers.
Well, they're not going to have Curry for a while either. So
I'd rather play Golden State than the Clippers, but I'm not afraid of the Clippers. So to me, it's not that big of a deal.
No.
Whatever. You just got to hang in there. These other teams are going to lose games too. Let's get some football. Here's Adam Schefter about the Browns in terms of what they're thinking at number 2.
Abdul Carter right now as the likely pick at number 2 today. We reserve the right to change our mind. A lot of things change, but the way this is shaking out to me, it looks like he's tracking to be a Brown, and let's see how it plays out.
Well, Cleveland has had both Shedeur Sanders, and I think they're about to have Cam Ward in for workouts. So they're going to do their due diligence on just about everybody right now. I just continue to think they'd be insane. They'd be insane to not take a quarterback if they got the ability to take a quarterback. But if you go back for a long, long time, Abdul Carter has been mocked there forever.
Okay. Meanwhile, Tony Grossi says, nope, it's going to be Shedeur with the Browns.
Russ Wilson to New York. What does it mean?
Well, it would lead you to believe that the Browns are going to take a quarterback with their first pick.
The first thing I thought of when I saw this sign was that they have to take a quarterback at 2. Or did the Giants find out that the 2 quarterbacks are going to be gone in the draft and they turn to Russell Wilson?
It would lead you to believe that, right? Because the Giants, how stupid would they look if they drafted Shedeur now when you're guaranteeing Russell Wilson $10.5 million to start the season? So it seems,
or the other option, is that the Giants don't believe in Shedeur.
Right.
Which is a possibility.
All right, well, that's kind of the conversation we had yesterday, right?
Yeah, that sounds like our entire show yesterday.
Right.
Well, there's people that pipeline it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'll say this. I don't know that they
Check
would
it on
look. I don't
YouTube
know
or
that they would
Twitch.
look stupid if they selected Shedeur Sanders still. Well, would that make them look stupid? They gave $10.5 million to quarterback. It's not that big of a deal.
I would say that makes them look stupid, yeah.
It
Why?
only looks stupid if Shedeur Sanders doesn't turn out to be a franchise quarterback and play there for 15 years.
Okay, fine.
If he's there and he's a bust in 2 years, then it's probably stupid because you probably could have got Carter or Hunter or somebody else that's going to be there forever.
Well, I'd say it's stupid because they signed Jameis Winston to a deal.
Okay.
He'd be a perfect transition quarterback.
I would tend to agree with that. But in the big picture, it's a pretty cheap insurance policy. If your goal is to still select Shedeur Sanders and you end up signing Russell Wilson on a 1-year, $21 million deal, you guarantee 10.5. That's a pretty cheap insurance policy. That's not a Kirk Cousins situation.
Did you see all
that's not going out and giving a dude $300 million.
Did you see all the Russell Wilson stuff with the press conferences and this, that, the other thing?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, yes, but what do you mean?
He's just so Russell Wilson.
Back in the head.
He got in my head a little bit when he's like, we got this guy, that guy, the other guy, this, that. I mean, he does the laundry list thing. They're doing a photo of Russ, which is normal. And there's Sierra with her, outfit on and her, she's wearing sunglasses. Listen, I got no problems with families being in, photos with, you just signed the deal. A lot of people do that. But it was just like, they're posing for the cover of New York Magazine, not just like hey, welcome to the team, Russ.
Oh, that'll be next, though.
What's that?
The New York Magazine will be next.
They're going to try to take over the town. Ain't no doubt about it.
It's a long flight for Jake Heaps.
How's he going to squeeze it into Friday Night Football with Legend?
It's a long flight.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is DIA to LaGuardia or JFK, I suppose. Maybe you just fly into Jersey. Who knows? I don't know if that might be easier.
Had a big Ponderosa freshman football meeting last night.
How'd
by
that
the way.
go?
Oh, I got an impressive group of big boys.
Is that
right?
right?
I'm pretty excited about it.
14-year-olds?
Like legit. Like I was actually blown away at how big these kids were.
Are you the head coach?
No. No. Nope. Don't want that. Nope.
Okay.
Don't want to do head coach. Just want to be a part of the staff.
Okay. What part of the staff are you?
O-line, D-line.
Okay. All right. So we get some cornbread.
Well, Legend's a big enemy. You know, they're a big enemy.
No, I get it.
Even though they're not in the same league.
You keep going down 83 Parker Road, things get nasty.
Hey, Parker's contentious with the local football now.
How do you guys do with your border wars with Elizabeth? You guys sort of
that doesn't
that doesn't hit you? Larkspur? Are you kind of pinching them a little bit?
No high school Larkspur.
Are you looking out the combine? I think that's on our border. I think you're over here, son.
Does Elizabeth play 11-man? What are they?
They got 11-man at Pondo. I mean, they are we are going south though. We goes. I don't know what the school is.
Winning is high school in Parker history. That's all I'm going to say.
No, hey, I'll take it. I know.
Only to this day, Parker school at the state championship.
Hey, listen. Here's what I know about Pondo, brother. There's properties that got land out there. There's hail bays to be hunt.
Not like it once was. That's really not true.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really not true.
Sold a bunch of land.
Now it's like Highlands Ranch.
Really?
Yeah,
that's disappointing.
Yeah.
I looked out there, but the drive to get downtown was so far.
To Elizabeth?
Yeah, but I could have had like 5 or 10
Elizabeth,
acres.
you can get that.
You can get land all you want out there. Are you kidding me?
Believe it or not, Elizabeth is a solid 25-plus minutes from Pondo.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm wondering how those boundaries stretch right there. Like, you know, who are you going after? School of choice. You going on? Is there an Elizabeth High School?
Yeah.
There is?
Yeah.
What do they play?
I don't know.
Yeah. That ain't 5A. I'll tell you that. Some of those big kids out there. You know, they got
how many of your linemen are going to wrestle?
I hope all of them.
Yeah, that'd be the key.
I never wrestled, but that's because it was terrifying. It was scary, and they looked hot, and they looked sweety, and they all had ringworm.
They're all spitting in the cups.
They all had ringworm. It was hot, sweaty. It looked miserable. That was not the life for me. But I hope that my guys do it.
How do you think I fit in? Because I did that for 7 years. I was a wrestling dad for 7 years. How do you think I fit in with that affliction-wearing tattoo crowd? But I was at all of it. I can tell you every gym here in the state of Colorado, brother. I know. I've seen it all.
Now, you want to talk about what Pondo thrives at? Wrestling.
I gotcha. That was a fascinating world, bro. Tough-ass sport. That'll teach you toughness.
That is a tough sport.
I think every parent should have their kid try wrestling, even girls, because it just teaches you so many. And wrestling when you're 5 or 6, there's no difference between the boys and the girls. Get in there.
Go get in jiu-jitsu.
I don't know nothing about jiu-jitsu.
Well,
I know about wrestling.
It's like wrestling with submission holds.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I haven't seen
choke that kid out.
Hold on. When choking a kid out just ain't enough.
Yeah, I don't see many wrestling matches where a guy gets choked out in the first minute of a match. You know, well, when the WW or the UFC started, wrestlers killed it initially.
Yeah.
You know, you had Gracie who won it with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but then the wrestlers started dominating. And then all of a sudden the Jiu-Jitsu guys, because the wrestlers could take you down, but they couldn't. You get points for taking down. Well, UFC can take him down. That don't mean nothing. Now all of a sudden you take a Jiu-Jitsu guy down who wants to go down. Next thing you know, you got a leg or an arm or an ankle twisted up, and you're done.
Listen, I'm embarrassed to admit this. I am. I'm about to be 40 years old here, and I saw it was the greatest upset in the history of wrestling history.
Stevenson.
Go Wyoming, right?
Okay, go ahead. You're talking about something different. There was another unbelievable upset in NCAA wrestling this weekend.
They're saying that Wyoming kid was the biggest upset in the history of NCAA wrestling. What I read, I was reading about the wrong kid. Anyways,
go ahead.
Well,
I'm watching the
wrestling
match. I got to admit, I got no clue how they scored that thing. No clue.
It's complicated. It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm
like, that looked like a point to me.
Well, if you take them down, it's 2 points, but they've actually changed it to 3 points depending on how you do it and how much control you have, because I don't know how they do it. It was always confusing.
I thought you were Mr. Wrestling.
For 7 years.
You were just bragging about knowing everything about wrestling.
Oh, I know. For 7 years, I was confused by the scoring.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't know why his son got beat every single match.
Son, I thought you did great.
True story. 7 years doing it, and one of the coaches couldn't be there for one of the matches, and they were like, just Darren, go. Go coach it. It's like 11-year-old kids wrestling. And this is 7 years into this thing. You'd think I know what I'm doing. And my best coaching advice was like, keep going. That's the best I could do. After 7 years, I had, the other, all the rest of the other wrestling dads are all like 4'11", cauliflower ears, look like they could, kill you.
Cambridge.
Right.
Guadalcanal.
Yeah, hey, get
Keep
out.
going.
Stand up. Yeah, that was my best advice. Stand up. Get out. Speaking of fighting, Stephen A. versus LeBron. Let's do the tale of
We're really going to do it this time.
Let's break that down. That's coming up next. We'll get to Stephen A. versus LeBron in a second. Quick second here. It's kind of funny. Hey, real quick. I came across Blue Chips, the movie Blue Chips.
Had you not seen it?
Movie. Don't you do it. Don't you freaking do it.
When was the last time you saw it?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter? Okay.
I mean, I'm going to go with a solid 12 years, 13 years maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because all it is about NIL.
Yep.
All it is about, and the guy,
it's Nick Nolte.
JT Walsh, who's the bad guy, who's the booster, which is based off the car dealer guy from UCLA. The whole thing is basically about UCLA with Nick Nolte pretending to be Bobby Knight instead of John Wooden, but it's definitely a UCLA sort of deal. And in the movie, they just show he's the corrupt guy. He's the, guy, the movie producer, car salesman, whatever. But now you look at it and like, yeah, this movie was like 30 years ago. Talk about predicting the future.
Well, he's the guy from UCLA. He's the guy that was at Miami for a while. He's
Nevin Shapiro.
I mean, how many of them guys have been out there, seriously?
I mean, arguably Shaq's greatest movie of all time. Kazam was pretty good. I'm not going to knock it. But Blue Chips, what was the other basketball movie that came out at the same time? They go to Africa. They recruit the Air Up There. Remember that?
Up There?
Remember that one?
I'm fuzzy on that one.
Oh, Air Up There was a good one.
Then you had the one where the one brother died or something. And he came back and was a ghost for his other brother.
Yeah. No, wasn't that a David Wayne's one?
Oh, Williams, brothers.
Yeah.
No, this one, if you forget how this one ends.
DMac wants to talk about NIL. I'm just going down memory lane on good basketball
what
movies.
What was the one
here.
football movie years and years ago? The Recruit or something like that?
The program?
Florida, the program. Yeah. I mean, that was basically talking about how dirty everything in college
was. That was about steroids.
Well, it is funny that all these movies that the premise was, look how dirty this program is, and now that's just how everything is. Now you got the kid from Maryland saying the thing the coach did the best was pay everybody.
You got to respect the man for paying us.
Yeah. That was his first comments after beating CSU.
What do you love about your coach? Well, first off, the man paid us. Hey, you got to like honesty, though.
All right, Stephen A. versus LeBron.
I don't believe for a second Scotty didn't take money at Arkansas.
I did.
Not for 1 second. All-American at Arkansas, dirty South. Listen, statute of limitations have passed.
Oh, buddy. I know, and I would tell you, I had to put a 50 in my hand to shake a booster.
All right, let me get to the Stephen A. stuff. So he wants to fight LeBron, apparently.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
So here's LeBron. LeBron's just laughing at him. He was on the Stephen A. thing. Do you guys watch any of that LeBron Stephen A. stuff?
Yeah.
LeBron Pat McAfee stuff?
I saw bits and pieces of it. I didn't hear him say anything about Stephen A., but I heard him go on. I'm like, oh, my gosh.
That was a hell of a gift for Pat McAfee, quite frankly.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
That was a pure LeBron.
I got it. I know exactly what it is. When you go on Pat McAfee's show, that's what you're going to get.
Oh, they're going to suck up to you.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to get, which is why guys are willing to do it, but it was still a hell of a get for him.
All right. I think LeBron just surrounds himself with guys that kiss his ass all the time.
Fine.
And he certainly was doing it with Pat McAfee. And that's what they did.
They filmed it in Indianapolis, and they just played the Pacers.
They just kissed his ass for an hour straight. But anyways, here is what LeBron said with Pat McAfee about Stephen A.
And he completely missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players. And I think a lot of the media, including him, and I know he's gonna be happy as hell. He's gonna be smiling from ear to ear when he hears me talking about it again. Oh my God, he's gonna get home and grab some ice cream out of the freezer and sit in his chair in his tighty whities on the couch.
I hope at some point you two do get a chance. But you're right.
Dude, relax, bro. Relax.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Hell yeah, Stephen A. Who looks like the bigger? I can't say that.
Tool.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm actually gonna go with Stephen A.
Yeah.
Stephen A. looks worse. He does. I mean, because we expected that out of LeBron. Like we expected that, right?
Well, there used to be an old saying back when newspapers mattered that you don't pick a fight with a guy who writes articles and has a barrel of ink beside him, right? You know, because he can just keep coming. And I know LeBron's got a monster platform, but Stephen A. ain't got a little one. He ain't got a little one.
Stephen A. saying that he would fight LeBron is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Well, that was dumb.
That's going to go well for you, Stephen A.
I mean,
that's going to end up. Yeah, you might swing on him once.
Did you hear Vic this morning?
No,
because he was talking about the two of you guys. He was talking about this. He goes, "Do you think I can't do a Vic? But do you think I would swing at Tyler or Scott Hastings? Like, how do you think that would go for me?"
Exactly.
Well.
Exactly, Stephen A. I'm not saying exactly to Vic. Exactly to Stephen A.
Ryan Harris said one time, sometimes, he's talking about at camp, sometimes you got to fight even if you know you're going to get your butt whooped.
Well, that's true.
And if a guy and listen, he's got status, Stephen A's got status, and if you're coming in the middle of the game and LeBron come over and put his hands on his lapel and start like manhandling.
And Stephen A. would take a swing at him.
Hey.
Well, what do you do?
Nothing. He would back down like a coward. He wouldn't do a damn thing.
What Ryan said that you just repeated is exactly how I got my first gig in Seattle. Tom Cable one day, it was one of those total backhanded compliments. Like you didn't have to say it that way. He's like, listen, I don't know a lot about all you guys in this room, but I know a lot about 76. I know a lot. No, I was 78. I know a lot about 78. 78. He might not be the most talented kid in this room. But that's the dude I want in the alley. That's the dude I want in the alley.
There you go.
And I was like, okay, all right.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Did you get in a fight that day in practice?
I did. Yes. Well, he said that after I got in the fight. Yeah.
All right. How much?
Well, now listen, Stephen A. ain't little now.
He's like 6'3".
Oh, I think he's a little bigger than that.
6'4", 6'3.5". I mean,
I think he's taller than Murray.
Well, Murray's what, 6'4"?
Yeah.
He's there. He's not a small guy.
It would been like if LeBron put hands on you, and no knock on you.
LeBron putting hands on me would be ridiculous.
But no, DMac, you did challenge Marquette King to swing on you.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was dumb.
No kidding.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to back down.
So you did pull a Stephen A.
But it had
Marquette King.
You are Stephen A.
No, Marquette King would have murdered you.
No kidding. And when I said, or what, the second time, trust me, you don't think I was thinking about that?
Right.
Thank
so
you,
what's
Eric
the difference
Schubert.
between you and Stephen A?
I'm not claiming I would have swung. I wouldn't have swung. I would have fallen down on the ground.
Yeah, but
I would have started turtling like Claude Lemieux.
Challenged him to swing on you.
I didn't. He's saying he would swing back. He didn't say about challenging. He said, listen to him. He goes,
that man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
If Marquette King put his hands on me, I would have crumpled like this piece of paper.
Marquette King was a jacked putter now.
Oh, he would have killed me. I never made a claim that I would swing on Marquette King.
You challenged him to swing on you. I think that's the equivalent.
Well, let's go through the story correctly.
You ever challenged a man to swing on you that you weren't willing to
step
to?
Hold on.
Not unless you're ready to go.
You better be willing to step. You challenge a man to swing.
He came up on me and said, keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
I didn't challenge him. He challenged me.
No, he did not threaten violence. He said, keep my name out of your mouth.
Yeah.
And you said, or what?
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
You're the one that challenged, not him.
You're our Stephen A.
He did not challenge you.
Hey.
Well, then he stepped up to me and he said it again. And then I said, or what again?
Because you said, or what?
Well, what do you mean?
That's a challenge.
Or
what's a challenge?
Every man knows man code.
Or what's
you
a
say
challenge?
Or what?
Dude,
that is a physical threat.
That's a challenge.
That's pretty cool that I said or what.
No,
twice.
you're Stephen A.
Well, I did say or what twice to a guy who would have kicked the crap out of me.
He did. He actually, in hindsight, he didn't even challenge you.
I really did think it was this close. I really did think he was about to take a swing. I wouldn't have swung back, probably because I had been unconscious on the ground.
Yeah, but he's probably thinking about, wait a minute, he drove up in a 78 blue Honda
I'm driving away to Mercedes.
And I got my 2017
and I
500.
kind of want to keep it.
Okay, let's double think
You know what? You know who had a front row seat for that one? Jeff
whole media?
Not the whole media, but a couple guys, including Leggy, was right there for that one. Never really talked to Leggy about that whole thing.
No, the best part about
it next Wednesday.
Here's the best part about this story. It wasn't DMac's battle.
No,
it was somebody
right.
else's battle that DMac involved himself in.
It became my battle.
Well, according to Stephen A.'s stammering reply after it initially happened, he goes, I wasn't even saying that. I was saying blah, blah, blah. It'd be best for the kid. Because he kind of backtracked out of it.
All right, we got to take a break.
Somebody wants to know if you ever told Willie B or what.
Yeah. Yep. We had a moment in program director's room. That is a true story. We had two real incidents. One was we were in a something, and I just kept my eyeballs on him. You know, and that can go south quick if you just sort of eyeball somebody. That got something. And there was another time that I kind of or what. It was kind of an or what moment on the air, and he threw a pen at me. He came over and he poked me in the forehead. That almost went south. That's another guy who would have absolutely killed me instantly.
Dude, you are Stephen A.
Yep.
Got little man syndrome, no doubt about it. Got breaking late syndrome right now. So Dan Tanner, I'll say we're coming up with a mock draft, a 7-round mock.
About time we finally got into some mock drafts.
Right.
That about time.
We got 256 picks to go through coming up next.
I just want somebody to punch him in the face.
I told you today it was going to be off the rails. I promised you that. Tonight's going to be another, tonight actually is going to be a good hockey game.
2 playoff teams.
Yep. The
Kings are about in the same position, aren't they?
They are. I was just going to say it. They almost have the exact same story as the Avalanche right now. So we'll get to that. Are you ready for a 7-round mock?
How many rounds are we going to do?
Yeah, but how are we going to do it?
We're just going to do the Broncos picks. But they really did a 7-round mock. Somebody painfully went through 256 picks.
Does somebody have a name that I know?
The ESPN guy.
Okay.
Tim Bontemps.
We love Tim.
All right, let me just give you the picks and see what you guys think about what they did for the Broncos here. Number 20, Luther Burden. Let me just go through all of them, and then we can circle back. Number 20, Luther Burden, wide receiver, Missouri. At 51, Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State. Number 85, Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M. 122, Jake Majors, center from Texas. 191, Joshua Simon, tight end from South Carolina. 197, Bihal Cone, cornerback, Western Michigan. And 208, Ja Joyner, edge rusher from Minnesota. So your first 4 picks are a wide receiver, running back, defensive tackle, and center. How are we feeling about that?
So you're basically saying just take that day and just go and take a nap that afternoon, maybe go play some golf.
On days 2 and 3?
Yeah.
Well, day
not super sexy.
Day 2
Missouri
is
wide receiver is a pretty good player, though.
Luther Burden.
He's a pretty good player.
Okay. This has them addressing all the things that we're talking about, but just doing it in kind of a different order and not taking a tight end until the 6th round, whoever Joshua Simon is. I'm sure somebody who Mr. and Mrs. Simon think highly of his parents.
Whatever happened to Atkins? Is Atkins back?
Yeah. He's still on the team.
I mean, I think it sounds very logical. It sounds like somebody that looked at a list of Broncos team needs and they found a pick for everybody in the Broncos team needs. We do know because George Payton's told us they want to add depth on the defensive line. Okay, so the 3rd pick, they add depth on the defensive line. The first 2 picks makes plenty of sense. I've told you that I think wide receiver is starting to make more and more sense in the first round. The more I think about it, just by process of elimination. And then in the 2nd round, you get yourself your running back, who is a stud for the record. So I'd be down.
Yeah, talk to me about Judkins.
Well, they've got 2 running backs coming out of Ohio State, Travion Henderson and Judkins. I like Travion just a little bit more because I think he is more of a slash type of dude that you could use in different roles, kind of like a Joker-esque type of running back.
Mm-hmm.
But look, they're both as legit as it gets, and they're both going to go very high.
Okay. I'm fine with it.
Center in the 4th round? 3rd round?
4th round.
4th
center.
round?
It's all right.
Makes sense.
I don't hate it. I don't know anything about Joshua Simon, tight end from South Carolina, but okay. I mean, they more or less address everything. Center, listen, the offensive line is pretty solid. Center, I suppose, is one of the weaker links, I guess. I guess you could go for some depth there. I don't think it's a big, huge sense of urgency.
Well, Mike Kliss tweeted out today that it's become obvious that the Broncos are looking for depth on the offensive line this year.
Okay. Yeah, well, because they got a couple of visits from 2 offensive linemen in. I forget their names. But not that we would know them, right? But I saw that too.
And, a lot of times when you look at these top 30 visits, the guys that come into town, they're really kind of 3rd to 6th rounders. Many times teams are afraid to bring dudes into the building that they really want in the 1st and 2nd round.
You don't want to show any interest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you're looking real heavy at your mid-rounders.
Yeah, Texas State guard Nash Jones.
Nash is a dog, man. Dude, you're going to love that film.
Are you being serious?
Nash, dude, Texas State. I watched like 6 games last year.
Oh, you're clearly joking. 6'5", 320. Well, tell me about offensive lineman Trey. You okay?
Oh, yeah,
right
that tickled me a little bit. When Tyler's funny, it tickles me. I was really good.
Catches you by surprise, doesn't it?
A little bit. I choked on that.
Talk to us about offensive lineman, because I know you've been doing the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. And offensive lineman Trey Weidig. W-E-D-I-G.
Yeah.
Weidig.
Well, we're all going to dig this guy. He's a really good football player from Indiana.
He's from Indiana, yeah.
Yep.
What measurables were you most impressed with Trey Weidig?
Well, he's 6'7" and solid 319.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. That's a good breakdown.
Thank you.
Of Trey Weidig from Indiana.
As good as you're going to get over here. Right? Yeah.
I kind of admit, man, the offensive linemen are the most peculiar crew to break down, to look at. Because they all, to me, and listen, look at me. Look how small I am.
Listen,
they all look the exact same to me.
I think they're
got
actually
a Super Bowl champion that wasn't even drafted.
I mean, listen, I don't know anything about these guys, but I think offensive linemen are some of the easier positions to see who separates themselves from.
Okay, well,
because when you look at wide receivers, you look at defensive backs, they're all freaks. They're all just athletic freaks that you're like, what separates you from the other dude, right?
I don't know,
linemen,
man.
You can see it.
Can you? What should you look at to see? How would you know?
Man, first off, win rate. How often are you winning?
Mm-hmm.
Second off, technique is so easy to see with offensive line play. You see dudes that play sloppy. You see dudes that play with their shoulders open. You see dudes that wrap their hands. Technique is so easy to see on offensive line play. And you know what? Technique doesn't mean everything. Trent Williams is one of the worst technicians in the NFL. He's just an absolute freak. I mean, the best compliment I ever got in my entire career was playing on Thursday Night Football against the Giants out in Washington. And I didn't know the other offensive line coach. And he comes up to me after the game, and he's like, hey, man, I know a lot of people don't know who you are. I just want you to know I made clinic tape out of you. I think you're the best technician in the NFL. And, yeah, guys like me, we got to survive off of technique, you know? And it's easy to see when you know what you're looking for in offensive line play.
That Pondo freshman football team is about to kick some serious ass this fall.
Hell yeah.
They are going to.
You guys fell as a coach. If you got freshmen on your how many teams you going to have? Varsity JV?
Varsity JV, freshman. We'll see if we have enough for A and B.
Right. But if a guy who's a freshman and makes the whatever freshman team, if by the time he's a senior, he's not a starter, then you guys failed as a coach.
Agreed.
That's the way I always looked at it.
Totally agree.
What kid?
You know what I like that they're doing at Pondo? Freshmen, if you're good enough, and it's very unusual, they'll pull you up to varsity. But no pulling up to JV. No point of it. Just stay on the freshman team.
Okay. How do you?
So do you got to go to all the games?
Oh yeah, I'm a
freshman, sophomore. I mean,
no.
JV.
I mean, I will go to the varsity games, but it's not a requirement.
When is that Pondo legend Polumbus versus Heaps game? When is that? Are they the big?
I can't go behind the scenes on that one. Let's just say one side is trying to make it happen.
It's not already scheduled?
They're not in the same conference.
I can't.
They're not?
I can't.
Yeah, they are. They're both on the Continental.
I can't say more than that.
Is Pondo not in the Continental?
No, Pondo's 4A.
Oh.
In football.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are trying to step it up a little bit, huh?
Well, it used to be fun.
I didn't say one side was doing what.
Absolutely no point.
I didn't say anything about it. I just said one side would like to do it.
Why the hell would Legend want to play a 4A team? I mean, I'm going to assume it's coming from your side of the barn.
Why would the 4A team want to play the 5A team?
That's
the better question.
To kick their snobby asses.
5A teams should love scheduling the cupcakes.
For the pride of Parker Road. Route 83 battle.
That's right.
Pride of 83.
I mean, there's got to be some sort of divider line somewhere right along 83 there. You know, somewhere in Parker. Somewhere. Like, who owns this slab of Parker Road?
Well, we fixing to find out, as Kubiak said.
All right, I like it. All right, well, there you go with the 7-round mock. And it's fine. It's all good. This is a little bit of a torture test. I'm going to roll with you on this leading up to the draft. We've gone over like every single freaking scenario you can think of to the degree where I don't think the Broncos can actually make a bad pick. It'd be shocking to me. There'll probably be 3 or 4 guys that all make a lot of sense. And then you're going to see whoever they didn't get, like if they don't get a tight end, you'll see them get another tight end that they like later on or running back or whatever, you know? They're going to do it. It is weird. It's different. without needing a quarterback, isn't it? There's not the same sense of urgency.
That's why when you hear all these people, all they can talk about is BPA, best player available. Look at the end of the day, you're going to find the positions of need filled.
That's the way it's going to go. All right. We'll get to your comments, questions, no dumb questions on the way, as well as PhD here on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to know right now, first off, you're not alone. I know it's a bad feeling, but you can do something about it. Just commit to calling my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, and that commitment, that's going to result in hair on your head. Simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Trust me, it's going to work. Worked for me. It's going to work for you as well. And matter of fact, they guarantee it's going to work. Lifetime guarantee that your hair is going to grow. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. So stop wasting time. Just commit to get your hair back with Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Ben waited on text. It's shocking DMac hasn't been punched more. Well, I mean, I'm not saying I would punch back. That was the closest I ever got from being punched by a pro athlete. I had other guys kind of yell at me, but DMac could have got a nice payday.
Could have. That's true.
DMac wouldn't have even needed to fight back. There would have been no fighting back.
A pessimistic man might say you challenged him for a payday.
Yeah, that definitely was not the case, but that was just digging into my, little guy Napoleon, complex syndrome, just being a little guy. That's my old story. I've told it. Sophomore year of high school, tell it really quick. This kid, Mike Gagnon, was a senior. We did all the same sports, Tyler. Soccer, basketball, baseball, summer baseball. And this guy did nothing but give me a hard time. Could have been a mentor to me. And finally, after 9 months of him just giving me shizzle, 9 months, same teams, 9 straight months, same sports, same size as me, just a couple years older, I finally told him to pound sand. Because he just is on my back again after 9 months. And I'm like, up yours. I didn't use that. I used more graphic language. Gets in my face and, threatens to fight me. And like a lot of bullies, he just didn't, there was nothing there. But it was in front of his boys, all of his guys. And
did you guys fight?
No, because he didn't. I said, I'm not going to throw the first one, but if you want to go, let's go. And, I'm 15.
Are we still talking about over fighting?
No. This is
DMac's doing it again.
This is how my little guy complex got going when I was 15. Taught me a very important life lesson. Like, you got to sometimes stand up to bullies. Sometimes you got to do it.
It's true.
And if you got to fight, you got to fight.
That's very true.
But I'm not saying you got to throw the first punch, but if you got to go, you got to go. Or at least you got to stand up to it. You can't just let yourself be walked over. And so sure enough, I stood up to this dude, and it was in front of all his guys. And he backed off, of course. He had all sorts of names, and we were never friends or anything. But guess what? It never happened again with him and me. Not really. We weren't friends or anything. And his crew had all sorts of more respect for me because they saw what I did. But the shame in that one is it would have been really cool. I wanted him to put me under his wing. Like, I really looked up to him. Like, he was what I thought. He was a really good athlete a couple years older.
He was threatened by the little leprechaun.
I was like, instead of saying, hey, here's me a couple of years ago and the things he could have taught me and, palled around with me and all that, which is what I wanted, he went in the exact opposite direction for some reason.
Think about that, the kids that time period, that age, and you're used to being the guy, and then all of a sudden a ginger comes up to you and starts talking to you out of the blue. I mean, it could be a little freaky.
You're going to give me leprosy or something.
Yeah, it could be freaky.
Leprosy?
Yeah. Like, who knows what this ginger's going to give me?
But from that time on,
oh yeah, you stand up for yourself, things change.
Yeah, I've never really backed down ever from that moment on.
My dad gave me the greatest bully advice of all time. I was getting bullied like crazy in middle school, and I came home and I was like crying one day. I'm like, Dad, I can't take this anymore. I think I'm going to get in a fight with Mike. Mike, I hope you're listening. My dad puts his head down. It was like almost like a Mike Shanahan, like uncomfortable, like pause, right? Puts his head down, doesn't say anything, looks up, looks me in the eyes, says, son, if you swing, don't stop. In other words, you start the fight, you better win the fight.
That's it.
Next day, bullying stopped.
I don't know if they really
got an in-school suspension for it.
There's a difference, I suppose, between bullying and fighting as a pro athlete, I suppose.
No, fighting as a pro athlete is just par for the course.
It's just a rite of passage.
Well, it's not even a rite of passage. It's just what you do.
All right, were you angry or have hatred in your heart towards the guys that you fought
break as a pro? bread at lunch.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, all right. But what about guys on other teams, though?
Well, I never fought in a game because I didn't want to get kicked out.
Gotcha.
So I've never actually been in a fight in a game.
But you have.
Oh, well, one or two.
Was there animosity afterwards or not?
I was 10-2-0.
I hear you remembered the losses more than the wins.
I do. You do remember the losses. One I used
Who'd
to.
Who'd you lose
to? Sidney Green got 3 left jabs right into my mouth before I could even swing. So I count that probably a loss.
Yep.
The other one, I got the best blow in, but then he tackled me, which caught me by surprise because usually you're just haymakers. Next thing you know, Sean Kemp lowers his shoulder and tackles me and pushes me.
Sean Kemp? You fought with Sean Kemp? Wow. The yoked up Sean Kemp, not the big fat Sean Kemp.
Yeah, I got him before he was big.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, respectable loss.
Sean Kemp? Hell yeah. Sean Kemp was
forever
a monster.
I counted that as a tie, but I watched the replay of it like the last year, and he did have me down. I wasn't going to get up out of it. I was wedged between the back stanchion and a row of seats, and he had his forearm in my throat trying to choke me. And if someone don't pull him off, I wasn't getting up.
Did you ever fight in high school or college?
No.
Never. So you never fought until you were in the NBA?
Because he had to change his game. In college, he was a finesse player.
Did you fight in high school and college?
Not really.
Really? Okay.
No.
Wow.
Well, here you go.
Oh, is this it?
This is the end of it when he tackled me. See, boom, right there.
Yeah, that's.
He surprised me.
Listen,
We'll go back a little bit.
I'm trying to figure out in what world that was a tie, buddy. I mean, I know you fessed up on yourself.
No. He tackled me, surprised hell.
Dude, that was a 2-leg takedown.
I popped the hell out of him, though. I went with a great elbow, and then, bam, he just turned around and tackled me. I was waiting. Okay, here, let's go fisticuffs. Because everybody's got shot in fisticuffs.
Sure.
Wrestling, he just.
How much before a fight happens in the NBA do you know a fight's about to happen?
I knew about 2 or 3 minutes I was going to instigate a fight before it happened.
You did?
Well, he cheap shot at a teammate of mine on a fast break.
Okay.
Went up in the air, just pushed him while he was in the air. The guy fell down, broke his wrist. And so by the time the play got up and everything else, I knew I was going to have to, there had to be payback. So he came down the league, and I clobbered him pretty good. And then he just turned, he slammed me into the.
Did you ever go into a game thinking I'm going to fight tonight?
Well, there was a guy who was making a lot of money and he was lazy. And I always hated guys that didn't appreciate, the sport, the game, the
Wait,
team.
we're not going to name names 30 years later?
Melvin Turpin.
Okay.
And
40 years later.
I told Tree Rollins, I go, somebody has to knock that joker out. He don't even goes around like he's all this. He ain't nothing. And within the first 3 minutes of the game.
Who was Turpin playing for?
Cleveland.
So this is when you were the Hawks, obviously, of Tree Rollins, yeah. And?
I popped him. I won that one. I won that
one. Oh boy.
So how did you get yourself in a position to pop him?
I was guarding.
Yeah, okay, but how do you win in the game? Because it's not like hockey. You can't just drop the gloves and go in basketball. There's got to be some sort of rhythm.
Come down the screen, you don't let him. The phrase I use now, getting their chili. I got up in his chili. I'm gonna let him breathe. He's gonna come down screen from the elbow, and I just clock him with the elbow. He tries to come at me. I just clock him again. Then it's on.
True or false from the text line? After your fight with Sean Kemp, you said, well, that's what an 11th grade education gets you.
Wow. Wow.
I tell you that when you're
hey, that's a nice recall right there from whoever pulled that on the text line.
Did you say that?
No, I didn't say that. But no, I wouldn't. Hey, listen.
Oh,
I'm 6'10", 240, and he picked me up like I was a rag doll.
Oh, I know. He get
somebody
it.
says that was your quote after the game.
Well, I might have been. But I don't have a recollection of it.
What's your relationship with Kemp now?
I haven't seen him. I don't think I've seen him in 30 years.
I'm surprised.
The guys you fight, though, you guys remember each other, So down the road, you're probably buddies.
Barkley and I have, we have a good relationship now.
Yeah, but how serious was that fight?
It was more serious. I think it shocked him because he thought just everybody hated Lambeer. And I'm looking at that's my ring that's getting pummeled, and so I just came in and just swung on him. But
yeah, but you guys didn't have some sort of long-standing beef. That was more Lambeer.
But I didn't
know.
I'll tell you a funny story. So now he's playing for Phoenix, and I come in town, and I might have been with Denver, and we're playing Phoenix, and my buddy Joe Klein's with Phoenix at the time, and I'm going back in the thing. We're gonna have a beer, and so I go back in the back, talk to Joe afterwards. And Charles walks in and goes, "Hey, Charles, here's Hastings. You said you're going to kick his ass." And all of a sudden, I'm starting to sweat. I'm thinking, okay, now we're back in the bows. This thing, I didn't know. Oh, hey, and he shook hands and everything was cool. But I didn't know for just a second. I thought Joe's going to set up another fight.
I'm going to test your memory here. Do you remember how much you were fined for that fight with Sean Kemp?
Oh, man. Tyler's doing some research here.
Actually, this is a shout out to Vic. Sent it in.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Well, my fight with Barkley totaled like $14,780. My fight with Steve Stepanovich was $1,500. I don't know. It was probably a little more than $1,500, probably $2,500.
Nailed it. So Sean Kemp was fined $8,000, and you were fined $2,500.
Yeah,
that's not bad. Well, I don't know. Was that rough back then?
Oh yeah. I ain't making no money. I mean,
Right.
we're not talking. I'm sitting on the bench and making $9 million. Then it wouldn't have been bad.
Wait, were you suspended for any games for that?
No.
Or? That is, the NBA was awesome back then, wasn't it? Oh my God.
I'm not even sure,
dude. You have an incident like that now. That's I don't know. It's a couple.
I'm not even sure that wasn't a preseason game.
What?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
It was on October 22nd,
The Kemp one was
1992.
I'm not sure that wasn't a preseason game.
What's that, Dan?
The Kemp fight was preseason. It says it on the YouTube video.
It was a preseason game?
Oh, in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Yeah,
that's where you were playing that game.
Dude, you're not buying any drinks in Sioux Falls. They will love you there.
I didn't remember where it was, but I did remember. I did think it was a preseason game.
A preseason fight. The NBA was just different.
The funniest and the scariest fight I didn't get in but got in. We were playing the Clippers in L.A. and Tommy Hammond. You remember Tommy Hammond?
Yes.
Jacked. I mean, he was like 6'7" and yoked. And he and Stanley Roberts, who was Shaq's the other big guy, the other 7-footer with LSU. He's playing for the Clippers, and they're getting on the sideline. I'm about to check in. I haven't even really checked in. I think I'm right there on the sideline. And all of a sudden, they're going at each other. They're about ready to go. And I see Stanley gets his arm up, his right arm like that. And I come from behind him, and I get my arm up underneath his arm so he can't throw. And I get my other left arm around and pinned his left arm. So I've got his two arms. And I'm like looking over his shoulder. And Tommy Hammond makes eye contact with me, and his eyes go like this. And it was just Glean, wide-eyed Glean. And all of a sudden, Tommy just
Here we go.
And I'm holding the guy.
Is it slow motion?
And I'm like going, no. And he just, wow, just popped Stanley Roberts. And he's a strong guy. Popped Stanley Roberts in the face. And I got scared because I'm thinking, if I keep holding him, Tommy's going to kill him while I'm holding him. And I'm like, whoa, wait. Yeah,
it's the funny thing about like you big guys fighting, like it's not like the fights are long, but they can obviously be ridiculous with Tom Janovich, obviously, like Kermit Washington, Tom Janovich is like scary.
Yeah, one was running into it. One guy just.
Oh man, Rudy almost got killed. He almost died.
Literally almost died.
Yeah, on the court, and that was one punch, and he was running, and
he
here we go.
completely blew his face up.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Cracked his skull. Had brain fluid draining into his body. Yeah, he almost died.
Yeah, because in the hockey stuff, I don't know, man. It's like you got certain protections there. It's sort of guarded, whatever. In the NBA, there's nothing, man. If you just land, it's you guys aren't the greatest of fighters, but if you connect, you're big, strong guys.
I always felt that in an NBA fight, there's 3 punches, and I wanted 2 of them.
I gotcha.
So
see, Kemp kind of like watching the video. That's awesome. Vic sent that in, by the way. That's retweeted in the whole thing. Like. He actually did something smart, but not real courageous. Like he went after you. He went after you with the. He didn't face you straight up.
Took him down.
That's why I gave him a tie. That's why forever. But when I saw that video a year or so ago, I went,
yeah, he got into it with the double leg.
The optics of it didn't look great, but I understand.
He tied me up like a rag doll.
I don't know, man. You know what? In all honesty, that's how a smaller guy would take down a bigger guy, a double leg takedown. That's like a pure wrestling move. That's what Ainge did to Tree Rollins when they started that.
Well,
he didn't face him.
I was on the floor for that one.
Yeah, I mean, my younger son was a wrestler, and we used to joke because he was always small. And we talked about being bullied and the whole thing. I go, well, everybody's the same size if they're lying flat on their back. Meaning, like, the fight changes dramatically if you can get a guy down.
Right.
Like, all of a sudden, that size advantage means almost nothing. It's all about leverage at that point. It's almost not even a fight.
Yep.
It's so I don't know if I wouldn't count that against you right there.
Yeah.
He didn't want to fight you for whatever reason. If he wanted to fight you, he would have fought you.
Then I'm back to 10-1-1.
Yeah, I give you credit on that one. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Guy's diving at your knees. I mean, what are you going to do? He didn't square up to you.
It completely shocked me, did it? But now here's the funny thing. He literally tried to kill me. Because now I go, you saw where I went, and that was right between the first row of the seats and the back stanchion.
Yeah.
And my body's pinned. Like, I can't roll out of it because I got chairs over here and the back stanchion right here. So I'm flat. And he's got all of his weight on me, and he's got his forearm in my throat, and he's like, and I could tell he's trying to push down.
Aren't there people trying to pull him off at that point?
Yeah, well, not fast enough as far as I was concerned.
So you guys never, so that wasn't a preseason game.
Yeah.
Never kissed and made up? Never kind of hashed it out?
No.
Really? Ooh, so that's
the funny thing
he was
is,
probably young then. I mean, how old do you think he was?
Oh, he's probably 25, 26.
Oh, I was thinking younger for some reason.
Maybe.
Well, he had 13 kids by that time. So
You know, here's the funny thing. I was offered a job to go coach in Cleveland when he was in Cleveland. So I could have almost been a coach.
Well, Dan,
coaching.
Let's get Sean Kemp at some point on the program.
See, he didn't kick the bucket recently, did he?
Sean Kemp?
Didn't Sean Kemp just get in trouble for pulling a gun on someone at a Starbucks?
What?
Yeah, let's not get him on.
It was one of those former Supersonics.
We can accept collect calls. All right, no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm quite convinced we have the best listeners and viewers. Twitch, YouTube, appreciate it. But on Twitch, I'm seeing so Kemp fired shots at a dude in a 4Runner at the Tacoma Mall, something like that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
See,
I'm pretty sure it started at a Starbucks.
So there was an incident at a Starbucks, and then Kemp got in his car and did a drive-by?
Kemp told police his phone was stolen, and he was trying to track it down.
So that's why he shot at people as he was driving by? Wait, is that what he did? Was he driving in a car and he just fired his gun off?
I don't think he was driving. I think he got out of a car or something. Whatever. Something like that.
Pretty wild, man. So is he out of jail now? Is he on parole? Is he on bail? Is he... Yeah, he fired off a gun.
He says he was shot at first.
And returned fire?
Well, yeah, if you get shot at, that's actually a justifiable reason to return fire.
Well, the courts will decide that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like currently happening now?
I'm not encouraging shootings, but I mean, if somebody shoots at you, that's probably,
Well, he's a weed guy, so he probably is having a concealed carry and all that stuff.
I have no idea. The whole story to me seems wild. Like we're having old West.
It's like a movie.
I'll tell you this: neither one of them had any aim. Nobody was hit.
I'm happy to hear that. All right, Dan, what's no dumb question you got to start things off? Here we go.
All right, we've got 3 potential award winners in the Mile High City. Nathan McKinnon for NHL MVP, Cale Makar for the Norris Trophy, and Nikola Jokic for the NBA MVP. Right now, McKinnon is third at plus 1,700 behind Hellebuck and Connor McDavid. Cale Makar is far and away the favorite to win the Norris Trophy. He's at minus 600 right now. So he's basically got that locked up. And then Nikola Jokic is in second behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Shai's minus 5,000 to win the MVP right now. Joker's plus 850. Of those 3 guys, who is the most deserving to win their respective award?
Jokic. He's the NBA MVP. Do you know he passed his career high for triple doubles in a season last night? He's had more impact on his team than anybody else. All those other guys are great, but I think it's Jokic. I think he's more deserving for an MVP this year than his 3 previous.
Yeah.
When you think about a dude that's got 3 MVPs, and just about everybody would agree he's played the best basketball of his life, it's hard to imagine how he's not. How is that not the most worthy dude in the world?
Because Oklahoma City's running over, and ESPN controls the narrative, and they have voter fatigue, and they want somebody else to win it.
Somebody wants to know how Kemp's shot was in the NBA.
His tackling was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. No dumb questions. You guys excited for opening day?
Yeah, I really am. Only from this standpoint, not with the Rockies, because I really like baseball.
Do you know the roster moves the Rockies recently made?
No.
All right, real quick. Zach Veen, who had been a stud.
Cool hair.
All of that. He's not with the team to start the year. They demoted him to AAA, and they signed outfielder Mickey Moniak to a 1-year, $1.25 million deal. He was a number 1 pick in 2016. He's the new version of Jake Cave, basically. So in this youth movement, for whatever reason, they've signed
really not youthful.
Well, why would you sign this guy? For what point? What's the purpose? Like, what are we doing? Is this Mickey Moniak?
He's got a .9 WAR.
Yeah, so how old is this guy?
He's 26.
26?
That's still young.
That is young. So he was drafted right out of high school. Right out of high school, yeah. All right, so we're expecting a great year from Mickey Moniak. I guess he's not that old, but he comes right out of high school.
That's a pretty solid name, though. Say that again.
Mickey Moniak?
Mickey Moniak. Mickey Maniac.
So will he play center field?
I don't know what they're doing. I really don't know what they're doing.
So the answer to that is the Rockies. I have probably as little excitement for the Rockies opening day, but I love baseball's opening day.
Okay.
I love that we got the Yankees and Brewers on. I love them. It's a sign that spring's upon us. We've had great weather, right? The Masters is just around the corner now, and that's always a blast. You know, we'll have a new champion here in a couple weeks. So to me, it's like, hey, spring's here, boys. Let's go. So I get excited from that standpoint. The Rockies have done nothing to excite me. I'm hoping they're in it in July and that they've fooled everybody and we can sit there and say, hey, let's watch the last half of the season.
I'm so fired up about opening day. I'm going to go to Boulder for the pro day.
I like opening day in downtown Denver, and I've been lucky enough to be part of like more than 20 of them. So it's always like
It's all it is a rite of passage for spring.
Sure. So I always like it. I must have ridden my bike down to maybe 15 of them. I'll try it again this year as long as the weather's okay.
Well, make sure you charge it.
It is a fun time to be downtown.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
The bar scene is cool.
The whole
everything
thing.
there.
It's all
the
that.
ballpark's awesome usually. I mean,
But that being
And you
said,
can see Dick Monfort wander in the streets.
we saw him last year. We hollered
I
at
will
him.
never forget that. We're doing the show.
Yeah.
I see this guy walking down the street, and I go, is that Dick Monfort?
Yep.
Just wandering down the street
Yep.
downtown?
That's what it was.
Lo and behold,
Well,
it was Dick Monfort.
It was.
we used to have when I was with Dave, so we would always do the show, and they'd traipse guys out left and right.
Well, I think that's where he was going. I think
That's exactly where he was
I think
going.
KOA was doing something close to us, and they were getting him over there.
Yeah.
We tried to get him. We tried to bring him over. Raj went up and tried to, come on over. You know what's funny about that? Why wouldn't he have come over?
He should.
Exactly. What are we going to give him that hard of a time on opening day?
But if we had Pinner and all the different shows one-on-one, if we
only knew somebody
the
that
general
could
manager
ask.
one-on-one on all the other shows,
We have not.
Now, I know
That's true. Fair. That's fair.
I know that Josh has been on other shows in this town that aren't just owned by them, and so has Calvin, and so has Malone. But I haven't seen the Rockies or the Broncos ever do that.
Well, I mean, how interested would you be? No dumb question. Would you guys really want to have somebody on from the Rockies?
I mean, on opening day.
I'd always take a Jeff Houston because I love Jeff to death.
Of course, we can always get those guys. Those guys are the best.
But
we get Jeff or Drew or Stouter or Spilly or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if. I heard Andy and Nate talk about it yesterday. I really don't know anything about the roster yet, and I haven't. There's nothing been. I'd rather go over another
we got
one of those.
Mickey Moniak.
I'd rather go over 8 more 7-round drafts, all the picks, than sit there and really start looking up who's here and what. And
It starts tomorrow for the Rockies. It's going to be during our show. Opening day, Rockies and Tampa, I think, right? So, and I think it's during our show too, right? Well, here we go. Here's the.
Well, Gomber's already on the injured
Got
list.
Kevin Freeland on the mound.
Who?
Kevin
Freeland?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this what we're going to do?
Your second baseman's already on
You know the
injured
audio.
list.
That's like was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, there you go. That's 100 loss team right there. There they are.
For what would be the third year in the row.
Yeah, that would be
Kevin Freeland.
Wow. That's actually really embarrassing how few of those names I know.
Who don't you know?
Aren't you excited to see if Marquez can get back to anywhere where he was for the injury?
I'm a nerd.
I love Kyle Freeland.
There's a lot of Rocky stuff that I'll know and just keep to myself. Last year, I really paid attention to how many games Bud Black was responsible for losing, and I was screaming it because I thought the only solution was for Bud Black to be replaced and to have a culture shift there. And what happens? Bud Black, who has lost the most games as a manager, has won the most.
So this is your depth chart right here, and I don't know how fresh it is. And it's right on behind us. Who's the highest paid Rocky right now?
Of this group?
Yeah.
Probably Freeland.
Really?
Maybe Marquez, maybe Freeland.
What about the guy from Chicago?
Oh, Chris Bryant.
Yeah.
You see where he's on the list?
I don't even see him.
Look at first base.
He's DH.
Okay, so he's all right. He's the third string first baseman
and a DH.
And
I missed the
first,
DH. I forgot about DH.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. But we got Mickey Moniak now, so we're good.
Starting left fielder.
I'm all this hype with Zach Veen. Like, it seems like the no-brainer of no-brainers is to take the guy who really people were excited about, had a pretty good spring, and throw him out there and, go Zach Veen. But no, we're not going to start that way for whatever wacky reason. We're going to pick up Mickey Moniak. See what we do from there. No Charlie Blackmon anymore, guys, either. So,
he's still there.
You could probably get Charlie on the show tomorrow.
He got the lifetime achievement job.
He did. He's going to be the Andrew Cogliano. What exactly do I do here? Sort of job. I don't know if he gets a locker for that or anything, but
I want a job like that.
It's a good job. Vinny Castilla's more or less had that job for like 20 years. Vinny, he's got a locker in the clubhouse. I don't know what the hell he does. Hangs around and talks to guys at batting practice.
Vinny still looks like he could DH for you.
Vinny, I have never seen Vinny without a smile on his face.
Absolutely.
You want to talk about the easiest of easy jobs.
I got to hang out with him at the BMW.
Great guy. Year. Super good mood. Positive dude to be around. Does nothing, but I mean, he's there. That is a weird job in sports, man. The
ambassador.
Legend, the legend status ambassador, no specific. Doesn't Todd Helton have kind of that job for the Rockies too?
I thought he was coaching at Tennessee now.
Oh, hell no. He's with the Rockies doing something. He's kind of.
But didn't he coach at Tennessee for a year ago?
I swear. Look it up, Dan. I swear to God, I think Todd's got some sort of, hey, how you doing sort of Rockies job. He was at Tennessee, but that was a few years ago. I think Tulo is like a college coach somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, look it up. Can you look it up, Todd? He's got some sort of weird. Cogliano, I see Cogs all the time around the Avs. I have no idea what he does. Shakes hands. How you doing? It must be a weird job, though, don't you think? You go from a player to sort of a nebulous sort of what exactly do I do here sort of job.
No, it's a great job.
And I like Charlie Death. Why don't you put him in the front office, see if he can evaluate talent? Actually give him some stuff to do and see if he's got any aptitude for assessing talent.
Well, I think
that's stuff.
I think that's what they're trying. What do you got?
It is. Charlie's is supposed to be like a fairly legitimate job.
What do you got, Dan?
On April 9th, 2022, Helton was hired by the Rockies to serve as a special assistant to the general manager, joining Vinny Castilla.
I thought that was Charlie's job. I literally thought that was the title of Charlie's job.
I think that is Charlie's job, too.
Well, they have Vinny Castilla and Clint Hurdle also in that role.
Clint still works for the team?
No, I think, yeah, he does. As like an ambassador sort of consultant guy. I think Clint, Todd, Charlie, and Vinny all have the same job, which is not to be a jerk here, but, what exactly do you do here, two Bobs? I mean, I don't know.
Well, again, if someone were to make me special assistant to the GM, I would try to learn a GM job and what it takes.
Sure,
and
of course.
I would see, would I have the aptitude to be a general manager someday?
I thought it was a real job until I knew 5 different dudes have the same job.
Hey, all I know is one of the funnier things I see is at the halftime of every Nuggets game, 30 dudes in the same matching sweat jacket walk off the court together behind Michael Malone. And I have really no clue what they do. And it's a cavalcade of guys in the same warm-up jacket.
Coaching staff.
30 of them?
Yeah, they got a bunch of them.
Oh, you think?
Yeah. Guys in charge of video, offensive video, defensive video. You got a guy that runs the tape for that guy. You got guys that work out dudes before. They're now keeping the ambiguous stats throughout the game. And
ambiguous stats?
And scouting the plays and how many times they run them. And, they're all got an assignment.
Okay. I don't know when that happened in the NBA.
I don't either.
It used to be the head coach and maybe 3 dudes in a bad sports jacket.
It was
maybe.
Head coach, 2 assistants, and a trainer.
That's it. And how that morphed into 30 guys in the second row
and whatever. I think the players actually know who they all are.
I would be stunned. I would be shocked if.
You also part of that grower is like you have now you have 2 trainers. You have at least 2, if not 3, exercise physiologist guys that can get guys. The stretching guys working out.
They all got to be on the bench. They all got to be in the second row.
They're all around.
Hey, let's get into the Nuggets game. PhD, big story of the day is next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. Listen, this is where you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. An okay experience, that's not acceptable. You need to have an amazing experience. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. ED is an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. So listen, if this is part of your story, let's change up the tale. The treatments have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, so schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. A T and a PSA test coming your way if medically advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having the sex the day after your appointment. Yes, the sex. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Had a great first half. Give it back to Jokic. Jokic on the pump fake. And over the shoulder, no looker.
Oh, they're going to give him 2 shots. Joker tried to foul him out on the wing. Here's that pass. Just a flip over the shoulder.
One of the best we've seen all year from Jokic.
This is our guy Marlo with Scott Hastings on Altitude TV. Let's go through the injury report a little bit before I ask you the big question about this. First, Jokic on his leg.
Do you feel 100% or do you feel just good enough?
I feel much better than I thought. I don't want to say percentage or stuff, but I feel much better than I thought it's going to be. So, yes. I still feel a little bit, but it's much less how it was before.
Okay, so that's that. We'll get to that in a second. Michael Porter Jr. wanted to clarify things that it really has been his hamstring that's bothering him.
Yeah, I think...
hold on.
During
Here
the
it is.
stretch,
Hold on.
Michael, you've told us time and time again that you always want to play. It's really important to you. When something like a low back strain pops up, is the equation different at all, or are you just playing?
Is that what they listed it as?
It is, yes.
No, it was more hamstring. Ever since I strained my hamstring before All-Star break, I haven't really felt, I would say 100% in that hamstring. And it was just a little tight, but it was something I could play through. I think that's taken kind of longer for me to get it all the way back normal, but it's a work in progress. But that's what it was, not low back.
Okay.
Did he just call the team out?
A little bit.
Maybe. Like, really?
A little bit.
Is that what they listed it as?
Well, you can get a stiff back if your hamstrings are bad,
well,
too.
that's a fact.
Yeah.
I know that because I stretch my hamstrings every single day for that exact same reason. So technically speaking.
I mean, that's why Brendan Vogt from DNVR asked the question, because that's the way it was listed. So
and when you hear back at Michael, you worry.
Listen, when it popped up that it was left ankle impingement with Jokic, I was like, huh? What?
Yeah, you could probably list back with Michael every game the rest of his career.
Sure. Then you had Aaron Gordon, who got into quick foul trouble. But then there was a moment in the game where he's breaking in. I think he's going to throw down a monster jam, and he just didn't have the get up and go. And he actually fell. I think you take off for that layup, and you're like, ooh, I'm a little too far away from where I need to be. And it just goes a little bit hard off the backboard. It was a wide open layup. It wasn't even contested. Nobody was standing in his way.
He broke through it about a little bit outside the block.
Yeah, didn't you think that was just going to go down?
Yeah.
And instead, he kind of just comes up a little bit short.
And he kind of long stepped it, and I think it just threw him off. And I was shocked he didn't. But I don't think, and it's because of the calf, whatever. I don't think he's as explosive as we've seen him in the last couple of years.
I think we saw some evidence of that. So he ain't right. Jamal was just kind of, mediocre Jamal. I'm actually trying to figure out how they won that game. Yoke with 39.
Christian Brown was pretty spectacular yesterday.
Okay.
The more we see from Aaron Gordon, and I know we had this conversation the other day about when you get to the playoffs, nothing hurts. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I know they're going to get a week off in theory before that first round. I know that they don't have back-to-backs. I'm just worried about his availability for the playoffs, quite frankly.
All right, let me just ask the big question. Good win. Would have been nice once you built the lead, especially because you had a very good first quarter to put him away. Didn't happen, but you did pull it out. Where is this team at today?
The team is, and Malone talked about with young players, consistency. They aren't consistent at all. You have a great first quarter and then mediocre second, then a really good third quarter. And then
but it didn't give you any distance.
And nothing the fourth until Joker came back in, and then it went from 5 points down to 10-point win.
Yeah, and it really wasn't settled until the final 90 seconds of the game.
Well, the only guy right now that you can sit there and say is going to be consistent game in, game out is Nikola, who you called it 2 months ago. He's going to give you 28, 12, and 10.
10, yeah.
And that's kind of what he is.
By the way, did you see online how people were saying that's your 10th assist, and they showed the final assist to Murray where he kicked the ball out and Murray kind of
hesitated and drove?
Mm-hmm. You okay with that being an assist?
The NBA checks all of them, and they have taken triple doubles away from Joker. So if they okayed it, their thing is, can you less than 2 dribbles, direct line to the basket?
That's the rule of thumb.
I believe so.
Even if you take the ball out that deep. Past the 3-point line.
Well, was it more than 2 dribbles?
I don't think so. I think it was 2. But I mean, I'm fine with it. I'm not arguing about it. But I just saw some people raising an eyebrow like,
I just find it funny. Like, why is anybody complaining about Jokic's triple doubles?
Because he still gets accused of padding.
Well,
that's why.
But again, I'll tell everybody that the stat crew at times not give an assist, and they're on the phone. The NBA will call and say, no, that is an assist, give it to him. And they've had assists, and they'll go, no, that's not assist. They've checked him 2 or 3 times. I've had triple doubles with him in the middle of early fourth quarter, and all of a sudden you get back, you come out of the timeout, and he's only got 9 rebounds. You're like, oh, what happened to his rebound?
Can I ask you guys a dumb question? Hockey guy is going to hate me right now. Why are there 2 assists on a goal, not just 1?
I don't know. There are still some.
Isn't that a little kind of
Well, why isn't there an assist in the NBA when a pass leaves a guy and the guy has to get fouled to keep him from scoring? You're still getting 2 free throws. You're still getting points.
You should get assist on the free throws.
You're getting a point. You're getting points off the play.
Okay.
How come?
All right.
How come when a guy shoots it, gets fouled, guy comes over, Peyton Watson comes over and throws the shot out of bounds, it's not a block shot?
Why,
because if it goes in, it's going to be a basket.
Why, if you reach base on an error in baseball, I understand why it doesn't count for your average, but why does it count against your on base percentage?
I don't know. Why do sacks go against rushing yards?
This is all sorts of quirky little sports things.
Do
you get on base or not? Did I get on base or did I not get on base?
It should be an on-base percentage.
On my on-base percentage, I'm on base, but you do not get credit for that.
You could go, and do you get counted for a at-bat on a
error? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's
so
an over.
You could go 0 for 4, but get on base on 4 straight errors.
Yep.
And your batting average goes down because you're 0 for 4.
And your on-base percentage
goes down.
goes
But your on-base percentage doesn't help.
I'm fine with your batting average going down if it's an error, but I always thought it should. You had to hit the ball. You had to do something to get on base. You should get credit for it. You take a walk, you get credit for it. If you get hit by a pitch, you get credit for it.
If a guy throws a terrible pitch and hits you in the butt, you get on base percentage.
That's on your
on base percentage. You haven't done anything except take a bruise.
What can I tell you? Just little things in sports. All right, so with 8 games to go, what do the Nuggets need to do here? How do they need to finish up here?
They got to find some sort of chemistry and cohesion. It's the 21st game. Your starting unit's going to play together. Malone said before the game, what you didn't think about, they're not even going to get 30. In the previous 2 years, it was 48 and 41 with the starting unit. So how does that group become cohesive? Because I still think as a starting unit, that's still as good of a starting unit as it is in the NBA.
Can you believe that starting unit that they rolled out last night is only, 21 times?
21.
That's crazy.
It was 48 2 years ago when they won it. Their starting unit played 48 games together.
And this unit's 21.
Does Russ need to change anything going into the playoffs?
Russell Westbrook?
Yep.
Yeah, he needs to sit on the bench more.
Yep. Or if he's not sitting on the bench, he's got to change the way he plays a little bit.
It's the whole Russell Westbrook thing is, to me, like, this is done. This is he ain't the guy.
I don't know. I still love the defensive effort. I still love the dog mentality.
I got it, but
I don't love the 165 turnovers per game.
He only had 1 last night, but the Russell Westbrook magic to me is just it just ain't there.
His issue, you know what? If he could just be an okay shooter, because
that would be
now
great.
If you notice every game they're playing 10 feet off of him,
and that's what
which is what they did. To be honest with you, what they did when he first came in from UCLA, because the knock was
his shot looks awful. His shot, just the truth. It looks terrible right now.
It's got a side spin.
You watch him. I'm watching him launch it, and it's just you can tell right off his hand. This thing got no shot. It doesn't look smooth. It doesn't look fluid. It's not on target.
I don't think he's going to sit on the bench in the playoffs, though.
No, he'll be in the rotation. But I don't know. It hasn't really worked with him and Jamal on the court at the same time. This season's going to ride on Jamal. Jamal and Jokic are both going to go 42 out of 48 minutes in the playoffs, as is. Maybe more. Maybe literally more. So, I don't know. What does he have to do? Probably nothing. He's probably just going to get less and less minutes. He may be 10 to 12 a game, something like that in the playoffs, maybe.
So, mock draft, if you're the Nuggets, what do you look for in the draft next year?
Shooters, depth, big guy. I mean, I looked at Vlad Golden for Michigan, and I'm just like, when are they going to get a legit, no doubt about it, center to back up Jokic, period. A younger guy. Not De'Aaron Holmes looks like a nice enough player, but he ain't a center. Not really.
He's like an AG, right?
But yes.
But taller.
Well, he's taller, yeah. But yes, similar. I mean, he can go inside. He's not exactly Michael Porter Jr. who's only an outside guy. But I'm looking at this Vlad Golden, and it doesn't have to be Vlad Golden, but it stands out. Guy's 7'1" and probably grown a little bit, and is just a flat out center. When are we going to get one of those guys? I mean, is DeAndre Jordan coming back for year 300? Like, what's happening there? No is the answer. The DeAndre Jordan thing is done. It's fun watching him play and getting the alley-oops and all that, but clearly, if this guy can't get off the pine for 2.5 weeks or whatever it was, he ain't the future. What's this, Dan? Talk to me.
The Nuggets don't have a draft pick this year.
What? I don't have any draft picks this year? It's going to make draft coverage really...
At least a first rounder.
So do they have any second rounders? Because Golden's projected actually as a second rounder, not a first rounder. Do they have second round picks? I'd be fine. Golden, this Vlad Golden guy. Have you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Not Michigan. Is
yeah,
it Michigan?
Yeah, Michigan. But like, give me. When was the last time they got a legitimate, significant center backup for Yoke? All these teams
and played him.
And played him.
They haven't. Well, Plumlee.
Okay.
Was the last.
Get him back.
That you played regular.
But why not bring in this Golden guy who's, he's a little bit older too. He's not a young guy. Been playing college basketball for like 6 years.
No second rounder this year either.
Oh my God, what the hell is going on? We don't have any draft picks this year? The hell? We have no draft picks. Well, thank God we got Hunter Tyson. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Oh, man, you could do some serious dune bugging in Moab. Thank you to
I don't understand why that's really bad.
No, it's not. It's Mountain High Appliance. They're awesome.
You know what? Seriously.
Check them out at mountainhighappliance.com.
You can be a Richard with glasses.
Are you about going to punch me too?
No.
Yeah, now what? What's next?
You can be a Richard, though, sometimes.
Yeah, I've been told. All right, Dan, let's hit it.
All right, fellas, we're going to hear from Russell Wilson here in just a second.
Goody.
But we'll start with Josh Jacobs, the running back for the Green Bay Packers. He was on a podcast recently, and they got into Travis Hunter. Can he actually play both ways in the NFL? Here's Josh Jacobs.
Travis Hunter coming in, wanting to play two-way. You think that's realistic?
I think you give him. I think he earned the right to you give him a chance to at least see.
Yeah.
I think he earned that. You feel me? Like, do I think that it's possible? Like, I don't know. It's possible.
Yeah.
It ain't never been done for real on a like. I say give him a chance. Let him see if he can do it. On me.
I think bro gonna make plays, bro. 16 games.
Yeah.
That's a little different though.
Yeah, it is. It will all depend on his body. Cause who you know do that, bro? Nobody ever.
True.
It's never been done. Like you have people to take a little few. You know what I'm saying? Like he really gonna change. Like
yeah, he gonna change. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? But I think he, like I said, I think he earned the right to be able to at least see.
Do you guys agree with Josh Jacobs there? Has Travis Hunter earned the right to at least be given a chance to play both ways in the NFL?
I do agree with that entirely. Absolutely. No, I've never once thought that when Travis Hunter gets to the NFL, it's going to be like it was in college. It's not. It's not going to be an every down situation. Of course, they're going to have to control that and limit the reps. But there's never been a guy that's done it at this level, and he's done it. He's played both sides, and arguably the best player at either position in college football. So I don't know what else you got to do to earn the right.
Yeah, it is. Here's my biggest take when you're listening to these guys talking about him. And I know Osagenti had an unbelievable year in Boise, but
I'm sorry, who?
Ashton Genty. What did I say, Ashton? Ashton Genty.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be that guy because I certainly knew what you meant, but I'll just go with it. Sorry. Ashton Genty.
Yeah. Osher.
Sure.
Osher Gentarin.
Exactly. Him.
But anyway, he had a great year. He had nearly a record-breaking year, right?
Yep.
But more and more you hear dudes on podcasts, NFL guys, Travis Hunter was the most watched college player by pros.
Yes.
I think last year than maybe we've seen coming out of college in 10 years.
Yes.
That's
far more than an Abdul Carter.
Oh, you think? Right.
Way more.
I mean, every time you see a podcast when you got pro players and they're going, dude, did you see this cat? Even old players, alumni. Travis Hunter was watched last year.
So out of this draft class, who will be the most interesting guy to watch as a pro?
Travis Hunter.
More so than Shedeur or Cam Ward.
Well, look, quarterbacks always are going to get the shine. And one of those guys comes out, has an elite season. Now you've got the easiest track to Rookie of the Year. Plain and simple. Far easier than Travis Hunter. But I will take that back to the degree of if Travis Hunter really does play both ways, he's going to have a pretty easy track to Rookie of the Year.
I think if Travis Hunter really does play both ways, it's a slam dunk that is the most interesting story. A rookie quarterback making in the NFL is, listen, we've seen that 10 million times.
Yeah.
But nobody is about to try, we think, depending if the team allows it, what Travis is going to do.
No dumb question. Will we see next year, say he goes to New England, which is kind of looking like on a lot of drafts. Will we see a game where he catches a touchdown and gets a pick?
Probably.
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yep. That would be pretty cool. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, he's back. Russell Wilson.
All right.
Has a new catchphrase with the New York Giants. Now, before
Should
I play
we try
this,
to guess it?
That's what I was
Danger
going to
Witch.
ask you guys.
Danger Witch.
Have you heard it? And if not, can you take a guess at what his new catchphrase is with the Giants? With the Steelers, what was it?
Win the 7th.
Win the 7th. The Broncos, it was Let's Ride. And the Seahawks, it was Go Hawks.
I'll say it's something about New York. Something.
Happy to be here.
Thanks for paying me.
I'll say it's some sort of.
It's time to get rid of the Little Town Blues.
Actually, Scott got
what is
a
it?
little part of it. All right, here's Russell Wilson.
What's up, guys? Russell Wilson here, quarterback of the New York Giants. Man, I'm so excited to be here, and let's make sure we make this happen. Let's do whatever it takes. Go Big Blue.
Go Big Blue.
All right. Well, that's their nickname, isn't it?
It is?
I have never heard
I
the
have
Giants
never in
called
my
Big
entire
Blue.
life heard them called the Big Blue.
Yeah, I neither.
Google it. Just
Isn't
Google
it.
it.
Just the New York Football Giants.
I thought for sure they went by Big Blue. Go Blue is Michigan as far
I
as
thought that was that dog.
Let's Google it, man. Let's see if it pops up. You think Russ just made that? I that sounds familiar to me. Go Big.
You got Blue Eyes
I am
from New
being
York.
dead
you got
ass.
Little Toe.
I've never heard that.
Oh, Go Big Blue is a common phrase used to express the support for the
Michigan.
University of Kentucky.
Oh,
okay.
And the University of Michigan. Let's go Blue. Big Blue, as I Google it, is like with Kentucky. Wow, did Russ just make that up?
Go Big Blue.
Oh my God. Maybe he just made that up.
And DMac is such a sucker for him. He bought into it.
I thought, wow. Okay, what's the question? Does that suck? Is that the question?
No, I
So he
just
just
wanted you guys to
was
guess
the
what the
catchphrase.
thought it was.
So I knew there'd be the color in it. I had the color right.
You did, Scott. You got half of it
Do-
right.
So the Giants, I'm typing in Giants Big Blue, and it does pop up.
Somebody said the G-Men also.
G-Men for sure.
G-Men,
all the
yeah.
time.
For
Yeah.
sure, G-Men.
Yeah.
Let's go G. He should have gone G-Men. Let's ride.
Did he ask Grok?
I'm typing in Giants Big Blue, and there are
DMac,
things that
if
are
you're
popping
if you're
up.
still searching for this, there's about 200 people in the world that are saying that.
The Big Blue Wrecking Crew was the defense for the New York Giants during the 80s. That was their nickname, the Big Blue Wrecking Crew. Could he have been?
Well, there you go.
No, we're stretching here.
No.
aren't we?
No.
How's this going to go for Russ? Does he start on day one?
Yes.
Day two or game two?
He'll start at least. It depends. Is Shedeur there?
That's part of the question, I guess. You got to figure that in.
If Shedur's there, he will not be the starter. And if he isn't there, he'll start until he's hurt.
I bet even if Shedeur is there, they'll start him for at least the first 4 or 5 games.
He might just get hurt. We'll see. That's what happened to him last year. You got another one from Russ?
Well, so here is Russ on if he expects to be the Giants starting quarterback.
Oh.
Yeah, I expect to be the starter and come in here and be ready to rock and roll every day. I think to be able to lead, I think this team's really looking for somebody to lead them in every way in terms of the process, in the offseason, during the season, our habits and our thought process and how we.
Okay, that's enough. But yeah, he expects to be the starter. Do you guys expect him to be the starter? Even with Shedeur?
I do. Yeah.
I do too.
mean, how long is just the question, but he'll start 4 or 5 games.
I agree. Even if they have Shedeur, it'll be like a Penix Jr. sort of situation, which I'm not saying is the smartest thing in the world, but it'll be something like that.
Yeah. Is this saga? When will this saga end? That's the good question.
Well, he keeps getting connected to Colorado because of if Shedeur really doesn't go to the Giants. And it was somewhat interesting with the Fields thing in Pittsburgh. I mean, I think if Shedeur doesn't go to the Giants, the Russell Wilson thing will actually be dead to us officially. There won't be any more juice there, just kind of curiosity.
I heard Mike and Raj debating this, and because Russell Wilson will come play the Broncos this year.
Yeah.
So that should happen for the second year in a row. It should happen.
Yeah.
Last year they came, he just didn't play. And they were debating what would be the better story, Russell Wilson starting in Denver or Shedeur Sanders. I don't even think it's close.
It's not even close.
Shedeur Sanders by far.
10 million miles.
By far. Mike, I think Mike was arguing it was going to be Russ, and I'm like, no chance. Like last year, maybe. Yeah. That's come and gone. Shedeur is the rage.
We've talked him out of a lot of people's heads.
Yeah.
I mean, even you. I mean, if he can not live in your head as bad as he once was.
Nah, I'm fine with him. I really don't care. I don't really think it's all that interesting, aside from I think the Giants, we'll see what they do. To me, I think the Giants have a feeling that Shedeur won't be there. I'll really be shocked if Shedeur's there and they pass up on him or he doesn't go to the Browns at 2. Seriously. But I don't know why the Browns wouldn't take Shedeur if Cam Ward goes first to Tennessee.
Yes. Are we prematurely talking about where Shedeur's going until we see on April 4th?
24th.
Well, 4th is the pro
24th?
day. 24th is the draft.
Oh, you talking about the pro day?
Yeah, the pro day.
Pro day, which Tyler's going to be there for, he's going to light it up. It's going to be the 4th of July.
Think if he does light it up, that everybody all of a sudden all this should he, shouldn't he, would he, going to change?
I think the hype for him to go to the Browns or Tennessee, whatever, is going to be through the roof.
Yeah, I think it already is, though. I mean, how much is really going to change? The only thing that could really change for the pro day is him flipping Cam Ward, which would be radical, okay? I don't see that happening, but that would be the only real change. Otherwise, he's still in the same position. Yesterday, I felt like the Giants were out on Shedeur. Today, I don't. Look, is there a compelling reason? Not really, other than just they're not that committed to these guys. It's just not that big of a deal. You know, like, I don't think it's embarrassing for the Giants if they went out and signed Russ. So what? I mean, they gave him $10.5 million, 21 over the year. It's a pretty cheap insurance policy in case you can't get the guy you like.
Why did Russ have to have a catchphrase at all? Why do you have to say anything?
Because it's Russ. Come on.
On the text line, my dad is a lifelong diehard Giants fan. Big Blue is an established Giants nickname.
Go Big Blue.
Go Big Blue. What was the Steelers one? Let's get 7?
Get the 7th.
Get the 7th? Okay. All right. Is that their thing?
Well, they have 6
rings.
No, I mean, I get it. I understand. But that's their thing? That's what they say there?
No.
No, that feels like something Russ
just like nobody says
up.
Go Big Blue.
Here's another no dumb question. Football, and Russ involved a little bit. Has some of the luster been shined off, if you will, Mike Tomlin?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. You got one more story there, Dan, or are we good? What's good? One more?
All right, well, lastly, is there a world where the Titans could actually trade out of the first pick and maybe the Browns or Giants move up? Here's Adam Schefter from earlier today.
I've also heard the Titans general manager Mike Borgonzi say that he's open to anything. And so he's going to be listening to phone calls. It doesn't mean that the Giants will be able to make it up to 1. But I expect the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants both to make calls. And let's see if there's a team that can come up with an offer that the Titans can't pass up. Yes, the Titans absolutely do like Cam Ward. Yes, they're ready to take him. But these teams have 1 month to try to change Tennessee's mind and make an offer compelling enough to move Tennessee, which has a ton of holes on its roster, off the number 1 pick.
Chances that the Titans do end up moving out of the first pick. What do you think?
0. 5%. 3. I mean, barely. Not great. As low as you can imagine.
Agreed. I don't think for 1 second Tennessee's even really considering moving out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only way they would is if all of a sudden somebody's going to give you 3 first-round draft picks, including a 2. So maybe you got Cam Ward and Shedeur is the same thing to you, and you could get 2 extra first rounds, maybe a second from this year.
I'll be stunned if they tap out of this one. Who are they? What are they doing? Without a quarterback, what are they doing?
But I will say, Adam talking about Cleveland moving up to number 1 does confuse me. Because if they're taking Abdul Carter and they don't really care about Shedeur Sanders, I guess that could mean they do like Cam Ward, they just don't like Shedeur. But why would they move up to number 1 if they're not in the quarterback market?
They wouldn't. They would only move up if they're in the
They'd
quarterback
only move
market.
up if they want to get Cam Ward.
Yeah, I mean,
and so but wouldn't you if you're Tennessee and you got both those neck and neck, you like both of them? You switch down to Cleveland, who's done worse, gives you 1 or 2 extra.
Actually, no. I mean, I understand if they were to do it, but I would never do it. I would never do it.
But you're Cleveland.
If I was Cleveland, I would.
Did you call them DAFs last year?
I would try. If I was Cleveland, I would try to move up to number 1 to get my guy. If my guy was Cam Ward, I guess, or Shedeur, I wouldn't want to mess around with it. I would try. But if I'm Tennessee, I don't do a damn thing. I just sit there. I'm happy with it. I take my guy, and then we try to move forward. And if it sucks, you rinse and repeat, and you try it again. I don't know. You know, it'll be – listen, it's interesting for us because with Shedeur, he has everybody's imagination. But it'll be fascinating to follow Arch Manning this next year in college football and see where that, kind of falls out. And I do wonder how many teams that might have quarterback needs are kind of saying, hey, do we just sort of hang in there this year and we'll see with Arch? We'll see. And the Giants are fascinating because not only, do they not have a long-term plan with Winston and with Wilson, but you have the legacy of the Manning. It's kind of wild, right, when you think about it, what could possibly happen. Get Eli for all those years, and then you get his nephew, possibly if you suck. And all you have to do is suck for one more year.
It would be real.
Why would they sign Russ, though, if that's what their goal was?
Who knows why? I have no idea why they signed Russ. Why did they sign Russ?
Because they saw him lose 5 games in a row and actually put up good numbers. So if he can put up good numbers and lose 12 of 17, they got a chance at Arch.
Hasn't it dawned on anybody he's not very good as a quarterback anymore?
Uh-huh.
But they signed him for all that money. I really seriously don't get it.
That's why I still think they're in the Shedeur sweepstakes. I do.
I do too.
I think he was a very cheap insurance policy.
Hedge the bet in case it doesn't fall our way.
All right, we got some Fallout No Dumb questions that are sort of falling in here. Plus the Avalanche against the Kings tonight. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you are in the market for a new vehicle, you might have heard that rates are rising up on you. And that's why you want to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, guys, because they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before those rates got rising up on everybody. And that means that you get to take advantage with great deals over at Phil Long Ford. So go check them out today. Guys, I've been a customer over there since my rookie year in the NFL because I value relationships. I've got a long-term relationship. That's what you're going to do as well. They simply respect every customer who walks in the door over at Phil Long Ford. So today's the day. You don't have to waste your whole weekend. They've got over 1,000 vehicles. You're going to find what you want, whether you're looking for new, you're looking for pre-owned. And with an award-winning service department, make sure you keep that new vehicle serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Sports is kind of cool sometimes. I'll give you a cool story here, guys. Not that I like the Yankees. I hate the Yankees, but today's opening day. The Yankees are winning 2-1 right now over the Brew Crew. It's a home game in the Bronx.
Is it the Big Blue Brew Crew?
Right. Austin Wells is a catcher for the Yankees, and their leadoff hitter, a catcher, is the leadoff hitter.
That's weird.
Shohei Ohtani of catchers?
I don't know.
That's like usually the 4 or 5 hitter or
a catcher.
Not anymore.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you another catcher in baseball lore. I'm sure there is one, but I can't tell you.
Those a leadoff?
A leadoff hitter is a catcher?
But you can think of cleanup guys all over.
Oh, sure. But a leadoff guy?
No.
Now, listen, baseball is different because they really just care about on-base percentage and power. They don't care about speed anymore. So stealing bases in baseball is just not that big of a deal. So the guy hit 348 in spring trainings, 6 home runs. So I guess I don't know much about this dude, but he obviously hits with high percentage, average, and power. He hit on a 2-0 pitch. He's the first batter for the Yankees. He hit a home run in the very first at-bat for the New York Yankees this year. That's cool. The first guy, your first batter for the entire season.
And he's a catcher.
Hits a home run. And he's got a porn stash. Like he's right out of, he's looks like Goose Gossage's,
Did he not
battery
get the message? They don't have to be just mustaches anymore?
They don't have to be, but he's rocking one. He's rocking the stash. Strong move going with the 1970s porn stash.
Well, the pitcher that's pitching today, he's got a beard.
Yeah, look at that. See, there you go. There you go.
They should go back.
New tradition for the Yankees. Bearding it up. Rockies don't start till tomorrow. Rockies game will happen during our show.
Do we know anything about Tampa Bay this year?
I feel like we should make some bets on the Rockies game. I don't know anything about Tampa. Well, what do I know about Tampa? Nothing. Zero. Is a Rizzarino
They've got a cruise ship in their in the stadium now. Yeah.
They do?
Yeah.
A cruise ship?
Well, a little mini one that is their main sponsor.
All right, well, you know more than I do. They're playing at a minor league or spring training facility, right?
Why?
Because the arena's garbage in Tampa, and they're building a new one or something.
No, it got destroyed in a hurricane.
Oh, that's right. Dan's right. It got destroyed.
Roof got blown off.
In essence, it became garbage.
As it turns out. I don't want to spend too much time on the Rockies, but I mean, like...
Maybe that was the Marlins. Can't remember. There's a cruise ship somewhere.
The Marlins Stadium is unbelievable.
Probably Miami,
yeah. Yeah, that place is crazy, and it's like friends and family at every game. Nobody goes to those games. Baseball. I feel like this might be the biggest baseball breakdown we have all year.
Well, we have crushed it, man. That's a pretty big-ass minor league stadium.
That's a spring training stadium, yeah.
Wow.
That's all right. That looks like a solid minor league stadium.
That doesn't look big.
It looks solid.
That looks big to me.
That's the Yankees.
Yeah, you can tell because they make the cornice of the out. They make that. Yeah. They make that look like Yankee Stadium a little bit. That's what they do with the Red Sox too. They have like a fake, not a fake, but they have like a green monster in Florida, that sort of thing. So they make the outside look like Yankee Stadium. I don't know. That kind of looks like just a good, solid spring training sort of place. Yeah. I mean, how many does that hold?
What's the Rockies look like?
What, down in Arizona?
Yeah.
They share with the
Is it that big?
Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's got 2 decks. It's got a huge grass outfield that if you pack it. Have you not? You've never been to Rocky Spring Training?
I did when I was a kid. I don't know if it was the same stadium, and I certainly don't remember
it was definitely was not. If you went there as a kid, you were down in Tucson.
Yeah.
You were down in Arizona. That place it's not a dump. That's where the University of Arizona plays. Yeah, no, the Rockies facility is freaking gorgeous. It's beautiful. I don't know who holds more people one way or the other. But yeah, the Rockies start tomorrow.
Well, good for them.
Good for them.
Quest for 100.
What's on the line tonight for the Avalanche?
Just keep the train rolling. I mean,
Kings
they're
are
rolling.
9-1 in their last 10.
We don't really need any expectations out of the Avalanche like we do from Nuggets, do we?
Kivy Rantz is out. He's got an LBI. Miles Wood is back into the mix. He hasn't been playing for a little bit, so good for him to get back in the mix.
Which talks to their depth, right?
Yep. Blackwood is supposed to be in that.
You said they're 9-1 in their last 10. What are the Avalanche?
8-1-1, I think, something like that. Yeah, I know.
Two of the hottest teams in hockey. Then
correct. Yes,
should be a great game.
Darcy Kemper in net for the Kings.
Oh, we'll win this one then.
Start splashing.
I think they'll win tonight too. They've won 10 in a row
at home.
At home. The only quirky thing about the Avalanche, of course, is they're here. I was really looking at their schedule earlier today. There is a possibility that their final 2 games of the season mean nothing, meaning they're far enough ahead of Minnesota that Minnesota can't catch them, but they're far enough behind
Dallas catch Dallas
because you can't catch Dallas either. And I wonder if that would be a good thing.
It could be.
Like, you really can get some rest for your guys. Because you remember how, like, at the end of these past couple of years, the Avalanche have been killing themselves to try to, be this seed or that seed or whatever. What if you have a hockey season where it really means nothing and you can seriously take the better part of a week off before the playoffs start?
Get some of those guys in there that you want to play.
All right, here's the ethical dilemma. The only way for that to happen is if you more or less are okay in third place and you start on the road in the playoffs against Dallas.
Well, but you just said if there's no other chance of moving up, it doesn't matter.
All right, but let me ask you, like, the ethical dilemma. What would you rather have? Would you rather battle it out to the bitter end and fight for the second seed so you have home ice, or be okay not having home ice in the first round?
I'd rather have home ice.
And rest a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you look at 2 games left, you're 1 game back. Depends on who their opponents are.
Guess who you get to bring back right away? You get home ice.
Well, you could bring back Gabe on the road, too.
You could, but it wouldn't be quite the same, would it?
Not quite, but it still will be pretty incredible when he steps back on the ice at Ball Arena.
But it'd be something extra cool if he got to do that at home.
I think I'd rather chill. Thinking about this a little deeper. I think as long as I'm not going to fall back, because I don't want the wild card spot. We're playing Dallas anyway. Who cares about playing on the road, frankly? Look at the Avs and Nuggets in the past couple of playoffs. They lost to Dallas at home. Look what the Nuggets did against Minnesota. Who cares? Maybe you can catch your opponent by surprise. I do wonder, guys, if rest and refreshment going into the playoffs isn't the most important thing you can have. You get it naturally with the Nuggets, no matter what, because of that play-in tournament. But it seems like for the Avalanche, they've been pretty exhausted going to the playoffs for the past couple of years.
Yeah, it's a weird concept for me because we've always had to just ramp it up and be in playoff mode in week 15 and week 14. That's playoff mode,
Right.
So for me, intrinsically, it's like you want to start ramping that up, but I don't think it really. I tend to agree. I don't think it really matters. I mean, playoffs, that light switch gets turned on.
Let me ask you about football. Is there really a significant change of sense of urgency between, say, week 6 and week 14, 15? You can feel it?
No, not necessarily. But it's a different type of sense of urgency behind the scenes. Game day is game day. But on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, the prep, the way you go about it, the tension that you feel when something isn't right, you're staying behind as an offense when the defense gets to go inside because you guys are the ones that got red zone issues. That stuff is what gets ramped up.
Looking at Calgary, or Dallas goes to Calgary. Calgary's still trying to get into the wild card.
Desperately, yes.
So you got to believe they're going to play this game. They need this game. So say Calgary finds a way to win, and then all of a sudden you find a way to win. The Avalanche find a way to win.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're only 3 points back.
Yeah, I mean, there's time. Not a lot of time, but there's time.
But every
10
time
games.
you got to top a win with a loss by Dallas. That's what you got to bank on. So how many more games does Dallas have? I would say this nice time for a little bit of a homestand for the Avs, right?
It's great, and they've been playing great. Obviously, they've won 10 straight at home, and they have 3 more at home, I believe. Right? They got the Kings, they got the Blues on Saturday, and they got I'm forgetting who they got on Monday, but they got somebody on Monday.
They got the Blues in town Monday.
Calgary's here on Monday. Yeah, we got 9 games in 10 nights there at good old Ball Arena. It's a busy place.
When you play St. Louis at home, Dallas on the road, they got the Kraken in Seattle.
I don't really care. I don't think the home ice is actually that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think you're destined to play Dallas kind of no matter what. And I just sort of think if you can just be what you're doing, just play well. And by the way, let me tell you, being around the Avalanche, I don't get any sense that they're burned out. I don't get any sense that they're exhausted or they're tired or whatever. I think the new guys have rejuvenated them.
Oh, I do too.
So my sense about the Avs are they are cooking with grease. They're great. And tonight should be a great game down at Ball Arena. We'll have pregame at 7:30. Long Birdo show tonight.
Don't sit down.
I'm toast. It's really seriously. I'll do my best, but no promises. I'll see what I can do here tonight.
It is on television.
It is on television, yes. Not on altitude, though. It's an ESPN game. Everybody out there. I heard Moser today because somebody goes, hey, you going to go down for morning skate? He goes, no, it's not on TV. It's like, oh, that's all that matters for you, Moser?
Connor was there.
Connor's always there. Game's always on the radio.
Connor's got to call the game.
Yeah.
That's what Conzoy says. Game's always on radio.
It's always on radio. All right, boys. Well, that'll be it. We'll check you out for Friday. We'll see where Aaron Rodgers lands, if anywhere. We'll talk about the Avs, see what they're doing. Dan Tanner, good job. As always, Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And let's make sure we make this happen. Let's do whatever it takes. Go Big Blue.
We're here. Welcome in, everybody. It's Thursday. It's Nate. It's Andy. It's Kreckman. It's Lindahl. And we're with you today until 6 p.m. We have so much to do with you on this fine radio show today. We've got a Nuggets victory to discuss, and we have a matchup this evening with Los Reyes de Los Angeles. The Kings, Andy. The Kings.
In English, please. You know I don't speak Spanish.
Yes, the Avalanche will take on the LA Kings, who are quite hot here of late. You know what, though? The Avalanche pretty damn hot themselves. Joining us right now on the call tonight, color commentator for ESPN, along with Mike Monaco on the play-by-play. Leah Hextall is ringside. We're pleased to be joined by two-time gold medalist Cassie Campbell-Pascal. Cassie, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm good. Nate, Andy, how are you guys?
We're doing wonderful, Cassie. Thank you so much for giving us some time here this afternoon. Let's just start with this. You've been doing your prep. You've been watching the film. You're getting ready for this broadcast tonight. Ready to talk about an Avalanche team to the nation, to a continent. How awesome is this team right now?
Just wow. Going to the rink today, it's just you can just sort of feel the buzz and the excitement, and obviously they have a lot that they want to accomplish still. But I think with the additions and I think back to a game I did in October, early November, and their centermen were McKinnon, Middlestat, Kelly, who normally is a winger, and Steinberg. And now tonight it's going to be McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle, and Drury. So, I think just a big influx of talent since the last time I covered this team. And, really, I think everyone around the room is really excited about it. I'm excited about this matchup. I think it's going to be a great matchup. And two of the top teams in the West.
It's so funny to hear you talk about that because, if you saw this team early on in the season and then you see them now, you're just like, wow, that is two completely different hockey teams. The job that Chris McFarland did in number one, identifying the issues, but then also finding willing trade partners and finding upgrades out there. The job that he did, as you've gotten into it and examined it, and I think you have a unique context to this with having seen this team early and then seeing them now. How did he do it, and how good of a job did he do?
Well, I think part of it is, being detailed in his preparation of the other teams and what their situations are and the cap situations and who's going to get signed and who isn't, and then seeing, where there's potential fit within his organization. I think, he was really patient with the goaltending situation early and how it was going the last couple of years. And I think wanting to give people a second and third chance opportunity. And then when you realize it's just not going to change, you have to make change. And, I think gutsy moves, bringing in Mackenzie Blackwood and a guy that doesn't have any playoff experience, but a veteran guy, a workhorse kind of guy, a guy that has faced some adversity in his career and has been able to overcome it, and somewhat of a seasoned veteran. So I think that was really good. And just being gutsy about it, recognizing that you have Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, arguably two of the best players in the world, and you can't sit around them and just not make moves, because when you have those two guys in your lineup, you have an opportunity to win. And so I think being risky, being prepared, being diligent, understanding the league, who's getting signed and who's not, what you have in your cupboard to give up, I think, really he's done some brilliant work here this year.
Do you like the move of them breaking up Netchus and McKinnon? I know John Butchergross called one of the early games, maybe the second game that Netchus had played with the team, and he had tweeted right after, I feel like McKinnon and Netchus kind of are looking to do the same things, and it feels like maybe even Netchus has found more of a comfort factor with Nelson. Do you think it was a good move to break those two up when it's not the power play?
Yeah, I think there's still some tweaking to be done by Jared Bednar. I think there's some line combinations that he still wants to see down the stretch here of combinations that he could potentially use in the playoffs. I think, getting Valeri Nichushkin going was a big part of moving him with McKinnon. And, I think also getting Brock Nelson to feel comfortable and with his new team. This is a guy that has played with one organization, and it's a huge shock to the system when you get traded and just trying to settle things down. I think the good news is not so much that the lines aren't necessarily set in stone game after game after game here. I think the fact that Jared Bednar has a few combinations that he can work with heading into the playoffs where, knock on wood, anything can happen. It gets so physical in the playoffs that he can look in different directions and look at different people and have different people that, are comfortable in a variety of roles. And I think that's something that he's really looking at here rather than, looking at sort of 4 set lines. I still think he's looking for combinations and different things that can work as he tries to sort of assimilate new guys into the organization and make them feel as comfortable as possible. But I think the good thing, about Necas is that he can go up and down a little bit. Obviously he's a first or second line guy, but that he can play with anyone. He sort of has that style of game where, it's pretty set in how he plays and what he does, and pretty easy guide to read. So I think he's pretty comfortable playing wherever Jared Bednar puts him. And sometimes when you move a guy, it's about making another guy comfortable as well. So I think there's a lot of things going on through the line combinations with the Avs right now.
Avalanche and Kings tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN. We're chatting with Cassie Campbell-Pascal. She is the color commentator on the broadcast tonight, working with Mike Monaco and Leah Hextall ringside tonight. Again, that game on ESPN between the Avalanche and the Kings. A little late-night nationally televised hockey tonight between Colorado and L.A. Cassie, it's always fun to get a fresh voice in to talk about this Avalanche team, and specifically you get a chance tonight to broadcast a game featuring a guy that, let's be honest, it's basically a done deal. He's going to win the Norris Trophy. Cale Makar, he scored his 27th goal of the year the other night against Detroit. He's the best defenseman on the planet. When you talk to people that maybe don't watch Cale Makar play every single night the way that we do in this part of the country, how do you try and extol the virtues of his greatness to everybody?
I think he's just so unpredictable in what he does. Often offensive blue liners, they're at the blue line and they come across to the middle and they take the shot. I mean, he could start coming across and then turn back and you see him down low in the zone, and he can do it within a split second. I'm not sure what's faster, his hands or his feet. The way he thinks the game, the way he sees the game 3 or 4 plays before it actually happens. And his ability to literally break guys' ankles out there, it's just incredible how difficult he is to defend because he is so shifty and he's so good with his edges. And, I'm from a place where he's from in Canada, and I can also tell you that he's a humble guy and he works hard and, he's really simple in the way he lives and just a great human being, which I think sometimes is often the most incredible part about all these players, how great they are on the ice. They're even better off the ice. And, just the points he's putting up, the minutes he's able to play, he just seems to be able to take care of his body and make sure that it's ready. And, it was interesting at the start of the year too, Jared Bednar said that he thought he had another level to go defensively, and it seems like he's been able to do that too. And he also said, Jared, that, it wasn't going to hinder his offensive side of game, that he thought he could even elevate in that area as well. And he just continues to get better and better every single year, which seems impossible when you think about how good he is. So he just, he does it on all ends of the ice. He's just a great person to try and emulate. And I give credit too to Devin Taves, his partner, that really seems to be a perfect fit for him, understands when it's his time to sort of sit back and also take some of the offensive load if he can off of Makar. So I think that's been a really good pair for the Avs. But Makar is just something else. I mean, as good as Werenski's been, as good as Quinn Hughes has been, Cale Makar just continues to be on a different level.
How wide open is this cup chase in your mind? Is there a power team this year? They're like, isn't that Boston that's chasing the points record or anything like this? How wide open is it, do you think?
I mean, I think there's a lot of teams that can win. I think the majority of them are in the West. I look at the East and you maybe think Florida again, but that's tough to repeat as anyone knows. And but I just look at the West, even with the injuries that Edmonton seems to face now, I think if they're able to get back healthy, that's still a team you got to look at. And Vegas is always big and strong. I've covered them, a bunch this year. Their back end is big and physical. And They've got a lot of experience on that team. But, for me, the Avs are right up there. And they weren't. They weren't earlier in the season or even before the trade deadline for that matter. But I think what Chris McFarland has been able to do, I mean, to me, they're one of the number one teams in the West now. And, they're going to be difficult to beat. And you can feel the energy, guys, around the room. Like, I'm there today and I'm asking them about, how giddy they are and some of the guys that I know. And, they're keeping it humble and they're keeping good perspective, but you just get a sense that they're really excited that their GM has rewarded them for what the grind was earlier in the season with injuries and different situations that they had to go through. And they just seem so pumped to get better and better here down the stretch and to be ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, and you guys got a good one coming up tonight here, Cassie. Look at these two teams, by the way. The Avalanche last 10 games, 8-1-1. You look at the Kings last 10 games, 9-1. Dream nationally televised matchup. Good showcase for the NHL tonight. Cassie Campbell-Pascal should be on the call tonight on ESPN along with Mike Monaco. Cassie, great stuff. Thank you so much for giving us the time this afternoon.
All right. Thanks, boys. Take care.
All right. There you go. Oh, man, that was a good Canadian interview right
thanks,
there.
Boys.
Yeah.
I like that.
We got a few organizations dropped in there. Plus, I like that she recognizes that Cale Makar is the best person in the world. So that's important to us.
The best person in the world, Cale Makar.
Uh-huh. She gets it. Absolutely.
Feels like all of Calgary knows about him.
They know it. These people know these things. The entire nation of Canada knows these things. Going to be a fun one tonight, though, between the Avs and the Kings. This is really this is a good matchup tonight. Our own Connor McGahee will call the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the puck dropping at 8 o'clock. We get your pregame coverage at 7:30, so an extended blitz this evening with Birdo and Spring here tonight. So make sure you keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, we got so much to do. It is a Thursday. There's so much happening, okay? We have got a Nuggets victory from last night. We have got baseball in our lives, and the Rockies officially opening up the regular season tomorrow in Tampa. We have Sweet 16, 4 games tonight in College Bucket, starting at 5 o'clock with BYU, our BYU Cougars, and the Crimson Tide of Alabama. So we got a lot to do today.
Yeah, I know you say it, and we like the guy.
Uh-huh.
I'm not feeling feel like we're committing to something I'm just not ready to commit to yet every time you say our BYU Cougars.
Oh, wow.
I know. It's just hit me funny. It's been doing it I've gotten a little shrug, little
Huh.
Every time you do it.
Interesting.
You know what my deal is.
Interesting.
I ain't all in.
It's interesting that you can't commit, and yet they are so ready to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about a bowl game.
Yeah.
That you might remember in recent memory that's got it feeling not right to me.
Wow. Okay.
What do you think of that, pal?
All right. Well, hey, you can be a friend of one on the program, Kevin Young.
That's fine. You know what? Don't order for the table next time is all I'm saying.
I thought we had a great conversation with Kevin Young. He came on the show.
Yeah, I really liked him.
He was massively complimentary of Nikola Jokic.
I liked him. I enjoyed the conversation.
He told us about his program.
To him again.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to go all in rooting for the program.
I mean, I typically, and again, this is me. I base my opinions, my basketball emotion on good old fashioned human interaction. Andy and I if you want to come on my radio show and you want to be a good interview, then I like you. Okay.
Well, then I guess it is your radio show.
Uh-huh.
I'm out.
It's Kreckman and Company featuring Andy L on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let me ask you about how you've been feeling lately. You know, Nate would like to be your friend. He cares as well. Are you worried about your sleep? Have you noticed your sleep's off? Maybe your energy level's not the same. Maybe your sex drive isn't quite the same. Gains at the gym aren't happening. You're dealing with brain fog, just downright not motivated. All this could be signs of low T. And if you've wondered, I'm sure you've heard plenty about it, because obviously we've talked plenty about it. And if you're wondering if maybe this is something you're dealing with, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, and maybe start to figure out if this is something you think you're being affected by. Then go ahead and schedule an appointment while you're at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and go on in there and have your blood drawn, get it tested, and you know what? You'll be able to meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review your results and discuss your options together as to whether you're dealing with low T or not. It all takes about 30 minutes after the blood draw there, and cost of the appointment's only $99, but it does include a medical consult. That also includes the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, that'll be free. So get on back to maybe getting those gains back in the gym, better night's sleep, feeling better just overall, and higher energy levels. You can find it at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Go ahead and give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm from a place where he's from in Canada, and I can also tell you that he's a humble guy, and he works hard, and he's really simple in the way he lives, and just a great human being, which I think sometimes is often the most incredible part about all these players. How great they are on the ice, they're even better off the ice.
The best person in the world, Cale Makar.
This is the best person in the world, Cale Makar, and you're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl.
Can't beat him.
Really is. Cherub-faced.
27 goals, minus 700 favorite to win the Norris Trophy. Cale and the Avalanche take on the LA Kings tonight. LA's good. Should be a fun one. Connor's got the call for you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, the Nuggets won last night. They won.
They did. They certainly did.
They certainly did. Okay, you're the feelings guy. How did that one make you feel last night?
Oh, all sorts of different ways.
Yeah,
I don't know. First off, the Jokic pass. We gotta break this down later.
Pretty good.
That's one of the coolest plays I've ever seen. To watch Brooks, who was that?
Brooke Lopez.
Brooke Lopez.
You had it.
To watch him just not have any idea where the ball just went, like a little kid at a magic show. That was what I love is when you could see on a highlight a player manipulate another player. I used to like one of the funnest things I used to like about watching practice with Peyton Manning was, and I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again. First workout with him, he threw to a spot one time where there were like 3 guys, 2 of his, 1 of theirs, whatever. Just a mess of people. And when he lets the ball go, I'm like, what are you doing? There's nothing there. Next thing you know, everybody clears out and his guy runs right under the football.
Yeah.
He had manipulated the whole play. He knew exactly how it was going to go down. When you see that stuff play out in real time, it's so much fun to watch. So there you go. I'm trying to think of my ranking, but that is up there with one of the coolest plays I have ever seen. You got a professional basketball player that's a vet. Lopez played a while.
It's a good player.
Right?
It's a good player.
You got him to get out of the way.
Yeah.
So that you could throw that pass. So that was the highlight of the night.
In the entire NBA, not just in that game.
No, you're right. Now, as far as the game goes,
Let's hold on. Put a pin in that.
Okay.
Let's talk more about that play.
Let's just stay happy for a minute.
Yes. You don't need to
keep the good vibes going.
Stay off the couch for a minute, Andy. All right. Let's just have a good time in the hall.
Hey, the couch is where you have a better time, really. Anyway, please go ahead.
So, what's worse is I've seen that pass now from every angle. It is Joker spinning, but then turning back over his left shoulder, but then flipping sort of over the shoulder, 2 hands, not making eye contact at all with Aaron Gordon, but AG just knowing exactly where he had to be, and Jokic making the play. And yeah, there is an angle of the play from behind Joker where that's the best angle of watching Brooke Lopez literally move out of the way of the ball because he thought a pass was going to go to the corner, and it just zips right inside on him. What is more, if you're Brooke Lopez, would you rather get yammed all over, just to have somebody posterize you, or would you rather just get completely bumfuzzled by Nikola Jokic and him throwing a pass to where you were standing, but you moved out of the way because he manipulated you with his eyes and his movement and everything else? Like, what is actually more embarrassing if you're a big man?
I love the question. Spring, can you make that a poll question? We need a poll. Let's poll question that on the altitude hand.
Is it worse to get
X?
Let's put it this way.
Worse to be dunked on?
Yeah.
Or have Jokic just make you look the fool?
Is it worse to be posterized via dunk or pass?
Or pass.
Yeah.
Because you're right. And the Nuggets sent out a picture. Matter of fact, no, it would. You know what? I take it back. It was our guy. I think Dan Hyatt. Sport is art. You know that handle.
Yeah.
He froze the video in the perfect spot where Jokic isn't looking, Lopez isn't looking, the ball is mid-flight, and Aaron Gordon sees it coming.
Yep.
So
Boy, I don't know, because you certainly, where are you getting dunked on? How about that?
Well,
like, if we're both in the air and you're just putting it over me, I guess I can handle that. If you get Mozgoffed, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
That's probably the top of the embarrassment tree.
Yeah. If remember the French guy from the Olympics that Vince Carter jumped over?
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. Yeah, if you're Mozgov getting teabagged by Blake Griffin, that's really, really bad. That's
But what
rough.
happened last night? I mean, I almost, like, again, if we're both in the air and I just didn't stop your dunk, I can probably live with that. You just made me go running to the wrong side of the floor. I didn't see anything you just did. That is, I look lost out there. You moved me out of position. You made me move from the perfect defensive position with your Jedi trick.
Here's why I think the pass is worse than the dunk. And follow me on this, okay? And this is one of the, honestly, and I'm not trying to have old white guy take here, but this is one of the problems I've always had with the term posterizing, okay? How often in the NBA do you see a guy get downhill, get into the paint, get ready for liftoff, and a defender in the paint simply go, "Olé!"
Right.
And the guy just cruises in for an easy dunk. It happens an awful lot, okay?
Because they don't want to be posterized.
They don't want to be posterized. And honestly, like, they don't want to get called for a foul, which sometimes that's legitimate. Honestly, it's the way that Nikola Jokic typically defends the paint. He's trying like hell not to get into foul trouble. He's trying like hell to conserve his energy for the offensive side of the floor. And Nikola just does not contest many dunks.
Once you're up for the shot, he's letting you have it.
Pretty
now,
much.
He tries to mess with your hands or block the pass or whatever before you get, but once you're in process, he's leaving it alone.
And he's trying not to get in foul trouble because the worst thing that he can do is have to leave the floor. Last night, Aaron Gordon dealt with foul trouble. Now Peyton Watson came in and played really well last night. We got to get back to P-Watt here for a second, but like, I like when guys contest a dunk. And when you contest dunks, that does mean that sometimes you're going to eat it. And a guy is going to hammer all over you, and he's going to knock you to the ground, and he's going to flex, and he's going to scream, and it's going to be bad for you. But you played defense. You actually contested the dunk in that moment, and we're always just like, oh, what a chump. And yet we don't remember all the plays where a guy just steps aside and goes ahead and gives up the 2 points.
It's like you being number 2 because you lost the Super Bowl. You're now 32.
I
don't
put.
think so.
Well put. You're the ultimate loser, even though you
were in the championship.
You competed.
You did better than all the other teams.
Exactly. You competed.
You were in the game.
Yes. You were trying to make a play for your team. It just so happens that it went sideways for you, which it does.
Yeah, I just voted in the poll. Go to X, Altitude Sports Radio handle, just retweeted it. I just voted pass. I'm going with the pass. Because he looked lost. That's got to be embarrassing when you run to the wrong side.
Yeah.
Again, you know what that was akin to, but I've never seen it done in basketball. There's a lot of similarities between lacrosse and basketball offense. They run what's called a hidden ball trick. You probably randomly run across them on Twitter, where the guys, they intersect, two of the players up top intersect and sometimes they fake the little bunny pass, sometimes they keep it. But I've seen a number of times where the goalie and the defense don't know who has it.
Yeah.
And as the one guy fake cradles to one side and gets everybody to turn, the other dude just shoots. And you all look like morons for not keeping track of the ball. Now, at least in lacrosse, it's a white ball, usually in a white stickhead. I don't know how Nikola got Brooke Lopez to believe. I really want to go Brooks Koepka on him. I don't know how he got him to just go running before he even saw the ball. Where did Brooke think the ball went?
I think you want to go Brooks Koepka because they weigh the same.
Wow. And there's a slight.
It's you can I mean, if you have the ball in the high post and you have a man in the corner, you can manipulate and no look it and get backdoored and boom, the guy can just go up for a dunk and you can just be standing. Honestly, it happens to Michael Porter like twice a game. Let's be honest.
But dude, he flat moved him off the block.
He did.
Nate, it
He
just
did.
was nuts. Maybe
It was-
I
it
didn't
was
look. If anybody else has seen it,
it was
then I'm
on another
sorry.
level.
I've never seen a guy run away like that bad.
It was on another
I
level.
get you lose where the ball is, but to run you literally thought another dude had it because you stepped out of the lane.
Yeah.
That was just it was such a cool play. It was such a cool play.
Yeah.
That should be up for play of the year
was pretty
in
good.
the NBA.
39, 10, and 10 last night.
Yeah, how about that? Let me just show up. And then he tells the assembled press afterwards, yeah, ankle's still kind of bugging me.
Yeah.
I wish, and you know what? There were times where I felt, I told you, where I knew this thing was a thing was when he couldn't really get off the floor at Washington. Now, it's not like he's David, Skywalker out there, but
it's Luke Skywalker.
Well, David Skywalker Thompson.
There you go.
But I'm just saying,
Luke's brother Dave. You never hear about him.
He got stuck on the farm.
He was the third child.
He was actually in the back part of the room. He was toast too. No, but they,
He's using the Force to bring his bong and his video game controller over from the other side of the room.
He wouldn't quit pod racing. Time's up. All right. I'm just saying, though, I know that Joker doesn't jump high, but still, you could tell even his quite modest jump is still suffering at points.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Well, he had that dunk early on last night. Looked pretty good.
That might not have been the best idea, though, right?
Yeah. He went and got it last.
But that don't matter. 39, 10, and 10.
Yeah, 39, 10, and 10. All-timer of a game from the guy again. By the way, I believe he reset the franchise's triple-double record for a season, breaking his own last night. So nice job by Joker to do that.
What does that list look like? Is it just 10 straight years
it's
of
all,
Jokic?
It's all seasons of
and then we
just
got a fat lever in there.
Him, right. I think that's it in total. That's it. End of list right there. Didn't Marcus Camby have a triple-double with blocks?
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think Dikembe used to get that with blocks, rebounds, and points.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. That's a very cool way to get a triple-double.
was so much fun.
Yeah.
They weren't necessarily good, but he was fun.
Damn right. Damn right he was.
All right, do you want to get back to – look, I'm not telling you it depressed me. Let me ask you this. What was going on with Jamal? Jamal just Jamal's energy just feels weird to me game to game. And I don't know. Maybe he's just tired because he had to carry the load for a couple of games. I don't know. But I feel like the team's energy feeds off him almost because they all just seemed, the term I will come up with is weird. Like they were playing, there was effort there, as I think Malone would say.
Yeah.
But it was like it was effort in spurts. You know what I mean? Every time I thought they were about to put these chumps away,
they never did.
They somehow would come back.
Yeah, they never
did. The 10-point lead would disappear in a minute.
Here's why I came down on Jamal's night. Because at halftime, I felt very much the way that you did. He was he went back to the nuclear Jamal that he is right now in the second half. Second half of that game, 5 of 11, scored 14. His three-point shot wasn't really falling last night, but he had 3 assists in the second half, had a couple of rebounds. He was right back to being that guy. I felt like in the first half, a couple of goofy things happened. Number one, Jokic is back, so I think he was asserting himself in a little bit of a different way. AG got into foul trouble early on in that game, which I thought made it a little bit wonky for the Nuggets in the first half. And then I thought in the second half he settled in and he just looked like good old-fashioned awesome Jamal that we've been getting. So Jamal was not – I wasn't that worried about him last night. 2 concerns that I had coming out of that game. One of them, it's just like rinse-repeat defense.
Yeah.
Good God,
constantly.
Man. Good God. Just constantly behind on rotations. Just terrible. Defending the three-point line, just terrible. But it almost, I don't know, it almost feels disingenuous to harp on it right now because that's just what they are.
Yeah, you're not changing it now.
Yeah.
It scares me for the playoffs, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
But you are what you are.
Look at their numbers. This is just what they are. Their defensive rotations suck. They get beaten, broken down immediately. The ball moves. Milwaukee, even without their 2 stars, they got veterans out there that are moving the ball. Gary Trent, Pat Connaughton, Brook Lopez. Like, these guys know what the hell they're doing. Torian Prince, these guys know what the hell they're doing. Those are good NBA players right there that you're talking about. And, A.J. Green, Northern Iowa legend A.J. Green is just raining threes all over them because the rotations are slow and they keep getting good open looks. So that's what happens in a game like that last night. The other thing that happened in that game, and what's bizarre about it, is he played great, at least offensively, but then what he said after the game was troubling was Porter.
And he had a good half. See, again, Porter also had one of his games where it's like, bro, go for 40.
Right.
But he got his
got
his 20 and he
Yeah.
It's like, dude, put 40 on these fools, man.
But you look up at the end of the night and he goes for 23 and 10 and he hits 6 threes and you'll take it every single time.
Will. Yeah, and his 3-ball was working.
Yeah.
And he was aggressive with it.
Out of Michael Porter, and that's good. But let's hear MPJ after the game when he was asked if his lower back strain is hampering him. He was listed on the injury report with a lower back strain. He was specifically asked about this, but this is what he said.
Is that what they listed it as?
It is, yes.
No, it was more hamstring. Ever since I strained my hamstring before All-Star break, I haven't really felt, I would say, 100% in that hamstring. And it was just a little tight, but it was something I could play through. I think that's taken kind of longer for me to get it all the way back normal. But it's a work in progress. But that's what it was, not low back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if your hamstring is off, your lower back is going to be off, your everything is going to be off. And a guy that he's an outstanding shooter, right? But also, like, if his shooting mechanics get compromised in any way, it's going to go to hell. And I think that's what's been happening here of late. I'm surprised he played last night.
Yeah, now.
And I will say this, Friday night against the Jazz, shut him down.
Shut him down. All right, let me
you can get him 5 days off between last night and Tuesday against Minnesota.
Are we going to have little issues about I was listed at this, but this is what it really is? I mean, do you
No.
think that's going to cause anybody any consternation or?
I don't think so. And honestly, like, it's very easy for him to just be like, well, my lower back hurts because my hamstring is effed up. Because I have a strained hamstring and that's affecting everything else on my body. So I don't think that's what's going to happen. It's all connected. These guys are finely tuned sports cars. So
one muscle.
Yeah, pretty much. It pretty much is.
No, I'm with you. You need to shut him down Friday.
Don't play him Friday.
Get him some rest.
Don't play him Friday. And we've been talking about this. I give him all the credit in the world for going out and being available every single night, but now's the time you got to find some rest for this guy because you're not winning anything if Michael Porter is shooting sub 40% from 3 in the playoffs. So do whatever is required to be able to get him right, but don't play him tomorrow night against the Jazz.
I'm telling you, it'd be great if they, in my opinion, because I asked you the question yesterday, find a way to secure your top 4 seed and then rest a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
I don't care if you get to 50 wins or not.
In whatever way is required. Well, I don't know if they're getting a top 4 without 50. They're pretty damn close right now. 46 and 28 on the year. Kreckman and Lindahl. Yes, we're getting you all set for the Avalanche and the LA Kings tonight, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take an unpopular side here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show because we actually bothered to listen to the entire clip. That's right. In the dumbest sports feud that we have ever seen in our lifetime, we feel as though Stephen A. Smith is being unfairly impugned. We will explain when we return. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Coming up the first week of April, it is their government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Mark your calendars right now. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find city, county, and fleet vehicles and equipment, lightly used and well-maintained. This is the public online auction for you, and anybody and everybody can bid on this. So if you are looking on great deals on some used but well-maintained government and city vehicles, this is the place to do it. According to the news, the prices of automobiles are going up Well, this is a great chance to be able to get yourself a deal at roller.bid. That is roller.bid. Plus another great auction that's available for you to be able to bid right now. Frigidaire new scratch and dent appliances auction is up right now. Refrigerators, freezers, ovens, washer, dryers, dishwashers, and more. Get some great deals on appliances at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid. That is roller.bid. All right, so yesterday LeBron goes on McAfee. and talks about the confrontation that he had with Stephen A., which, again, Stephen A. loves. And LeBron pointed out that Stephen A. loves it, and Stephen A. has absolutely leaned into it, and this entire thing has become a pro wrestling feud. And before Andy and I talk about this, we would like to preempt it with, we know this is stupid. But also it's theater and it's entertainment and it's sports, and that's ultimately what we're here to do. Okay? That's what the NBA is here to do. And if the number one commentator talking about the sport and one of the top 5 greatest players of all time don't like each other, it only makes it kind of more fun. And it's funny that it's personal and it's about Bronny and
two guys that I thought, frankly, were bros that apparently aren't now.
Apparently aren't. And also, like, I also, and I'm speaking for myself here, Andy. I don't want to speak for both of us.
You're okay here.
Thank you.
Just don't pick my teams for me, Kreckman.
Is our BYU Cougars, Andy. Our BYU Cougars. So there's no I in Kreckman and Lindahl, Andy. So
except when there is.
So Stephen A's takes about Bronny are correct. I want to add that in there, okay? Bronny should not be on an NBA roster, all right? And we know why he is, and it's nepotism and blah, 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 okay? And it's the reason why, hell, I think it's the only reason LeBron's even still in the NBA, let's be honest. Even though he's balling.
He is. He's been doing better.
Game-winning tip-in last night at the buzzer. Not bad. Not bad. He was, by the way, at risk for not scoring double figures for a while in that game last night. It was a little hairy there.
Yeah.
For LeBron, and things usually aren't hairy for LeBron James. It's a balding joke. Anyway.
Well,
so
we'll leave it to those jokes.
So Stephen A. Smith, on his podcast, last night he was reacting to the McAfee interview with LeBron. And this clip went viral, and we're gonna play the viral clip for you first that the internet has reacted and overreacted to about the confrontation between LeBron and Stephen A. at the Lakers-Knicks game a couple of weeks back. Here's the clip that went viral. Play it, Spring.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Okay.
Everyone's been playing that. That's the hot take.
Yep.
That's the one.
What are you thinking?
That is the clickbait. How about we put it that way?
He's 6'9", 250. You're Stephen A. Smith.
Right.
He's an all-time great professional athlete. You're Stephen A. Smith.
And in the picture, he is just towering over you.
Yes.
When you met courtside, we all saw it.
So last night, we were in here when that clip went viral and hit the internet, and I played it off my phone when we were in break, and Andy's reaction to it was, "That's got to be AI. Somebody has got to." I
did not buy it.
That has to be doctored audio. There's no way. We didn't play the audio on our show yesterday
because I refuse to believe he said it.
Yeah,
but you did some investigating. You went Geraldo Rivera.
It wasn't even that hard. I just went to YouTube and pulled up his show.
Look, I'm giving you credit here.
Thank you.
Because apparently nobody else did.
Right.
The way that clip is gone, nobody else did.
Nobody else did this. Everybody thinks that Stephen A. is of the belief, I'd have swung on LeBron. Okay? There's something very important here that Stephen A. said before that clip, and I think we should play it and acknowledge it because Stephen A. Smith, whatever you think of him, is not as dumb as that first viral clip would suggest. Roll the longer clip, please, Spring.
My issue is with LeBron James. And I just want to say for the record, LeBron James is full of it. And in this particular instance, as it pertains to his son, he is a liar. And he went on national television today and he lied again. You see, when he approached me while I was sitting courtside at that game against the New York Knicks, when he rolled up on me, I didn't know he was going to roll up on me. I had no idea. But when he said what he had to say, I was in no position to give any kind of retort without making a scene. It was during the third quarter. It was fresh out of a timeout. It was him walking to the basketball court. It was on national television. The cameras were rolling. And had I done something, what do y'all want me to do? You want me to act? You want this to be a reincarnation of Chris Rock and Will Smith? And let me state for the record that while we bring up that, let me assure you it wouldn't have gone down like that. I would have gotten my ass kicked because had that man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Funny we've let that part out, though.
Right.
He doesn't sound so tough.
Right.
He admits.
Yes.
I would have, but, you know.
And again, if he would have put his hands on me, I would have swung. Number one, I don't know if that's true, but you never know how somebody's going to react in that moment. But him saying, I would have gotten my ass kicked because he knows, oh, yeah, LeBron James is 3 times the size of me. He would have picked me up by my ankles and held me over a garbage can and shaken all the change out of my pockets.
Do you like getting nailed by the king?
I've not heard that drop in nearly long enough. Oof. But yeah, again, like Stephen A., I don't know if you would have swung or not, but in the very least, he's acknowledging,
right,
I can't go toe-to-toe with giant cyborg LeBron James, and I think that should be acknowledged. As stupid and theatrical as this entire thing is, Stephen A. Smith is a lot of things. He is not that irrationally confident to believe that he could have gone toe-to-toe in a fight with LeBron.
Yes, but it's fair that nobody's playing the acknowledgement that he knew he was going to lose. When you play the one cut by its time, by itself, I should say, it just sounds like he's not picking a fight. He's simply saying, had he touched me, yeah, I'd have reacted.
Yeah.
You know,
would have been funny.
Yeah. I'm sure we've all had everyone's had at least one where you misjudge this situation is all I'll say. Now, that's a tough one to misjudge, but, you know.
It's also like,
you can't let a guy just.
Andy, you and I, we see Scott Hastings every single day.
Yeah.
Again, like these guys, when you see him on TV, I think the perception kind of gets distorted sometimes because they're always standing amongst other giant human beings. You know, like we'll look at Jamal Murray and be like, he's a little guy out there. No, he's 6'3". 6'4", whatever he is. He's taller than 98% of the population, but on an NBA floor, he doesn't look like the biggest guy in the world. When LeBron James comes walking up to you, you're Stephen A. You got a moment there where a little pee-pee comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that guy's real big. And he's real mad. So, Stephen A. Smith, again, he's an irrationally confident man, but he's not. He's
not that foolish.
He's not that foolish.
He is aware. It would have been like Tyson fighting. Who was the first guy he fought back? Remember the dude in the green trunks that looked like a Rocky stand-in? Remember that guy? He was like the very first guy he fought out of jail in the mid-'90s, like wearing green trunks. And it looked like they were trying to redo Rocky the movie.
Do you remember the footage of a couple of years ago? It was very adorable. It was Jokic was walking through the tunnel outside the Nuggets locker room, and there was like a group of like little school kids there. I think one of them was wearing like a Jokic jersey, and Nikola just picked the kid up and just like threw him, like juggled the kid around basically for a minute. That's like one of those indications of just like, oh yeah, like these guys, they're something different. These guys are superhuman. All right, they're real life superheroes. And the likes of us that sit on our asses with microphones in front of us, we're not up to the task.
Dude, one time, Jeb Putzier thought after retirement, a little bit bored, I told him, you ought to try out for the Mammoth. You're a massive dude. He had a couple friends he played basketball with at Boise State that actually played in the league. They were brothers.
Lacrosse?
Yes.
Okay.
But they were both, I wish I could remember the name of these guys. Like one was 6'11" and one was 6'9", and they were the tallest lacrosse players I'd ever seen. But it was for the Mammoth. And so I was like, all right, we'll go out to the field. Let's see what you can do. I'll give you the basics, and then I'll talk Govin into giving you a tryout.
Yeah.
I tried to show him how to drive. Like, again, think about a basketball drive, but there's a stick in your hand. and I'm defending you the way I would in basketball, but I'm also going to put my gloves together on my stick and try to push you out.
How'd that work?
All I was thinking was, my God, I ought to be his agent. I need to get in on this. Ain't nobody stopping him, you know? Now, look, I'm not as strong as the Canadian box players, but I felt like the 5-year-old brother. I might have been the 5-year-old kid playing with his dad out there. Yep. I could not influence his direction for 30 seconds. It was it's just like, this is ridiculous. And you guys used to tackle you? Guys used to fly in and drill you? Okay.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
He wasn't even a Hall of Famer.
No, he's just an NFL dude.
Yeah, he was the guy they wanted him blocking.
And there's something else. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we came back, Giannis did not play last night for Milwaukee, but that didn't stop him from making headlines this week nonetheless. This guy, and you will hear a quote that suggests this guy likes the in-season tournament even more than I do. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. All right, it's going to be camping season real soon. Matter of fact, for a lot of you, it's probably already camping season. So, are you looking for more gear to help you get up the mountain, maybe with more gear, in fact, or maybe you just need a tow hitch to get the fifth wheel up the mountain. Maybe you want a bed cover so you can just store more stuff inside, or tie downs to make sure that, again, you can keep things in the bed of your truck without them getting all loose. Whatever it may be for camping season, go and find my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Maybe you're a 4x4 enthusiast. Maybe you're going to go camping in some of the deeper woods there, and you actually need the 4x4, the truck, the car, whatever to get you back there. Go get some KC lights from him. Go get a light bar. Go get a tow winch. He can do all that for you. Matter of fact, just ask him to show you. He is Jerry Jones, by the way, the owner of this place. He's a great guy. You'll enjoy doing business with him. Just ask him to show you his Bronco and then say, I want everything that's on your Bronco on my vehicle, and you'll be set to go. It's Colorado Off-Road. They also have the Workforce Pro toppers. If you're a commercial tradesman, call them about these Workforce Pro toppers, because they are an exclusive dealer of these Workforce Pro toppers, and they can do a lot of cool things to help your business run smoother. Get the topper that you want. That's Colorado Off-Road. Jerry Jones is the man. 303-761-1264. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Nuggets win last night. Depending on when you bet it, they covered. Denver, 127-117. Jokic goes for 39, 10, and 10. MPJ hit a 3 on the opening possession, ends up going 6 of 8 from behind the arc. You'll take it every single time. Nuggets built a 15-point lead in the first quarter, and then naturally they didn't hold up on that defensively. The Bucks got open looks, and they made them, but the Nuggets made more shots. Do you find yourself, by the way, I was experiencing this a little bit last night in the fourth quarter as I was just kind of I was fanboying out a little bit. I was watching the game with Luce, and we were watching this thing, and every time the Nuggets get a stop, I get like really anxious about the next offensive possession because I'm like, you have to score. If you get a stop, they're so rare on this team, you have to score. You
got to add to that lead.
You got to get a bucket right here. You cannot, if this team gets a stop, which sometimes them getting stops is just like the other guy's missing an open 3, you know? Like A.J. Green missed an open 3 last night in the fourth quarter, and it's like, you got to score right here. You need a bucket. That's what it feels like to watch this team. Like, the stops are so rare that you're just like, you guys, you got to do this. You got to do this right here. That's what I feel like I was experiencing as I watched that game last night.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the year. The Broncos, when you had a defense that couldn't stop anybody and an awesome offense. And I want to say it was one of those latter Shanahan years before 08.
Yeah. And 08 was really bad in particular.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because he kept going through DCs and all that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's what this feels like.
Totally.
You're not wrong.
Oh, you forced a punt? Better go down and put points on the board right here.
You better go get something. And you're not kidding. Last night we saw some 3-point legs, I think, out of the old Milwaukee Bucks where they looked tired. They looked like they'd been on the road a minute.
Shorthanded.
Yeah. And just, but if they were hitting some more of those threes, you know what? What I thought was crazy, because sometimes, I'll watch a game and think about our takes from the day on the show, and I'm thinking, man, Nate and I were sitting there debating who do you play, who don't you play. Had they not played Jokic and Murray, they don't win that game. Had they not played Jokic, they don't win that game. I don't think.
It was only the 21st time in 74 games this season that their starting 5 was together and on the floor.
Bro, did Jokic in between? He look rusty to you? Like, I don't think of the man as ever being rusty.
No, he was fine.
But there are just a couple shots where I was like, the injury's clearly still bugging him, or I was hoping it was just rust, like the free throws. I was like, all right, let's get these back. But again,
16 of 25 at the end of the night.
He banged his elbow and
16 of 25.
I know. Do you think where are you with the 3? He cashed a sweet corner one.
3
I
of
can
6.
Remember.
It was great last night. Yeah, 3 of 6. You'll take it every time. Hell yeah.
He gives you the shot. I can't rule him out because he gives you the shot,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And if we could get awesome Jamal most nights with him, Western Conference Finals. And if AG and Porter feel healthy and are back to what they are, NBA Finals.
Speak it into existence, man.
But the problem is none of that feels like it's existed at the same time most of the year.
No, it really hasn't.
And that's where I get...
They've been together. They've been connected.
Or someone doesn't feel right, or Gordon's got to sit out a couple games. And now MPJ's got the hamstring thing. So
here's a quote kind of on that. Jokic was asked one thing he wants to see the team accomplish in this final stretch.
Just to be consistent this last how many games, 7, 8, 10, whatever is the name. Just to be consistent, don't have so much up and downs. I think that would be to have a clean game as close as 48 minutes.
I don't think his wish is going to come true. And a part of it is I still think guys are going to be in and out of the rotation down the stretch. This team is flat out going to have to come down to, once they get an actual playoff opponent in a 7-game series, they're going to have really good game plans. They're going to have good matchup plans. They're going to have quality adjustments mid-series, and they're going to have to make shots and hope it gets done. Again, when you got Jokic, to your point, Andy, you got a chance in any series when you got Nikola Jokic on your side, but this doesn't feel like 2 years ago. We know we know what a championship outfit looks like.
How about this then? How about I throw here? How about this for the positivity? By the way, Peter McNeely was the guy I was looking for. So many of you wrote in. He was the boxer Mike Tyson fought. And you reminded me the trainer had to stop the fight. That's how the Rocky movie was supposed to go, if you remember. Is it possible? Is it possible that the Nuggets are going to give us a playoff run like a lot of Rocky fights, where they're just getting whooped at the beginning and just soaking every haymaker the guy can throw, and then they win? Is it possible?
I already said this week, I think they lose every game one.
No, I'm with you.
I really do.
But is it possible they go far and it's the most, it's like a hockey playoff?
Well,
you know what I mean? Where you're never comfortable, your stomach's always in knots. Like, are we just, and maybe I'll just blame me. Am I just expecting 2 years ago and I have to accept we'll probably see, they'll never run through a playoff like 2 years ago ever again.
We got spoiled. 2 years ago, they went 16-4. Okay, it's one of the great championship runs of all time. They steamrolled everybody. They had one series go 6, and what's funny, it wasn't a competitive 6-game series. It was like, I know Phoenix got those middle 2, but then the Nuggets destroyed them in Game 5, and you were just like, it's okay. Okay. And then they went down to Phoenix and killed them in Game 6, and that was it. I know the Lakers played the greatest series ever by a team that got swept, but no, it wasn't even close, and then they destroyed Miami. And that was even with losing a home game that brought us the Cool Carl drop. Yeah, if they Cool Carl.
If
they do it this year, I mean, every series is going 6 or 7. Every one.
It'll look like last night.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be higher level basketball where everyone's making it.
Right.
Like, again, they're going to have to outscore their problems.
Yes.
Now, that's not normally something that leads to a championship parade.
Not really. No. But
and the way that I just feel like, is the shooting consistent enough for them to outscore their problems?
Well,
if Christian Brown gets on his heater again, sure.
Well, and then it's like I brought up the stat of 21 times this year you've had your actual starting 5 together. I'm sorry, are they going to magically get healthy now in the playoffs?
Right.
Where the games get more physical? They're a little more spread out. You've got that going for you. There's no back-to-backs. That certainly helps. The travel is easier in the playoffs, without a doubt.
But you got 2 of your 4 in Porter and Gordon dealing with muscle injuries. And that's not great.
And Jokic is banged up, and Jamal has had his injuries.
Yeah.
They basically all have. Listen to this quote from Giannis, who didn't play last night, okay? So Giannis has not really been included in the MVP discussion this year in the NBA. It's 2-horse race. It's Shea and it's Joker, and I think Shea's going to win it. But listen to this quote from Giannis, who has not been included in the MVP discussion this year. Talking to Sam Amick of The Athletic, he said, listen, the MVP discussion is great. I've been in the MVP discussion. What, like the last 7 years? Yeah, probably the last 7 years. Top 3, top 4, top 3, top 4. It's good. It's a great compliment. But at the end of the day, winning is a different feeling. I was able to live it once. Then, I don't know if people feel like it counts or doesn't count or whatever, but winning is winning. So is the NBA Cup. It was like, wow, this feeling, man, it's like, it's better than intimacy. Close quote.
Nice. I'm not buying winning the NBA Cup is better than intimacy.
Well,
maybe the NBA championship.
Hell yeah. I don't know, man.
Yeah, who would know? I don't know. You're right.
Have you ever lifted an NBA Cup?
No. Can't say that I have. Yeah,
it's powerful.
Sure.
It does things to people.
It's that powerful.
Uh-huh.
What we heard right there.
Also, Giannis, he talks about this a lot. Giannis wants the world to know he's a regular sex haver. Earlier this year, Giannis was talking about how the Pacers had beaten the Bucks 4 times this season. Listen to this quote here from Giannis. This is back in January.
You have that, and you think about it. Now, when you go back home and you sleep and you wake up, you think about it. Now, when you go back and work out, you think about it. You know, when you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
Good for him. Yeah.
So when he gets Greek freaky, he's thinking about how they got swept by the Pacers in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weird place to go.
Who's not thinking about Miles Turner right when it's time to get on the job?
You know, if it
you know what that Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic ad,
I was going to say, if it
Andy,
extends the session, think about Miles Turner.
Yeah,
Some think about baseball.
Should start thinking about
Maybe
Tyrese
he thinks
Halliburton.
about Miles Turner. that that dunk.
Yeah.
3 ball.
Mm-hmm. When you're ready to get freaky at night.
Think about your playoff loss.
So he's thinking about losing to the Pacers when he's getting freaky, and yet he's also thinking at the same time, this is not nearly as good as winning the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
That's Giannis.
Yeah,
for you.
I don't know.
Man of many contradictions.
So is he? I don't know. I mean, are you auditioning a lot? You know, or are you running the scene with the same actress? I don't know.
Don't know. I don't. Again, he is called the Greek Freak. Maybe it's for reasons that we don't even comprehend. All right. There's a lot of reasons guys get nicknames in sports. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Next time you're on the job, just think about the Pacers. Keep it here.
What the job?
Opening day in several Major League locales today. Yankees take a 4-2 lead on the Brewers in the top half of the ninth. The Orioles going to squeak by Toronto in Canada, 12-2, that game in the top of the ninth. Phillies with a 3-1 lead on their divisional foe, the Washington Nationals. Red Sox and Rangers could be headed to extras right now. They're knotted at 2 in the ninth inning. Rockies open up tomorrow at Tampa Bay. Kyle, don't call me Kevin Freeland. Will toe the slab tomorrow.
Kevin Freeland?
For the Rocks, Andy, on the road in Tampa. Do you remember what happened the last time that Kevin Freeland got the ball on opening day?
Who stunk up the joint for the Rockies?
Was it a year ago?
It was last year. You and I were watching the Sweet 16 at the Circa.
Oh, that's right.
There was a television on in the lower corner of the board featuring the Rockies Diamondbacks game as Kyle Freeland was touched up for 10 earned in 2 1/3. He did strike out 2. And the Rockies and the Rocks lost 16-1. That was the last time that Kyle Freeland started on opening day.
Yeah, it's I like to flush shows sometimes as soon as we're done doing it. I couldn't get out of my head how old this team is for all this misery for 5 years that you pointed out yesterday.
Yeah.
Like they're not young. They're not. Now, look, Zach Veen will be fun. I know they've got like 3 really fun prospects.
Get him to the big league level
at some point and all that. But
well, here's the good news: they signed Major League guy Mickey Moniak to a 1-year deal.
Yeah,
at $1.25 million. Mickey Moniak, last of the Los Angeles Angels. You know how when the Angels are like, we don't really need you anymore. You should snatch those guys up. So the Rockies go and get Mickey Moniak to join the big club.
I told you, though, it's what these guys do.
Always.
The Rockies find a veteran who
Gotta
needs
get one
one
of these
more
guys.
shot.
Yeah.
And he'll sign a cheap deal, and they see if they can't. Now, look, it's worked sometimes, right?
I mean, define worked.
You've gotten decent play out of them in the past.
Did Jake Cave really work last year?
Fair enough. I don't know that Jake.
Nice enough, fellow.
Listen, the Jake Cave thing was weird. He gave us the is what it is in the clubhouse when he got traded.
And then he was Mr. Clubhouse guy, and he was loved here. So,
gosh, I forgot. He's not on the team, is he?
No.
He did his service and he left.
Yeah, he's out.
Give me give me some of their first basemen. I feel like this has been a move for first base. Like who
Mark
was
Reynolds?
Mark Reynolds is
good.
definitely one that I'm thinking of.
A little bit of a different case.
Who was
there.
the back CJ Crone?
Oh, CJ Crone. Yeah,
Remember
signed him to a minor league deal. He turned into a nice little slugger.
Worked out they could trade him for something.
Nice little slugger. The guy was like 6'4".
Yeah, I was about to say. This little slugger, homeboy wasn't running if he didn't crank it out of the park.
He was a big boy.
But I mean, they always seem to do this, and it's worked to varying effects.
There you go. So you got Moniak fever.
Moni. You could do that. You should, yeah. Does he walk up to that? That feels like just a go-to.
Or, Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. He could go with either. Really, he should alternate the two.
That feels a little...
Maybe he could mash those up. Maybe he could get, like, Girl Talk on the job and do a mashup of Moni and Oh, Mickey, you're so fine.
What are we going to do without being able to sing the outfield? There's no more Chuck Blackman.
I, for one, will enjoy my trips to Coors Field more.
Wow.
But I'm sure there are several out there that will pine
Why do you hate
for
Joy?
it.
Why do you hate the fun that many like to participate in?
To get you like that.
Yeah.
What happened?
That song grates at my soul.
You hate that song?
Fair
enough.
Yeah.
But there's no more. Who's got a memorable walk-up song? Like the Rockies have got a pretty good history. Tulo always did weird things with his.
Who's a memorable Rocky? I think is a more appropriate question right now.
What does Tovar walk up to? You got any idea? I don't. How about the 5 at-bats you get out of Chris Bryant a year? What does he like to walk up to?
Oh, man. We're running a promo right now that's like, it's not fair. They gave Chris Bryant all that money they could have spent on actual ambulatory human beings
Three
to
guys.
play baseball.
Three guys.
That's what's unfair. Yeah, that they choose to have those people running the show over there. But tell me more about how, I'm mad at the Dodgers for spending money.
We need a full season of KB.
You sure do, bud.
I'd take a half season of KB.
I don't even know if you really want a whole season of KB. That's the other thing. I don't even know if you really do.
When was the last
What's
time?
the guy got left?
What's the most he's played in his time here? Do we even know?
That guy's back is worse than Michael Porter's. My God. Yeah, the most that he's played. He hasn't played a full season's worth of games
Have we gotten a quarter?
Maybe.
Have we gotten
maybe
to
the first
80?
year?
80.
80?
80 was the season high?
Yep.
Wow, nice. That was accurate, Andy. Nice job. Well done. Go get them rocks. Tomorrow they take on the Rays. Mickey Moniak, everybody.
Moniak.
Moni.
What? Who was Moni?
It was, hold on.
Girl from his past?
No, we've covered this before on the
Have
show.
we?
Why did we talk about this?
We did the Connor McGahee,
Oh, that's
over
right.
Monet.
That's right. I remember that part.
That's
I don't
what it
remember
was.
who Moni was, though.
Yeah, no, it was. Hold on, we've actually done this before. So obviously, Billy Idol covered it. It was originally done by Tommy James and the Shondells. The song was inspired by Tommy James' view of the Moni sign atop the Mutual of New York building on the New York City skyline from his Manhattan apartment.
So it's, I guess I was thinking it was M-O-N-I. It's M-O-N-Y?
M-O-N-Y.
All right.
Mutual of New York. Yeah.
Dude, how high is my question? And I ain't talking about where your penthouse was.
It's to write a hit.
Yeah.
Based on just seeing a nonsense acronym. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Hey, what about In the Garden of Eden, which turned into Inagata Davida? But homeboy had been so deep into the night, they couldn't get
Also
him to
pretty good.
speak clearly.
Also,
and I think finally Bruce Dickinson was like, just that's the song.
Avalanche, Andy, they take on the Kings tonight. You know who's starting between the pipes tonight for LA?
I do.
Yeah.
Darcy Kemper.
Darcy Kemper.
You know how I know this?
Yeah.
He tried to go fight the Boston goalie the other day, and they wouldn't let him.
Boo.
The refs stepped in and refused to let the two goalies fight.
It actually might be David Riddick starting tonight. I think I had seen that.
Oh, I thought Kemper was going.
You would have thought.
You would have thought.
But no, it is confirmed. David Riddick.
David Riddick. I think he also lost a fight to Tyson. So
have they chronicled him?
Immaterial to the topic that I have right here. There you go. There you go.
That one, they hit you late.
That's
a deep cut.
It was. This is a continuation of a conversation from yesterday.
Okay.
Our little fan favorite.
All
chat,
right.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Darcy Kemper a beloved former Av?
That's a great question. I liked him. I do feel like because of a lot of fans my age are too hard on Bronco quarterbacks because we grew up with Owe. And I think a lot of folks exposed to the early Avalanche and were lucky enough to have Patrick Waugh between the pipes feel like we're a little hard on goalies. I thought Kemper was really good that year. Now, yes, there's no doubt, especially after he got the stick in the mask and the eye was screwed up, we were white-knuckling the cup. I won't deny that. The guy had me as stressed out as the Nuggets on a midweek game against Milwaukee. But I liked
They
him.
also went 16-4, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
But didn't Francois get in there? And did Francois play a whole series? I know he played some games against
5 or 6 games. I want to say
because when Darcy took the stick
to the eye, and then he came back and he played from it.
Was Francois the one in? Did he face Edmonton?
Yeah, it was versus Edmonton.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So
no, I don't think Darcy Kemper's the beloved R guy. I think fans were just fine with him leaving.
Stanley Cup winning goaltender.
Yeah. Look, don't get mad at me.
They handed the guy the cup.
Yep.
Goaltender. Yep. Skated around like singular. He's the only guy that is out there.
He never fell backwards with it in a bowling alley.
Can I give you a comp?
Please.
He's Bruce Brown.
Yes.
Bruce Brown was a Nugget for 1 year.
They certainly did not win the cup because of Darcy, but
Darcy Kemper
did plenty to be the guy that helped him get there.
An Avalanche for 1 year. I mean, won Game 6 against Tampa in a 2-1 game?
Yeah. He played really well that night.
Don't we got to give a Stanley Cup winning goaltender some love?
I'm not the one telling you I don't love him.
Okay.
I just don't think go ahead, folks. Let us know.
Oh, I don't-
303-504-0925. I don't think the fan base loved him. I don't think anybody was upset when he left. Every conversation I had with a fan out in the wild will say they all were saying we got to get rid of Kemper.
I think there's without a doubt like they were going to upgrade at that position, and they did for a minute with Georgie, and now obviously it's much better with Blackwood and Wedgwood in there. But also like he has a ring.
Yeah.
Like this was the guy in goal when they won the cup. I would think like Darcy Kemper would hold a special place in the hearts of a fan base, a guy that was responsible, and he's a goalie, very responsible for giving you an all-time great sports fan memory.
If you're just I don't know how to qualify this, but I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
If I offered you the Denver sports fan, and let's say you don't have an allegiance to either club, they're both even. But if I offered you a Darcy Kemper jersey or a Bruce Brown jersey, I would bet we'd get rid of more Bruce Brown jerseys than Darcy Kemper sweaters. How about that?
I think that's very true.
Because I think more people appreciate and remember and have fond memories of Bruce Brown. Look, the last 2 trade deadlines, we've been full of texts of people telling us you got to trade for the guy again. Go get him back.
Yeah.
He's going to get bought out. Go pick him up. Go get Bruce Brown. Nobody once has said we ought to go get Darcy Kemper back.
Again, I think we're having 2 separate conversations, like the what he is as a player versus what he did when he was here for your team.
But I think Bruce Brown was more loved than Darcy Kemper was.
Interesting.
I just had, and look.
When really, if you look at it on the surface, they did the same thing.
I'm not arguing with you.
One year and won a championship.
I'm not arguing with you. He got the job done. He's part of the club. Again, I do think.
Is it the silent U? Is that what bothers people about the name Kemper?
I don't know. I think it's the fact that
I find it a little irritating.
Okay. How are your feelings on Favre? Don't answer. What was the game before Game 6? Didn't he give up a ton of goals at home when they lost Game 5?
He wasn't perfect.
And it got everybody just all in their feels.
Yeah.
And
he wasn't perfect.
I would like to add that this season, Kemper is 3rd in the NHL in save percentage.
I think he's a good goalie.
It's not bad.
I wouldn't have been upset if they re-signed him, but
not bad.
It was what it was.
Yeah. No, he got paid. It worked out for him. He went to Washington, got paid. Now he's an LA King, but he's not playing tonight.
Do you think he's a guy, though? You don't seem. Do you disagree with me? Do you think the fans beloved him? Like, again, there's no reason to boo the guy or anything tonight. But, although he won't be playing, so what does it matter?
I don't spend time on the Avalanche dark web, nor do I want to. But
you're not chopping up the Avs at the dinner table in your weekends with your buddies.
But I am of the belief that he should be in a just his status, Stanley Cup winning goalie.
Fair enough.
Suggests there should be fond memories of Darcy Kemper.
No, I would agree. But
he should be embraced and applauded by the hometown fans when he returns. Because, and again, you could just look at it and go, you could have given us any replacement level goaltender, and with that team, we were going to win a cup no matter what. Well, that's fine, but that's also bizarro world sports analysis. Like, all I'm going off of is what actually happened.
I don't disagree with you. He should be appreciated here. He should be cheered anytime he's mentioned in a pregame, introduction or whatever. But to be fair about things, he went to Washington. That didn't go well, if you remember, right? It was the Capitals. Capitals got rid of him pretty quick.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I am of the belief of if you win a championship for a team, for a city, that should give you a pretty long runway.
Made man status?
But that's how I feel about Mikko Rantanen, and people booed the hell out of that guy. So what do I know? I wouldn't have booed Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen kicks ass. He's an all-time great Avalanche. He's top 10 in franchise history and a whole bunch of different numbers. And you said it yesterday on the show here, Andy. You had a bad hand. That's all. Financially, it didn't work out. It doesn't change what the guy did for your team. And it's so funny, the sort of arbitrary rules that we put on it of, when you love the laundry and the player eventually leaves your team and then you decide you hate the guy's guts it's always just, it's funny to me because, like, if you won a championship and you gave that, you helped to contribute to that fans' magical experience of what, remembering where they were when the team won Game 6 and going to the parade and being with their friends and listening to drunk Eric Johnson and Bedsy crying and all that good stuff. Like, it's such a great sports memory. I think if you do that for a team and if you help contribute that to a city's lore, there should be a certain degree of, the old, what's the old cliche? I'll never have to pay for a steak again in this town.
Yeah. No, you kind of,
like,
no,
nah.
you made me laugh at the steak reference. I didn't see that one coming. I'll buy you a beer. I ain't buying you a steak. I'll buy my own steak. I'm cheap though. Now, here's the thing. How about I put it this way? I understand why fans boo Melo more than I will ever understand you booing Rantanen for what you just laid out there. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
So,
but also Mikko was more accomplished than Carmelo was.
No,
here.
I get it, but Mikko didn't ask out. See, that'll be whenever this comes up, and inevitably we'll probably talk about it again in the fall if we're all still here.
Yeah.
I will then again ask, why do you care? He didn't ask out. The Avs did what they had to do financially to get what they got this year.
It's so funny, like Jimmy Butler going back to Miami the other night, and the Warriors get their ass kicked, and the fans are just out for blood, as much as lazy Miami fans, late arriving Miami fans can be. But they first off, they played a video tribute to him. Like, you had to know how that was going to go, and everybody boos Jimmy like crazy. And Jimmy goes out and has a terrible game that night.
Jimmy.
But, like, he did lead you guys to the finals twice.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's always tough with Jimmy Butler because he's always such a bag whenever he leaves a team eventually, and he picks a fight with Pat Riley, and I get it. Like, you bow up for your guy, and that's Pat Riley down there in Miami. But also, like, I think are really pissed off at a dude that took you to 2 finals. Took 2 teams that weren't even that good to the NBA Finals.
Just tells you he's a bad breaker-upper.
He really is. And that really matters to some people. Yeah. Give Darcy Kemper a nice round of applause tonight.
He already got his teary-eyed video.
Yeah, that's what I am of the belief.
There's no
of.
video tonight, right? We've already done. I think we finally.
There's enough separation.
We've said goodbye to all the Cup people, right? Spring, am I forgetting one? Like Cogliano retired. He's front office. Can't give him a video.
No.
I think there's nobody left to get a video.
Yeah. So he's gotten his love, but embrace him a little bit. He's Darcy Kemper. Darcy Kemper. Did not know I was going to go that hard for Darcy Kemper today.
Hey, you really dug in the trench.
I really did. The heels went in on that take, and I couldn't get out for Darcy Kemper.
Nate started swinging, and only halfway through did he realize this was a tough idea.
It's really pushing that.
Yeah,
really pushing that boulder.
Now, in fairness to you, you weren't swinging at LeBron James, but you were probably a little out of your weight class there.
All right, baseball is back in our lives, and so is diabetes, contracted from eating the food at the ballpark. Andy Lindahl gives you his greatest ballpark food hits for the 2025 campaign next. Yeah, Raj loves him some Darcy Kemper, too. It is Nate Kreckman here for Apple Air. Hey, are you worried about your heating and cooling system? Well, Apple Air has an unbeatable offer for new customers. They can give you a furnace safety checkup for just $43.95. You've been running this thing all winter long. Is it in good running condition? Should you turn that thing back on next year? Well, normally, Apple Air would charge you $188 for this service. But right now, with this deal, $43.95. It ensures your system is running safely and efficiently, so you have a good operating furnace to fire up next year. Don't wait. Call Apple Air today, 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813. Guys, I love Apple Air. Had them out to the house, had them install a new heating system at our crib this year. Love the thing. Oh, thing just runs like a dream. Apple Air, they rolled out the red carpet. They worked quickly. They worked cleanly. Loved having them over to the house. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or visit AppleAir.com.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Yeah, baseball is off and running. Rockies open up tomorrow against the Rays down there in Tampa. Big opening weekend series for the Rocks. Look at the Phillies, and then they will come back home next week and open up against the Sacramento A's over there at Coors Field. Opening day, one of the great days on the sports calendar in these parts. Andy and I will be here in studio that day. We will not be out amongst the Puke Fest in Lodo.
Yeah, we've tried it, and it's, sure, it's been fun.
We're good.
You know what I mean? But we
We're
don't.
good.
Yeah,
We'll sit here and host a show and watch the game. We'll enjoy that quite a bit. But baseball is here, Andy, and that means
Shit. You don't want me to tell everybody what happened that day?
What?
The guttural yell. Come on, the worst one that's ever happened.
Wait, which one?
You angry Andy!
Oh, yeah.
To find out it was a 90-pound female that was screaming like that. I was like, oh my gosh. All right. How many have you had?
That's what
Have you had all the Coors this
I
afternoon?
was going to say. That's what drinking silver bullets since 7:30 in the morning will do to you.
It was seriously the scariest voice I'd heard in my life.
So, Andy, let's
dive
dive into this. Let's preview the upcoming Major League season as only we can here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And we will do so via Andy Lindahl's favorite topic, food.
Okay, now everybody should get to Twitch or to YouTube.
Okay.
Subscribe to both channels,
Totally.
Altitude Sports Radio.
Yeah.
But get there now because I've sent these to Mark Springer, and Mark Springer's going to use his magic hands to put the pictures behind you.
If you're out and about and you can only
I'll describe them.
Listen via app.
Some of these.
The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
I will retweet all these when we're done too, so you can get a look at them if you care to. Most of these come from the Darren Ravel account because he does follow Ballpark Food.
So this is interesting food stuff happening around baseball. This year.
So here's
What do you
some
got
of the
for me?
candidates. All right.
Okay.
Spring. Let's. I think we'll start at the bottom of the Twitter thread if that helps you. I don't know. I don't want to move too fast for spring. This is nasty. Yeah.
Okay.
This is from the Hartford Yard Goats.
The Yard Goats, the
Okay.
Rockies AA affiliate, the
Yeah.
Hartford Yard Goats.
I'm just the big club making some decisions you want to talk about.
All right, so what is this?
This is called the Float Your Goat. Okay, folks, it's a hot dog.
Hot dog.
Okay, your classic Chicago-looking dog.
Okay.
It's an all-beef hot dog with chopped peppers, onions, bacon, and brown mustard, but it's submerged in a glass of 100% goat milk. That is disgusting.
So a hot dog
submerged in goat. Now there is a wrapper we could see on this large screen.
Dunked in goat milk?
Yes, and it's got your classic pint glass, and it's got a Yard Goat logo on it.
Is goat
a lot of milk?
Is goat milk a regularly consumed condiment?
Not for me. Now, I suppose it's no different than mayonnaise or sour cream or.
I think it's a little different.
Yeah, I'm not going there. I don't like it. So anyway.
Is goat milk? Is this a popular Russian side dish?
Could be.
Okay, this is
got to get your milk from somewhere, I guess.
Hot dog dunked in goat's milk. The hot dog itself sounds fine.
Yeah, it sounds like a tasty item.
Yeah, exactly, like a ballpark dog. Yeah, I would order this.
The only way I want
without the goat's milk.
Yeah, the only way my dog's ending up in milk is if my toddler shoved it in there by accident.
I can't say I've ever had goat's milk.
Nor have I.
I've had goat cheese. I've never had goat's milk.
And I got news for you. I ain't trying it at a ballpark or with my hot dog.
Milk was a bad idea.
That was a bad choice. So
Yeah,
that one's not ranking high.
90-degree day in Hartford, Connecticut. Get me a glass
All
of
right.
milk.
At Astros games,
Okay.
we got the Daddy Mac dog.
Daddy Mac.
Foot-long Angus beef frank, chopped brisket, macaroni and cheese, barbecue sauce, and a crispy dill pickle. It's going to cost you $15.79.
Yeah, that sounds great. It's, obviously get me some antacid with that thing, but here's the problem with that is the foot-long part of it. I feel like I would enjoy that for 3 bites.
Sure.
And then after that, it would feel like I had a chore in front of me.
I forgot to send it to Spring, but there was some item they were selling, I think in Arizona, that was like $100 and fed 20.
Okay.
But it was like dogs and, anyway. Here's one that I kind of like at Phillies games.
All right.
The s'mores quesadilla.
Oh, okay.
Nutella, mini marshmallows, and graham cracker crumble in a crispy flour tortilla served with chocolate dipping sauce.
That sounds fantastic.
There it is right there.
Yeah.
I would take that. That looks tasty.
Yeah. The s'mores quesadilla.
The s'mores quesadilla, again, you find that at Phillies games.
Using marshmallow sort of as the cheese substitute.
There you
As
go.
the
Yep.
Mhm.
See it right there.
Yeah, no, it's got powdered sugar and chocolate drizzle on it. Yeah, no, that's very strong.
It looks delightful.
Nice job,
I
Philadelphia.
think all of my top ones are going to be.
Yeah.
I'll tell you my favorite.
So
at the end. You
basically
can
in
pick
Philadelphia, they're eating this and then they're
after their cheesesteak,
swearing at a child and throwing a battery at a baseball player.
Yeah. And then try not to die of a heart attack.
At Royals games, we've got the new slow smoked brisket smoked provolone topped with, make that smoked provolone. Sorry.
Smoked provolone.
Topped with 2 crispy onion rings and a Kaiser roll. So there you go.
Is that
Kansas City Joe?
Is that a burger?
No, it's a smoked brisket sandwich.
Okay. So it's essentially a brisket sandwich with provolone and onion rings on it.
Yeah, and they call it the Z-Man. And
Okay.
it looks like, looking at the logo in the top corner, it's from Joe's of Kansas City.
I don't hate this at all.
Pirates games, the
Okay.
Polish Cannonball.
The Polish Cannonball.
Egg noodles, kielbasa, cabbage, bacon, cheddar cheese, and herb crema dip, all fried into balls right there.
Oh, so it's like the Rocky Mountain oyster of Pittsburgh,
Yes,
if you will.
with
Okay.
a kielbasa.
Okay. So it's like a kielbasa ball. Normally those are two separate items, but
you can put it all together.
But in this situation,
you can be a fifth grader.
smash it into a ball, bread it, fry it,
Yeah.
eat it. What's that dipping sauce? That's a crema,
herb,
you said?
Herb crema dip. I don't think Herb was invited, but herb crema dip is probably what we're going for.
All right.
Herb Alpert will be left out.
Okay. What about Herb
Okay,
Lawrence?
Mariners games. This one's kind of weird looking. All right.
Ooh, what is that?
The Hulk. No, I'm just kidding. It's at Mariners games, and it's called the What Up Corn Dog.
What up, corn dog?
This is Mariners blue honey battered corn dog with a spicy crunch served with nacho cheese. So that's a spicy crunch chip.
But that thing is
It's blue.
bright greenish,
Yeah.
bluish.
Right, like I said.
Mariners colored. Okay. So did you ever this was big in college towns. Did you ever go to a bar on St. Patrick's Day and they would
Yeah.
serve the green beer?
Yep.
And then the next morning
Yes. It would
You'd-
come out the same color.
you'd be like, "Wow, I've never
Yeah.
seen
What
that color
happened there?
before." Do I need to go to the doctor right now? I feel as though this blue and green corn dog, it would be the same outcome right there.
Different exit, but yes.
What's up with that?
Yes.
What's
Now-
up with that?
Uh-huh.
I think this is my favorite. At Yankees games,
All right.
the tiramisu helmet. It's a batting helmet with tiramisu in it. That I think I'd be all about right there.
Dessert in a batting helmet.
Well, I mean, you can do the sundae. Why not do the tiramisu?
Yeah, you could do that. I'd be afraid I'd inhale all that powder. I'd be concerned about that.
Do you worry about that when you simply go to get tiramisu?
I do. I feel like anytime I eat tiramisu, I somehow inhale the powder. It's my one complaint of tiramisu.
Sit up high, take the deep breath, and go in for the bite. All right, here we go.
My tiramisu fundamentals are off.
White Sox game. They
All right.
won't be needing this. It's called the Celebration Cake Shake. I don't know what you'll be celebrating because, again, there's about 1 million accounts saying the White Sox have been already eliminated on opening day.
Their total is 54.5 this year, the win total on the Pale Hose.
So this little item is birthday cake ice cream, confetti cake crumbles, and a maraschino cherry topped with a pinwheel cookie.
I bet it's good.
It looks good.
That ballpark, I think it's these days, is it Guaranteed Rate Field it's called now? Anyway, the baseball is atrocious. It's one of the great food and beer ballparks in America. Like outstanding beer selection, like tons of different stands, and the food is amazing. The entire place just smells of grilled onions the moment you walk into the ballpark, punches you in the face. Again, the baseball is bad. The food at White Sox games is 2 thumbs up.
Is must see.
Yeah.
All right, this is simple, but the Mets are offering a 20 hot chocolate chip cookies in a bucket item. It's just simply
Just
a bucket of cookies.
Just a bucket of cookies.
Yeah, but it looks good, right?
They're cookies.
They're cookies.
You-
but they're freshly baked.
You almost can't screw up a chocolate
No,
chip
you
cookie.
can't. I'm sure you want a little whipped cream, they give it to you.
Yeah.
You know, and look, when the baseball's bad at Shea Stadium or wherever they play now, City Field, you just chuck the bucket of cookies at whoever.
I am a huge proponent of cookies and beer.
Really?
I love it. Chocolate chip cookie and a cold beer, man. That's a fine combination right there.
All right, and this is our last one because apparently I sent one to Spring twice.
Okay.
This would be my other one. This is a Padres game.
All right.
It's again in the batting helmet, but it's a banana bread pudding in a helmet. Banana bread pudding. I like banana pudding.
I like banana bread.
And you got the little, what are those, Nilla wafers up top? That might even have a little pecan, little
what is that? Is that pecan or maybe even like a little candy baconed up type?
Looks
Up top
some,
might go right with that.
like a bit of a crumble at the top there.
So there
yeah.
you go.
Uh-huh.
There it all is.
Banana pudding in a batting helmet with a Nilla wafer on there that appears to have chocolate drizzle on it. I'm in.
I'd do that or the tiramisu. What's your favorite? What's your top? What's your must-have?
Very good. That brisket sandwich with the onion rings is the one that's kind of got me.
That's where you're going?
I'm thinking about that a little bit right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't need that foot-long dog?
No footlongs for me. I know they make you uncomfortable. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. There you go. Baseball season is upon us. Go out to the yard, get gout, get diabetes,
Get gout.
and enjoy yourself, folks. We got football news all over the place, including the Broncos are checking out another Bronco. You're going to want to hear about that next. We have the football news that you can use right now. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. Mark Springer does a live read, and then he tees us up with stories, and we discuss them. That's how it's done. Spring, go.
And it goes like this. It's time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So Ashton Genty had his pro day yesterday, and there was a Broncos presence in attendance.
The Broncos!
Not the Boise State Broncos, although they were there as well.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos sent running backs coach Lou Ienni to Genty's pro day. He was there. He took it all in.
Yeah, you should. Andy, like, nothing is certain in the NFL draft.
Sure.
There is a world where something, I don't know, Ashton Genty could have a picture of him in a gas mask bong come out the morning of the draft. We don't know what's going to happen. And if a guy starts to tumble, you should make sure that you're as informed as humanly possible. I would put the chances of Ashton Genty ending up in a Denver Broncos uniform at very slim, but you know what? Turn over all those rocks.
By the way, we've got a new mock draft. Maybe next segment I'll give you the new name. I had not seen this name before. Got a new name at 20. This is Matt Miller's from ESPN.
Ooh.
But back to Genty.
I don't know if I can wait. I might need to hear this. This is Matt Miller.
You like the little Matt Miller?
I do. Matt Miller's stuff is good.
What position would you guess?
Defensive line.
Nope.
Safety.
Wide receiver.
Ooh.
New name at wide receiver.
Luther Burden III.
Damn, look at you.
Out of Missouri. Mm-hmm.
I'd not heard of this.
I'm interested in this kid. Well, yeah, I asked Leggy about him last week here on the show. 5'11", 205. So he doesn't have the 6'4". Like, Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona would be the guy you would look at the top of this draft and say that profiles as a Cortland Sutton, Devon Vele, kind of Sean Payton receiver, Lil Jordan Humphrey, if you will. You know, the big-bodied wideout that Sean is so hot to trot for. But, like, people make CeeDee Lamb comps with Luther Burden III quite a bit, and colored me intrigued with Luther Burden. I've been paying attention to him. I considered him the other day as my bleep pick. I went with McMillan, but Burden interests me quite a bit.
Yeah, we're going to be updating our list every week. I think I got a new bleep pick.
Oh,
I got a new
right.
pass rusher that I've got the eye on. But anyway, that's for next week. By the way, so back to Genty. I had seen something earlier in the week that said the Patriots may just decide to say the heck with it. The best friend to a quarterback, we need to not worry about receiver and all that. Get him a running back, and they may take Genty.
Good.
Now, Miller does not have that happening. He's got Travis Hunter going to the Patriots. I'm trying to see where. How about this?
Real quick, is that a good landing spot for Travis?
Where, the Patriots?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I think Vrabel.
See, because I like it for him.
I like Vrabel as far as if he wants to play both ways, then yes. I think Vrabel would let him do that.
I think that Mike Vrabel is a progressive thinking NFL head coach. I think he has creativity to him. I think he's got a very good track record, knows what the hell he's doing, experienced coach. I think that'd be a good landing spot for Travis.
And I also think the former players and the current NFL players are showing a lot of respect for what they've watched Travis do.
Yeah.
And I think a former player, now a coach, would say, let's give it a shot, kid. Now, if I don't like how it's going, we're going to limit it to one side of the ball, but I'm willing to see how it goes both sides. By the way, how about this? Guess who Miller has the Raiders taking?
At 6? Shador?
You already mentioned him. McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona.
Going at 6.
I've
wow.
yet to see him at 6, but that's high.
That is high.
By the way, he's got him Shador to the Giants is where he would go there. I'm trying to look
at
for
3?
a guy. Yes.
Okay.
Genty to the Bears. See, it feels like the Bears are going to go running back because now I've seen a couple of mocks. There was a mock earlier in the week, I think, from Bucky Brooks that had Genty going to the Raiders and Omarion Hampton going to the Bears. So I don't think the Broncos, by the way, the more we talk to
live in
people,
a world where 2 running backs are going to go in the top 10?
Seems wild. Well, it's lying season. Who knows?
That
but
too.
And look, Genty, it depends on if Genty falls. I don't know, but I do think look, the NFL's a copycat league.
Yeah.
And if you think you can find who is our Philadelphia running back from the Giants?
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon. If you think you can get another Saquon and you can kind of copy what they did, then teams will try to do that. I just would. I don't know, Nate. It's interesting to me because I don't think the Broncos are going to go running back unless maybe it's Genty. After your stat from Nick earlier in the week about how often they throw early in the game and the fact that they've never, how many years, the last 2 years with Sean Payton, we've talked about he doesn't dedicate to the run. Why would you draft a back at 20 then? You can get a back in the later rounds in this draft.
He likes throwing to running backs.
But I think there's plenty of them that'll be available rounds 2, 3, 4.
I think you're probably right about that. Tomorrow at this very time, Jeff Legwold is going to be sitting in with us. We're going to do a whole hour with Legwold tomorrow from 5 to 6, and it's nothing but NFL draft stuff. It's just going to be hardcore draft stuff. We want your input. We want your questions. Any prospect you want to know about. Jeff Legwold has been in the cave. He has been breaking down the film. He's ready to talk about it. We're doing this for a full hour tomorrow here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Call your mom. Tell her to tune in. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Deion Sanders went on the Skip Bayless show. Bless you if you listen to or watch the Skip Bayless show.
I did not know he still had one.
What level of self-loathing would you have to be like, oh, man, got to get my Skip Bayless show today?
He's got well-informed, level-headed takes. There's no doubt about it. So Deion addressed a couple things, said a couple things. One, we had mentioned how he said there is an NFL team that is trying to sabotage Shedeur Sanders, spread lies about him. Well,
I remember this, yeah.
Well, Deion knows who that NFL coach is, or at least
name them,
or at least the NFL team. Well, Deion said he called that coach of that team, and the coach said, "Whoa, we loved our interview with Shedeur Sanders. It was an assistant coach that was spreading these lies."
Name names.
Deion did not name names. So he also went on to talk about teams that Shedeur could land with. Deion and Shedeur, they don't care if your organization sucks. As long as you need a quarterback, Shedeur wants to play for you.
Shedeur has told me, he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all the teams, so I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I'm happy with it, man, because I know what he's going to do to the organization. I know what he's going to do.
Andy, is this a little bit of damage control from Deion, given that the narrative about Shedeur coming out of the combine was about attitude problems, that now Deion is on a media tour saying we're thrilled to play for anybody? Are they trying to backtrack on some of that?
Because now all of a sudden he's not the top prospect. I think they were very confident. It's fine that he would be rated as the number one guy, and now clearly that guy's become Cam Ward, and so, and look, I don't know. It's been a weird week as far as what's going on. Jameis and Russ signing with the Giants.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chatter that Cleveland is still dialed in on Abdul Carter. I don't know what the Raiders. I've yet to see Shedeur mock to the Raiders. Now, in fairness, I guess he hasn't dropped in too many mock drafts, but I've seen some where the Raiders have passed up on him. But usually the Jets don't seem to be. When he hits the Jets, that seems to be where people have him going. But we'll see.
He said New York in there,
right.
So that covers two teams. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, so Broncos pick at 20 right after the Broncos. The Steelers pick at 21. They have not signed Aaron Rodgers yet. They don't have a real quarterback on their roster. No offense, Mason Rudolph. Colin Cowherd on the Herd today said that an NFL executive told him that the Steelers are interested in a quarterback, possibly with the 21st overall pick. Which quarterback? Let's find out from Colin Cowherd.
So according to Good Morning Football on the NFL Network, they reported yesterday that Aaron Rodgers is still considering retirement, but if he doesn't, it would probably be the Steelers. So I talked to an NFL exec last night, very well connected, and this is a keep your head on a swivel, Aaron Rodgers. I'm told the Steelers really like Jalen Milroe. 21st pick, first round. So if Aaron signs with Pittsburgh, it's going to become Kirk Cousins. They're taking a quarterback. Because I've been told the Steelers, they're looking around at all these AFC quarterbacks, and Milroe is the most athletically gifted guy to come out of this draft at that position since Lamar Jackson, and they feel as an organization they need special.
Let me tell you why this makes sense to me. Cowherd talked about Milroe there. He is an athletic freak. He didn't really know how to play quarterback. There's a lot of Anthony Richardson in there with him as a prospect. But if you went and got like a Kirk Cousins to be your quarterback and then drafted Jalen Milroe and fashioned together a use for him actually be creative with him like they kind of started to last year out of necessity at the very end with Justin Fields. Andy, wouldn't that scream like a Tomlin win now? This is what can help our team the most in this moment kind of pick?
Sure.
If he was actually going to commit to being creative and using him.
Well, they play in a division with Baltimore, so they know what that looks like. So
Right.
I don't think they should be as adverse to it as maybe some other teams would.
I agree.
Hell with that. After everything you just said, if you were there in the second round, should the Broncos consider getting that? Could be your Taysom Hill.
He rules, man.
Could that not be your Taysom Hill?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Like again, I don't know exactly, but you can develop that, and Sean's done it before with a Taysom.
Yeah,
Hill.
and then you trade him.
Yeah.
If you can use him as a weapon to help this team out, that the Joker could be a lot of things.
I don't hate it. I'd
say we need a joker.
But it wouldn't surprise me if the Steelers did this.
They've got to have a better quarterback plan than what they're living with right now. They've got to.
They don't. Look at their options. What are they going to do? Bring Ryan Tannehill out of retirement?
They
call up Carson Wentz?
No, it wasn't the Steelers. I think the Vikings talked to Tannehill.
Are they
Tannehill maybe back in
Are
play.
they going to snag Trey Lance out of his CFL contract?
Yeah, who's looking at the CFL deal?
What are they going to do? They have no plan. I'm telling you, man, if you're a Steelers fan, you're a rough existence.
Who's more mad, the Steelers or the Giants? Are the Steelers fans laughing because the Giants took their guy? You don't have a guy.
Giants fans, I think, are more miserable. Steelers fans, at least, again, the Steelers go to the playoffs. They don't do anything when they get there, but they at least go to the playoffs. Giants can't even sniff it. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Oh, the Nuggets get a victory last night. But should we feel good about it? We'll discuss next.
And here comes Aaron Gordon. Throws it inside the arc over to Jokic. Jokic hands it off over to Porter. Porter back over to Jokic. And a three. Nope, head fake on the three. No look pass. Dog, two hands, Aaron Gordon. What a dish by Nikola Jokic.
That was Kaz last night. The over-the-shoulder flip to Aaron Gordon for the dunk as Brook Lopez stared off somewhere into the club level there at Ball Arena. Rough one for Brook Lopez. By the way, do we have an update on our poll from earlier in the show? We asked the question, and we put it out via Twitter, via poll. We asked the question, is it worse to be posterized via dunk or via pass, as Brook Lopez was posterized via pass last night by Nikola Jokic? Do you have results for us, Andy?
We do, and there's still time to vote if you'd like to.
Plenty
vote.
of time to
I'll
get in on this
retweet the
critical
thing.
election.
We'll do it again. Just get it out there fresh. Right now, dunk leads pass 54%.
54
People
to 46.
would rather get dunked on, or people would rather get that
passed on
thrown
than dunked on,
and have you running off to Never Never Land rather than get dunked on and put on a poster. I'm telling you, this picture that Cosmiter came up with, though.
They should make a poster of that pass.
Also, here it is.
I mean, Brook Lopez, he's one of the guys that kind of can hang with Jokic.
Yeah.
He has the
he's
physicality
physical.
to stay with him. What is he? He weighs 275. Large dude. Joker still went 16 and 25. And that's not to say Lopez didn't have a couple of good possessions on him, but that's basically all that you get. Nuggets win last night by 10. Joker 39, 10, and 10. Porter has a great shooting night, hit 6 threes after he has been struggling so mightily from downtown. Jamal did not have a good 3-point shooting night, but by the end of the game, 17 points, 14 of those scored in the second half. He did have 6 assists. He just kind of did his thing. And Peyton Watson had to play extra minutes last night because of the Aaron Gordon foul trouble. And P. Watt, 12 points last night. Andy, 7 rebounds, 3 blocked shots, and he was a plus 15 in his 34 minutes on the floor. He also had a sick tomahawk dunk last night. Pretty good Peyton Watson game out there. Certainly good to see. Nuggets beat the Bucks. They didn't have anybody. But a 10-point victory is a 10-point victory. Yeah, good to see Jokic back. They still got problems.
Well, they do. I am really thrown off as to what to make out of all of this because I told you, I continue to watch a lot of the rest of the league. And it's weird. Nate, you and I, every time we get in and do the show and, you pull up the internet, and one of the things I pull up every day is the NBA standings just to take a look at them, just to refresh my mind as to where we're at with all this stuff.
Where are we at today?
Well, they're not really changing this past week because I feel like everybody, the whole league is weird. Again, Thunder with 60 wins, Rockets with 47, Nuggets at 46, Lakers, Grizzlies 44, Clippers, Warriors, T-Wolves 41. Okay, T-Wolves have played one more game, so they've slipped to the 8th spot. 41-31 matching records for the Clippers and the Warriors. Kings are hanging out at 35, Suns 35, Mavs 35. But these things have just kind of remained. The bottom, the play-in stuff is kind of hopping around. Like, I think the Warriors are out of it beginning of the week. We thought the T-Wolves might take it over. T-Wolves have been weird. The league feels like it is sick of the season as a whole. You said to me last week, we've hit that point where you just want the playoffs to start.
Yeah.
And look, there's games to be played that are important to positioning, but guys are hurt. They're missing games. I could go over to the East. I mean, I'm sure Milwaukee wasn't exactly psyched as they sit in 6th place, a game behind the Pistons, and 2 games off the Pacers to get into the top 4, that they couldn't play Giannis last night. But I feel like this league is as beat up as it's ever been with some of the injuries. And the players' emotions don't seem... Did it not feel like a bit of a dead building last night? Ball Arena's always rocking for the Nuggets. It felt dead last night.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. And I wasn't in the building. I was only watching on television. But I think there's also just like a certain expectation of just like, they don't have Giannis, they don't have Dame. Shouldn't you just be stomping these guys? And they got them 15 points in the first quarter. And then they ended up just kind of having to survive that game. Let's talk about this team for a moment, about whether or not they can do the thing, if they can make a deep postseason run. And whenever we have this conversation, I think we just generally arrive back at the same point of like, well, offensively, they can beat anybody. Are they going to get any stops? Last night they gave up 117 points to a Milwaukee Bucks team that didn't have Giannis and Dame. And that's troubling, all right? But I went and looked, and I did a bit of a breakdown here in the numbers. And I want to give these to you, and let's talk about what they mean. I've got Nuggets defensive rating. Nuggets defensive rating. It will not surprise you to find out they're very bad in that metric. Right now, for the season, and this is for the full game, Denver is 22nd, allowing 115 points per 100 possessions. The 22nd ranked defense in the NFL. I think when they won the title, they were like right around 15-16, which if you're going to have the best offense in the NBA, you can get by having a mediocre defense. But right now, the defense is poor enough that it's really given them problems. Their net rating right now is only plus 3.7 per game. That is 8th in the NBA. That's 8th in the NBA, even though they have the third best offense in the league. So defense obviously is a problem. Let's go inside the numbers. Andy, if you had to guess how the Nuggets' first quarter defense is, how do you think they are?
First quarter
Putrid.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to think. You had the stat that when they win the first quarter,
they
usually win the game, but I couldn't remember how often they were winning the first quarter.
They don't do it nearly enough.
So
30th in first quarter defense. There's only 30 teams.
They are slow starters.
118.7. 30th in first quarter defense. First half, 29th.
Oh, they've improved a spot.
They're 29th. Only New Orleans is worse in first half defense in the NBA, allowing 117.7 points per 100 possessions. So they're 30th in the first quarter. They are 29th for the opening half. Last night, they gave up 64 points in the first half to a Bucks team that didn't have Giannis and didn't have Dame. All right? Indicative of the struggles. Second half, they're 10th. They're 10th in the NBA in defensive rating in second halves, 113. In the fourth quarter, they're 10th, 111.5. Again, using last night anecdotally, they allowed 53 points in the second half. But this is the 10th best defense in the NBA in the fourth quarter. This is the 10th best defense in the NBA in the second half. Okay, which would suggest they are capable of playing good defense. They just flat out don't. At the start of the game, to the point where they're the NBA's worst in the first quarter and second worst in the first half. Yet the numbers, when you look at the second half and the fourth quarter specifically, winning time where, the game gets tighter and you start to, care more. You actually start hustling back in transition defense. You actually start fighting through screens a little bit better. The possessions get a little bit tighter, and suddenly this is a better defense. So what do you make of those numbers right there?
Part of it, I would say, because numbers can be a little misleading at time. I don't know if this is the case or not.
It's a 74-game sample size. This is what they are.
No, I get it. But I'm telling you, when they're 10th in defense in the fourth quarter is part of that because Jokic is going off and the plan for whatever team you're playing offensively has gone out the window. And now they're hoisting threes and taking worse shots and not doing whatever they were doing in the first half because you've got to make up ground because Jokic is having himself a night. Because to be honest with you, Nate, I'm shocked to hear they're 10th in defense. I'm shocked, like even last night. And maybe it's just because of the last 2 weeks. Go back to the Portland game. You couldn't stop a dang drive all night. They were going to the cup on you all night long, and half the time they were getting an and one to go with it. We talked about it last week. I don't know who the defensive stoppers are from coming off the bench. You tell me how they get to 10th in the fourth quarter. When was the last time that you remember them where you're like, man, that was a lockdown defensive quarter. Holy cow. Like, I can't think of one. I do feel like they'll come out, have a sloppy first couple of minutes in the third quarter. Malone will rage timeout. Everybody gets ripped, and then they kind of do what they do, or they get back into a game if they need to, or get back to the winning ways, or whatever it is. But, I feel like Malone's good for one rage timeout at least in the first 5 minutes of most third quarters. You tell me where it's coming from.
I think they care more.
Well, I guess you know what you're up against, sure, but
I think they play harder and they care more. And to a certain degree, doesn't every basketball team in the world care a little bit more about defense in the second half when the game is in the balance? You're going to in the first quarter, okay, if you play for the Denver Nuggets and you get beat down the floor, if you're a little lazy in transition and you get beat down the floor and you give up a 3 on a secondary break or whatever, are you going to panic about it? No, you're going to sit back and you're going to go, it's all right. We know how good we are. This will eventually turn into a second half game, and we'll get it. But also, like, when you accumulate all of those bad possessions in a row, it only makes the work that you then have to do in the clutch in high leverage situations that much harder, right? Because you've just given up so many points in the game. I do think that they play harder. I think that a part of it too is I don't know if it's that the game plans suck, or like Malone talked about, if guys just aren't adhering to the game plans. Jamal talked about it the other night. We're not adhering to the game plans, but by the second half, it's like, okay, we know what they're doing.
Yeah,
and they can play it better.
They've got a bunch of coaches looking to dissect that, so that's possibly it. But
yeah, and the players themselves.
Listen, to your point about being caring, I get that.
Yeah,
there's something to, you know what the task at hand is at halftime, whether it's to hold a lead or go get the lead.
Right.
You know what it is, so you can come out more energetic, ready to go.
But you've made life so much harder on yourself by playing that way.
No, I'm with you. Listen, right now, we are in the home stretch, Houston is not out of reach. If you really wanted to be the 2, which, would buy you one of the play-in teams, which Minnesota would be in that mix, so maybe you don't. But these games you think they would care about right from the start. This is no longer like early February in the dog days of the season. So I don't understand why the care would kick in the second half when a lot of these games feel like big games. I don't know.
But this is a whole season we're talking about.
Though, how one of their best defensive efforts of the year against Golden State. Didn't they hold Golden State to 50-some points in that first half, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah,
might have been 51.
I think they gave up 22 in the first quarter of that game.
They now Golden State shot like
crap,
and so they helped them out.
Yeah.
I asked you this on the Twitter thread last night because I thought it was funny. I remembered this question. You were talking about how guys don't always get back, or they'll let them have the easy 3 or whatever. So I'm going to ask you this question, and it's based off of a mumbling Mike Malone who looked like he wanted to toss the clipboard into the crowd, and I believe it was third quarter, but it might have been early fourth quarter. Does Michael Malone like this team? And I know it sounds funny.
Right.
And it is it is a funny reaction, but I
truly don't think he does.
When you look at the balance of he's had more rage timeouts than I can remember. He's always left shaking his head and talking to himself at least one time. It feels like a game, if not usually in the second half. This feels like it was probably more miserable than any season they've had in the last 4 years because they've not been good defensively.
I think this has been a tough season on Malone. Yeah, I think this has been a hard season on Malone, and this is also like a hard point in the title window, right?
Yeah.
You got it done. You had a bad year. The core is still in place, but the pieces around it have changed, and they're not as reliable. I'm assuming you're not enamored with every single move that your front office has made along the way.
Or guys you thought you could get something out of even early in the season, and you're not. There's a lot of guys he's not playing.
Yeah. And to that point, I think the play hard isn't there as often as he would like. And Michael Malone is a red ass in that way. That's one of the things he very much values. His non-negotiables are about playing hard, and I don't think he gets it nearly as often as he would like.
You brought up an interesting point there that I don't think we think about from the 5,000 point of view. It is a tough time in this title window.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, right?
Yeah, the group's been together for some time, and chemistry is not – it's not like you just achieve chemistry and then you just have it.
Which they had it for a good 3 or 4 years. Looked like a team enjoyed playing together.
And I think they still do. I'm not saying like the chemistry has waned, but also it just changes. These guys, they're at different points of their lives. They're at different points of their careers. They've dealt with different injuries. They've also just been around each other for so long, and those things can, it just there's ebbs and flows to all of it.
Do you think though there's ever times? And again, last night would have been. I wish I could remember, but. They had just given up a fast break and like nobody chased. It was a terrible offensive possession. It was everything that drives us all nuts.
Yeah.
And it clearly was bothering Malone as he took this time out. And I mean, he walked out like by the basket so he could dog cuss to himself before he got back to the huddle.
Yeah.
As they were going to break. They got to know. I mean, Porter said it on that podcast. You either get it done this year or we all are assuming there's probably some shakeup coming.
Yeah.
Maybe not all the shakeup we would predict, but there's no way this thing looks the same way next year.
There will be directives for change, I think, if this team flames out miserably in the postseason. And it's going to come down to kind of what it looks like and if it's willing to be run back and all those kind of things. But yeah, there is also a degree of like we gotta get this thing back on track. I think last year's finish was so horrendous. They know. I need to ask you a question before we go to break. Maybe ponder this for a moment. So Alexander Ovechkin, what's he, 5 shy of Gretzky right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm watching him warm up. Washington's going to play in Minnesota tonight against the Wild. ESPN's got the game this evening, and Ovechkin is warming up. He's doing all of his stretches, getting himself ready to play. Right now, he's 4th in the NHL in goals with 36 on the year. He's clearly motivated to try and catch the great one, right? He's having a marvelous season. Is this the greatest performance we have ever seen by an athlete with gray hair?
Okay, I'll have to ponder that.
Think about
now
this.
I got to see my famous silver foxes in sports.
In the break. But I think this is an all-time great salt and pepper season by Alex Ovechkin. We got that plus one more preview of the 2025 Major League season, Kreckman and Lindahl style, next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Florida-Maryland just underway, and so far this game is exactly what you thought it was going to be. Maryland can't stay in front of Florida's guards, and Florida can't stop Maryland's bigs. 7-6 as they have hit the under-16 timeout of the first half. By the way, if you took the over on the 175.5 on BYU and Bama, well, not looking too bad. We are already at 35-30 at the under 8 media timeout in the first half. So that's what's going on in College Bucket Sweet 16 action here tonight. Got some good entries, by the way, on gray-haired athletes. We've gotten some good ones. I didn't realize until I saw him play earlier this year just how gray Grayson Allen had gotten. He's 29. He's got the same silvery temples that I do, and I'm 44.
Well, you know,
that many years of being hated by everybody.
Yeah, I was about to say, being kind of a jerk will do that to you, I guess.
I guess, does that mean I'm more well-liked than Grayson Allen? It took me longer. Kevin Durant's turning pretty gray these days, too. He's getting a little silvery up there.
He's not getting rid of it? He's not going full bald like Jordan?
Nope. He's rolling with it. Man, our buddy BK sent me a great picture of Kenny Stabler at age 37. Now, Stabler, he lived hard. So there was some aging going on right there. But we asked the question, greatest season ever by a gray-haired athlete with what Alex Ovechkin is doing right now for Washington. 4th in the NHL in goals. He's still chasing the great one. I think it's kind of cool if he's going to get there. Way to go, Russian machine.
Oh, we've got something. You've been handed something. This just in.
If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop in at Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's light and flaky. It's a whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. All right, Andy, you ready for a little baseball preview?
Yeah, only the way we can only do it. By the way, did you mention our guy from, I can't even find his name, from the Bullets?
Tom McMillan?
Full gray.
Great. And a full gray NBA player.
Like, it looks like a wig. It's so gray.
Guy looks like a junior high science teacher.
It's Andy Warhol.
It's a good look for him. All right, here we go. Andy, I've got a little major league preview for you. You're going to enjoy this one, I think. This one's going to be fun. Here we go. I'm going to do Andy Lindahl. We're going to do NL West reliever or Love Island cast member.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Sure.
Here we go.
This is the Spanish show, Love Island?
Here we go. It was British initially, was Love Island. Now I think it's all over the world. Currently streaming on Peacock here in the U.S. Season 6. Ariana from Vanderpump Rules is hosting that show. Give me a little Love Island theme. There we go. Thank you, Spring. We're on Love Island right now. Here we go. Andy Lindahl, NL West reliever or Love Island cast member.
All right.
Let's start with an easy one here for you. All right. Tanner Scott. Tanner Scott, NL West reliever or Love Island cast member? Reliever? You would be correct. What club?
No idea. Arizona.
Dodgers. Tanner Scott.
I don't play fantasy baseball.
No? You don't really draft
I'm not
middle
even
relievers
sure.
anyway.
I'm not even sure how easy. You might have to subscribe to get that Rockies channel this year, by the way.
Connor Newsom.
Connor Newsom.
NL West reliever or Love Island cast member? Connor Newsom.
Boy, that's got athlete vibe to it. I would even have thought hockey
Yeah,
player.
very hockey-ish kind of name, Connor
So I'm going to
Newsom.
go Love Island.
Oh, you would be correct. Nice job. Well done. 2 for 2. He's
The
on fire.
disappointment on your face on that one.
I know, right? Robert Roush, Love Island cast member or NL West reliever? Robert Roush.
I'll go Love Island. That feels actory to me.
That was good. Well done. Love
Robert
Island.
Roush. I feel like the actors and especially the reality stars who maybe change their name.
Yeah.
Like to go for the alliteration.
See, I would have thought with Rick Russell being a legendary pitcher, you would have stayed in that space right there. Kaylor Martin.
Kaylor Martin. That's a pitcher.
That's a Love Island cast member.
Kaylor Martin?
I'm sorry, Kaylor Martin.
I thought Kaylor Martin came in to close it out for the Giants late in the year to have the pen down. He's a lefty.
Also, Kaylor Martin's a lady on Love
Well,
Island.
then that's the problem. Look, do you see, by the way, that softball player that there was a college softball player that got like an 80-mile-an-hour pitch or something with some movement? The Twitter seemed pretty impressed with it.
Not bad. Not bad. Scott Alexander, NL West reliever or Love Island cast member?
That could squarely be either.
Mm.
That's got a Hollywood vibe to it, like Scott Baio. But I'm going to go reliever.
Do you know what club Scott Alexander pitches for?
I got no idea. We'll go to the Giants.
That would be your Colorado Rockies,
Shut
my
up.
friend.
He's in our pen?
Nice job.
Did we just get him today?
I remember you sent the news over into our Twitter thread.
Yeah, Scott Alexander.
You sent the tweet over that the Rockies signed Scott Alexander. I remember that. You did.
I don't. I have no idea. Who is he? You know him?
Yeah.
He didn't play here last year, did he?
No.
Well, you play fantasy baseball? Who do you play for?
I'm just saying you were once aware of this.
You were once aware
Spring,
of this.
I just send the tweets. You know, I don't even read half the things on the thread.
Jeremiah,
I popped it open today to be surprised by how many I missed. That's a Love Island cast member.
Jeremiah Estrada.
No, that's a pitcher. Never mind.
Yeah, he pitches for the Padres.
You had me at Estrada.
Yeah. Miguel Harichi, NL West reliever or Love Island cast member? Miguel Harichi.
What country?
Nation of origin. Can't you use it in a sentence?
Oh, no, I know. You know, I feel like Love Island cast member is due, so I'm going to give it to the due.
Okay. He is a Love Island cast member.
Look, he's mad.
I know.
He's mad.
I know.
No, that does sound very baseball, but the Miguel, every good trash
TV show has a
reality
Miguel.
TV series probably more aimed at females needs a Miguel.
AJ Puck.
AJ Puck, I swear, is a reliever.
He is for the Diamondbacks. Nice job.
Finally.
Sam Taylor.
Gosh,
Sam
see, that could
Taylor.
be anything. Sam Taylor could play all the sports and act.
He's a triple threat.
He's all of it. I'll go with Love Island cast member.
She is a Love Island cast member.
So I lose because
I correct.
Misgendered that person? Sorry.
Jimmy Herget.
Jimmy Herget.
Jimmy Herget.
That's tough. See, it'd be better if that was like a good old hockey player.
Mm-hmm.
You know, thick defenseman.
Jimmy. He's got a real Herget butt.
Got a real lower Rob Blake half. I'll go pitcher.
He pitches for the Rockies. Nice job.
Shut up. Where are we getting these guys from?
Jimmy Herget.
Jimmy.
Kenny Rodriguez.
Kenny Rodriguez.
Kenny Rodriguez.
It's got to be a pitcher.
Love Island. I'm sorry.
Kenny Rodriguez.
Kenny Rodriguez.
How's he doing? Is he winning?
I don't know.
Did he get some time with Sam Taylor?
Okay. Justin Martinez. Justin Martinez. I'm sorry, that's a Diamondbacks reliever.
How about Herb Crema? Who's Herb Crema pitching for? That's courtesy of Chris Fields. Shout out to Chris.
Herb Crema.
One more?
Where do you get the Herb Crema again? You want to do one more?
The Herb Crema came with those little fried balls.
Ben Kasparius.
Made of like kielbasa.
Ben Kasparius.
That's a pitcher.
That is for the Dodgers. That's a good baseball announcer name right there.
Ben Kasparius.
Corrigan's gonna have fun with that. Ben Kasparius.
Your boy. One day we need to do the top 5 names that your boy Harry Carey would have just butchered the hell out of.
It's all of them. To limit it to 5 would be doing a disservice to the genre. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here today. Thank you again to... I got to make sure I get the name correct. Hold on. Where's the list?
I can't help you.
Cassie Campbell Pascal.
Cassie Campbell Pascal was with us on this show.
Pascal.
It was 3 names.
The Pascal.
Love Island or NL West reliever? Cassie Campbell Pascal.
See, I would go outside shooting guard NBA.
Mike Monaco. What do you got on that one,
Mike
Andy?
Monaco?
Yeah. He'll be on play-by-play tonight on ESPN calling the Avalanche.
I know
and
about
the Kings.
Moniac. I don't know nothing about... Was it Mickey Moniac, right?
You did pretty well on Love Island or NL West reliever.
I know you're disappointed. You like it better when I struggle.
Ryan Walker?
No idea. That's a good pitcher.
That's a Giants reliever. Good job on that one. Alex George?
Alex George?
Yeah, Alex George.
Everybody knows he's whooping it up on Love Island.
Sure is. Mm-hmm. Well done. Aaron Evans?
she's doing well on Love Island.
No, he is. He is.
Dang it!
Knew I'd get you to step in it before the show ended. That's going to do it for us here this afternoon. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Jeff Legwold from 5 to 6 here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're going to have a gigantic pile of fun. Hope you took the over on Bama and BYU. Right now, the Crimson Tide up 8 in the first half, 46-38 with over 3